The Aries Empire was famous for its chaos. Citizens of the empire wandered carefree around the city. The guards walked slowly through the city, but in turn they were a little puzzled since everything in the city was too calm. The man sighed heavily and said that no one knew when the revolutionaries would begin to act again. He was very angry because he knew that they were ordinary village men, and he did not understand why they suddenly decided to stir up the city with a revolution. The young man smiled and said that things had been too quiet lately, and so he assumed they had realized that the little rebellion had been pointless. The man sighed heavily and told his comrade that he was right. As he thought that the Imperial Knights would deal with them with her ease, he really hoped that everything would continue to be quiet. But at the same time, underground young people wanted to kill the emperor and destroy the empire. The man looked intently at his comrades and said that this was the only way to restore the kingdom. He looked at the young man intently and said that he had the most important task. Logan McLean, in turn, looked at everyone present with a menacing look, but did not answer. The man told the young man that he was obliged to protect the secret manuscript at any cost. Logan looked at him sharply and said that he knew about it. Sometime later, they left the conference room and dispersed. The young man told his friend with a smile that he really was a patriot. Logan looked at him sideways and asked why he suddenly thought that. The young man smiled and said that he was talking about a secret manuscript. Everyone was well aware that many people had sacrificed themselves to obtain and protect it from the empire. He looked at his comrade with a smile and said that since the manuscript was under his responsibility, it was he who would be the first to be targeted by the empire's army, and he would be obliged to take risks to fulfill his duty. Logan looked menacingly at the young man and said that he spoke as if he had conscientiously and voluntarily agreed to such a thing. He said with a smile that he understood that he spoke the ancient language very well, but even so he did not complain, and this is an indicator of patriotism. Logan looked at the young man closely and told him to stop talking so much, as his words were indirectly insulting their other comrades. Logan, as he left, said that it wasn't about patriotism at all. He was furious because he understood that all his actions were only out of revenge. Unfortunately, he was a worthless person. A few years ago, young Mr. Logan lost miserably to his younger brother. Everyone was surprised since the young man had only picked up a sword a few years ago. They shouted that he was simply a genius. They knew that young Master Logan had trained for many years to become a knight. Everyone looked at him with mockery because they thought he was just a fool, so they thought that the future of the family was quite bleak. The man was furious because his son had used a paralyzing poison on his younger brother. He shouted and asked his son if he had intentionally poisoned his brother. Looking at his son, he was burning with rage, but he only silently listened to his father's lectures. The man looked at his son with rage and created wallpaper, shouting at him to go away slowly. Then the young man went crazy with a feeling of inferiority and harmed his brother. The man looked at his son with disdain and sideways glance, and said that he was no longer his son. Unfortunately, because of this sin, he was expelled from his family. After leaving home, he became a mercenary. It was only after many years of hard work that it dawned on him what a terrible person he had been before. But by the time he returned home, it was too late. He was leisurely wandering through the city when he heard passers-by discussing the public hanging. He stopped for a moment and listened to them. But at that very moment, he heard the name of his younger brother, and he hurriedly ran to the square. The young people said that the young man had used the aura that he had used to fight against the empire on the front lines. The members of the imperial family scattered in all directions, and they disowned him. Logan was in shock and knew he couldn't let this go because he had something to tell his brother. He ran to the square in a hurry and prayed that his brother was alive. But unfortunately, he came running and saw a terrifying sight. The man with cold fury shouted for everyone to see. He shouted that such an end had befallen the fool who dared to rebel against the empire. The crowd rejoiced, as all the people were glad that the traitor was punished. Logan was furious that he didn't have time to stop the incident, so he vowed to take revenge on the empire for killing his family and for taking away his chance to ask for forgiveness. Sometime later, the man shouted at his subordinates to stop the young man. He was furious and shouted that the young man had stolen the secret manuscript. Logan ran away from the knights in a hurry, but a moment later he stopped because he was cornered. He was furious because he saw that they were catching up with him. At that very moment, the knight pointed his sword at the rebel. A few seconds later, they clashed in a fierce fight. Logan was furious, but he was not about to give up. With lightning speed, he parried the blow, further enraging his enemy. At that very moment, the man rushed towards the young man in order to strike him with a corresponding blow. But it was all in vain, as Logan pierced him with his sword. The knight was in shock because the rebel had killed his comrade. Logan, in turn, had no intention of stopping and immediately rushed to meet the enemy. With lightning speed, he dealt with all his enemies. Logan was momentarily taken aback as he realized he was being attacked from behind. But he wanted to fight to the end, so he struck back with lightning speed. He was furious because he knew he needed to kill more Imperial Knights. But a few seconds later, reinforcements arrived and he was surrounded on all sides. Logan sighed heavily and looked around, wondering if he was really destined to die in a place like this. But a moment later, he looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, because he knew that he had no other choice. At that very moment, he took his last trump card out of his pocket. He looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and said that in that case, they could die together. The knights were taken aback when they saw his fierce grin and the small bomb he held in his hand. But at that very moment, the young man used the weapon, and a few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered in the castle. His life was filled with regrets, and he existed for the sake of revenge. At least he was happy that he managed to kill many Imperial Knights, but he could not get rid of his greatest regret even after death. He was puzzled because he knew that he should have asked for forgiveness after all. Fortunately, he knew that he would meet his family in the afterlife. Then he intended to apologize to everyone. Sometime later, he opened his eyes and was taken aback. Logan was puzzled because he suddenly felt very dizzy. He was in shock and did not understand how this was possible because he had only recently died. The young man looked at the gentleman in bewilderment and asked if he was okay. Logan froze for a moment and looked at his subordinate with surprise. Rick, looking at the master, he said that everything was correct, and he was his servant, and he also asked how the master was feeling. Logan was shocked because he knew that his servant had died many years ago. He looked at Rick in confusion and asked why he was still alive. Rick was shocked by this question. At that very moment, he shouted that the gentleman had suffered a serious head injury. He was very agitated, so he shouted to everyone else to call the doctors. He shouted to the maid to hurry and call the doctor immediately, as he saw that the master was very ill. Logan looked out the window in confusion and noticed that there were emblems of his house everywhere. He was a little puzzled and wondered if he was dreaming all this. At that very moment, he heard the painfully familiar voice of his brother and froze for a moment from the unexpectedness. Ronan, in turn, timidly entered the room and in a trembling voice asked his brother if he was okay. Logan looked at his brother in surprise as he was very upset. Ronan approached his brother timidly. Logan looked at his brother in confusion as he clearly remembered the moment, since it happened after their first duel. Unfortunately, he lost to his brother, and when the latter came to visit him, he angrily shouted at him to get out immediately and threw various objects at him. Logan was furious and shouted at his brother that he was just the offspring of his mistress. Despite all the insults, the boy got used to following his older brother everywhere. But unfortunately, after that fateful day, he stopped coming to him. These memories came flooding back to the young man, and he began to grind his teeth as his head ached violently. Meanwhile, Ronan cried out excitedly and called his brother as he saw that he was not feeling well. Rick looked at the young master and said that his brother needed rest, so he asked the boy to return to his place. Logan looked at them intently and informed them that he was fine. Rick looked at the gentleman with bewilderment. Logan looked at his brother with a gentle smile and asked him to come closer. Ronan was taken aback, as he did not expect this. But in turn, the young man slowly approached his brother, while Rick, in turn, slowly walked towards the exit, as he was a little surprised by the behavior of his master. Ronan bowed his head and apologized to his brother, knowing that he should have been more careful. Logan smiled and told his brother that he was okay and didn't need to apologize. Logan looked at his brother closely and said with a satisfied smile that he had done nothing wrong. He started to speak, but at the same moment he began to tremble. Ronan looked at his brother in bewilderment. He wanted to know what had happened because he saw the state his brother was in, and so he said that he needed more rest. Logan was taken aback because looking at his brother, he saw that he was kind and cheerful, but unfortunately, due to some circumstances, his life was taken away unfairly. Logan knew that his brother was fighting on the front lines under the orders of the kingdom. Unfortunately, he died. Logan looked closely at his brother and with a trembling voice asked him for forgiveness. A moment later, he could not bear it any longer and, bursting into tears, told his brother that he was very much to blame before him. At that moment, Logan hugged his brother tightly. Ronan was confused and did not understand why his brother was crying. Ronan looked at his brother with bewilderment as he was trembling and bursting into tears. But in turn, he also could not bear it and burst into tears like his brother. For a while they stood in silence, hugging and crying. After some time, they both calmed down, and as they left, the young man told his brother that he would visit him again a little later. Logan looked at his brother with a smile and agreed with him, asking him to go and rest. Logan looked at his brother with tenderness as he walked away, as he was glad that he was able to apologize to him, and he was glad that he was still alive. He looked out the window with cold fury and realized that it was not a dream, and most likely he really had returned to the past. But he understood that if everything was exactly like this, then he needed to change his whole life and future. At that very moment, he heard the maid scream. Logan looked at her in bewilderment as he did not understand what had happened, and the maid took her turn, bowed and asked for forgiveness. Logan looked at her with confusion and asked why she was apologizing. Rick flew into the room with lightning speed and informed the young master that Maria had disturbed his rest because he had forgotten to warn her, and it seemed that she had simply mixed up the rooms. He looked at the master intently and asked for forgiveness. Logan sighed heavily as he remembered that in the past he treated the servants very badly. He sighed heavily and, leaving, said that everything was fine because she had not done anything bad, and he also asked his subordinate to bring him a pen and paper. They looked at the young master with bewilderment. Rick, trembling with fear, taken aback, asked the master what he was going to do to Maria with a pen and paper. Logan was in shock. He screamed that he had to take the maid away and later bring him a pen and paper. Sometime later, the young man brought his master everything he asked for. Logan sighed heavily and thanked the young man, and also told him to warn everyone so that no one would come to him. Rick looked at the gentleman in bewilderment and asked if he had just thanked him. He asked the gentleman if he was sure that everything was okay with him. Logan was furious, and so he shouted at his subordinate that he was okay and he should leave immediately. Rick breathed a sigh of relief. As he left, he smiled and told the gentleman that he should take care of himself and rest more. Walking out the door of the office, the man, looking at the maids, said that the master yelled at him, which means he is healthy, so everyone should return to work. Logan sighed heavily. He was furious, but he knew he had to be patient because these were all consequences of his own actions. He understood that it was much more important now to record what would happen in the future. He knew that there would be a war against the Empire in 10 years, a disaster that would destroy not only his family, but an entire nation. He knew that his true goal was to prevent this disaster. He knew that there would soon be a vassal war, which would happen in a year. It would start suddenly and partially destroy his family, and later dark times would begin. He knew that he had to do everything he could to prevent war, and for this he needed to meet his father. Entering his father's office, he said that he had come to see him and talk. The man was surprised because he did not expect to see his son. The young man walked past the servants unsuccessfully, but they in turn looked at him with fear. The men turned around with lightning speed and left. The young maid walked slowly, carrying heavy laundry, but trembled in fear when she saw her master. And at that very moment she accidentally stumbled and fell with a crash, scattering all the linen. She was trembling with fear and did not know what to do now. She did not understand why she had the misfortune to fall in front of the young master. But the young man slowly extended his hand to her and quietly asked if she was hurt. She was taken aback and thanked him with a smile. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face, but the young maid was frightened by his sinister smile. At that very moment, she fell to her knees with a crash and begged for mercy, since she was very guilty before him. Logan was in shock. He did not understand why she suddenly started to behave like this. He sighed heavily, as he knew that his change in character seemed strange to them all. He understood that it would take a long time for them to get used to the new him. Logan sighed heavily and looked in the mirror, knowing that all he could do was wait and show them that he was different. He smiled at his reflection and realized that she couldn't have reacted that way to his creepy smile. But in turn, he was taken aback when he saw his smile and wondered if she could have done it after all. Rick came to his master and told him that the first young master would like to meet him. Logan froze in place for a moment, knowing that he was about to meet his father. He remembered his past life in the moment when his father told him that he was no longer his son. In his past life, he had resented his father for many years after he was driven away. He thought of him as a cold-blooded man who had given up hope for his son. He thought of him as a cruel, heartless father who had cast out his own child and had not even stopped by to visit him after he had passed out from an injury during an official duel. He knew he was being foolish at that moment. He knew that having to send his own son away would break any parent's heart, so he looked tenderly at his father and called out to him. Entering his father's office, he announced that he had arrived and greeted him. The man turned and looked intently at his son. Logan, in turn, looked at his father with sadness and regret. He was shaking and holding back his surge of emotions, but he really felt very sorry for his actions. Patrick looked at his son intently and said sternly that he looked better than he expected, and asked why he had come. Logan had expected this, but he could see that his father was indeed distant. Hurricane said that he had come to his father because he wanted to ask permission to do some solitary training near the family cemetery. Patrick looked at his son in surprise, as he didn't expect to hear something like that. Logan knew that the answer to his question was very simple. Since in order for Togo to win the regional war, he needed to improve all the forces, make the knights and guards more powerful, strengthen and create new weapons. There were still many things to do, and to make it all happen, he needed money. But unfortunately, his great family was poor. However, there was one way to instantly become rich again. He knew that everything was possible thanks to an event that would happen in a few months, and then he would be able to get the amount of the annual family budget. He understood that to do this, he needed to hone his fighting skills and get the right to vote. Patrick looked at his son in surprise and asked if he really wanted to run away because of the one who lost to his younger brother. Logan sighed heavily and said that it wasn't true, and he realized how far behind he was, and albeit late, he drew conclusions. Patrick looked at his son with fury and said that lack of persistence was the only reason for it. He told his son that he still hadn't come to his senses. Logan knew that this was to be expected, and his father wouldn't believe him. He said that he understood everything, that another problem was his behavior. Patrick sighed heavily and told his son that he was very tired, because all he ever did was talk nonsense. He turned around and asked his son to leave right now. But the young man did not want to give up so easily. He shouted that instead of admitting his shortcomings, he took out his anger on others. He sighed heavily and told his father that he had been incredibly stupid and childish. Looking at his father, he said in all seriousness that this training would also help him gain control over himself. Patrick looked at his son closely and said that this time his words did not sound like, but her excuse. He told his father that he wanted his training to last for several months. Patrick asked in surprise if that was enough to match his brother's strength. Logan said that his goal was not to defeat his brother. He told his father that he had set a short term just to get the most out of him. Patrick looked at his son with a smile and said that he was right and he had changed a little, so he was giving his permission. The young man thanked his father with a smile. As he was leaving, he stopped at the door as his father called him. Patrick sighed heavily and said that it was already spring, but the ground was still too cold to sleep on. He asked his son to try not to freeze. Logan was taken aback for a moment, but after a few seconds, he thanked his father with a smile. Sometime later, the young man arrived at his training site. He knew that only close family members were allowed into this place, so no one would disturb him. Besides, he couldn't let others see his teaching methods yet. He happily pulled out a book that contained the secrets of the divine sword. In his previous life, he had memorized and burned this manuscript so that it would not fall into the hands of the Empire. Initially, the cover of the book was decorated with a golden falcon, and the contents described the secrets transmitted by the hero of ancient times, who managed to defeat the Golden Dragon, ruling the world. He encrypted it using the secret code of the Independent Army so that no one could read it. He couldn't believe that he would have to rewrite everything again. Logan knew that if the book had not lied to him, then after he had mastered what was written in it, the masters of the ore of the Empire and even the archipelagos would no longer be scary to him. He knew that in his previous life, both his advanced age and lack of talent B had prevented this. But now he had a chance. The life energy that changed the body was called power. It was the basis of the secrets of the divine sword. He had to concentrate this power in his heart and create a core. He knew that this was not an easy task for a person of average ability, and in the past he would have already broken down at this stage. But after returning, he felt as if his power was working to its fullest extent. He knew that a few days and a few nights of hard work would be enough. Logan froze in shock as his core was already created. While it was being born, an extremely dense energy was boiling, which the body absorbed like the earth absorbs rain after a long drought. He was glad because he knew that the contents of the secret manuscript had helped him. A moment later, the young man concentrated his energy to use his new power. He was delighted because he realized that his physique and feelings had completely changed. They had adapted to the need to master the sword. Unfortunately, he had no idea why the power core had formed so quickly. But he was glad about it, because he understood that in a few months he would become much stronger. Logan was happy to continue training immediately. He had been training hard for a long time, and the last day of training had come. Out of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the secret manuscript, the space-time transcending strike was the space-time slash. With only a single one-star core, he can only reproduce the technique. But Logan was confident that he would succeed. A moment later, gathering his strength, he used a slashing wave. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground with a thud and burst out laughing as he saw the aftermath of his blow. He laughed wildly because he was glad that he had succeeded, since this power exceeded his expectations. Logan clearly understood the fact that it was impossible for a beginner to master such a technique, even if he had spent all his strength after the first blow. But he understood that it would be nice to have such an ace up his sleeve. Logan was happy because he had achieved his training goal, so he could proudly report the results to his father. He sighed heavily as he realized that he needed to wash himself well before the visit. Sometime later, he nevertheless returned to his father's house. But a surprise awaited him there, as the knight, with a fierce grin, asked the young master for forgiveness and informed him that the owner could not see him. He mockingly asked the young gentleman to leave. Logan looked at the man with fury and asked if his father was unwell. The knight said mockingly that the law of the family said that even relatives in a direct line could not meet with the owner without prior notification. He asked the Logan if he had forgotten. Rick was taken aback and told the gentleman that this law was already a couple of 100 years old. Logan sighed heavily and said that he had met with him without any problems a few months ago. The man mockingly said that this only meant that the guards were not doing their job properly. At the same time, Logan heard the taunts and other knights. They said he was a coward who ran away after losing to his younger brother. Logan was furious as his reputation had sunk to rock bottom while he was training. So low was his reputation that even the knights of his family mocked him. Logan sighed heavily and told the knight to state his name. Dominion. He was taken aback, but introduced himself. Logan sighed heavily and told the man that he was preventing him from meeting his father, citing a family law that had practically outlived its usefulness. The knight looked at the young master in bewilderment. Logan said that the man humiliated him with his insolent behavior. Rick was shocked, tried to stop his master. Dominion was puzzled, not understanding why the young man suddenly decided to use his authority. A moment later, gloves were thrown at the knight. Logan looked at the knight with fury and shouted that he was challenging him to a fight, so they must duel immediately. The other knights froze in shock. They didn't understand what was going on, says the young gentleman. Logan looked at the man with a fierce mockery and asked if he was really scared because he was silent. Rick was shocked, as he did not expect anything like this from the master. Logan mocked the knight. Did he really tuck his tail in fear at the sight of a coward, as he was called in gossip? Logan mockingly told the man that he believed his best years were behind him. Dominion looked at the young master with fury, but in turn he agreed. He looked with cold fury and malice at the young gentleman, who looked at him with a fierce grin and announced that he accepted the fight. Sometime later, Logan looked at his opponent with a predatory grin, standing on the training ground. The knights looked on in surprise, for they knew that the young gentleman would fight the knight, but they assumed that he would lose. They heard that he had been hiding for several months to avoid his brother's notice. They wondered how long he would last. Logan was furious because no one believed in his victory, and the knights were betting on his defeat. Dominion looked at the young master with a sneer and said that he looked relaxed. He looked at him with fury and asked him to take care of himself a little. Logan looked at the knight with a smirk because he had the audacity to agree to fight him. But he said nasty things in front of the other knights. He considered the man to be very cowardly. Rick in turn looked closely at his master as he finally decided to duel. He was in shock because he knew that their end would soon come. The knight looked at them intently and announced that the duel would soon begin. The knight said that for safety reasons the fight would be conducted with wooden swords. He glanced sideways at the young gentleman. Logan looked at him in bewilderment, but after a few seconds he gave him an angry look. The knight was very scared and wondered if he should really continue. He understood that the young master was very stubborn and he simply had no choice. He clearly understood that they were given the wooden gun, but the knights mainly used force, so even with it they were able to kill each other. But he knew that it was not his responsibility at all. A moment later he gave the signal and the duel began. Dominion in turn looked at the young man with their cold and furious expression. Everyone froze in surprise for a moment, As the knight was about to use his power, they were surprised as he was going to do it against a normal person. Rick was shocked as he understood that this was a scam on the knight's part, and in this case, his young master would come under attack. Logan looked at his opponent closely, knowing that this might frighten the one who knew nothing of power. But looking at his opponent, he realized that he was clumsy and was handling the power inappropriately. He knew that it was coming from him due to a lack of control. He looked at his opponent with a sneer and told him that he saw that he was on edge. Logan did not understand what had upset him so much. As time went on and the juniors rose in rank, Dominion at 40 was the weakest in the order of knights and planned to retire. Dominion went about his business while awaiting retirement. But when the boy said mockingly that his best years were already behind him, it made him very angry. So he rushed towards his opponent with cold fury to show that he still had strength. Rick was shocked and asked the knights to stop the man. As the young master could die, the knight was shocked as he did not understand what he should do because the young master himself agreed to this. Dominion looked at his opponent with fury since he was going to retire anyway, so he wanted to finish him off with a secret technique. At that moment, he rushed towards his opponent. But he was a little puzzled, for he saw that the young master was standing still and staring at him. At the same moment, Logan easily applied his strength and with the same ease parried his opponent's blow. Dominion stood frozen for a moment, holding back his rage and pain. At that moment, he threw away his sword and fell to the ground with a crash. Logan looked intently at his opponent, but did not move from his place. Logan looked at the man with disdain and said that he called himself a knight. He asked if that was his maximum. The knights froze in shock as they did not expect to see anything like this. The servants were also taken aback, as they did not expect to see such a thing from their master. At the same time, Dominion sat on the ground, holding back his pain. The knights were in shock. They shouted that the spectacle was truly incredible, and they did not even have time to follow what exactly happened. Looking at the young master, they wondered if he had used force. Despite their screams, Logan called for the judge. The knight ran up to the young master with the speed of lightning. Logan looked at the judge with a predatory grin and said that he would like to give the man another chance. He asked the judge what he would say. The knight hastily said that he agreed with this and also ran up to his comrade. He looked closely at the man and asked if he was okay. Dominion was confused and did not understand what had happened. He looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment and asked whether he was really weaker than him. He was burning with anger and fury and shouted that this simply could not be. At that very moment, he raised his sword and rushed towards the young master. Logan noticed that his opponent was furious, and because of this, he was putting too much pressure on himself. A moment later, they clashed in battle. But the young gentleman, with the speed of lightning, dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, and he flew to the ground with a crash. Logan looked with fury at his opponent, who was flying towards the ground. Logan was furious because he gave him another chance. He looked closely at his opponent, who was trembling with fear on the ground, and knew it was time for him to tuck his tail between his legs. The man sighed heavily after coming to his senses and called the young master. A moment later, he sighed heavily and said that he admitted defeat. But at that very moment, he was mercilessly beaten by the young master. Logan understood that he had shown enough mercy to the vassal who was trying to rebel against his master. He looked at the man with cold fury, knowing it was time for him to pay for his actions. For some time, he beat the man mercilessly. Dominion was in shock and begged the young master to stop the beating. Everyone present was shocked because they saw that the young master was very cruel, so they wanted to stop him. The knights froze in shock and wondered if it was really their master in front of them. They didn't understand how he could have changed so much in a few months. They saw his changes in strength. Looking at young Master Yi's actions, they guessed that he must have been a swordsman for several decades. A moment later, the judge declared the young gentleman the winner. After some time, Logan met with his father. Patriotic sighed heavily and told her son that it seemed like he had awakened. He also asked what happened during training. Logan looked closely at his father as he realized he had been watching their fight. Logan said he was free of self-interest and ready to let go of the past because, while working with his thinking, at one point he felt himself becoming overwhelmed with power. In his past life, that's exactly how he felt. But it was only after he refused to take revenge on his family that he gained strength. He barely managed to awaken the power after 40 years. Patriotic looked at his son, sighed heavily, and said that he had come to understand. And it seemed that he had really changed. Patriotic looked at his son with fury and asked if the first thing he did after gaining understanding was to attack the knight. Logan said the man deserved it. He told his father he should have heard the whole story about the guards. The man shouted that he had heard everything, and yet he wanted to ask if there was any need to go so far. Logan looked at his father intently and said confidently that there was a need for such a thing. Patriotic sighed heavily and asked his son if this was really so. Logan said that the man had tried to deceive his master's son and make him a laughingstock, and if he had not crossed it, he would have undermined the discipline in their house. Hierarchy is the pillar that allows the entire structure to function. If she falters, the balance will be upset. Besides, after many years of living as a mercenary, he realized that when it came to a group of armed men, willfulness had to be nipped in the bud. He knew that today's incident served as a lesson to the other knights. Patriotic looked at us both hard and said that the man had certainly made a great mistake, for he had forgotten his duties and was trying to fool him. Patriotic sighed heavily and told his son that he had overdone it and that he should control himself in the future. Logan looked at his father in surprise and wondered if he had really forgiven him that easily. Patriotic looked at his son in bewilderment and asked if he really wanted to get punished. Logan was taken aback and said with a smile that this was not so. Patriotic told his son that he did not think what he had done was right, so he should not make such a mistake again, and without his permission he should not do anything like that. Patriotic looking at his son, he said that he still hadn't officially received his rank. Logan sighed heavily and said that he would remember his words. The man looked at his son closely and said that he needed to know something. Logan looked at his father in bewilderment. Patriotic sighed heavily and informed his son that his fiancée would be visiting them soon. Logan was taken aback and trembled for a moment. But a moment later he was delighted with a predatory smile, because he knew that his cash cow would soon arrive. Sometime later, the palace was informed that Mrs. Rena Wolves had arrived. The young lady, in turn, slowly entered the hall, and all the maids froze, amazed by her beauty. The knights froze in confusion, as they saw that the master was very lucky. Rena looked at everyone present with a gentle smile and greeted them. She smiled and asked the owners of the house if they had chewed well. Patriotic looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she seemed to have become a real lady. Rick looked at the young lady with embarrassment, as he had seen her as a child, but she had grown into an incredible beauty. In turn, the young man turned his close attention to his master. He was shocked because he didn't understand what was wrong with the gentleman, because he should be the happiest of all. Rin said with a smile that she wanted to ask their permission to read the letter that the Count had entrusted to her. A moment later, she began to read the letter, and everyone listened attentively to her. The knights were puzzled because she had been reading the letter for half an hour. They were shocked because they knew it was too long. At the end of this letter, she asked for the engagement to be broken off. Rin slowly handed the letter to the maid. At the same time, a dead silence fell over the hall. Logan glared at the young lady, knowing that the Earl was beating around the bush, but he actually meant something else. The Count thought that Patriotic would become an aura user, but he has been at the high-ranking level for many years now. He knew that his son was very bad, so the Count did not understand why they should lower the bar and unite with them. That's why he wanted to break off their engagement as quickly as possible. Patriotic was furious because the Count wanted to break off the engagement without proper reason. Rin looked at the man closely and said that she had guessed that he would interpret it that way, so she had asked him to deliver the message personally to clear up any misunderstandings. She said that, remembering how she spent a whole year with them as a child, memorable moments still lingered in her heart. With tears in her eyes, she said that the moments created with the young master, in this beautiful and serene place, her young mind preserved as a treasure, and she had no desire to forget such memories. She said that she was related to her family and therefore had to carry out her instructions, so she thought it would be best to personally apologize to both him and the young master. The maids looked at the young lady with admiration, for they saw that her heart was as beautiful as her appearance. They burst into tears looking at the young lady, while Logan looked at his bride with puzzlement. Madame looked at the lady intently and asked what was the reason for their breaking off their engagement, for they would like to hear about these inevitable circumstances. Rin was taken aback for a moment and looked intently at Madame. Mariani looked at the girl with cold fury. She was also the stepmother of the young master and the biological mother of Ronan. Logan knew that she had long considered him her enemy because of the succession poll, and so he thought she would not interfere. However, he knew that part of the family was a different matter. The lady sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness, because she could not tell them anything definite, since she herself did not know the reason. She asked the lady in surprise, did she really not know the details of her marriage? Rin sighed heavily and said that she was destined to marry and become part of another family. But unfortunately, her father did not discuss such important decisions with her. Mariani asked the girl angrily if she had really come to tell them about the break-off of the engagement without giving a reason. The lady looked at everyone present and said that in return, their house intended to pay. She sighed heavily and said that the payment would be decent, namely 3 million gold as compensation. Dwayne Filsner, the house's financial manager, was shocked by the announcement. Logan, in turn, was happy because he knew that everything was going great, and now he could get his hands on the money. But Patrick was furious and did not understand how they dared to treat them like that. He was burning with anger and fury. At that very moment, he used his formidable force. The knights were taken aback as they saw that their master was too strong. At that very moment, the knight rushed to his mistress and asked her to stand behind him. In a hurry, the knight rushed to the head of the house and said that he was calling on him. He begged him to calm down and continue the conversation. Patrick looked at them with cold fury and said that, as they had previously stated, he was a high-ranking knight. He glared at the knight and said that he believed the former rising star of the House of Wolves would serve as fair exchange for the humiliation of the dignity of the House of McLean. The young lady looked at everyone present with a frightened expression and said that they had not tried to buy honor with money, but wanted them to take it as a sign of a sincere attempt to maintain friendship between their houses. Patrick was furious because he knew that if he continued to press, he would become a dishonest man. He was furious with anger and wondered if this was what the Count had wanted by sending the children to them. Patrick sighed heavily and said that a guest is still a guest, even if he brings bad news. He also said that their house would not oppress them. The young lady breathed a sigh of relief, but he also said that they would not accept their offers. Patrick said they would break up on milk, but the young lady must politely apologize to his son, and he would not accept any other compensation. The knights looked at their master with admiration, as they expected nothing else from him. They said that this is exactly what aristocrats should be like. Logan quickly called his father and said that as a man worried about a breakup, he wanted to ask for something. He looked at his father intently and asked him to listen to him carefully. He was furious because he knew that they needed the money. He knew that the money was their house's annual budget. He knew that half of the amount came from his stepmother's family as help. He understood that as soon as his stepmother stopped accepting help, they would go bankrupt. Logan looked at his father, burning with rage because he knew that he didn't know what he was doing. He knew that they had to get the data from the money at any cost. Logan told his father that he would like to accept this offer. Patrick was shocked as he did not expect this. He looked at his son with fury and asked if he really wanted to make him go back on his words. Logan was in shock because his father was pressuring him. He knew that if he couldn't get this sorted out now, he would never move forward. Patrick looked at his son with fury and said that their house was not so poor that they would give up honor for money. Logan sighed heavily and said that it wasn't so, and everything was exactly the opposite. Logan screamed in rage and told his father that they owed the bank that amount right now. He shouted at his father because he knew what percentage they had to give to the bank. Logan said that without third-party support, they would soon go bankrupt. He shouted that they would become a great house of the poor, and in that case, they would come to an end. He sighed heavily as he really wanted to say so, but he knew that this was an official meeting and he would have to restrain himself. Logan said that the reason they should accept the money was precisely because of honor. Patrick asked his son in surprise if it was for her sake that he wanted his father to go back on his words. Logan looked at his father and asked for forgiveness, but said that the Earl's house was superior to theirs, and he also ruled the East. He said that although his forces were stationed there, they were not in his service, and he feared that a simple apology would lead to the spread of rumors that they were trying to please the Count. The young lady looked at them intently and said with admiration that her family was sensible. She said that they have great respect for the honor of their house. Logan looked at her with fury and said that she had come to break off the engagement, and she kept talking about reason. He said that she should not make a fool of herself. She froze in shock as she didn't expect to hear anything like that. In his past life, he believed that the young lady was genuinely saddened by the inevitable breakup. That day, she thanked him for coming, as it was the last time they saw each other. She looked at him with a tender smile and said that she wanted to create last memories with him. Logan, in turn, looked at the young lady with a loving gaze. His life was then destroyed, and the decision to risk everything for the sake of his beloved woman to escape seemed to him to be the best decision. Looking at his beloved, he suggested that she run away. but he froze and did not finish when he saw that she took the dagger. Logan looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she was even doing. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as the dagger flew at him. With lightning speed, he blocked the dagger that was flying towards him. Rin asked with a smirk and mockery, "Could someone like him really own her?" She mockingly said that he should already understand his place and get away. She said that he lost to a little boy, so she didn't understand why he needed a sword at all. She said that he made it easy for her, so she thanked him. Logan was in shock, didn't understand what she was talking about. But at that very moment she screamed, holding her torn dress. The knight flew into the room with their lightning speed. She immediately shouted that Mr. Logan suddenly began to behave aggressively. He was shocked because he realized that she had planned everything in advance and caught him. Then he was guilty of many wrongdoings and the family no longer trusted him. Eventually his family apologized to the Count and paid him a huge compensation. He was furious because of her, he could no longer trust women. Looking at the young lady, he was sure that this time she was planning to make some money and run away, having achieved the breakup of the engagement. He looked at her with fury as he knew that she would regret her actions, as this time she would not succeed. At first, the young man planned to change his reputation in the family. It seemed to him that if he slowly showed himself from his new side, it would convince people about him. He hoped that one day his family would also reconsider their attitude towards him. These were his thoughts, but since the battle with the Dominion, he realized that the guards had turned a blind eye to how he was being disrespected, and during his absence, many rumors had begun to spread. He wondered if it was possible to influence his family by gaining recognition from such people. Logan was a little confused about the situation, as he knew that there were only a few months left before the regional war, and his reputation was not important now, as he had to save his family. He looked at the young lady intently and firmly said that he accepted her offer of compensation, despite the family situation. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. Patrick was furious and called for his son. He did not understand how he dared to contradict his will. Logan sighed heavily and said that empty apologies did not suit him. The man looked at his son in surprise, but in turn he was very angry. Logan shouted that if their honor was worth only a few words that would dissolve into thin air, then her value was equally weightless. The young lady was furious. She did not expect to hear anything like this. But a moment later, she said that they obey them. Looking at everyone present, she asked what their final decision was on this matter. Logan looked closely at the young lady, knowing that she was speaking in this manner for the sake of saving her father's reputation. He knew that she must be bursting at the thought that she had to pay them. Patrick looked at the young lady intently and said that as a representative of the house, a sincere apology would be sufficient for him. He sighed heavily and said that the final decision would be his son's. The lady was taken aback and called her husband in surprise. At the same time, the young lady looked at Logan with fury. Patrick looked closely at his son and asked him to be a little careful. Patrick told his son that if he sold his honor, then in the future he would be more willing to agree to such an exchange. He looked at our son with fury, as he expected an answer from him. The young man mentally asked his father for forgiveness, but he knew he could not give in on this issue. He said that he was the man who had suffered from the breakup of the engagement. Logan looked at the young lady with fury and said that he would accept money from her house as compensation. The lady looked at her stepson with a fierce grin. At the same time, the young lady looked at him with fury, as she expected something completely different. Patrick sighed heavily and, as he left, told his son that he thought he had changed a little, but it turned out that he had only changed for the worse. Patrick sighed heavily and said that it was his own fault for not explaining to him the true value of honor. Logan endured all his father's words, but he did so only for the good of their family. Sometime later, Logan looked at his money with a satisfied grin. He knew he had to take a calm look at the situation and not get too excited, because he had to put them in the bank first. A moment later, he heard a knock on the door. Logan looked at the man in confusion, as he thought that his servant had come to him, but in turn he recognized the man. Dwayne Filsner looked at the young gentleman with a satisfied smile and introduced himself. Logan looked at the man closely, knowing that he was the financial manager and his father's most trusted man. He looked at the man with fury, because he knew that he had come to him for a reason. He wondered what he wanted. Dwayne Filsner, in turn, looked at the young gentleman with a satisfied smile. But he knew that he was now faced with the greatest difficulty of his life. As the financial manager, he had to cut the budget for the entire castle. Previously, he was forced to make up for the lack of money by begging his father-in-law for help. He was a little puzzled and wondered if he was the financial manager or the chief poor man. He knew that if this was not his hometown, he would have quit long ago. But now he understood that he had a chance, because he could settle the situation at least for a few years. He saw that the opponent in front of him was not very smart, and in other words, one could say that he was just a stupid child. He looked at the young gentleman with a predatory grin, as he understood that he would have to share his money. So he said with a smile that he just came to say hello. Dwayne shouted at the young master that he was very surprised by him, because he stood his ground and did not pay any attention to the unreasonable pressure on him. Dwayne Filsner said with a joyful smile that he was literally amazed at the successor he was growing up to be. He looked at the young gentleman with all his soapiness, because he knew that his help would help in this matter, because he had previously done only all sorts of nonsense, and therefore he assumed that he was the first to praise him. Logan sighed heavily and asked the man what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The man was taken aback, as he was not prepared for such a reaction. He said that, in their difficult times, this amount is like rain during a drought. Dwayne looked at the young man and said that his savvy would allow the family to breathe a sigh of relief. Logo looked at him in bewilderment and said that it was his money. The man froze for a moment in shock, but with a smile on his face. He had, unfortunately, expected this outcome, but he still knew that he should try. He was furious. Looking at the young gentleman, he wondered if he was really going to spend all the money on himself. He understood perfectly well that he had been in a similar position for many years and was accustomed to such conversations. He also knew that he had long been accustomed to humiliation, and now there was a similar situation. Logan looked at the man in confusion, not understanding why he was crying. Logan sighed heavily and asked his opponent if things were really that bad. Dwayne looked at the young gentleman and said that he didn't know if he knew, but they owed the bank $3 million. He started to talk about percentages, but the young gentleman interrupted him and was the first to name the percentage amount. Dwayne was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he really knew. Logan looked at the man closely and said that it was harvest time and they could pay the interest. The man was surprised and did not understand how he knew so much. Dwayne smiled and said that, as a rule, running the barony requires money, and they are always short of it. Dwayne, looking at the gentleman, he asked him for help, but he refused sharply. Dwayne was surprised, since he assumed that the gentleman would oppose his father for the sake of the earth. Dwayne continued speaking, but the young gentleman said that it was all true. Logan looked closely at the money and informed the man that he would use the money for the benefit of the family, not to cover current expenses. He sighed heavily and said that he needed to think about the future. Dwayne looked at the young master with fury, since he wanted to get the money. Logan asked what if he paid the debt. He wanted to know how it would change the situation with the family as a whole. Dwayne said their budget would increase, and the castle would become easier to manage over the next couple of years, giving them a chance to breathe. Logan looked at the man intently and asked what would happen next. The man froze for a moment. Logan said they would be in debt again because they didn't even have their own products to sell. He said it was just a vicious cycle. Looking at the man, he clearly said that he wanted to break the circle, so the money would go towards implementing his plan. Dwayne stood frozen in shock and wondered if this was the bully he knew. The man imagined the young master as a child who did not care about the family's problems. Logan looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that he had a favor to ask, and if he did him a favor, he could help cover some of the family expenses. The man perked up and looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked what favor he was talking about. Logan said that he needed him to gather some mercenaries. Rick looked at his master with concern and asked if he was really leaving here. Logan sighed heavily and said that everything was right. Rick was shocked. He did not understand what was happening to his master because he had just returned from training. Logan sighed heavily and said that he had to earn money. The man asked the gentleman in surprise if he didn't have enough. Logan said in a calm manner that he needed a lot more money. Rick said he was sure the Lord would be against it, and the atmosphere in the castle was too tense right now. Logan sighed heavily and said that everything was right, so he would leave secretly. Rick was shocked because he did not expect this. Logan sighed heavily and asked his subordinate to shut up. Logan knew that if he couldn't change his reputation now, he wouldn't be able to change anything else. He knew that he needed to organize an army outside as quickly as possible. Luckily, he knew what was going on there, because it was at that time that he was kicked out of the house. He knew he had to visit one person first. Rick was furious and didn't understand what his master was even thinking about. He didn't understand what kind of escape was possible at his age. Logan sighed heavily as his subordinate was so damn persistent. Rick fell to the ground with a thud and shouted at his master that if he wanted to escape, he would have to go through him. Logan sighed heavily, but a moment later the young man saw his master's big foot in front of him, and he screamed and flinched in shock. Logan looked at his subordinate with a smile and told him not to worry, since he left a letter for his father so no one would blame him. The young man was taken aback and looked at his master in bewilderment, as he did not know what he had written in his letter. But Logan just smiled back and said nothing. Some time later, the young man about the task but looked at his master. He did not know what to do or where to turn because he saw that his master was burning with anger and fury. Logan wrote to his dear father that the break in the engagement had broken his heart, and he had decided to take a short break, but that he would soon be back. Patrick was furious, and at the same time his servant was bursting into tears and trembling with fear, because he knew that his master was a complete madman. 200 years ago, the House of McLean was not in such a position as it is now. A vast and extensive county, stretching from the neighboring Viscounty of Tesseron to the Viscounties of Sylvan, Parana, and the plains of Bafron, was revered as the ruler and master of the southern part of the kingdom of Grandia. But the fruitless rule of several generations before the current lord led to his family's demotion in rank and a significant reduction in the territory under his control. The vast grain holdings that were once called the McLean Plains were given to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among various landowners, eventually ending up in a place where there was a harsh and dry land near the mountains. Logan knew that there were no worthwhile regional products there, nor were there any copper mines, typical of the highlands. Under such conditions, even if they won the regional war, they would have to forever turn to Kiros for help. He knew that breaking the vicious cycle would require a lot of money, much more than he had at the moment. He looked into the distance, for he knew that he was now in the greatest trading city of the kingdom, and in the city there was someone who could give him a lot of money. He slowly wandered around the market, while the sellers were calling customers to their shops. He sighed heavily and looked back, as the road to the city reminded him of how far away they were. From his memories, he knew that the man he wanted to meet had spent his youth in the city. He wanted to meet the gold bug Philip Cloud. The Aries Empire was the strongest nation on the continent, a powerful centralized government that operated on a merit system. Regardless of gender or age, a person with talent could succeed in the empire and enjoy power and wealth. Even foreigners had this right, and a great example of this was Philip of the Kingdom. He is one of the richest merchants, influencing the empire and the greatest military, whose merchant was considered a traitor to the kingdom. However, in reality, despite his nickname, the Gold Bug, he supported his countrymen and used money and power to make Grandia a sovereign state. Logan looked into the distance, wanting to meet him as soon as possible. But a moment later, he froze in bewilderment and wondered if the young man he was now seeing was the same gold beetle. At the same time, the young man was very puzzled. He did not understand how they dared to deceive him. He did not know how he would live now. Logan looked at the young man closely, as he had heard in a past life that his business had failed due to deception. He knew that it was a sad sight. The young man was puzzled and wondered if he should just die. A few seconds later, Logan approached the young man. He looked at him with a smile and asked if he was that same Philip. Philip looked at Logan in surprise and said that it was so, but he wanted to know who was in front of him. He saw his red hair and strong-willed look. Logan looked at the young man with a satisfied grin, as he was glad that he had managed to find him after all. He smiled and asked if he had time to talk. Philip was puzzled, as he did not know who was in front of him and wondered if they knew each other. In Logan's gaze, Philip immediately saw something that he, as a businessman, had encountered many times: greed. Philip looked at the young man closely, as he judged by the time he approached, and looking at his old armor, he thought that the young man was a mercenary. Logan looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and spoke, but he only managed to say one word before the young man interrupted him. Philip shouted that now was not the time to pay off the debt, since he would receive the proceeds from the sale of commercial property in a few days. Logan was taken aback and said that he had not come to collect a debt, but the young man shouted that he had not yet received the proceeds and that he should leave immediately. But a moment later, there was a dead silence between them. Philip looked intently at the young man and mentally asked him to leave. Logan smiled and asked the young man to stop being hysterical and calm down, since he didn't come for money, but rather he wanted to invest in him. Philip was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. He calmed down and realized that the young man did not come for money, but in turn he thought that the young man was just a madman, since he wanted to invest in the one who had completely failed. Philip looked at the young man closely and asked how much money he wanted to invest. Logan smiled a predatory smile and asked how much was needed. Logan said he thought he had enough money to cover his debts and get back on track. Philip was shocked because he didn't expect that. But a moment later he was taken aback and froze in place as he saw the young man's dirty armor. He looked closer and wondered if he had come from far away. A moment later he changed his gaze and looked angrily at his companion. Logan looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and asked how much money he needed, since he wanted to try to help him, but at the same time Philip only swore at him. Logan looked at the young man in confusion, not understanding what he was muttering. Philip shouted furiously at the young man that if he wanted to deceive him, he should have prepared better, because he was the same as the others. He understood that he was not an investor at all. He looked closely at the young man and pointed to his own symbol on his armor. Philip cried out that his family was poor because they asked their father-in-law for help. He did not understand how the young man wanted to invest when his master was unable to pay off his debt. He shouted that if he was caught posing as a nobleman, he would lose his head. Philip shouted furiously at the young man that he had picked on the wrong guy. He rushed at the young man and shouted that he was completely bankrupt, all the while bursting into tears. Logan sighed heavily as he knew that even when he was at rock bottom, he had not lost his insight. He expected nothing less from the future tycoon. Logan sighed heavily and looked at the young man with bewilderment, as he did not know how to calm him down. Philip, bursting into tears, shouted that he did not even have money for food. Logan looked at the young man intently as the perfect idea came to him. He looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and called him. Philip was furious. He did not understand what he wanted from him. But at that very moment, Logan showed the young man his strength. Philip was taken aback and asked his companion in bewilderment whether this was really a force or if it was just his imagination. Philip was shocked that the young man had awakened her at such a young age. He wondered if such a genius was trying to trick him. Philip was taken aback and asked the young man for forgiveness, since because of Togo, who had switched from a little trouble, he began to react rather sharply to everything. He asked his companion with a smile what business he had with him. Logan sighed heavily and said that he wanted to hire him forever. Logan told the young man that he would pay off his debt as a bonus. Philip looked at his companion in surprise. He asked for forgiveness, but still said that he knew that they did not have that kind of money. Logan threw a bag of money in front of his companion and informed him that he would pay off his debt and also pay him the extra money. He looked at the young man intently and, showing him the bag of money, asked if 300,000 gold coins would suit him. But after calculating all the expenses, he smiled and said that the total came to 550,000 gold coins, and he also said that he would pay everything at once. Philip, in turn, froze for a moment in shock. He was shocked because he saw an angel in front of him with gold in his hands. A few minutes later, they signed the contract. The young lady looked at them with a smile and said that the contract had been signed successfully. And now, if a subordinate tries to harm his master, he will feel monstrous pain as if his soul was being torn apart. She said that if he was not satisfied with this, then he should awaken the power and become at least a high-ranking knight, or he should pay a mage of the fourth circle and above to remove the curse. She said goodbye to them with a joyful smile and also invited them to come to her again. Philip was taken aback and wondered if he had signed his own death warrant. He looked closely at the young man as he realized that he had been out of his mind when he spoke of the angel. He realized that the young man had drawn up a magical contract to make him his slave. Logan said with a satisfied smile that they met for the first time, and they could trust each other through customs. He looked at the young man closely and said that since he was investing in him, he needed a guarantee. Logan looked at the young man with a smile and said that once they got to know each other better, he would immediately terminate the contract. Logan smiled and suggested that the young man work together properly. Philip thought that this was some kind of nonsense, since the young man did not stipulate any terms or conditions to him, but he had no choice but to believe him. Philip looked closely at the young man and asked what he was supposed to do. Logan smiled and told the young man that he had to buy some monster meat first. Philip looked at the young man with a smile and said that he really was crazy. Logan smiled and said that. He said out loud what he was thinking. Logan knew his confusion was understandable, since the monster's blood and flesh contained poison, which is why it was burned. But in a couple of years, the situation will change dramatically, when it becomes known that it is possible to neutralize the poison with ordinary ingredients. In some areas where there is a shortage of food, people will begin to eat monster meat. And already in winter, the number of those cured of incapacity will increase among them. Consumption of monster meat leads to the appearance of Kalok. Even those who became infertile after being injured will see the effect. A year after the Imperial Magic Tower confirms this, Kalok will disappear from the shelves across the continent, all because it will have a good effect on male potency. Logan clearly understood that he could make a lot of money this way. Philip, in turn, looked at the young man with bewilderment and wondered whether he should run away. Philip looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he had really gone crazy. He couldn't understand who in their right mind would spend a whole million on monster meat. Logan sighed heavily and asked the young man to tone down his tone, because they would make money even if he bought more. Everyone looked around and looked at the young people with bewilderment. Philip sighed heavily and said that he was against it, and he also asked the young man if he was sure of his decision. Logan said he was completely confident in this idea. Philip asked what he thought was the price range for monster meat. Logan said it wasn't worth much right now. Everyone was getting excited about whether to buy it or not. Logan said that therefore, if they simply ordered a corpse from someone, then it would cost them a few gold, taking into account the kingdom's transport fees, and if they brought a lot of monsters at once, then it would be even cheaper. Philip asked the young man if he really planned to hire a guild for hunting and then buy the catch. Logan sighed heavily and said that was exactly it, but Philip said that was completely the wrong approach. He said that everyone is throwing out monster meat now, so it will be enough to buy it back. He said that there were not enough mercenaries willing to bring her anything for a coin, and if they saw someone else trying to get rid of the meat, they would simply buy it for Logan. He said with a predatory grin that he was sure that if he just asked, they would bring all the meat in the kingdom to his feet, and even butchered. Logan was taken aback and froze in shock as he realized that he had already recouped his investment in it. Philip sighed heavily and asked the young man to let him handle money planning from now on, since his destiny now depended on Logan. Logan handed the young man the list and told him to stay while you were in town and buy everything on the list in large quantities. After reading the list, Philip asked in surprise if he really wanted to create a toy for sale. Logan said with a satisfied grin that he wanted to make something better. He couldn't tell him yet that all this was raw material for weapons of war. He knew that in his past life, weapons made from these materials were used to invade the kingdom, and even a pitiful soldier with his power was able to keep the night under control. He entrusted the man to recruit mercenaries to whom he wanted to give the weapons in order to gain an advantage in the regional war. He knew he would first need to find a craftsman to make it and an instructor to teach them how to use it. So sometime later he went to the young man and offered to be his instructor. Kaiselon sighed heavily and said that he had never done anything like this before. Logan said that it would not be difficult, since he would just have to train the mercenaries he hired. Kaiselon sighed heavily and said that he didn't know what they had told him about him, but he had only been in charge of a couple of kids, so the young man should have sought professional teachers. Logan looked closely at the young man, as he had worked with him in his past life and knew everything about him. He knew that the young man could master any weapon and had excellent horse riding skills. Moreover, his value will increase after he starts working as an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he raised after Togo was seriously wounded, and his skills after retirement are not comparable to the poor. Logan knew he wasn't in the best mood right now, so he wanted to offer him money. The young man was taken aback when he heard how much they wanted to pay him. He calculated how much he could earn in a month, because he was offered several times more than his monthly salary. He sighed heavily because he knew that he shouldn't fall for something like that. Logan smiled and asked if that wasn't enough. He smiled and named a higher amount. Kaiselon looked away from the young man and said that he preferred a mission that involved fighting. Logan sighed heavily and said that it seemed he had no choice. A moment later, he named the final amount. Kaiselon slammed his fist against the wall in anger and asked the young man if he could hear him. He asked Logan if he really thought that you could buy anything with money. But Logan was not going to give in and named a higher amount. The young man blossomed before our eyes and said with a smile that they had the same views. With lightning speed, he bowed and thanked the master in advance for hiring him. Logan looked at him with a satisfied smile. Walking through the city, Logan asked his companion if he was curious why he took a mercenary from a feudal city. Kaiselon, with a smile, asked something interesting, if he pays decently. Logan smiled as he could see that the young man had a clear mind. But a moment later, they turned their attention to the scream. At the same time, the man was beating the slaves with fury. The young men looked closely at the people who were locked in the shackles. Kaiselon, looking at everything that was happening, said to the young master that he must have known that this city was called the city of mercenaries and slaves. So from now on, they would see such sights more often. After all, a little further on, there was a slave market. Logan sighed heavily and said he knew about it. He was puzzled because he was going to go there and buy one slave. At that very moment, the young man turned his attention to the new guests of the city. He assumed that he was dealing with a stupid country bumpkin, so Sol smiled and invited the gentleman to come over. He said he could offer them robes at the cheapest price. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback as he saw a painfully familiar mercenary. Logan, in turn, felt calm because he realized that it was not in vain that he hired the young man. He approached a small tent where he saw more guards. The man looked at the young gentleman intently and asked, "Do you understand where he came from?" Logan said that he would like to buy a gnome. The man smiled and said that everything was correct and he had come to the right place. Because unusual races were very rare, so they took special care of them. A moment later, Logan stepped into the tent and looked around. He was puzzled because he saw tortured slaves in front of him. The man smiled and said that it was extremely difficult to catch elves. He asked the young master if he had never seen them before. He said with a smile that in that case, he could tell us more about them. Logan didn't want to listen to the old man and told him to bring the gnome to him. The old man was taken aback and remembered that earlier the young man had said that he would like to buy a gnome. After a few seconds, he clearly saw the gnome in front of him. The man smiled and said that he could immediately see what race the dwarf was from, and he assured the young master that the dwarf would be of great use to him, even among the great dwarf masters. This one was one of the few with an expert rank. Logan, in turn, was a little surprised. He knew that by nature gnomes were skilled with their hands. They created and repaired objects, seeing this as the meaning of life from early childhood until old age. The rank of an expert significantly exceeded what he was looking for. He looked at the dwarf intently because he knew that with him he would not have to worry about anything. A moment later, he asked how much he cost. The man looked at the young gentleman intently and pointed out that since the dwarf was an expert, he would sell him for at least 200,000. Logan looked at the man with fury and asked if he really looked like a simpleton. The man froze in place, looking at the young master. A moment later, the man said he would sell it for 50,000. Logan walked away from the man with a happy smile, as he had dropped the price a lot in just a few minutes. The dwarf looked at the young master intently and said that he was simply a ruthless man. Logan smiled and said that it was elementary. He looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked where he was taking him. Lagos looked at him with a grin and said that he was taking him to his estate, which was located in the southwest, because he wanted him to make items for him. He sighed heavily, as he had expected this. Logan knew that the dwarves were skilled craftsmen, but this did not apply to those who were sold into slavery. He knew that despite their natural talent, without passion they could not create a real work of art. He knew he had to bring back his enthusiasm. Logan said with a smile that if he tried his best to get out within 20 years, then he would send him back to the mountains. Logan said with a smile that this period was nothing for his species. The man froze for a moment as he was shocked by what he heard. He did not expect anything like this. He was in shock and didn't understand how he could do something like that. But a moment later, they heard a scream. The man shouted furiously at everyone else to seize the fugitives. Logan froze in place as a young man and a girl rushed past him. He was shocked and looked at the children as if spellbound. Logan saw rage and malice in the young man's eyes. The young man looked back as they had almost caught up with him. At that very moment, the young man caught up with them, and at the same time he hit the children, who fell to the ground with a crash. Moments later, the young man told his colleague that he had caught the children. The man looked at the boy with fury because he had injured him when he ran away. He was furious and hit the boy because he dared to bite him. But the boy, in turn, held back, protecting his sister while she cried. With a trembling voice, she asked her brother if he was okay. Kaiselon, looking at his master, said that they were slaves and should not stop. Logan sighed heavily because he knew about it. But he looked closely at the boy, for he saw that he had blue hair and eyes of different colors. He looked closely as if he had seen the young man somewhere before. Logan was taken aback because it was Victor in front of him. Kaiselon looked at Logan with bewilderment, but he, in turn, asked his new friend, but for a few minutes. Logan was shocked. He didn't understand how such things were possible, because he didn't expect to meet a killer of aristocrats in such a place. He knew that in his past life, an extremely famous aura user lived in the kingdom. At first, he was a slave who ran away, killing his master in the process. He was wanted for the murder of both countless soldiers and knights of the pursuers, as well as aristocrats, and had to hide as a criminal. But after 10 years, he appeared again and already used the aura, thereby proving that he had risen above ordinary people. He killed the entire family that previously owned it, and since then he has been killing every noble that came his way, earning him the unusual nickname of the aura user who kills nobles. Logan thought for a moment, since the incident with the young man's disappearance happened a year after that man became a mercenary, so that man shouldn't have been bought yet. He knew that if he saved the boy, he would have an aura user on his side in the future. But there was a small problem. The man was screaming furiously and demanding that someone help him remove the boy, as he had bitten him again. Logan looked at the boy closely as he realized that he was an unstoppable maniac killer. He knew that if the boy was a deadly weapon, killing his allies, then he could lock him away. The man looked at the boy with fury. He wanted to hit him, but who dared to stop him? Logan blocked the man's path so he didn't hit the boy. The man consoled her, as he did not understand when the young man managed to approach them. A moment later, the man saw the coat of arms on the young man's armor and realized that he was their client. He smiled and said that when a product doesn't obey, it is disciplined. Logan looked at the man closely and said he wanted to buy them. The man looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was talking about children. He said that they had rare colored eyes, so they were expensive. A moment later, the man named a price. Logan thought for a moment, because he knew how much such children cost now. But he knew that this price for the killer of an aristocrat was very cheap, but no one knew about it. But looking at the man, he did not want to let him get rich. He looked closely at the children and assessed them, as he could see that the child would soon lose consciousness, and the second child had one foot in the grave. The girl looked at her brother with tears in her eyes and called him, but it was all in vain. The man looked at the young man with a grin and said that there was no one else to buy here, and Logan, in turn, named his price. The man looked at the young master intently and said with a smile that it wouldn't even cover their original price. Logan looked at him with fury and asked if he thought he didn't know how much slaves were worth. The man hid and froze in place from shock and fear. He knew that Victor was always nothing but trouble, and he was sure that things would not get better in the future. He froze for a moment, but after a few seconds he thanked the young man for the good deal. Sometime later, the young man woke up and froze in shock when he saw that someone was carrying him. Kaiselon was surprised that the boy woke up so quickly, because he knew that his wounds should not have healed quickly. Naloga washed himself again and said that he really came to his senses quickly. Logan, in turn, secretly emitted a power that could barely be noticed as they walked. This is better than the magic of most low-level priests. However, he looked back at her intently and looked at the girl. He looked at her in surprise and wondered if she had seen his strength. He knew that even his new comrade had not noticed his strength. He sighed heavily as he thought that it was most likely just a coincidence. But at that very moment, the young boy pushed Kaiselon away. And a few seconds later, he rushed at Logan with the fists because he wanted him to be able to do it. But Logan, in turn, turned away from his blow and at the same moment grabbed the boy by the hand. He pulled the boy towards him, and that's what he decided. With lightning speed, Logan grabbed the boy by the neck. He looked at the boy with fury and said that he did not know whether he was smart or just stupid. Rhea shouted to her brother, but he begged her with all his might to run. Logan looked at the boy with cold fury and asked if he didn't understand the situation he was in. He asked with fury if he looked like a slave owner. Victor was taken aback for a moment and stood frozen in place. Logan looked at him intently and said that he had a fighting spirit, but he had to learn to choose his opponent wisely. Logan, looking at the boy, said that he really hoped that next time he wouldn't have to warn him. He said that if the boy would obey him, then he and his sister would be safe. Logan sighed heavily and told Victor that if something like this happened again, he would get rid of him and, of course, his sister. A moment later, Logan released the young man, who fell to the ground with a thud. Logan glared at the boy, knowing he had had enough of this. A moment later, Logan informed them of Victor that he planned to make him a knight. Victor was taken aback and looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was talking about him. Logan said that it was exactly like that, and he knew for sure that the knight was the aristocrat's subordinate. Logan smiled and said that, as a slave, he could get around that condition. He looked at the boy closely and said that his sister could do it too. Victor looked intently at his sister. And at that very moment, he shouted furiously that he agreed. Logan looked at the boy with a satisfied smile, since he was not mistaken about him. He understood perfectly well that his cruel nature could be controlled through his sister. Logan said with a smile that that was good and they would start training when they got home. A moment later, he called out to Hamar. Logan looked at the old man closely and suggested that he step away for a few minutes. Logan told the man that he would write the contract. Hamar looked at the young man in surprise. Logan said the contract would be magical, and it would say that if Hamar served him for 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains. Hamar was taken aback by the shock and asked the young master if he would really return him to his comrades in the mountains. Organ smiled and said that he understood perfectly well that it was difficult to believe his words. But a moment later, he asked his new friend with a smile if he really didn't want to. Hamar Vitoropia shouted in a hurry that, of course, he agreed. Hamar looked at the young man intently and said that he would do everything for him, but he could not bear it and burst into tears. Hamar was shocked and simply could not believe that the young master was telling the truth. Trembling, he thanked Logan. Logan looked at him closely. He knew that if the contract was enough to get him motivated again, then that was only a plus for him. Logan knew that with this, he could get everything he wanted, although he got even more, since he managed to get himself the killer of an aristocrat. Unknown to Logan, rumors of his strange behavior had already spread throughout the domain, since he was absent. Unfortunately, his reputation had hit rock bottom and caught up with him. And at the same time, his faithful servant was drowning in troubles, trying to change something. He was furious, did not understand what his master was doing at all. Sometime later, he greeted his master with a joyful smile as he had finally returned. Logan looked at his loyal subordinate with a smile and asked how he was doing. Rick ran up to the gentleman and called him. But a moment later, with suppressed rage, he asked the gentleman if he really cared. Logan smiled and said that he was very glad to see that Rick was smiling. Rick, in turn, could not resist and asked the gentleman what he had been doing all this time, because people had said a lot of things about him, and they had called him a moron who simply spent gold coins on monster meat. A few days earlier, Philip had gathered a great many people and asked them to buy the monster's meat. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect to hear anything like this. They couldn't understand what kind of idiot would decide to buy something like that. Philip smiled and said that young Master Logan wanted to buy meat. Everyone present began to whisper, as they had previously heard that it was he who had ruined his engagement. Philip was puzzled because he thought that spreading rumors about the monster meat would increase his sales in the market, but he did not know the details of the master's past. Philip thought the gentleman was just crazy, but he turned out to be a scumbag despite such thoughts. Philip's instincts screamed that he should not miss the opportunity, so looking at everyone present, he named his price. Everyone was shocked, as they did not expect to hear anything like this. No mercenary would refuse to sell trash, even to a scoundrel, if he is ready to pay. Philip looked at everyone intently and shouted, asking if they wanted to make money. He shouted that in that case, they should bring him all the meat they had. Aggressive sales move with the feet of mercenaries to bring meat. Rumors about Logan spread throughout all the feudal lords. Logan's nose and said that Philip had done his job just perfectly. Rick was shocked, because he did not understand how his master could laugh. And at that moment, Rick looked closely at everyone present and told the gentleman to look at them himself, as he saw that they had heard a lot of gossip, since they stood there with such expressions on their faces. Logan smiled and told his loyal subordinate not to worry about it. It would all be over soon. Rick sighed heavily and told his master that he shouldn't be so calm. He informed his master that the head of the house was burning with rage and anger. Sometime later, Logan met with his father. Patrick looked at his son with fury and asked if he enjoyed running away from home. Logan sighed heavily and said that it had indeed been a rewarding trip. Patrick was seething with anger and fury and said that he had heard rumors of mad deeds, but he was glad that his son had spent his time usefully. Logan looked at his father and said that rumors were just rumors, because he was not the least bit ashamed of what he had done. Mariani looked at the young man with fury when she heard this. She shouted to her husband that the young master did not at all realize where his place was, and his actions could affect their honor. Logan looked at his mother and said that it was unnecessary. He spent almost nothing, and the funds received for the dissolution of the engagement. She looked at him with fury and told him to repeat it. She looked at her husband with fury and asked if he would really stay on his son's side. She screamed that the young master was entirely to blame, but Patrick shouted angrily for them to be silent. She was taken aback and looked at her husband in surprise. A moment later, Patrick said he wanted to talk to his son alone. She was shocked, not understanding how he could do this to her. Patrick looked at everyone present with fury and said that he would give him a final warning. Logan froze for a moment and looked at his father, puzzled. Patrick sighed heavily and asked his son what was going on with him. He wanted to talk about what was happening now. He wanted to know why everything was going the way it was. Logan, looking at his father, knew that this time he would not back down. He told his father that he would not understand him, even if he told him. Patrick looked at his son and asked if he understood what he was doing. He asked his son if he realized how people treated him. He said that everyone thought he was cruel, evil, and obsessed with money, and lately even crazy. He was furious, not understanding how much longer he would have to cover for him. Patrick shouted at his son that if this was such a period, then he should tell him when it was over so that he could at least apologize to his late mother. Logan was surprised and couldn't believe that his father mentioned her, because in his past life, such a thing never happened, even when he was kicked out of the house. He looked closely at his father, as he supposed that he had not yet lost hope in him. A moment later, Logan asked his father to give him just 1 year, and after that time he himself would understand why he was doing this now. Logan sighed heavily and asked his father to do him this favor. Patrick froze for a moment in surprise. Sometime later, he was left alone in his office. He thought about the favor. He realized that the word he had given sounded very strange in a conversation between a parent and a child. Patrick understood that if Logan didn't answer for his words, in a year he would have to make a decision, because he was first and foremost the head of the house, and only then his father. Looking at the small medallion of his late wife, he asked for forgiveness since he had no idea what their son had planned. He sighed heavily because he promised to protect him at any cost so that he would grow up to be a good man. Now he realized that he should have been attentive to his son. Sometime later, Logan met his brother and was taken aback. He looked at his joyful brother in surprise and asked if he had already awakened his power. Ronan smiled and told his brother that he knew he could do it too. Logan was very happy because he knew his brother was still very young. He learned that in his past life the power did not awaken until the war, but now it was faster. Ronan looked at his brother with admiration and said that it was all thanks to him, because the knights tried to prevent him from meeting his brother when he returned, and then he awakened the power. Logan looked at the knights in surprise, as he did not expect this. The knight in turn froze for a moment without saying anything. He looked at them in surprise and wondered if his brother had awakened the power to see behind him. He was shocked because he realized that when something like this happened, he managed to break through the knights. Logan looked at his brother with a happy smile and praised him. Logan knew that if you were to teach your brother the secret of the divine sword, then when the power stabilized, he would be able to become much stronger than in his past life. Sometime later, Logan went to meet Dwayne. Dwayne Filsner looked hard at the young gentleman. A moment later, he informed the master that he had found the mercenaries he had previously asked to hire. Everyone present was a little puzzled when they saw the young master, as they had hired them and then forced them to sit locked up for a long time and wait for the master. They stared at the young master as they saw that he was carrying a sword and armor, and in their opinion, he was trying to act like a knight. Logan was furious as he knew he had to subdue them, otherwise he would not be able to control them. A moment later, Logan called out to one of the crowd. He looked at him intently and asked if he thought he looked funny in armor with a sword. The man backed away and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He was shocked and didn't understand how the young master heard him. Logan smirked and told the man that of course he didn't think so. Otherwise, he would simply answer for his words. Logan said that the mercenary did not have the abilities that would allow him to look down on others. He asked the man with a smirk if that had offended him. He mockingly said that it seemed that even the destroyed man had pride, so he asked him to come forward. Logan looked at the man closely and said that if he could hit him even once, he would immediately pay him his wages for a year and let him go. He also bet his honor as an aristocrat on this, and the others would witness his promise. Everyone was shocked. The man in turn informed the gentleman that he agreed to this. He looked at the taxman closely and asked if he would retract his words later. A moment later, he walked up to him and looked at the gentleman with a fierce grin. Everyone looked at the man intently because they saw that he was very big. They knew that he would rise in rank when he completed this job. Logan sighed heavily as he realized why he was so confident. The man looked at the young gentleman with a grin and said that he could begin. Logan looked at him with a smirk and asked if he should start first. He told his opponent that he would regret it. The man said that he had been using the sword for much longer than the young master, so he should not worry. The man asked the gentleman with a grin if he should give the young gentleman an advantage. He didn't notice the fist that was flying towards him. At that very moment, Logan used his strength and dealt a furious blow to his opponent. Everyone froze in shock, as they did not expect to see anything like this. At that very moment, the man fell to the ground with a crash. A moment later, Logan asked with a satisfied smile who else wanted to discuss him. Everyone present was shocked because they did not know that a young man of such an age had already used force. Kaiselon looked at the young man in amazement, as he thought he was unusual, but had no idea that he was so good. Logan looked at everyone present with a satisfied grin and said that it seemed like there were no takers. He smiled and said that he would now formally introduce himself, and also said that he was the one who invited them here. He said that many people were probably curious as to why he was spending money on mercenaries. Looking at everyone present, he said that he planned to make crossbowmen and cavalrymen out of them. Everyone froze in place in front of the man. They were puzzled by his words because they knew that they should use the crossbow on a horse, but they knew that it took a long time to reload. Kaiselon quietly told the gentleman that the crossbow was not a suitable weapon for the cavalryman. Logan said that he knew about it. Kaiselon froze for a moment in shock. Logan knew that a crossbow was more powerful than a bow, but that it took inexperienced shooters more than a minute to reload. But on horseback, a man would quickly lose the ability to shoot, even if he had several loaded crossbows, and he understood their confusion. Logan sighed heavily and told everyone present that they could consider him throwing money away by pretending to be soldiers. He knew it wouldn't make any difference. Logan looked sideways at the young man and asked him to carefully train everyone else, because later he himself would understand why it was necessary. He knew that the young people would be a powerful force even after the feudal war. Kaiselon looked intently at his master, but in turn, sighing heavily, agreed with him. A few days later, he read a report about the mercenaries. Most of the mercenaries went for a simple test. A moment later, he looked back as someone called him. Hamar slowly approached his master and asked what was depicted on the paper. Logan asked Hamar with a happy smile if he had already read this information. He said with a smile that this was the diagram of the crossbow that he was going to make. Hammer froze for a moment, but Logan smiled, knowing it looked a bit rough to a professional's eyes. He knew that this was a weapon. He had used it for several decades in his past life, so he had roughly outlined its structure. He saw that the person in front of him was an expert-ranked dwarf, so he should be able to handle it. Hamar sighed heavily and said that he needed to place the container that would hold the projectile in the back of the crossbow. Make it self-reloading. Hammer thought for a moment and said that he should shoot several times in a row. He was puzzled because he did not understand who came up with such an idea. Logan said that the idea came to him. Hamar froze for a moment and stared at the drawing. After a few seconds, he said with a smile that, if you think about it, it was a very interesting idea. Hamar said that the intertwined cables in such a mechanism would not hold up and could break, and the wooden box at the back would make it uncomfortable for the shooters. He did not understand how they could cope with this. Logan looked at the man with a smile, as he did not know the answer to his question. So he smiled and told his companion that he had to figure it out himself. Hamar, in turn, was burning with anger and fury. Logan looked at him closely and said that he should reduce the size of the projectiles and where they are located, and in exchange, they can make the container volumetric so that it can be reloaded with each shot. Hamar froze for a moment in surprise. Logan smiled and said that, for convenience, they could call it a store. Hamar was shocked because he knew that this was simply unbelievable, because even a crossbow in the hands of a professional would not fire several times in a minute. He looked at the young man intently and shouted that this would be a weapon of the new era. Logan knew that it was, because it would be invented in the future. Hamar was surprised and shocked, because all that was needed was a container, a spring, some wood, glue, and a bowstring. He said with admiration that this was a very motivating challenge, so he wanted to start working right away. Logan looked at him intently and asked how long it would take. Hamar asked the master if he was really asking him to create something he had never heard of in a certain amount of time. Logan said with a smile that this weapon was invented by people. Hamar was shocked by this statement. He wanted to know where those people were and who invented it. Logan smiled and said it didn't matter, and if he thought he couldn't do it, then he should give up. Hamar sighed heavily and said he could do it. Hamar looked at the master intently and said that in a month he would create something much better. He said that the master would still find out what it was like to deal with a dwarf. Logan looked at his subordinate with a satisfied smile. Sometime later, Logan was training Victor. He yelled at him that he was slowing down, but he could do better. Victor in turn fled with all his might. Logan watched the boy closely. Until they arrived, he only fed them and gave them sleep. He knew that food could change you beyond recognition, and Victor was an example of that. After a few seconds, Logan saw that the young man was already on the edge, and so he allowed Victor to rest a little, while Victor in turn fell to the ground with a crash. Rhea ran hurriedly to her brother. Logan, in turn, looked at the boy with admiration as he ran many kilometers without a break. He saw that the boy was talented, but what struck Logan most about him was his tenacity and endurance. He understood that he had worried in vain. Logan knew the boy wasn't a killer by birth. Looking at his brother and sister, he realized that his life had changed a lot because of his sister. Looking at Victor, he said that the break should have been enough for him, and it was time to move on to the next stage of training. Victor looked at the young man in surprise, but stood up in a hurry. Logan looked at the boy closely and said that he would learn the sword technique of the kingdom, because every knight student had mastered it. Logan looked at the boy closely and told him to watch him closely and study. A moment later, Logan showed the boy his power. Victor looked at the gentleman intently. He was puzzled as he was very tired. He wanted to pass out and fall asleep, but he knew that was the price of good sleep and food. Gathering his strength, he bit his lip in anger. And at that very moment, he swung his sword with fury. He showed up. "I'll take my power to the master." Logan was taken aback and looked at the boy in surprise, because he exactly repeated his movements and even size. Logan was surprised since it was the first time he showed them. He knew his brother would hardly be that good at that age. He looked at the boy with a satisfied smile. And a moment later, he said that if he broke the stamina and perfectly executed the kingdom technique more than 1,000 times in a row, he would be able to explode into a knight. Victor looked at the young gentleman with hope in his eyes. Logan smiled and asked the boy if he could handle it. Victor looked closely at the gentleman and said with confidence that he could handle everything. Logan smiled and told the boy that if he needed anything for training, he should tell his subordinate, and he would be able to get him anything he wanted. At that moment, Victor said that he didn't need anything else. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked if he was sure. Victor looked at the gentleman intently and said with confidence that he should continue to look after his sister, and that would be enough. Logan could clearly see the confidence in the young man's eyes. He knew it was just perfect. He knew that Victor would not be able to go to war, but in the future he would become a huge support for his family. The army of mercenaries and the new weapons would become a formidable force. He knew that he shouldn't rely too much on them, since Hamar might not be able to make a good crossbow, and even if he did, there was a chance that the mercenaries wouldn't be able to get hold of it. Logan knew that since he was essentially serving everyone else, he needed to come up with a backup plan. Sometime later, Logan met with his father. Patrick looked at his son in surprise and asked if he really wanted to join the knight's training. Logan looked at his father closely and said that it was correct. The captain of the knightly order, Heinkel, looked intently at everyone present and shouted so that everyone could hear him carefully. He said that today the first young master Logan would join the training of their knightly order. All the knights present were surprised by this statement. They were puzzled and wondered if he really thought this was a joke. Heinkel looked closely at everyone present as he saw that they were dissatisfied. Some time ago, he asked his master in surprise if he was really going to send the young master to train with his knights. He was shocked by the statement and said that all the knights would not be happy about this at all. So he sighed heavily and told his subordinate that he was not asking to be treated specially. Patrick wanted them to give him a hard time as a recruit. Heinkel was puzzled, although he understood that his master had said such words. But still the young man was his master's son, and he knew that he had better treat the young master more easily. Logan looked at the captain with a smile and told him not to worry. He smiled and said that if he didn't catch up with the others in terms of grades during this week, he would pretend that nothing had happened and leave them alone. Heinkel froze in place in surprise and shock. But a moment later, he still agreed with the young master's words. Heinkel looked at the young gentleman with a fierce grin, as he knew that this week the difficulty level of his training would increase several times. Sometime later, the knights were exhausted from training. They were in shock as the training was terrible. Heinkel shouted at everyone present, asking angrily if they really didn't know what it was like for horses. He shouted that they themselves should feel how difficult it is for them when they are fully equipped. The knights were in shock They did not understand what kind of nonsense their captain was talking about. The young man sighed heavily because he was surprised when the commander said that they would be training and in armor, but they had to go through such hell because of the new troublemaker. They knew he wouldn't last long and assumed he would run away on his own within a few days, but they were shocked to see he was full of strength. All the knights present froze in shock as the young master passed by them with ease. Heinkel was shocked by what he saw because he knew it was simply unbelievable. But in turn, he could not believe his eyes because he saw that the young gentleman was in the lead. They were shocked as he rushed forward with a joyful smile. Heinkel looked around with fury at his knights, as he understood that at this rate the young gentleman knights would fall behind the program. He sighed heavily and ordered everyone to stop. Looking at all his subordinates, he said that they could rest for a few minutes. Heinkel looked closely at the young gentleman, as he seemed to be in good order. Heinkel approached the young gentleman and asked if he was coping. Heinkel asked with a smile if the young master was tired. He understood that the master was very tired. He wanted the master to answer honestly so that he could cancel the mad training. But Logan just looked at the captain and said with a smile that he was patient for now. Heinkel froze in surprise. But Logan said that the training was very good. The knights go through this every day. That's why they are very strong. He said with a smile that he was looking forward to the next training session. Heinkel was shocked by what he heard, as this was not what he wanted. Logan, in turn, looked at the young people with bewilderment. That same evening, he looked back to make sure that all the knights had left. Training with the knights was his insurance in case all plans failed. He knew that if all else failed, he would join the knights and fight on the front lines, so he wanted to get close to them now and establish connections. He sighed heavily as he knew that his strength could be developed through meditation, but it was also important to train his body. And in this case, the training of the Order of Knights came in very handy for him. After he used his power, he smiled because he knew his plan had worked. As the power core grew, he didn't even feel tired. A moment later, he decided to test his strength. At that moment, he swung his sword and was a little surprised as he felt the power of the one-star core. He understood that when he reached the second star, he would gain strength befitting a high-ranking knight like his father. Sometime later, he looked through the various crossbows that Hammer had provided him, but unfortunately, they were all failures. He was furious and asked the man where the carving he had asked for was. Since all the crossbows on display only fired one shot, he told the man that he had previously told him that a magazine needed to be installed. Hamar in turn was burning with rage and anger. Logan sighed heavily and apologized as he forgot about a small detail. Hamar shouted that everything was correct, and even though he was its owner, he still had the pride of a craftsman. Logan sighed heavily and looked at the man, saying that if this was all he could do, then there was nothing he could do about it. Logan was confused as weeks of work had simply gone to waste. He sighed heavily as he realized that he had expected too much from him, and it was his fault. Logan said that he probably overestimated his abilities, and therefore was wrong. Unfortunately, he wasted a lot of money. A moment later, Logan froze and looked away from the man. Hamar Baile, in a fit of anger and fury, said that he would create a new crossbow in a month and return to his master. At that very moment, he furiously broke the last crossbow. Logan looked at the man closely, as he could see that he was very angry. He wondered if he was going to start over again. Logan watched the man with a fierce grin, because he knew that if he angered him more, he would build something amazing. He understood that he should expect nothing less from the dwarf. A month later, the man presented his master with a new crossbow. That same day, he showed him an example of how his crossbow worked. He pulled the trigger with ease and fired the arrows straight at the target. Hamar, pleased with himself, asked the gentleman what he would say about the new technology, since the crossbow made one more shot, and it was easier to hold with one hand, and it was also possible to change the magazine. Logan was shocked by what he saw because in less than a few seconds, he reloaded it. Logan saw that the range was not as large as the weapons from the past, and it was smaller, but it was more suitable for a cavalryman. He knew that his subordinate had exceeded all his expectations. Logan was in shock and simply couldn't believe that they had already come so far, although there was still a whole month left before the war. Hamar looked at the gentleman angrily and asked if he was listening to him. At that very moment, the man was taken aback as the gentleman lifted him up. Logan looked at the man with a satisfied smile and praised his excellent work. He shouted at him that he tried hard. Logan was quite shouting and praising his great master. Hamar was pleased with such a reaction, but still shouted that they could be seen and he was not a child who could be easily lifted. Logan, in turn, looked at the man with joy, not listening to him. Hamar looked at the gentleman with embarrassment and tears in his eyes. But he, in turn, with a fierce grin and a satisfied smile, asked his comrade if he could make 400 crossbows in a month. Sometime later, the young mercenaries were testing the new weapons. They were shocked by the result, as the arrow flew very far, but they were even more amazed by the fact that they could shoot several times in a row. Kaiselon was shocked and at the same time delighted. He did not understand how a crossbow could do such a thing. Kaiselon understood that if they equipped the army with a crossbow, which they now possessed, then all their enemies would retreat. Kaiselon looked at his master with admiration and said that he was truly an amazing man, because now he understood the main idea of his master. Logan looked at his subordinate with a satisfied smile, as he knew that Hamar had had a hard time. He knew that he had other craftsmen helping him, but it was impossible to predict that he would complete his order several weeks ahead of schedule and even make additional crossbows. He understood that a dwarf with an expert rank was something. He really wanted to share the crossbows with both the knightly order and the soldiers, but he had financial problems and was afraid of a technology leak, so for now he decided to wait with it. Logan looked at the man intently and said that, from this day on, the mercenaries were to take their crossbows and go defend the mountains outside their territory. Kaiselon was surprised. Logan looked at the young man with a smirk, asking if he really meant to say that it was impossible. Kaiselon looked away from his master for a moment but said nothing. But after a few minutes of watching his subordinates, he said that they could do it. Logan looked at everyone present and told the young man that he had to make sure that everything worked out for them, or it would all be for nothing. Kaiselon looked closely at his master, knowing that he would not develop such a weapon to kill monsters. Kaiselon, looking at his master, wondered if he was preparing for war. Sometime later, the young master returned to his training with the knights again. The knights were shocked as they saw that the young master had tremendous stamina. They knew it was just ridiculous and wondered if it was all in the genes. They saw how many people he carried at once, but at the same time they understood that if he took after his father in genes, he should be good with a sword. A moment later, the knights remembered the duel with the Dominion, but they understood that they could compare the young master to an old man, because he lost to his younger brother when he had not even awakened yet. But despite this, they saw that he was quite an amazing person, since he had already been training with them for a whole month. The training that was originally designed for Togo to supplant Logan is now entrenched within the order. After the training, they discussed everything that happened, because they knew that it was a difficult race, but they still understood that such training should be in the order. They unexpectedly became an incentive for low-ranking knights who usually did everything after the sleeve. The knights also realized what their horses were going through and began to empathize with them. The man sighed heavily and told his partner that he was very heavy and had overeaten in the evening. But the young man said that it didn't matter. He told his partner that he was one of them, so there was no need to worry about such things. The man was shocked. He didn't understand what to answer to such a sudden statement. The captain saw that the bond between the knights had strengthened, and this was a pleasant bonus. He continued to train them in this way because the first young master did not leave, but the result surprised him very much. At the same time, Logan flinched as he felt someone looking at him with an intent gaze. The captain looked closely at his lucky talisman as it came to him on its own. Logan in turn looked around in confusion, as it seemed to him that someone could not take their eyes off him. That same evening, Logan was quietly sitting in his room as he wanted to develop his strength a little. Having exhausted his body with training, he began to stimulate inner awareness through meditation. He knew that repetition and coordination of this bore fruit. Recently, he noticed signs of a change in strength. He knew that if he could improve her as he planned, then the Superman, or a master, in Supreme Mac would no longer be a threat to him like in his past life. He sighed heavily and began his training. He breathed slowly and repeated his exercises. A moment later, he felt a surge of his power, but after a few seconds, all his power spread throughout the room with incredible speed. He was happy because he moved to the next stage and received a 2-star core. He knew that he now had a base to learn the next secret sword technique. Considering the power he had gained from the first technique, he was confident that the second one would exceed his expectations in terms of its power. Logan was a little puzzled, as he wanted to master it before the war. He understood that in that case, even high-ranking knights would not be scary to him. Sometime later, they went out to hunt monsters. The monsters noticed the approach of people and were taken aback. At that very moment, The monsters rushed to run away in a hurry. Kaiselon immediately gave a signal to his men, and they dispersed. They loaded their weapons and prepared to fire. After a few minutes, they shot at all the monsters, and the arrows pierced their enemies. The monsters screamed in pain and fell to the ground with a crash. Everyone present was surprised. They did not expect this. They were shocked because they saw that the crossbow had almost no recoil. They saw that their shots pierced the monster's head and hit the head of another one who was standing behind. At the same time, Logan was closely watching everything that was happening. He stared into the distance as he saw that the pack of monsters had been destroyed in more than a few seconds. He knew that their old habits of using regular crossbows were kicking in, but he noticed that the mercenaries were starting to reload their weapons faster. He looked at everyone present with a satisfied smile, as he understood that it was not in vain that he had traveled so far to hunt. Kaiselon looked at his master with a smile and asked if he was pleased. Logan said that he was very pleased, and during his first hunt they showed themselves terribly, but now they have become much better at handling weapons. Kaiselon looked at his master intently and asked for forgiveness for his curiosity. Kaiselon sighed heavily and asked the master why he was doing all this. He said that he had never heard of a mercenary army with such power. He asked the master if he really planned to kill all the monsters on the continent. Logan hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to answer, but after a few seconds he heard someone calling him. A man approached them and hurriedly called out to the master. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked what was the matter. The man shouted that he had been sent by a man named Rick. Logan looked at the man in bewilderment, as he did not expect this. A few seconds later, the man shouted that the Viscount had declared war on them yesterday. Logan froze in shock as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. Vic Count screamed and accused the McLean house of insulting his ancestor and wrongfully taking his life. Patrick froze in shock as he didn't expect this. Everyone was puzzled because they knew that this happened in the distant past, and he decided to get even now. Everyone was alarmed and asked the Lord what they would do, as they understood that a war would begin. Heinkel looked at the gentleman intently and said that the number of the Viscount's knightly order alone exceeded theirs. They knew that they should request support and send knights to guard the city, but they also all knew that if the knights who had the power to displace were driven out, the city would fall into chaos. Patrick calmed everyone down and said that although his family's power was not as great as before, however, people constantly declared war on them without any particular reason. He said with fury that it was obvious that they had planned this on purpose. He looked with fury at everyone present and asked if they had thought about peace before they mentioned it. He shouted that everyone must prepare for war, and they must also make a plan to win it, and he accepted no objections. Everyone looked intently at the Lord. The man looked timidly at the gentleman and asked if the young gentleman would participate in the war. The lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a question. A moment later, Patrick said that his sons would go to her along with the others. He said that his youngest son had already awakened the force, and Logan was old enough to make his contribution. He said that he heard that the young master had trained with the knights, and since they could both use their strength, they would be a great support to them. Rick was shocked because he knew the situation was very bad, since he knew the young master was away at the moment. With lightning speed, he rushed into the distance, for he knew that he must inform his master of what had happened immediately. The man looked at Logan intently and told him exactly what had happened. Logan was seething with rage because, according to his memories from his past life, the war was not supposed to start for several months. He was furious because he didn't understand what could have influenced this. The man looked at the young gentleman with alarm and asked him to hurry, because he knew that they would undoubtedly ignore all customs and go straight to war. He said that the gentleman needed to leave right now to make it at least to the middle of the battle. Logan was furious, as he knew there was no time to think. Kaiselon looked at his master with a smile and said that their squad of mercenaries was always ready to take on the job. Logan looked at the young man in surprise, as he did not expect this. He looked at him closely and said that he didn't seem to be very surprised by the news. Kaiselon said with a smile that they were now in such a state that they themselves were ready to start a war. Logan sighed heavily and said that it sounded terrible. Kaiselon said with a smile that they now had excellent weapons in their hands, and it was obvious that they wanted to use them. Logan looked closely at everyone present, as he saw that they were overly confident in themselves. But Logan knew that they didn't give the pack of monsters a chance. That had grown since last winter. He knew that all they had to do was win. He looked at everyone present with a grin. Since now their strength would be enough for this, He knew that his house was in a fever from the news of an unexpected war, but his mercenaries were confident of their victory. The war began earlier than Logan had planned. The day after its declaration, the Viscount's troops appeared on the territory of his house, their numbers exceeding the expectations of the vassals. Sometime later, the knight told the lord how many warriors were coming to their house. He shouted that this was just a full-scale war. Patrick was shocked and thought the Viscount had simply gone mad. He was furious because he knew that they would have to face not only the forces of knights, who were like supermen to ordinary people, but also cavalry, and he wondered if this was a war between nations and not feudal lords. He was burning with rage and did not understand why he had to go so far. The knight looked intently at his master, and a moment later he reported that the Kurosov house reported that they would not send them help. Madame froze in shock on the spot. She was in shock and screamed that this simply couldn't be. She gave a speech. I believe that he was probably mistaken. The knight informed the madam that they had approached them several times, but all in vain. Mariani was shocked by this news. She said that this was not so, and she had to see for herself. Patrick was furious. He shouted at the knight to immediately gather all the men who were able to bear arms, because they had to answer them with all their strength. The knight shouted that he would immediately take care of this matter. Patrick was furious that the trusted man of the House of Kairos had turned against them. Trapped, Patrick gathered as many men as he could to fight the Viscount. Sometime later, they came out onto the battlefield, and among them were 53 knights, 552 soldiers in the regular army, and 4,418 conscripts, a total of 5,023 people. But they still froze in shock when they saw the enemy army, because they understood that it was not even half of the number of the Viscount's men. Patrick was burning with anger and fury as he understood that they were facing an unequal fight. The knights, in turn, whispered among themselves, since they did not know where the first young gentleman was now, but in turn they knew that he had left long ago and had not yet returned. The young men were puzzled, as he left at such a time, so they understood that he should not be expected, and assumed that he had fled. When he heard the news of the war, Ronan looked at the knights with fury and asked what they were talking about. Ronan shouted that his brother would never do such a thing. Ronan knew full well that his brother was aware that war was coming. He remembered Logan smiling and saying that he would soon teach him the secret technique. He wanted to save their family together. Ronan screamed that his brother could not have escaped. A moment later, the knights began to whisper that the rumors were true and the Lord's son had escaped. Ronan froze in shock as Patrick looked at his son and informed him that he was to replace his brother. Patrick told his son that he had to remain determined no matter what happened. Patrick simply could not believe that his son had escaped, but he knew that something else was important now, because they had to win the war. A moment later, he shouted to all his warriors that they should prepare, because he wanted to defeat his opponents with all his might. A moment later, the knights were ready for battle. They were determined. The Viscount looked at Patrick with a smirk as he finally took up his sword. The Viscount looked into the distance with a fierce grin and shouted that his knights were his sword, and Patrick would now face them. Patrick looked closely at all his enemies, as he knew he had to get through the vanguard first. Gathering his strength, he rushed towards his opponents with fury. But a moment later, he was frozen in shock as his opponent blocked his blow. Sometime later, Rick was breathing heavily and shaking with fear as he saw what was on the battlefield. He froze in place because he saw that they were losing, and this was very bad. He was shocked because he knew that their army was so outnumbered that even a servant like him was sent to fight. He knew that if they surrounded them, it would definitely be the end for them. Taken aback, he didn't notice how he was attacked and knocked down. He froze in shock and fear, but when he raised his head, he saw his enemy in front of him, who wanted him dead. But in turn, the young man managed to dodge the deadly strike. The knight, in turn, looked at the young man with fury. At that very moment, he was pierced through by a spear. The knight looked intently at the young man and shouted for him to immediately stand up and grab the spear. Rick breathed a sigh of relief while trembling with fear. He was glad that an ally came to his aid. With tears in his eyes, he thanked his savior and reached out to him. But at that very moment, he froze, as he saw a truly shocking sight. A few seconds later, the young man fell down, having been pierced by an arrow. Rick was taken aback by shock. He was very scared and understood that he needed to quickly run to the rear as far away from the enemy as possible. He ran as fast as he could, but saw his comrades falling dead from a hail of arrows. He stopped and looked into the distance, trembling. He was shocked because he saw that his enemies were already here. Rick was taken aback by fear as he understood that they were all going to die now. At the same time, Patrick fought with his enemies, sparing no one in his path. He killed with fury everyone who came at him. The knight looked at Patrick and said with a grin that he lived up to his name. He said that they had prepared hard, and now he couldn't believe what was happening. Patrick, in turn, looked at the young man with fury as he survived his blows containing power. He was shocked and didn't know that the Viscount had a high-ranking knight. He saw that the rest were at least of average rank. Patrick wondered if that was why they were so confident. He looked at them with fury and asked if they were the ones who were preparing to deal with him. The young man looked at Patrick with a fierce grin and asked how he liked their training. Patrick looked at his enemies intently but said nothing. He understood that if he couldn't get through further, then the knightly order wouldn't be able to either. A moment later, he changed his weapon and charged at his enemies with fury, for he knew he could not allow the battle to end this way. Burning with rage and fury, he struck at his enemies. The young man was taken aback as the blow was very strong. He froze in shock for a moment when he saw Patrick, who was burning with rage and anger while he was rushing towards him with lightning speed. Patrick was taken aback as he realized that there was someone behind him. He looked back and saw a knight running towards him with a spear in his hand. The knight, in turn, with their lightning speed, struck his enemy, but Patrick managed to dodge, and the spear only grazed him. At that very moment, Patrick began to fight back against the knight who was wielding a sword. He was burning with anger and fury because he understood that they were not at all familiar with knightly honor. They looked at Patrick with disdain and a smirk because they did not understand what he was talking about at all, but they did not want to pay any attention to him because they knew that these were his last words before his death. Their leader told them with a smirk that they should not forget that Patrick was a trained, high-ranked knight. At that very moment, Patrick jumped off his horse with lightning speed and rushed towards his opponents. The knight froze in shock on the spot, as he did not expect anything like this. Patrick, gathering his strength with fury, dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as another knight pierced him with a spear. The knight looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, and at that very moment he pulled out his spear. Patrick screamed in pain and rage. Patrick cursed threateningly, but in turn began to hold his wound so that it would not open. He was furious because he understood that while the high-ranking knight was blocking his blows, the others were attacking. He clearly understood that this was an obvious trap, but unfortunately, he was unable to get around it. He saw that they even transferred people from the rear. He was burning with anger and fury, but he stood with all his might. Patrick sighed heavily as he realized that Logan had done the right thing by running away. He looked closely at his enemies as he hoped that his son would be able to continue the family legacy after he died. At the same time, the Viscount was watching the fight with a fierce grin. He knew perfectly well that he had done the right thing by not telling anyone about his high-ranking knight. He looked at the fight with a fierce grin because he knew that now all they had to do was defeat Patrick and take the castle. He knew that once the castle was in his hands, everything would change. But a moment later his face changed as he heard the clatter of cavalry. He looked around as if he didn't understand what was going on. At that very moment he saw a knight rushing towards him in haste. The knight informed his master that they had discovered a cavalry detachment in the rear. He gave an approximate number. The Viscount looked at the knight in surprise and asked if their enemies had an elite squad. The young man shouted in a hurry to his master that what was unusual was that they were all without a copy. He shouted that their only weapons were small crossbows. The Viscount looked at the knight with a sneer and told his subordinate to send soldiers from the rear and archers to get rid of them. He mockingly said that they were not an elite squad, but just some worthless warriors. The knight looked closely at his master and said that he would immediately carry out his order, but at that very moment the knight was pierced in the head by an arrow. The Viscount froze in shock as he saw the body falling in front of him. He was in shock and did not understand how something like this could happen. He turned around hastily as he was a little scared and excited. He froze in shock and surprise when he saw a whole cavalry in front of him and a young man with a crossbow in his hand. Logan, in turn, froze in place with rage as he saw a whole mountain of corpses. At that very moment, the knight with tears in his eyes asked the young master for help, but a few seconds later the enemies killed him with fury. Logan, burning with rage and anger, ordered his comrades to shoot immediately. The Viscount froze in shock as he had not expected this. He was very frightened because he saw a hail of arrows rushing towards him. The knights froze in shock as they saw a hail of arrows raining down on them. They were shocked and wondered if their enemy had such a unit. At that very moment, the arrows fell to the ground and pierced every enemy. The men were taken aback as they managed to dodge the hail of arrows. He was shaking with fear because he realized that those who had not managed to hide behind the bills were dead. He understood that if he had delayed even a little, he would also be dead. A moment later, the knights prepared to strike back. They fired their arrows, but unfortunately, not a single arrow reached the enemy. The man was taken aback and froze in shock as he saw that the arrows did not reach. He was shocked and did not understand how the enemy's arrows reached them. He froze in place when he saw that the arrow was aimed straight at him. At the same moment, arrows pierced the remaining knights, and they fell to the ground with a crash. The Viscount was in shock and did not understand why the entire rear was destroyed in a second. He was very scared because he knew that they didn't even use magic, but simple crossbows. He was shocked and didn't understand what kind of weapon Patrick had created. A moment later, he ordered the knight to call the cavalry from the front. To their defense, he wanted them to immediately seize a new troop. A few minutes later, the Viscount shouted furiously at his subordinates to rush forward and finish them off. Logan looked at his enemies with a fierce grin as they walked into their arms. At the same time, Ronan fought with all his might against his opponents. He was shocked because he knew that the forces were unequal. The enemy attacked him and struck, but he easily dodged. The knight looked at the boy with fury and said that he was dodging well. The knights looked around at each other, knowing that they had no time for the boy as the tide of battle had strangely changed, but they knew that the boy was no joke. The knight looked at his comrade in surprise and asked what he was doing. Ronan, in turn, was very tired, because having been in a real battle, he realized that he was not a genius. He realized that he was just a boy who had recently awakened his powers, but he knew that he could not lose. He remembered his father telling him that he would have to replace his brother. Ronan, in turn, looked intently at his enemies as he understood that he could not die on the battlefield. He froze in shock as he did not understand why his ravines were turning their backs on him, and besides, they were waving swords. He understood that whatever the reason, this was his chance. At that very moment, the young man rushed towards his opponent in order to strike him. After a few seconds, he still managed to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. He looked at his opponent in bewilderment as he fell to the ground with a thud and wondered if he had really just wounded him. But a moment later, he saw the arrows. He was taken aback and looked at his enemy in surprise as he fell to the ground with a crash, completely covered in arrows. Ronan was very surprised and did not understand what had happened at all. But a moment later, he turned around and looked into the distance. He was shocked because he saw reinforcements, but he was even more surprised when he saw his older brother. Ronan looked at his brother with a joyful smile and called him. But at that very moment, he was taken aback as he saw enemies rushing past him. The knight shouted furiously to all his subordinates to attack the enemies, namely those who had crossbows. Logan looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and asked if this was the famous serpentine shield formation. A moment later, he ordered all his subordinates to aim diagonally at the ground. The mercenary looked at our master in surprise, but Logan said with a satisfied grin that their target was the horses. A moment later, the mercenaries looked at each other with the same grins as their master. A few seconds later, they gave their enemy a hail of arrows. The knights were shocked as their horses rebelled. In turn, Logan looked intently and with a satisfied grin at his enemies, who fell to the ground. He was glad that everything was going the way he wanted, but in turn, he understood that they were just fools. He was glad that he arrived in time to help his brother, but he also knew that there was still a father left. He understood that since he had decided to save his entire family, there was no point in winning the battles if his father died. Logan shouted to his comrade that he was in charge. Kaiselon was in shock, shouting that they were planning to attack beyond the range of their bows. Kaiselon was puzzled, as he knew that victory was almost within their grasp. He did not understand why Logan did not try to earn it himself. Kaiselon knew that his master was stronger than him, but if he faced a knight of average rank, he might not be able to defeat him. Kaiselon cursed and after a few seconds ordered the mercenaries to cover the master. At the same time, Patrick fought with his enemy with all his might. He was furious because his enemy was strong and would not give up. The knight looked at Patrick with a grin and said that he simply could not believe that he ran towards him, knowing that he would be stabbed. At that very moment, a knight with a sword in preparation pounced on Patrick. In turn, Patrick jumped back with lightning speed and looked intently at the enemy. He burst into anger and fury, looking at his opponents. But at that very moment, they headed towards him. He understood that it was very strange, because they were literally throwing themselves at him against their will. He did not understand where so much despair came from if the advantage was on their side. A moment later, they clashed in battle. Patrick was furious because he knew he could lose to them at any moment. He fought back with fury, not looking at anyone. At that very moment, his opponents looked back. They were shocked as they saw the young man rushing towards them with fury. At that very moment, Logan struck them. Patrick was confused because he didn't understand what had happened. He looked into the distance, but saw only a young man who was surrounded by force. Logan said with a smirk that he barely made it in time. Patrick was in shock. He did not expect to see his son on the battlefield. Patrick looked at his son with confusion as he saw Logan and a squad of mercenaries approaching from behind enemy lines. He was surprised because he was sure that his son was far away. He was puzzled and did not understand how his son managed to make such a journey through the enemy to him. At that very moment, he looked back, but he froze in shock when he saw a whole mountain of corpses. He wondered if they had all been killed by his hand. He looked at his son in surprise and asked when he had become so strong, but in turn sighed heavily because he knew that it didn't matter at all now. Patrick was puzzled because he didn't know what was happening. He understood that since his son was on the battlefield, it meant the advantage was on their side. Logan said with a satisfied smile that was exactly it. Patrick walked closer to his son and patted him on the back affectionately, as he knew he had done well. Logan looked at his father in surprise, as he had not expected this. The knight looked at the young man in surprise, as he had simply bruised several knights of the middle rank at the same time. He was shocked and couldn't believe that a pathetic boy could do something like that. He knew that at his age he was working himself to death to become a knight. The man was furious and raged that it was not important now. He was burning with anger and wanted to immediately kill him on the battlefield. He looked at his subordinates with fury and asked what they were doing at all. He shouted that they should take the potion immediately, but the young men lying on the ground only sighed heavily. Patrick looked at his son closely, as this attack was enough to make him realize that even though Logan was a low-ranking knight now, he was strong enough to handle most mid-ranking knights. Patrick knew that if his son dealt with those of average level, he would take on a high-ranking knight. But Logan blocked his father's path and told his father that he would fight him himself. Patrick was shocked. He said that his opponent was too strong for him. He understood that his son had advanced significantly, but he had not yet reached a high rank. At that very moment, Logan hit his father in the stomach, and his wound opened. Patrick was shaking with pain, but his son said that he was now in serious condition, and he would be able to defeat the enemy. Logan asked his father to trust him and give his permission. The finished one was able to fight the knight. He looked at his father intently, waiting for an answer. Patrick in turn sighed heavily and reluctantly agreed. Moments later, Patrick asked his son to be a little careful. Logan smiled and told his father that they had to finish off the enemies quickly. At that very moment, each of them rushed towards their opponent, Boyko. The man was taken aback and froze in shock. He saw that it was a young man who was advancing on him, not a high-ranking knight. He was burning with anger and fury and could not understand how the boy dared to fight him. But Logan did not answer his opponent and rushed at him with fury. At that very moment, he used his strength and pointed his sword at the enemy. A few seconds later, they clashed in a brutal battle. The man was in shock because his opponent's blow was very strong. While his opponent was writhing and barely standing on his feet, Logan looked at him with confidence and struck. The young man couldn't stand it and jumped back. He was furious and did not understand how the boy had managed to inflict such a blow on him. He looked at his opponent, burning with anger. He understood that although he was wounded, he did not feel any remarkable strength or high level from him. But in turn, he understood that if his opponent managed to push him back, it meant that he was giving it his all. He understood that it could not be otherwise. And at that very moment, gathering his strength, he rushed into battle against his enemy. The knight screamed in rage as he wanted his opponent to leave this world. But Logan, in turn, did not pay attention to his cries and stood steadfastly in order to repel the blow. He saw his opponent galloping from place to place, but at that very moment, the knight, with fury, struck his opponent a blow. Logan stood firm against his blow. The knight was shocked by it. He was furious because he knew that if it weren't for his wound, he would have dealt with the enemy long ago. Logan noticed that his enemy was wounded, so he struck accordingly. The man was taken aback as the wound opened up and caused him incredible pain. He jumped back from his opponent and looked at him with fury as he realized that he had not exposed himself even once. He glared at Logan, knowing he had to time his attack. But a moment later he was taken aback and looked at his enemy in surprise. A few seconds later he looked at his opponent with a fierce grin as he understood that he had another, very good option for winning. Logan in turn was taken aback as he felt an unknown feeling. He looked at his opponent in surprise as he realized that he was absorbing the power of his sword. The young man looked at his opponent with a fierce grin as everything was going according to his plan, and he saw that Logan was taken in. A moment later, he gathered his strength and headed towards his opponent in order to strike him. Logan glared at his opponent as Thoth controlled his sword. The knight looked at Logan with a fierce grin, since everything was going according to his plan, and Logan's center of gravity shifted. He was glad because he understood that in this way, he could deal him a crushing blow. Looking at his opponent, he knew that this was the perfect moment for a crushing blow. But after a few seconds, he was taken aback, because everything did not go as he had planned. He was furious because he had only managed to catch a scrap of his opponent's clothing. He looked back and wondered if his opponent was really that fast. Panic began to creep up on him as he knew that it simply couldn't be. He was shocked as he realized that it was not his opponent who was fast, it was he who was slow. A moment later, Logan used the secret of the divine sword. The man in turn froze in shock on the spot. He understood that his affairs were very bad and he needed to get away from his opponent. But unfortunately, Logan was not going to let him go so easily. Therefore, he used the first form, namely the cutting wave. The man was shocked by what he saw. He understood that you were simply impossible. But at that very moment, Logan, with fury, dealt his enemy a crushing blow, which consumed him completely. Everyone froze in shock when they saw the truly enormous power. At that very moment, a huge explosion thundered, which made everyone on the battlefield freeze in stupor. After this blow, Logan sighed heavily. He looked intently at his opponent. Logan sighed heavily and asked if a high-ranking knight really relied on cheap tricks. A moment later, he shouted that he had killed the enemy general. Everyone was shocked and very scared. As they saw that a high-ranking knight had fallen, they understood that this simply could not be. In a hurry, the knights asked where the Viscount was now, as they had not seen his flag for a long time. At that moment, the man threw the sword out of his hands. His comrade was shocked by his introduction, and so he asked him if he had gone crazy, but the man only shouted that they needed to surrender in order to save themselves because he did not want to die. The man was shocked and did not understand how his friend could do this. But at that very moment, all the others threw their weapons out of their hands and, as one, declared that they surrendered. A few seconds later, Rick shouted with a joyful smile and greeted the young master. He called out to his master with tears in his eyes and a joyful smile. The knights looked at each other and also joyfully shouted the name of their master. They were glowing with joy because he had saved them all, but they were well aware of the fact that the battle was not over yet. On that fateful night, the Viscount left the battlefield with a bang. He was puzzled and did not understand at what point everything went wrong. He had been preparing for such a fight for several long years. He even asked for help from other aristocrats and gathered 100 knights. He was burning with anger and fury as he realized that because of Logan and his cavalry, he had lost the long battle. He understood that he must first return to his home castle, because that way he would stay alive and then think about his actions. He came closer to the knight and shouted for him to open the gate immediately, as their master had returned. The knight was taken aback, as he did not expect to see his master. But a moment later, the knight told his master to look back, as someone was approaching him. They were shocked because they saw the cavalry approaching. The Viscount looked back and froze in place in shock because he did not expect this. Logan was a little puzzled, as he saw that the Viscount was running very fast. A moment later, he shouted angrily at the Viscount that he had lost. Logan shouted at the knights to open the gates and let the winner through. The knights were shocked because they did not expect their squad to lose, but they now understood why the Viscount returned in such a hurry. The man looked at his subordinates with anger and asked if they had lost their nerve when they heard the enemy's chatter. The young men were taken aback and said that this was not so. The knights shouted that there were few young people and they would not break through their blockade. At the same time, Logan sighed heavily and enveloped himself in his strength. The knights were frightened because they did not understand what he was doing. But at that very moment, Logan disappeared from their sight. They were shocked because they didn't expect anything like this. And at that very moment, they saw a young man hovering above them. Everyone present was shocked by such actions of the young warrior. A few seconds later, Logan moved his sword to the commander-in-chief's throat and furiously told him to open the gates immediately if he did not want to die. At the same time, the Viscount was hastily collecting all his belongings, since he knew that he needed gold for his escape. But a moment later he was taken aback, as he heard the voice of his enemy. For him, it sounded like a bolt from the blue. He was frightened and did not understand how his opponent ended up in his humble abode. Logan said his maid had shown him the way before he even threatened her. Logan looked at his opponent with a smirk and said that such behavior spoke volumes about his reputation in the castle. The Viscount looked at his opponent with fury. At the same moment, the butler looked with contempt at the Viscount through the crack of the door. But after a few seconds, he turned away from his master and left. The Viscount was burning with anger and fury. He did not understand how his loyal subject dared to betray him. He backed away and shouted at his opponent to stop, as he intended to surrender. The Viscount said in a hurry that he was ready to pay both reparations and the share in accordance with the convention concerning feudal wars. He asked to spare him and his family. Logan looked at the Viscount with a fierce grin, knowing that he had declared war for no reason and invaded them the very next day. He was furious because the man had now mentioned the convention. He came closer to the Viscount, who was trembling on the ground. Logan glared at his opponent, knowing that he had no conscience at all. The man backed away and shouted to the young man that he still had the honor of an aristocrat, and if caught by the enemy during the feudal war, his life was guaranteed according to the convention. Logan sighed and said that he respected the honor and traditions of his house, so he intended to keep him alive, and he also wanted to give him time and permission to take the gold and leave. The Viscount beamed with happiness and, trembling, thanked the young man. Logan looked at him with a grin and said that these were exactly the words his father would have said. Logan said he was a man of honor to the core and would spare a surrendered man without any conditions. A moment later, Logan glanced sideways at all the Viscount's wealth. He noticed a small but beautiful blade, and with a grin said that it was very beautiful. The Viscount backed away and told the young man that he could have taken it, since it was forged by the master of the realm. Logan looked closely at the blade and said that he would not do that, and thanked the Viscount for such a generous offer. He gave the Viscount the blade and said that he should take it with him. The Viscount was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing, but Logan only looked at his particular opponent with a fierce grin. A few seconds later, he pierced his enemy with his own blade. The Viscount was shocked by everything that was happening, as the young man had previously said that he would spare him. Logan, without showing emotion, informed his opponent that he said that his father would have done so. Logan knew that he and his father were not alike at all. The Viscount was shocked, as he understood that the young man knew nothing about the honor of an aristocrat. Logan looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and asked if he was really talking about honor now. He looked at the Viscount with fury and asked if he understood how many people had died because of him. Logan glared at the man and told him that his miserable life would end there. At that very moment, the Viscount fell to the ground with a crash. Logan looked closely at the dead body and told him to thank God for a quick death. Logan was jubilant as they finally survived the disaster. He knew it was time for him to end this. A moment later, he shouted that the Viscount had committed suicide. He sighed heavily because he knew that this would be enough. At that very moment, he saw his subordinate. Logan looked at the young man in surprise and asked if what had happened to Kaiselon Zal was telling the master that he should look into the castle's underground dungeon. Logan was surprised but still agreed. A few days later, Patrick met his son, and they had a very interesting conversation. Patrick informed his son that he had arrived at the Viscount's castle as soon as he had recovered from his wound. But Patrick was still surprised and asked his son if the Viscount had committed suicide. Logan looked at his father closely and said that the Viscount must have been desperate, and that was why he had decided to do something like this. Patrick looked at his son closely and asked if he had killed the Viscount. Logan flinched at the unexpected question. He looked away but saw that his father was approaching him, his eyes insistently demanding an answer. A moment later, Logan sighed heavily and informed his father that it was true. Looking at his father, he said that they should take his property back under their control, because he did not want his family to live and cause them problems in the future. Patrick sighed heavily and told his son that he was already growing up like him. He understood that he had his own reasons for doing this. Logan looked at his father closely because he could see that he had changed. Patrick looked closely at his son and said with a joyful smile that no matter what anyone said, he played an important role in this battle. Patrick quietly thanked his son for this. Logan looked at his father with a tender smile. He saw that his father was proud and pleased with him, Patrick looked at the taxman closely and said that he would become the official heir to the house. Logan was shocked because he didn't expect to hear something like that. But Patrick only smiled tenderly, looking at his son, as he was confident in his decision. Logan smiled and asked his father for forgiveness as he was forced to decline the offer. Patrick was shocked because his son refused the offer to become his successor. He didn't understand why he refused and asked his son if he was really worried about his reputation. Patrick shouted that if that was the case, then his contribution to the battle had completely changed his reputation. Logan sighed heavily and said that it wasn't about that. He looked at his father and said that the McLeans were a family of knights and his brother was better suited for the position. Looking at his father, he said that his brother started using the power several years earlier than him. He also said with a smile that it was impossible to predict what feats he would perform in the future when he reached his age. Therefore, he was firmly convinced that he should hand over this position to his brother. Patrick sighed heavily but said nothing. A moment later, Patrick told his son that although he was right, one did not become the head of the house for military achievements. Logan knew that this was probably true, but judging by the fact that he was not allowed to enter today, his brother, just like in his past life, would receive the title of the youngest power user. He knew that if his brother received this title, then there would be no more problems. And more importantly, if he became the heir, he would gain no advantage. Logan knew that he had no time to learn how to be a baron. He looked closely at his father and said that as an older brother, he wanted to give his younger brother a chance. Logan said he really hopes his father will support his brother when he reaches the right age. Patrick sighed heavily and told his son with a smile that he had not expected him to be so attentive to his brother. Patrick said that he would accept his request and postpone the choice of a successor for a few years. When his brother became an adult, Logan smiled and thanked his father. Patrick looked at his son closely and said that he would receive another reward. He said that as soon as they returned home, he would count their earnings from the war. Logan looked at his father closely and asked with a smile if he could choose his own reward. Sometime later they returned home. All the citizens of the city joyfully welcomed their saviors. They were surprised and at the same time delighted. As their knights returned from the war only a week later, they heard that the war lasted only one day. The young men were surprised and did not understand how this was possible. They wondered if their knights had always been so strong. The young man looked at his comrade with a smile and asked if he hadn't heard that it was all thanks to the first young gentleman. He told his comrade that, according to the returning soldiers, the young master's mercenaries had turned the tide of battle. He said that they had flanked the enemy from behind as if they had known what would happen in advance, and he had heard that they had defeated their opponent with a mysterious weapon, and he had even been able to single-handedly deal with a high-ranking knight. The young lady looked at our comrade in surprise and asked if the young gentleman was really such a great person. The young man was a little puzzled, as he had previously thought that the gentleman only brought trouble. They talked among themselves and assumed that perhaps the young master had brought a lot of monster meat for a reason. They assumed that he had something in mind. They looked at the young master with admiration, because they knew that a genius was different from ordinary people. Logan, in turn, felt awkward after hearing this. Ronan looked at his brother with a smile and asked what he would say about all the villagers since they were praising him. Logan sighed heavily and said that it made him blush, and at the same time he asked his brother not to overdo it. Ronan asked with a smile how could he say otherwise if it was true, so he told his brother that everyone was happy to see him and he should at least smile at them. Logan in turn looked at his brother with bewilderment. He saw the delighted and joyful eyes of all the residents and their smiles. He turned and looked at them intently, but at the same time all the inhabitants became gloomy. A moment later Logan gave them his beaming smile. The young people froze in shock, as they did not expect such a gift from the gentleman. They did not understand how to interpret his smile. They wondered if this was a warning about murder. They were shocked because he showed them the finger, and now they, trembling with fear, wondered if he would really use his finger to cut off their heads. Logan was shocked, did not understand what he had done. Ronan sighed heavily because he knew that his brother was simply incorrigible. Looking at his brother intently, he said that it was just a failure. Logan was confused and did not understand what was going on. Patrick, in turn, looked at his sons with a tender smile, as he was glad that they were so friendly. A moment later, he shouted with a joyful smile that everyone should greet the victors of the war, and everyone joyfully rejoiced and congratulated them. Sometime later, Logan was returning to his place. He was a little puzzled, as he knew that the welcoming ceremony would last until the morning. He smiled and sighed heavily, because he knew that for people who had just returned from the war, they had good stamina. At that very moment, he heard someone's voice and was taken aback. Mariani furiously asked Logan what he was planning. Ranyan Bai tried to stop his mother. She was furious and screamed that she heard everything, because Logan refused to become the heir. She gave in from rage because she did not understand what his true plan was. She screamed that he could fool others, but he would not be able to fool her. Ranyan was shocked and shouted at his mother to stop. He asked his brother for forgiveness, and he also told his brother that she was very upset about the problem with the family. Logan looked at his brother closely and with a snowy smile said that everything was fine and he understood everything. Logan looked at Madame intently, knowing that she had never been happy to see him. He was puzzled because he knew that after the betrayal of the House of Kiros, she had lost all her power. He understood that she had no reason to fear her. Logan was aware of the fact that if he apologized now, she might accept it. He looked closely at Mother and said that he realized that his actions in recent months had not been trustworthy. He regretted that he had been driven by envy and a sense of inferiority. The madam looked at her son with fury and shouted that his brother himself confessed everything. Ranyan was in shock and asked his mother to stop a little. Ranyan, looking at his brother, said that his mother was not in a good mood right now. Logan looked at his brother closely and asked him to listen, because it was his brother who he had to apologize to. Ranyan looked at Logan in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Logan sighed heavily and said that he apologized to him after he returned, but never said what for. Logan sighed heavily and said that the regret and cowardly nature he had cultivated over the years was hard to overcome. Logan looked at his brother closely and said that he knew it himself, so he asked for forgiveness for hating him all these years. The boy froze in place in shock, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. Logan said, looking at everyone present, that he was trying to cover up his own incompetence with hatred. He looked at them intently and said that he now sincerely regretted his behavior. Logan asked his brother for permission as he wanted to formally apologize to him now. He sighed heavily and said that he was truly sorry. Ranyan looked at his brother intently, but said nothing. Logan knew full well that good deeds could not cover up bad ones. And unfortunately, he knew that he had been naive until now. Ranyan sighed heavily and told his brother that everything was fine. Logan was taken aback and looked at his brother in surprise, as he did not expect this. Ranyan looked at his brother with a smile and said that he believed that as long as he treated him well, one day the brother he knew would return to him. He looked at his brother tenderly. Logan was shocked by his brother's words, but now he realized that he should have been wrong not to do it earlier. A moment later, he looked at Madame and called her. Logan smiled and said that he truly cared about his brother, and he hoped that his brother would become the heir. Logan looked at her hard and said he knew he couldn't ask her to trust him right away, so he wanted her to watch everything he did from now on. Logan looked at his family with tenderness, knowing that this would be enough for now. Sometime later, he was walking slowly through the forest with Hamar. Hamar looked at the gentleman intently and asked where he was going. Immediately after his war returned, Logan smiled and told his comrade that he had rested enough and it was time for him to get to work. Hamar, in turn, was a little irritated by this answer and said that he was simply worried because the gentleman again intended to squeeze all the juices out of him. Logan looked at his comrade with a smirk and said that he shouldn't worry because he would definitely enjoy the task. Hamar sighed heavily as his master was sure he knew what he liked. But a moment later they stopped and the man froze in place. Logan looked into the distance with a smile and informed his friend that from now on they would be developing the mine. Some time ago, Patrick looked at his son in surprise and asked if he really wanted the right to develop the mine as a reward. Patrick asked his son if he was really talking about the one in the mountain near the Viscount's borders. Logan said that was exactly it. Patrick knew that there was nothing special on this mountain. He did not understand why his son chose it. Logan said with a grin that no one knew what was really there, and they might not find the buried gold for a long time. The reason why the Viscount's house started the feudal war, it only became clear years after its end, because the Viscount was mining gold from a mountain in the captured territory of the MacLeans, and that alone made him far more influential than any other average duke, until Ronan MacLean destroyed his family out of revenge. Kaiselon looked closely at the gentleman and informed him that they had entered the underground prison of the Viscount's castle. He said that there were unusual people in it, so he decided that the gentleman should take a look for himself. The man was shocked and shouted that they had done nothing wrong. He shouted that they were simply mining gold and that they had been hired from the mine for this purpose, and that the evil Viscount had locked them in a dungeon. Logan sighed heavily. He was furious and couldn't believe that the Viscount had simply jailed several mining experts. The man was taken aback and looked at the young gentleman in surprise. He asked him if he was really angry. Logan, in turn, was very pleased with this catch, as it was an unexpected find. The man froze in shock. He didn't understand what was going on. They had won the war against the Viscount, but he knew it was like riding a small wave. Logan knew that if the Empire's invasion led to the collapse of the country, the last obstacle, the event that will happen in a year, it will be the beginning of the destruction of the nation. After all, soon the news will thunder about the death of the current king, Samuel von Grandia. His sudden death will lead to a conflict between the three princes for the crown, followed by 3 years of civil war, which will greatly weaken the fighting power of the kingdom. The empire will invade just at the moment when the kingdom's strength has not yet been restored. He knew that this was the first reason that led to the collapse of the kingdom. Unfortunately, their family was not part of the faction, maintaining neutrality which would allow them to remain simple observers. However, Logan knew he couldn't pass up this chance. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to reclaim the lands that had belonged to them before. He wanted to become the ruler of the South from the West again. He knew that if he could do it, he would stop the civil war and move forward. Hamar looked closely at his master and asked what he was thinking about so intently in broad daylight, since he didn't even respond to his questions. Hamar sighed heavily, but at the same time he saw people looking at them with puzzlement. Logan sighed heavily as he hadn't noticed them. He realized that he needed to pull himself together. After all, he had just recently prevented a major disaster. He understood that for the sake of the future, it was necessary to quickly increase his combat power, but now his proposal would sound like nonsense. He looked closely at everyone present as he understood that he would have to rely only on his own money. He looked at the big mountain with a smile as he knew that it would become his cash cow to fund his endeavors. Logan looked at everyone present with a smile and said that there was gold in the middle of the mountain and he would like them to develop the mine. He looked closely at everyone present and asked him with a smile how much it would cost him approximately. Everyone froze in surprise, as they did not expect to hear such a thing. Hamar was furious, as he knew that this was another ridiculous task from his master. The man looked at the young master intently, because he knew that the Viscount had promised to pay a lot, so he immediately agreed. He wondered if the young master was telling the truth. He looked timidly at the young gentleman and asked if he was sure there was gold there. Logan sighed heavily and said that he was sure of it. The man looked at the young master with disbelief and asked how he knew about him. Logan said that he himself witnessed it. The man was taken aback. He did not understand where and how the young gentleman managed to see the gold. Logan looked at everyone present and said that for their information, this mission was secret, so they would not work in 6 people. Everyone present was shocked and wondered if he really wanted to kill them. The man was furious. He did not understand how such a small number could develop the mine. He shouted that it was an exorbitant amount of work. Looking at the dwarf, he said that even with him, they had little chance. The man looked closely at the dwarf, hoping that he would support him. Hamar looked away from the man and thoughtfully said that they could simply prepare for death in advance. He looked at the man intently and said that he should sleep less and should give up normal human life. The man was taken aback as he understood that the end had come for him. Logan looked closely at Hamar because he understood that he already thought like an Arab, or rather, like a worker. He smiled and asked if they were ready to begin. He said that he would also like to hear about the payment. The man, taken aback, said that first they needed to get to the gold to determine the scale of the work, but as a down payment, 5 million gold would do. Hamar, looking at the gentleman, he said that the safe development of the mine would take a lot of time, the preparation alone would take half a year, and then the same amount of time would be spent on the work I would do. Logan was puzzled because he knew that it would take a lot of money and time. He knew that giving her gold made the Viscount richer than other dukes. He understood that he needed to get it at any cost. He knew that if he could only sell the monster meat now, he would invest the proceeds into the mine. He knew that the effect of the meat would only be known in 6 months. He was taken aback and wondered if he should wait at all, because if he removed the toxins, he could already use the meat as a medicine. He knew that he had used a neutralizing agent to do this when he was a mercenary, and he knew that he could do the same now. Logan knew that if he did it himself and sold it, he would make a lot of money. A week later, the young man worked tirelessly. Rick sighed heavily and informed the gentleman that he had made a cloudy medicine from the night grass, of the herbs from the plot, and the herbs of the Lika. Logan looked at his subordinate closely and said that earlier he asked not to call him cloudy because it was a neutralizing agent. Rick sighed heavily, but still agreed with him. Logan looked at his comrade closely and asked where the monster meat was now. Rick told the master that the meat was in storage, as he requested. Logan smiled and said that it was very good, so they should go there too, because he wanted to use the prepared remedy on him. Rick was taken aback and asked the gentleman in surprise if he really wanted him to go to the storage with him. Logan looked at his subordinate in bewilderment and said that of course he wanted it. The young man was shocked by this statement. He shouted that he did not hear him and did not want to do it at all. He shouted at his master that he had never been there, so he didn't know anything. Logan looked at the young man with fury because he didn't understand why he was suddenly fussing. He understood that he couldn't even hit him to calm him down. But after a while, Logan realized what they were talking about. He was shocked and did not understand what kind of foul smell was coming from around the area. Logan knew that there would be an unpleasant smell, but he did not expect this. He saw that his comrade was already discouraged by this smell. But after a few seconds, he still used his power, and at that very moment, the smell evaporated. A few seconds later, he told his subordinate that it was time for them to go. Rick was in shock and did not understand why he felt bad, but his master did not. Logan told his comrade that he had paralyzed all faction by force. Rick was in shock and shouted that his master was just an egoist. Sometime later, Logan handed his subordinate a small handful of antidote and told him to sprinkle it on the meat. He said that he should not spare it, the meat should be covered in this powder, and he also told his subordinate that the black spots were poisonous, so he should be more careful. The young man then made mincemeat out of all the meat. After a few seconds, he rolled the meat into a ball. Logan smiled and asked if it looked like medicine. Rick looked at the gentleman in bewilderment and said that it probably was. Logan smiled and said that it was good because they would be trying it. Logan told his subordinate that he would be creating the medicine, so he should remember how and what to do. Rick was shocked and screamed that he would never do this. Logan said he would pay 100 gold for each pill. Rick instantly changed his mind. Logan sighed heavily as he had expected to get by without any expense. Logan looked at the young man closely and said that now they needed to test its effectiveness. Rick looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked what the medicine was for. Logan smiled and said that this medicine was for men's health. Rick looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he meant by that. Logan was furious and shouted at the young man not to disappoint him. He said that he would only explain it once, so he should listen carefully. Logan, in turn, began to explain to his subordinate in a sweet allegory, in the form of a rabbit who was a little tired. But after he took a small pill, the rabbit increased his strength and became incredibly resilient. Logan looked at his comrade with confusion. He didn't ask if he understood. Rick was also very confused by these explanations, but he understood everything. Rick looking at the gentleman, he said that there was one person on whom this pill could be tested. Logan was surprised by this statement. Rick said with a smile that it was Mr. Dwayne. At the same time, Dwayne was slowly returning to his office, but he was a little worried because he did not understand why his ears were suddenly burning. Sometime later, Dwayne came to his master and knocked on the office door. Dwayne came in and apologized and said he had been told that the gentleman wanted to see him. He was surprised and looked around since he did not see the gentleman in the office and did not understand where he had gone. A moment later, the man was taken aback and stood frozen in shock as the young gentleman suddenly crept up behind him and said in an ominous voice that he had been waiting for him. At that very moment, he screamed and jumped away from the gentleman. Dwayne was very scared and shouted, "Gentlemen, you can't jump out from behind so suddenly." Logan smiled and said that he just wanted to give him a shoulder massage, since he had been very tired in recent days because he had a lot of things to do after the war. Dwayne was taken aback and said that he was fine, and, unlike him, the Lord was doing worse. Logan said he knew full well the man had been having a hard time the last few days. Logan says that things were going badly for them because he spent every last coin on the war. He shouted that the night services do not know about this and asked for payment. He told the man that the department was going through difficult times right now. Dwayne looked at the young gentleman with tears in his eyes as he knew about the situation better than anyone. Dwayne looked at his master with tears in his eyes because all this time it seemed to him that he misunderstood him. He did not expect that his master would be so caring, and even mentioned all the nuances of the estate. Logan asked the man if this was the reason he was having problems in his bed. The man froze in shock, not knowing what to answer. At that very moment, he asked the gentleman for forgiveness and resolutely moved towards the door. Logan was in shock. He shouted at the man to stop and listen to him. Logan quickly handed him the pill and said that he wanted to give it to him. Dwayne was a little confused and did not understand what the gentleman had given him. Logan said with a smile that this is a patented product from a merchant, and the result is guaranteed after the first pill. Although he had never tried it himself, he knew the result would be excellent. Logan looked at the man closely and asked him what he thought about it, since he decided to give this pill to him. Sometime later, Dwayne was shouting and calling for the young master in a hurry. Rick looked at the man in surprise. Rick sighed heavily and told the man that he was the manager and asked if it was okay to run down the hallway like that. Dwayne hurriedly asked the young gentleman how much the pills cost. Logan was not to say happy because he knew that this was simply a success and a breakthrough. Rick sighed heavily and looked puzzled, but looked at everyone present as he did not understand if they could hear him. Logan looked at the man intently and told him to hold out his hand. Dwayne immediately knelt down in front of his master. Logan looked at the man intently. At the same time, Rick looked at everyone present with confusion as he did not understand what was happening. A moment later, Logan handed over a whole set of pills to the man. After the first successful time, the men bowed their heads to Logan and the experiment continued further. Sometime later, Logan called the captain of the Knights and said that he had heard rumors that they had you as a wife in their last days. There were many quarrels. The man was furious because he did not understand who was spreading such rumors. Logan looked at the man closely and told him to calm down and just take one pill. At that moment, he shoved the medicine into his mouth. Logan sighed heavily and told the knight to go to his wife immediately. Logan smiled and said that he would talk to his father himself. He smiled and thanked his master for his understanding. With a joyful smile, the man returned home to his wife. The third subject was his father. Patrick timidly asked his son to give him the same pills as the others. Sometime later, Logan asked his brother for forgiveness, as he knew that they would soon have another brother or sister. Rick was shocked by his master. He did not understand why he did not offer him these pills, since he worked harder than everyone else. Logan looked at his subordinate in surprise as he did not expect this. He turned his gaze to his work tool. But a moment later, he left his subordinate, who in turn screamed because he did not understand what kind of look this was from his master. A moment later, he looked at his master in surprise as he stopped suddenly. Logan sighed heavily and told his servant that he had no one to test the effect of the pills on. Rick was shocked by this statement. Sometime later, Logan contacted Philip. Philip asked the gentleman what price he wanted to put for the pills. Logan said that he wanted to sell them for 100 gold coins per piece. Philip sighed heavily and asked the gentleman if he thought that the aristocrats in the capital were simpletons. Logan smiled and said that of course he didn't think so, but he just had confidence in his product. He knew that in his past life it had been bought so often that the price had gone up terribly. He understood that if they could sell the sawdust in limited quantities, they would be able to make more money. Logan told his subordinate that he was convinced that the result would be excellent, and it was enough for someone famous to try the pill and express his opinion, and it should be someone who desperately needed the medicine. Philip did not know which aristocrat would spread the word that his impotence had passed. Logan smiled and said that the conversations of aristocrats are always overheard by many ears. Even if it is a secret, rumors will still spread, and other customers will flock like bees to honey. Philip wondered for a moment who they might sell the pills to. Philip asked the gentleman if he wanted to go to a banquet in the capital. Logan was shocked and asked his subordinate if he was serious. He only went to celebrate victories when he was a mercenary, since unfortunately his family did not have money for banquets. Philip said that it was easier to establish connections there, although he would have to spend time to promote the business, since he wouldn't be able to sell medicine at a banquet. Logan was taken aback when he heard about what could be sold at the banquet. Philip was in shock and shouted at the gentleman that he shouldn't do that because his house would become an outcast if he pulled something like that in high society. Logan smiled and said that it wouldn't happen if he wasn't the one selling. Logan told his subordinate that he had previously told him about an informant in the capital, so he should go to him and find out about anything they might need. Philip was a little puzzled and didn't know what his master was planning. Logan mooned and said that he would be arriving in the city soon, so he would find out everything as soon as they met. Philip sighed heavily as he had a bad feeling about this. A week later, the young man arrived in the capital of the kingdom. Philip was shocked. He did not understand how his master managed to get the permission. He wanted to know how the master got the permission to sell the aphrodisiac. Logan said that, of course, he didn't tell anyone about it, although it was not easy to bring 3,000 boxes without servants. He was surprised because his father agreed faster than he thought, and this was most likely due to his success in the war. Philip looked closely at the gentleman and said that when he first arrived, he also had no servants with him. He asked the gentleman if he thought it was normal for the son of a noble house to move around like that. Logan sighed heavily and said that when there were servants around, it was difficult to choose a route, not to mention that they had their own work to do. He thought about work for a moment as he had loaded his subordinate with a large number of tasks. He remembered his faithful subject because in this life and in the past he had always been faithful to him. He knew that the young man did everything for him, so he was really very grateful to him, but he also wanted to thank him not only verbally, but also financially. Logan looked at his subordinate intently and said that he had decided everything. Philip was taken aback as he saw a familiar expression on his face. Logan smiled and said that as a token of gratitude to Rick for doing such a great job, he would name the cure Emporic. Philip looked at his master in bewilderment, for he knew that there was no doubt and he was completely mad. Philip looked at his master closely and said, "Something must be wrong." He was tired after a long journey, and it would be better for him to recuperate in the bar. Logan asked if he shouldn't talk about aristocrats who had problems. In a place full of snakes, Philip said that the room was clearly a more appropriate place to discuss such a topic. Philip looked closely at the gentleman and said that he had gone to the informant and found out everything that his gentleman had asked for. Philip looked closely at the gentleman and asked if he was sure he was going to pay him 90 gold pieces for each document. Logan smiled and said that he charges a lot, but he does quality work. Logan told his subordinate that if he relayed his words correctly, they would get the information they needed. Philip said that he had told him everything word for word. Logan said he needed the names of aristocrats who had been married for the last 10 years, but had not had children. He needed the names of aristocrats who had remarried or had mistresses. Philip said that he also asked to get the names of the aristocrats who ate stamina-boosting food. Logan thanked the young man with a smile for the work he had done. Philip said that the real trouble happened on his day when news reached him about the war with the witch. The gentleman could not even imagine how worried he was until he found out that she finished with that same evening. Logan smiled because he understood that Philip was worried about him as an employer. Philip said that when he thought about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with, he lost all appetite. He knew that no one would buy it. A moment later, Logan tossed the document to his subordinate and told him to stop talking and get down to business. Or he was in shock, not understanding why the paper was breaking so painfully. Logan looked at him closely and asked who on the list he thought would be suitable for their first client. Philip looked closely at the documents, studying the entire list. A moment later, he pointed to one name. Logan approached to see who they were talking about. But at that very moment, he was taken aback because he was surprised. Sometime later, a ball took place in the capital. The Count communicated with the young ladies with a joyful smile. Count Davis turned around as he heard someone calling him. He froze in place for a moment in surprise. Logan looked at the Count intently and asked for forgiveness with a smile, and he also introduced himself. Everyone looked intently at the young man, barely holding back their laughter. The Count looked intently at the young man and said that it looked like they had a new guest. Everyone looked closely at the young man, as they understood that his outfit was simply tasteless. Logan, in turn, put on what Philip recommended him, and, as expected, no one liked this outfit. He understood that this was an excellent choice. He had no time to cultivate useless connections at a useless banquet like this. His only goal was the Count, Count Davis. Despite being an important figure in the matter of preserving the kingdom and having married at the age of 20 as a man, he is a complainant and still childless. Logan was very surprised when Philip pointed out his name on the list, since he had become quite famous in his past life. Unfortunately, the Count committed suicide because of his wife. She was constantly making dust out of him, and they had arguments. But the last straw was when she called him a feeble bastard at the banquet. The insult his wife inflicted on him at the banquet drove him to suicide. Logan knew that his reputation and the opinions of others were very important to him. He knew that the Count fit all the points he had mentioned to the informant, and that he was the ideal first customer. Logan said with a smile that he had come to the capital for business, and having heard of his authority, decided to meet him personally. The Count smiled and said that there was already a lot of everything in their city. He looked closely at the young man and said that since he had come from the outskirts, many of the capital's goods had shocked him. At the same time, June food, we whispered among ourselves. Logan smiled and said that of course that was true, but he was sure that nothing like his product was here, so he was going to sell it. He came closer to the man and said that this medicine was specially designed for men because it increased sexual desire. Count Davis stood frozen in shock for a moment. But after a few seconds, he asked angrily if he was the son of an aristocrat and he sold such things. The young ladies whispered among themselves. Count Davis looked askance at the young man, as he did not understand how he dared to speak in such a place. He understood that he would now wallow in humiliation alone. Logan sighed heavily as he understood what the Count was thinking about. Count Davis looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he had anything to say. Logan said with a smile that, as a courtesy, he had brought a gift for an influential person in the capital, so he wanted him to accept it. At that very moment, Logan handed over a small box and informed the Count that he would like him to accept his goods, which would be sold for 100 gold pieces each. Logan said that he had specially put some in as a gift for him because it was a wonderful medicine and it had no side effects. Logan said with a satisfied smile that he could swear to it on his honor as an aristocrat. The man froze for a moment. A few days later, Logan's butler came to him and said that his master had instructed him to purchase the drug. Logan said with a smile that it looked like the Count had sent him. Philip bowed and thanked the buyer and asked him to come again. Philip looked at his master closely and said that he had done a good job the first time. Logan said with a smile that they would earn even more, because the rent for the tiny shop itself cost 10,000. But this was expected, because this was the center of the capital, and he barely managed to negotiate the rent. Philip sighed heavily and said that they needed a room, and it would be more useful if people could come in and inspect the goods themselves. Logan told the young man that he was absolutely right, but it was time for him to go to the banquet. Philip was surprised because he knew that his master went to banquets almost every day, and sometimes several times. Logan smiled and said that one client wasn't enough for him. Logan said with a satisfied grin that they needed to advertise the product to as many people as possible. A week later, the man went to the small shop again. He simply could not believe that the Count was asking him to buy medicine again. He was surprised because no healthy food had such an effect on the Count. But a moment later, the man froze as he saw a crowd of people. He was surprised as the line that had formed outside the store was no joke. The man was a little puzzled and did not understand why the line was so long. He was surprised because everyone was familiar to him. He saw the Viscount's steward, and he also saw the Count's butler. He understood that this could spread unnecessary rumors, so he wanted to buy the medicine and leave as soon as possible. A moment later, Philip came out onto the street to meet everyone. He asked for forgiveness and said that unfortunately, they had sold everything they had prepared for today. Everyone present was shocked by the statement. The man was surprised and shouted that this had never happened before. Philip smiled and said that he was really sorry because this drug is very popular, but there is not enough supply, so they set a limit of 50 boxes per day. The man begged Philip, puzzled, to give them some of the drug, while the other man shouted, "Stop! If he comes back empty-handed, the master will kill him." The man stopped and looked at everyone in surprise, but at the same moment he told his subordinate to immediately find out what was going on. Logan looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, because he knew that the introduction of restrictions would stimulate buyers, and other people, seeing the crowd, would also be interested in his drug. He was glad because he knew that everything was going according to his clear plan. At the same time, Philip shouted with a joyful smile that there was no more goods for today, and he asked everyone to come tomorrow. He shouted that he was sold out for today. The man was furious because he had been coming for several days in a row, but everything had already been sold. Philip looked at his master with a joyful smile and said that they had been fulfilling the sales plan every day for a whole month. He knew that today everything was sold out immediately after the store opened. Looking at the gentleman, he said with a joyful smile that this way some would be able to earn 4.5 million a month. Logan smiled and said that they could not even imagine that there were so many incapacitated men in the city. Logan said with a smile that they had raised the price several times, and there were still people willing to pay more. He said with a smile that he would soon begin to worry about the future of their kingdom. Philip looked at the gentleman with a satisfied smile. A moment later, Logan twisted his subordinate and shouted with a smile that he was a good boy, as he had done very well. Philip sighed heavily and said that, unfortunately, it was hard for him to breathe, and also told the master that it was all thanks to his efforts. Logan looked at the young man with a smile and said that starting next month he would receive a percentage of the profits. Philip froze for a moment, as he did not expect anything like this. But at the same moment he thanked the gentleman and shouted that he would try his best. The young people were taken aback when they heard a scream from the office. Logan covered his family with his hand, as he was very emotional. He looked closely at his subordinate and asked if he was seriously talking about such sums. Hamar sighed heavily and said that everything was exactly like that. And judging by the miner's words, there was a high chance that the gold nuggets were in the deeper layers. Logan was amazed because he realized that 10 tons of gold, even with a rough calculation, was 100 million gold. He was amazed because he realized that he had won a much bigger lottery than he had previously imagined. Hamar was well aware of the fact that the price of the loot was not a joke. He asked the gentleman if Togo had the means to pay. Logan was taken aback, but said that of course he had everything. He looked at the man with a satisfied smile and told him to wait a little, since his master would get all the money he needed and the workers in one moment. Hamar sighed heavily and looked at his master with a puzzled expression, as he, in turn, wanted their master to be gentler with them. Logan walked slowly about his business. He knew that the initial investment cost for developing the mine would be about 5 million. He understood that if the sales of his medicine remained the same, he would be able to collect 4.5 million in a month. He was clearly aware of the fact that within a few months of selling the drug, he would have a lot of money. He knew how many boxes of medicine he had left, so he needed to go home and send more medicine to the city and then start developing the mine. He froze for a moment as he sensed that someone was hiding behind the house. At that very moment, he ran towards the man because he thought that he was a thief. He burst into the store but didn't notice anyone. Looking back, he wondered if he had left. Logan knew that this was not the case because there was only one way out. He knew that the uninvited guest was still in their store. Unfortunately, the man was very fast, and at that very moment he passed Logan. Logan was shocked and immediately used his sword. He wanted to know who broke into their store, but he froze for a moment in surprise when he saw that there was no one there. He was very shocked because he didn't see anyone, but he clearly felt that someone was in the store. At that moment, Logan clearly felt the force that he had felt a few minutes ago. He turned around with fury, and at that very moment he saw an uninvited guest who was on the roof. A few seconds later, he pushed off the ground and flew onto the roof. He saw his opponent standing on the roof, straight and confident, without moving. With lightning speed, he aimed his sharp sword straight at his enemy. He still managed to latch onto his opponent. The man was a little puzzled as the young man managed to cut him. A few seconds later, Logan landed on the roof where his uninvited guest stood. He looked at the man with fury and asked who he was. But the man did not answer the young man, and after a few seconds it easily evaporated. Logan was shocked by everything that was happening. He was shocked because he realized that there was no trace of his presence left, although he had just been in front of him. But after a few seconds, he saw a small piece of the cloak. He was puzzled and did not understand what had happened at all. The next day, Philip asked his master in surprise if an aura user had really sneaked into their store. Logan sighed heavily and said that it was just a guess, but at the very least, he was an advanced force user. He was alarmed because he knew that it was not just for nothing that he felt he had a high rank. Logan understood that he was obviously significantly different from him. Philip was alarmed and did not understand how the user of the aura could be an enemy, and at the same moment a thief, and he learned that the one who possessed it was capable of becoming an aristocrat from an Arab. He asked his master if such a man would stoop to robbery. He wanted to know if he had stolen anything. Elbow sighed heavily and told Philip that he thought correctly. Logan told the young man that he had only stolen a few pills of the drug. Philip said that in that case he was not interested in the money, and he took them for himself. He asked if there were any incapacitated men among the aura users. Logan looked at his comrade closely and said that there should be an aura user on his list. Philip said that it was not so, because he was asked for an additional fee because it was incredibly secret information, but he refused. But a moment later, Philip said that he remembered, and there was one person. He said that the man was, unfortunately, a childless aura user who lived in the capital. The man looked intently at the children who were having a good time. He looked at them tenderly, without taking his tender gaze away. The lady looked intently at her husband and asked why he was looking so intently. He smiled and said he was just enjoying the views of the street. She turned her gaze to where her husband was looking. She sighed heavily as he looked at the children again. He smiled and said that he just liked the cityscape and she shouldn't have stupid thoughts. He looked at her with a gentle smile and suggested that she return home. The lady hugged her husband tightly and said with a smile that she was very happy to have met him. He looked at his wife with tenderness and longing, but a moment later he hugged her tightly and said that he was also very happy. The best swordsman in the kingdom of Felix Esperanza, in his heart grew sadness and regret, because it all started with a simple wound he received in his youth. While fighting for his country, he was injured in the groin area. As a young man, he had not cared about yet another honorable wound received while performing his knightly duty, but now he wondered what the point was in the title of Duke and the glory of being the strongest on the entire continent. He knew it didn't matter, because he had no child to inherit his achievement. Madame looked closely at her husband and said that for him, it was most likely Mocha. With tears in her eyes, she said that if he didn't mind, she would like to stay by his side. She was very sad that they couldn't have a child, but she didn't want to leave him. Felix looked at his wife closely and wondered if there was any way he could ever repay her for the boundless love he received from her. The man looked at his master intently and said that a family meeting would soon begin. He asked the master if he was sure that there was no need to rush. Felix sighed heavily as he saw no reason why he should come earlier, since they were only pressuring him to have heirs. The man looked at his commander intently but said nothing. But a moment later he said that he would try to express himself more carefully. But recently, a very effective medicine had appeared in the capital. Felix sighed heavily and asked if this was true. The man told his master that it even healed physical wounds. Felix was taken aback and froze for a moment. The man looked at the gentleman intently and said that he did not know if he would believe him, but there were a lot of reviews about his effectiveness. Felix was furious because he had already tried the drugs after he stole them. He was puzzled because he did not expect that he would decide to rob. Even if he was troubled by his wife's tears, he understood that it was a disgrace for all his disciples, not to mention the fact that it did not show any effect. Felix told his subordinate that rumors should be treated with distrust. He understood that rumors were just rumors, and medicine could not cure what the aura had not helped him with. The knight was taken aback, and looking at the young man, said that he could not meet the Duke without an appointment. Logan said with a smile that for this reason he asked to be named. Logan said with a satisfied smile that he would definitely want to meet when he heard his name. Some time ago, Philip anxiously asked the gentleman whether he was really going to visit the Duke in person. Logan smiled and said that everything was correct. Philip was worried and asked the master not to say that he was planning to go to the strongest man in the kingdom and ask him if he had robbed him and how things were with his wife. Philip hoped that his master would not do anything like that. Logan looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked if he had just been mocking him. Philip was alarmed and told his master that he was asking for trouble. He wanted his master to pretend that nothing had happened. Logan knew that if anything went wrong, it would be the end of them. He knew that his subordinate was speaking on business, but if that man really was the Duke, then they should not miss such a chance. A moment later, Logan saw the butler. The butler smiled and showed the guest where to go. Logan knew he had a chance to form a strong bond with one of the strongest men in the kingdom. He bowed and greeted the Duke and introduced himself. Logan knew that the Duke was around 70 years old, but he looked much younger. He wondered if the Duke had slowed down his aging or was using his strong aura. Felix looked at the young man closely and said that his home was in the southwest region. He wanted to know why the young man had come such a long way from there. Logan in turn understood that it was still too early to get straight to the point. He smiled and said that he had recently opened his own business in the capital and decided to present his goods to the Duke as a gift. He presented him with a small box containing a medicine for men's health, its effectiveness proven by many aristocrats. The Duke looked at the small box in surprise and asked if this was true. Logan looked at the man closely as he saw no reaction and was now sure that he was indeed the thief, and that was why he wanted to go in, on the other hand. He told the man with a smile that such a thing would not suit a Superman like him. So he brought something more special. Logan looked at the man with a fierce grin because he saw that he reacted correctly. At first, the Duke did not show interest because this drug did not work on him. The poison in the monster meat used in the current version of the medicine has been neutralized for use as an aphrodisiac and dysfunction treatment. But this normal poison will not work on a superhuman. So, having accumulated it, Logan created a powerful concentrate. He held out a small box with a smile and informed the Duke that in front of him was a limited version of the drug. Felix froze for a moment in surprise as he knew this was his chance. Logan called the version limited because it concentrated the effect of 50 ordinary pills, and he had the chance to use it on himself, so he could safely guarantee that the effect would be. He felt a deadly pain after taking this pill, and if an ordinary person without a power core took this pill, he would die. Logan told the Duke with a smile that if he liked the effect of the pill, he should let him know, and he would be more than willing to send more. Logan said that they would also take every precaution to maintain confidentiality. Duke froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer. The next day, the Duke, beaming with joy, asked the young man what he wanted, because he was ready to do everything in his power for him. Logan was seething with rage because he knew he had succeeded, but he smiled and said he didn't understand what he was talking about. Aura Master is a martial artist and a master of the power of using life energy. It can be said with complete confidence that Felix appreciated the effect of the medicine. And from his expression, one could tell that the medicine really worked. Felix knew that the medicine was not a one-time thing, and after several uses of the drug, the effect would accumulate, and he would be completely cured. He understood that his long-term melancholy and chest pain on the nest had come to an end. He couldn't believe that the young man had brought him a gift and hadn't even mentioned his misdeeds. After all, that day he saw his swordsman abilities. Felix understood that for a young man this was very good, and he believed that Logan was the owner of the miracle drug. The Duke smiled and said that it seemed he had been hasty. He looked at the young man closely and said that thanks to his gift he had gained a chance to be cured of the lingering ailment, and he was willing to pay a very good reward. Looking at Logan, he asked what he would say about this. Logan smiled and asked the Duke if he could borrow a useful book on swordsmanship. Sometime later, they went to his library. A few seconds later, the Duke handed the young man a small but old book. He smiled and said that the workouts described in it would make your body hurt, but it was worth reading because it had some eccentric moments. Logan happily thanked the man. He also asked the Duke if he could write a letter confirming that he had given it to him. The Duke was a little surprised, but said with a smile that he would of course do that. Logan looked at the man intently, as he was glad, because he got what he needed. He was sorry to take only the book from the Duke, although he was ready to give him anything. But his goal was accomplished in another. A moment later, the Duke said that he still felt that it was all wrong. Logan looked at the Duke in surprise and asked what they were talking about. The Duke sighed heavily. But a moment later, looking at the young man, he said that he would personally teach him the sword technique. Logan froze in shock on the spot, as he did not expect such a thing. He was shocked, as he knew that the greatest swordsman in the kingdom wanted to teach him. Felix sighed heavily, and looking at the young man, said that he understood that he was very modest and did not need much, but he was embarrassed to repay him with only a book. Logan thought for a moment, since this was the first time in his past in this life that he had been spoken of in this way, because he did not consider himself humble, he knew that even if he had the secrets of the divine sword, there was no need to refuse the offer of the strongest man in the kingdom, so he happily accepted. The Duke looked at the young man with a smile and said that judging the talent of remarkable young warriors was one of the joys of the old man. He looked closely at his young opponent and asked him to concentrate, because he had no intention of giving in. Logan looked at the man intently but said nothing. A moment later, the Duke looked at the young man closely and using his power ordered him to draw his sword. Logan was taken aback and backed away as the great power pressed down on him. He was in shock as a huge force pressed down on him and he couldn't even grab the sword. Now he understood what kind of aura user he had in front of him. Logan clearly understood that he was just a small bug in front of a great warrior. He was puzzled and wondered if all aura users were able to restrain their entire body using force. He understood that if this was true, then all the battles on the continent would end with the aura users, or the rest. He understood that it was not a matter of strength at all. He was sure that it was some kind of special ability, so he gathered his strength and tried to pull out his sword. The Duke looked intently at the young man. Logan used the force to enhance the perception of his senses, not his body, and then he wanted to analyze what was holding his body back. Every time she tried to move, the Duke's power stimulated her activation. Logan saw that the Duke was dissipating the power he put into the movement. Unfortunately, he didn't know how that was possible, but he did understand how to counter it. When he was just about to suppress his power, he had to react a little faster. The Duke froze for a moment in surprise, as he did not expect such a thing. But a moment later, he looked at the young man in surprise and said with confidence that he was talented. At the same time, Logan stood with concentration, pointing his sword at his opponent. He was breathing heavily, as it was very difficult for him, because the Duke's power was pressing on him. The Duke looked closely at the young man and said that he was holding up very well, and now he must watch carefully. Logan froze in shock as he saw that the Duke was concentrating the power that was overwhelming him on the tip of his sword. He wondered if it was the blade's aura. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he realized that this was not the case. The Duke looked at the young man with a grin. And at that very moment, he directed his power at Logan. Logan sat down at the table in shock. He was shocked as the Duke used the power of his blade. Logan looked closely at the man as he saw that his sword was moving very slowly. But unfortunately, he could not move, because the Duke's power permeated his entire body and interfered with the work of his senses. He saw that the power of the red blade was growing. He was puzzled and wondered what he could do even after understanding the principle. For a moment he was taken aback, as he realized that his power itself was neutralizing the Duke's power. His intuition told him that he wouldn't be able to dodge this blow. But Logan knew he had to do everything he could. A moment later, he surrounded himself with his power. The Duke was surprised as the young man created a barrier in powers. But in turn, the Duke had no intention of giving up. And at that very moment, he attacked his student. At the same time, Logan gradually surrounded himself with his power. He looked at his teacher with fury, but he still struck him. And a few seconds later, Logan, with lightning speed, flew into the wall with a crash. The Duke looked at the young man with a satisfied smile. Logan was shaking as he sat on the ground, but he used his last strength to get up. He was surprised and at the same time puzzled, but he saw his sword crumble into pieces. The Duke looked at the young man intently, asking if he really thought he would teach him something he could not master. He looked at him intently and said with a smile that he had just seen the full version. Logan sighed heavily, but said nothing. The Duke sighed heavily and said that towards the end, he had unconsciously taken the fight a little more seriously. At that moment, Logan fell to the ground. The Duke was surprised and couldn't believe that he was facing him face to face. He knew that some were simply destined to succeed in this world. He looked closely at the young man, as he understood that it would be very interesting to watch him from the side. The butler looked intently at the young man and asked with a smile if he was already leaving. The butler smiled and told Logan that the Duke said to let him rest until he was fully recovered so he could stay in the residence a little longer. Logan smiled and thanked them, and also said that he was fine, and thanks to the land he gave him, he was fully recovered. The butler said with a smile that he understood him, and also said that he would accompany him to the gate. The butler bowed and wished the young man a good journey. Logan thanked the butler with a smile for showing him the way. Logan ran like lightning, wanting to escape as quickly as possible, and the butler looked at him in surprise. Logan turned the corner with lightning speed and sighed heavily, as he felt terrible pain. He was puzzled, and he could not use such an expensive potion for such wounds. He could not believe that the Duke gave him a potion of excellent quality, which could not be obtained anywhere. But he had not given anything else from the Duke. He had developed strength recently, so he could heal the wounds on his own, although it was very difficult, because they were inflicted by the Grand Duke. But he knew that he still gained more than he lost. The Duke gave him the coordinates of the communication channel, his estate, and said that if Logan encountered difficulties while mastering the power of the blade, he could contact him. Logan could not think that the Duke would be so favorable to him. Logan was surprised, as the Duke treated him almost like a student. He understood that the imposed contact with him would be very useful to him in the future. A moment later, Logan was taken aback, as he heard the voice of his subordinate. He looked at his subordinate in surprise and fear, and still did not understand why he was near the Duke's estate. Philip said that he was nearby, and was waiting for his master to come out, but he did not understand why he looked pale. He hurriedly shouted and asked the Lord if he had been rude to the Duke. Logan sighed heavily and said that he had only learned a little swordsmanship from him, and at that very moment he started coughing. Philip was shocked by the state of his master, because he saw that he was very bad, because he was coughing up blood. A week later, the young people read the total income from the sale of the drug. Logan was pleased with the profit. Philip looked closely at the gentleman and said that if sales remained the same, then it would not be difficult for them to earn this amount in a month. They looked at each other with satisfied grins. Logan looked closely at his subordinate and asked with a smile if he was really so happy that he didn't mind not getting a bonus this month. Philippa, with tears in his eyes, asked the master not to interfere with his fantasies. Philip looked closely at the gentleman and said that he had established the process of purchasing monster meat. He also asked the gentleman if he had thought about buying a house in the capital. Considering the cost of living, it would be profitable. Logan said that he did not intend to do this, since he would stay in the city for a year, maximum 1.5, and until then, they should focus on selling the medicine, because after that, he would have to move, even if he wanted to stay. Philip was puzzled because he did not understand what the gentleman's words meant. Philip sighed heavily and said that the gentleman should take care of his health so that the business could continue to flourish, because he was coughing up blood and it scared him to death. He sighed and said that for this reason, he had been locked in his room for a whole week. Philip asked the gentleman if he was really focused on recovery, because when he came, the gentleman was always busy with something. Sitting at the table, Logan sighed heavily and said that it was true, but he did not need to worry about it. Philip looked at the gentleman intently and asked if this was another secret. Logan smiled but said nothing. He liked that Philip didn't try to find out more, even though he grumbled. But in his place, his faithful servant would have definitely gotten to the bottom of it. Philip asked the gentleman if he was going home now. Logan said that he was, and Philip had to reassure the customers until he sent a new batch of medicine. He looked at the young man closely and said that every month Toth was to send food rations worth 100,000 gold pieces to Tesron and McLean. Philip was shocked by this statement. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he really planned to feed all the residents of those regions. Logan sighed heavily and told his subordinate to calm down, because they would be doing this for a year, so he had to find a supplier. Philip was surprised and asked the gentleman if he was serious, because he didn't know that Logan valued his people so much. Logan in turn did not answer, because he simply did so because it was necessary. He knew that their chronic shortage of food supplies would end in a year. Logan knew that even if they had planes because of the infertile lands, they would still be in the red. He knew that people's labor was important to his plan, so he couldn't let them starve. As he was leaving, he said that he had some business to attend to, so he needed to get it done quickly. Philip asked what business he had, but he knew that the gentleman would not answer anyway. Logan smiled and told his subordinate that he was a quick learner. Sometime later, Logan came to a small guild. He looked closely at the young man, handed him a small list. The man looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he really wanted them to find the people on the list. He was puzzled because the young man wanted them to find people by name and a couple of external signs. He was puzzled because the gentleman did not know where they lived and understood that they would have to search the entire continent. Logan looked at the man closely and said that he should simply answer whether he could handle it or not, since he intended to pay them a generous fee. The man paused for a moment in thought, but after a few seconds he finally agreed. The hassle of returning back hastily, unfortunately, he was deep in his thoughts, as he knew that it would be difficult to find them, because even the names he knew could be fake. But he knew that he simply had no other option, because he had to gather all the independent superhumans at any cost. He wanted to gather those who had reached a similar level in their past life and had not joined any organization. He knew that each of them would be of great help in the war against the Empire. Logan stopped, not understanding why he was in such a hurry. He was confused because he was too anxious, despite the fact that things were going well in their capital. He realized that he was too obsessed with the future, and he knew he needed to calm down. The man looked at the elder with concern and asked him to calm down. The elder was furious because he knew that he was simply chasing his followers away. He wondered if he didn't have any other workers. The man asked the elder to calm down, as he had only come to convey the words of the tower head. The elder looked at the man intently and asked why the tower leader had called his followers this time. The man backed away, not knowing what to answer. But a moment later he said with a smile that they would be sent to the rural southwest, to the McLean territory. The man was taken aback and froze for a moment, as he saw that the elder was angry. The man, trembling with fear, told the elder that they would be sent on a 6-month mission. The elder was burning with rage, as he knew he could not allow this to happen. He looked at the man intently and said that it was time to settle the matter once and for all. He was furious because he knew he couldn't just let his followers go. Sometime later, Logan came to the Tower of the Magicians. At the same moment, the young man shuddered and greeted the guest with a smile. He looked closely at the young guest and wondered what business he had come on. Looking at the tax, he assumed that it was an aristocrat, but his suit was too simple. Logan said that he needed a pair of magic scrolls. The young man realized that such a person would never come to meet a high-ranking magician, and he probably just wanted to buy scrolls that were not particularly different from each other. Logan looked at the young man intently and said that he would like to buy 150 magical scrolls of destruction. The young man stood there in surprise. A moment later, Logan showed his user certificate issued by the bank. The young man froze for a moment, looking at the scroll. After a few minutes, he was taken aback, as there was a very large sum of money there. He was shaking like he had never seen anything like it before. A moment later, he said hastily that he would accompany the young man upstairs. Resolution Magic is a fourth circle, long-range earth magic spell. Depending on the mage's potential, this magic can even cause a cliff to collapse. But due to drawbacks such as the time it takes to activate and show signs of use, and the fact that it only works on rocks and dirt, it is not used in combat at all. Logan knew it was perfect for construction, hoping to speed up the development of the mine and solve his other problems at the same time. The old man looked at Logan in surprise and asked if he really wanted to buy a large number of scrolls. Logan smiled and said that that was exactly it. The old man said with a smile that they had not had such a generous buyer for a long time, and they even began to worry a little. Logan couldn't even imagine that the head of the tower himself would come running to him. He was the head of the tower in the 5th generation, but he acted like this just because of money. Logan wondered if things were really that bad for them. Logan knew that his trading partner's weakness was an advantage to him. He smiled and said that his home was a small fief in the southwest, and he would understand, and if they had not heard from him. Radio smiled and said that it seemed like his intern had made a mistake, and so he asked for forgiveness, and also said that he would be given a severe reprimand. Logan of the nose, and said that there was no need to do this. It was all nonsense. Radio smiled and told Logan that he was very good-natured. The young man in turn realized that his end would soon come. Radios is very angry because he almost lost Logan due to an intern's mistake. He knew that in peaceful times, earth magic was only used for farming or planting, arming with their trees. He didn't understand why some strange nobleman was wasting precious scrolls on such trivial things when he could just hire people. Radios was seething with rage, as he knew that it was precisely such ignorant golubtsi who were chattering about the magic tower becoming weaker and weaker even after he became the head of the tower, although he had actually spent the budget for this month a little earlier. In any case, he knew that he needed to butter up the young man and shake more money out of him. Radios looked at the young man closely and said that there was a small problem. Logan looked at him in confusion. The man said that he should have known that the creation of the scroll required a minimum of a max with the 5th circle. Radios said with a grin that there weren't many such specialists in their tower at the moment. Logan looked at the man with bewilderment and asked what was wrong with him. Radios backed away, as he had not expected such a reaction at all. He understood that he should still test the waters again. Radios told the young man that he should know that each scroll was expensive to create, so they couldn't make them in advance. Logan stood up, sighed heavily, and said that in that case there was nothing they could do. When he left, he said that he planned to purchase a lot of scrolls this month, but if it was difficult for them to strengthen such a quantity, then he would simply turn to the ruler family's magic tower. Radios rushed to the exit in a hurry and blocked the young master's path with his body. Radios asked the young master if he really intended to buy this amount of scrolls every month. Logan said that was exactly the case. He looked at the man intently and said that in 6 months he would ultimately need 900 scrolls. Radios, in turn, beamed with happiness. At that very moment, Logo said that since it was already difficult for them to make this amount, they should not make a deal. Radios quickly grabbed the young master and stopped him. He shouted that they would handle his good order. Logan asked in surprise how they were going to do it. The man smiled and said that of course they could definitely do it. Radios happily said that the scrolls of the 4th circle cost 10,000 gold each. Radios, anticipating real money, said that 150 scrolls would cost him 1.5 million. He shouted that in a year and a half the sum would be 9 million. Radios looked at the young master intently and said that this was a very attractive price, but he also asked the young man how about they find a mage so that he would not buy the scrolls. Logan looked at the man in confusion, as he knew that the magicians she had decided to use hated doing dirty work, so they usually sold scrolls. He understood that the mage was as effective as several scrolls. He asked the head of the tower if they really had a person who would be willing to send him to a construction site in the countryside. Radios smiled and said that it seemed like they misunderstood each other, since he couldn't even order a mage of that level. Logan sighed heavily, since he shouldn't even have hoped for something like that. Radios said with a sly smile that instead he could offer him 9 magicians with the second circle and 1 with the third. They are students who have been working as a team on various construction sites for a long time. Logan looked at him closely, knowing that this sounded good. He knew his construction had been going on for a long time, so this would be even better. But he was puzzled and wondered what kind of magicians specialized in construction. He really wanted to see what kind of people they were. Sometime later he saw young, but at the same time tortured people. Grick greeted the young gentleman, and also said that he was a magician of the third circle. Logan also introduced himself, but in turn he was puzzled by their appearance. Radios, with a smile, said that they greeted each other, and now they can go. The young people turned around at the same moment and walked towards the exit. Logan was shocked. He screamed. But the man, because he knew that they looked like they were going to die soon, the man smiled and said that they were independent from appearance, and not young employees with the most experience in the construction industry, so they are real experts. Okay, he thought for a moment, because he knew that they actually seemed reliable when he superficially examined them with his senses. Among them were second circle mages and 1 third circle. Besides, they were very young, and they were already considered talented specialists. And yet Logan had a vague feeling, as he did not understand why the tower master agreed to send them to the countryside. He wondered if he should check everything out. Logan looked at the man closely and said that this situation is not a very clean exchange. The man looked at him in surprise and said that 10 mages would be enough, instead of all the scrolls. Logan looked at the man closely and said with a grin that in that case, for 120 scrolls and 10 mages, he would pay 1,200,000. The man was a little puzzled, but did not answer. Logan knew it was a damn low price considering the mage's talent, though he wouldn't mind if they agreed. Logan was clearly aware of the fact that no one would send normal magicians for such a price. But a moment later, he froze in shock when he heard that the tower leader agreed with his proposal. Radios looked at the man intently and said that in that case, they should sign the contract immediately. Logan was confused and shocked at the same time. He wondered if he really agreed. Logan was surprised that the tower leader was in such a hurry and did not understand when he had time to prepare the contract. Logan clearly understood that something was fishy in this situation, but at that very moment they heard a scream, as the elder shouted that he needed to talk to the head of the tower immediately. The young people tried to stop their mentor. Logan turned around and froze for a moment as he saw the man who had the 5th circle. Clayton asked the tower leader with fury if he really wanted to send his followers away again. The tower leader said that it was for the good of the tower because his followers were the most talented. Clayton, in turn, puzzled, shouted that that was why he asked. He did not understand why only his followers should do the most difficult work. He shouted that they were not just anyone, but children who had just returned from work. The head of the tower shouted that love and work were not a problem for young people, and that it was necessary for the good of the tower and for themselves. Clayton shouted at the head of the tower that he knew that he had been oppressing his students ever since he had received the 5th circle and become an elder last year. Radios was puzzled and shouted that this was not true, and also asked the elder how he was behaving in front of their guest. Logan sighed heavily as he now understood what the matter was. He saw that the man had attained the 5th circle at a relatively early age and had become an elder. He clearly understood that he was in the tower. It was very frightening, because he had no opportunity to conflict with the elder, so he took it out on his followers. Logan looked at everyone present with a smirk, as the internal conflict in the tower would play into his hands. He couldn't believe that he had received such a lucrative contract. Radios. She shouted at the elder that if he did not want to obey the orders of the head of the tower, then it did not matter to him, and he could leave with his followers. The man was furious and asked the head of the tower if he was really serious about saying something like that now. At the same moment, he furiously applied his force. Radio shouted furiously at the man that if he wanted to leave, he could do so right now. Grick, watching everything that was happening, shouted to his comrades that things were bad and they needed to stop the men. Clayton shouted to the tower leader to prepare for battle. Radios glared at the man, but he had no intention of stopping. At that very moment, everyone was taken aback and looked at the guest of the tower in surprise as he signed the contract. They were taken aback and looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Logan looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and said that the contract was now signed. Logan looked at everyone present and showed them the contract. He looked at the young people with a smile and asked them to follow him. A moment later, he looked at the higher men and told them to handle it themselves. He knew that the contract would remain valid even if the head of the tower changed. The tower leader sighed heavily and said that they had shown themselves in a worthless way in front of the guest. He also said that he would send them the scrolls as soon as they were ready. The elder shouted that he had not finished yet. Redios asked the elder if he really wanted to break the contract with the Tower of Earth Magic. He shouted at the man to know his place. Clayton shouted angrily that if they were behaving like this, he would leave with his followers. Everyone froze for a moment in shock. The tower leader shouted at the man that he was an elder. He didn't understand how he could waste time in the countryside. Logan shouted that he never hired a mage with the fifth circle. Clayton sighed heavily and said that he would not ask for payment. He would simply help his guys get the job done as quickly as possible. Logan immediately bowed and thanked the man. The head of the tower was furious. He shouted that they had not finished speaking. Clayton, looking at his students, asked only to postpone the trip for a day since his followers needed to rest before leaving. Logan said with a smile that he did not mind, and tomorrow he would wait for them at the western gate. The next day, Logan was at the west gate, watching all the newcomers. Yesterday's contract was an unexpected stroke of luck. He knew that hiring one fifth circle mage would cost him 1 million. Logan wanted to get home as soon as possible, but a moment later he flinched as he heard someone's familiar voice. The young lady looked at the young man intently and with a grin said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was surprised by her and called her by name. She asked with a smirk if they were close enough to call each other by name. Logan, holding back his anger, smiled and said that they had known each other for a long time and also called her according to all the rules of etiquette. He knew that she, as always, was rude. She looked at him intently and said that she had heard rumors about him because they said that a rather shameful business had opened there. She asked with a smirk if his house had really started having problems. She wanted to know if his family had really come to an end, so she asked in a veiled way if he wasn't ashamed to walk around the neighborhood like that. He smiled and said that she knew how ambitious he was about money, so she didn't have to worry about anything. He wanted her to know that it was none of her business at all, and he hoped that she would stop thinking about his business and go about her business. She sighed heavily and said that the amount she had given him was not small, and it seemed difficult to realize it, since he lived on barren lands. Logan sighed heavily and said that she was stealing, and also informed him that it was time for him to leave. He knew that she was just disgusting, and he would do well to avoid her. Rena said with a smirk that she heard about his great contribution during the war. He used special weapons. She looked intently at the young man and said that she had one proposal. She smiled and asked if he wanted to sell the gun to her. Logan said with a smile that the weapon was nothing special, and he felt awkward, but he would have to refuse her for the rest of his life. Logan ran away from her with lightning speed. Rena sighed heavily and looked at him with fury. He knew that even after he became famous for selling the medicine, none of the aristocrats showed any interest in the war, but the young lady was aware of everything. He understood that most likely her entire family became interested in him, and quite quickly. He knew that crossbows were simple, so he hoped that he would be able to use them a few more times. Clayton looked at the young gentleman with a smile and said that he clearly remembered that yesterday they had agreed to meet at the western gate. He did not understand why he was walking towards them. Logan smiled and said that he just ran away from someone annoying. The man looked at him in bewilderment, as he did not understand what the gentleman was talking about. But Logan said with a smile that it was time for them to hit the road. Sometime later, they rode in the carriage in silence. Clayton looked closely at the young man. It turned out that several large carriages were enough to carry 6 people each. He also saw that the coachmen were experienced, so he came to the conclusion that Logan had spent a lot. Clayton sighed heavily and told the young master that he shouldn't have bothered so much because he had wasted a lot of money. His student was puzzled. Logan looked at the man intently but said nothing. It was not the first time he had encountered very proud mages. He volunteered to go for free, so Logan knew it would be easy to sweet-talk him. Logan smiled and said that he had wonderful magicians with him, so what he did was quite natural. The man sighed heavily but did not answer. Sometime later, late in the evening, They stopped to rest a little before continuing on their way, while Logan sat quietly by the fire. But after a few seconds, he felt someone's presence. He ducked when he felt a dagger coming towards him. But after a few seconds, he calmly asked who threw the sword. The man was taken aback for a moment. He just couldn't believe that Logan managed to dodge. He said that it was very impressive for a young man. The man looked at the tax with a grin and said that he had previously heard rumors about him in the capital because Logan had made a lot of money selling some kind of medicine. Logan looked closely at the young men who surrounded him. He wondered if they were all thieves. He sighed heavily and said that he wanted to try out what he had learned earlier. Meditate in a calm environment. But a moment later he looked at them with a smirk and said that since they had interrupted him, he should practice the technique on them. The man looked at Logan with fury and asked what he was talking about. But at that very moment, Logan, with their lightning speed, rushed to his enemy and dealt with him on the spot. The man did not have time to do anything. He only screamed and fell to the ground. Everyone present was in shock, as they did not understand when he managed to get so close to their comrade. A few seconds later, the man rushed towards the young master, as he wanted to take revenge on him for his comrade. But Logan wasn't going to give up so easily. He looked at his opponent with a dull expression, because he was screaming with anger and heading towards him with his weapon at the ready. But Logan easily repelled his opponent's attack. At that very moment, Logan easily directed all his power at the enemy and sent him flying. Everyone present was momentarily stunned with shock. They were puzzled because they saw that the young gentleman with his ease had dealt with several of his opponents in a few seconds. The man was taken aback and shouted that it was time for them to leave. But at that very moment, he began to tremble with fear and confusion because his legs did not move. He was very frightened because he could not understand why he could not make a movement. At the same moment, Logan looked at everyone present with fury, but at the same time, he was practicing the technique that the Duke had shown him earlier. A moment later, he used his power, freeing her. But after a few seconds, he decided to point his terrible sword at the enemies. At that very moment, his sword reached its target, and he heard a cry of despair and pain. Logan was taken aback and looked at his opponents in surprise. He was puzzled, as he still found it difficult to hold her for long, but he was glad that he still managed to achieve such a result. At the same time, the man sitting on his knees was trembling and crying from fear. Logan knew that the concentration and compression of power through a new source generated an aura. That day, along with the pressure blade, the Duke told him the blade of power, which was at a weaker level of aura, but he thought that it was too early for him to try to repeat it. But now he was glowing with joy, because he simply could not believe that he had managed to use the blade of power, even for a moment. A moment later, he turned and glared at his enemies, throwing all his thoughts away. He saw that there was still one opponent left, but the man in turn was puzzled. He did not understand what was holding him back. A moment later, he flinched and cried out in pain. Logan knew that using the power of the draining sword to forcibly disperse and overpower the enemy was characteristic of a pressure blade. Logan was very pleased because he knew he was good enough to use in a real fight. At that moment, he raised his knees over the man. The man could not bear it and screamed with tears in his eyes. Logan sighed heavily and wondered if he had gone too far. But a moment later, he clearly heard a familiar voice. The man said that he saw everything. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He turned around and froze as he saw Clayton in front of him. Logan was confused and didn't understand why the man was so angry. He wondered if the man thought his treatment of the thieves was too harsh. Logan knew that if he refused to cooperate with him, he would be in big trouble. Clayton looked at Logan closely and said that he had amazing abilities. Logan froze with a puzzled expression on his face. Clayton said that he knew little about force users. Looking at the young master, he said that he was a little surprised by his abilities and understood how unusual it was that at such a young age he was capable of such a thing. Logan smiled and said that he was making him blush. Logan realized that despite his angry appearance, he was not angry at all. Sometime later, they returned to the camp, but walked in silence. Logan deliberately walked away from the camp so as not to be exposed by those who were not his allies. Logan wondered if the mage had come all the way to look for him. He was puzzled and did not understand why he would do something like that. Clayton said that his followers were having a hard time because they did not get the best teacher. So while they were together, he wanted to take up their training. Logan smiled and told the man that he could cope without it. He didn't understand what all this was about. Clayton looked at the young gentleman closely and said that when they got there and started working, he wanted them to have breaks between shifts, to study, not to drill. He looked at the young gentleman intently and said in all seriousness that, in exchange, he himself would work more. Logan was a little surprised and said that it was not a problem at all. Logan looked closely at the man as he could see his mana was coming from the ground, but he didn't understand where it was going. After a few seconds, he clearly saw where she was heading. He looked at the tent in surprise and wondered if the earth mages were sleeping in it. He did not understand why the man had gone so far. Clayton looked at the young gentleman in bewilderment and called him. Logan, as a young man, told the man that he seemed to value his followers very much. He sighed heavily and said that since they called him a teacher, he should have at least taught them the basics. Logan asked the man if he had gone too far for them, since he was arguing with the head of the tower. Clayton hesitated, not knowing how to answer the question. Sometime later, Logan met with his father. Patrick listened to his son and said that he had gained a lot of experience in the capital. Logan smiled and said that it was true and the trip had done him good. Patrick asked his son if he wanted to borrow anything else. Logan looked at his father puzzled, but a moment later he said that his business was going well and would soon be profitable. Patrick looked at his son in surprise as he did not understand what kind of profit they were talking about. But a moment later he asked his son in surprise what business they were talking about. Logan said that he had started selling the drugs he had previously given him. Patrick was taken aback and asked his son if he really meant to say that he had traveled all the way to the capital and started a business there selling sexual desire enhancer. Patrick sighed heavily and said that she remembered that he had promised not to interfere in his affairs, but he still wanted his son to at least think about the reputation and dignity of his house next time. Logan looked closely at his father as he took the news better than he expected. Logan smiled and agreed with his father. Patrick asked his son if he just agreed without thinking. Logan said with a smile that it was so. Logan already felt how his reputation was being restored. He looked at his father intently and said that he also had the chance to meet the Duke of the Sword and establish contact with him. Patrick was taken aback and asked his son if he was talking about Duke Felix now. Patrick angrily asked his son if he had really sold him his medicine. Logan happily shouted that it was indeed so. Patrick was seething with rage and asked his son how much he wanted to ruin the reputation of his house. Logan smiled and said that in return he gave him a good secret technique of a mid-level sword. Patrick froze in shock on the spot as he did not expect such a thing. But at the same time, Logan said with a smile that he actually gave the full iron blood sword technique. Logan, of course, knew that this was all a lie because he himself wrote the book while he was at the Duke's estate. An imperial merchant discovered it in some ruins. It described a mid-level sword technique. The merchant first copied the book and sold several copies. However, their contents leaked out en masse and began to roam the market, and soon the technology became public property, and all the knights of the continent could study it. Logan knew that this event would take place in 10 years, but if their knights could learn this technique, the power of his house would increase. He knew that if he added sword chi and divine sword secrets, it would be an explosive mixture. And he knew that he had to do this so that his father and brother would have the upper hand. However, the iron blood sword technique accelerated the power, which could cause damage to the insides during training. He knew that his father would not allow such a thing. So the Duke's involvement would make him change his mind. Logan watched his father closely, who did not take his eyes off the book. Patrick was very happy because he saw that these records were an order of magnitude better than what they had. He understood that the level of the records was much higher. The reality is that it is difficult for aristocrats to obtain decent techniques. For a while, he even thought that this was the reason why he had not made any progress for a long time. He said that once their knights mastered it, the average level of the entire order would increase. He did not know how they could repay the Duke for his kindness. Logan said with a smile that he had one suggestion. A moment later, Patrick said that he had to have her to somehow repay him. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He looked at his father and said with a smile that he didn't mean it. But at that very moment, Patrick shouted that they didn't have much time. As he left, he shouted that mastering this technique was his priority, and he also informed his son that he would take care of things for now. At that very moment, he threw the seal to his son. Logan was in shock and did not understand what his father was saying. He froze teacher when he saw the seal of the house. Patrick, with a joyful smile, shouted to his son that he should help Dwayne with the chores, and he would return as soon as he mastered the technique. He smiled and thanked his son. Logan was shocked because he knew he had something to say to his father, but it was all in vain. Logan looked closely at the seal as he realized that since it was in his power, he no longer needed his father's permission. He was very happy about this, as he understood that he would have to settle all the affairs while his father was training. At that very moment, Dwayne burst into the office and shouted to the young gentleman that he had heard about his successes in the capital. Dwayne shouted at the young master that he had urgent business and he should help the family with his money. Logan asked with bewilderment. Didn't they receive money after winning the war? Dwayne shouted that the amount was not enough to maintain several fortresses because due to the war, they had a reduced workforce and this year the food supply would be much less. Dwayne on his knees begged the gentleman to give him money as he had previously heard that his journey had been successful. Logan smiled and apologized because he spent it all. Dwayne was taken aback and told the gentleman that he had earned several million. He did not understand when he had managed to spend so much in such a short time. Logan smiled and looked at the man intently, but he in turn said with a smile that it was no longer funny. Logan smiled and said nothing. The man was taken aback as he realized that he had no hope. He looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and asked if this was true. Logan did not answer. Dwayne sighed heavily and asked the gentleman what he spent all the money on. Logan said with a smile that he spent the money on scrolls and mages, and also bought building materials and food to support their people, and therefore he had nothing left. Dwayne looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. Dwayne sighed heavily and said that a little food would not make a difference to the well-being of the people. Logan looked at the man closely and said that he spent 1 million gold on food. Dwayne froze in shock as Logan said that food for that amount would be sent to their people every month for a year. Dwayne hastily asked the young gentleman if he had gone crazy. Logan sighed heavily as Ogo had the expected reaction, since his opinion of him had not changed much after he became a war hero. Logan firmly said that he was sane and also asked if it was enough to feed the people. Dwayne was taken aback and said that it was, but he still asked what the count of building materials and magic scrolls was. Dwayne looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked what they were going to build here. Logan said with a smile that they would soon be leaving the dam. After a few weeks, all the inhabitants were called to their labor duties. The men were furious because they realized that this had finally happened. After all, the aristocrats had exploited them to the fullest. They were burning with anger. Because they were called to work in the middle of the busiest season, they understood that if they went, their children would die of hunger. They barely managed to get out of the battlefield alive, and now their fief itself was trying to finish them off. They understood that they had to make a choice. Either die while running or working, or die of hunger. They realized that they had no choice, and knew that they had to take matters into their own hands and attack the feudal lord. The next day they came to the fortress. The man looked at the old man with alarm and asked if they had really decided to do this. The old man said that they were chasing them like dogs, feeding them grass for dinner, while they themselves were living happily. The man wondered if they should start a fight with so many people, but he understood that it was better to take advantage of the opportunity and get out all the aristocrats. A moment later, they looked into the distance with fury as they saw the gates opening. The men looked intently at the knights and at the same time prepared for battle. The knight looked closely at his subordinates and shouted for them to get ready for distribution. Everyone present froze with bewilderment on their faces. They did not understand what was going on and what kind of distribution the knights were preparing. The man shouted angrily that this was all nonsense, because they knew very well that you were aristocrats. But a moment later, the man was taken aback and looked in bewilderment at the knight, who handed him a small bag. The knight, looking at the old man, said, "By order of the young master, those who participate in forced labor receive a month's supply of grain for the whole family." He looked at all of them present and said that they would start handing everything out right now, and they should stand in line. The people pounced on the knights because they realized that it was indeed grain, and they were shocked because they realized that they would no longer have to go hungry. The man in turn froze in place with bags in his hands. A moment later, he could not bear it any longer and burst into tears, all the while praising the name of the young master. He looked intently at all those present and glorified the name of the young master before them. After a few seconds, everyone present began to glorify the name of the young master. Dwayne asked in surprise if it was necessary to give a forced order to gather everyone, since the young master could have simply asked them to come. Logan smiled and said that then very few people would come because they don't trust aristocrats. Logan knew that the aristocrats considered their people as property, and those who had feelings did their duty to protect them. But having lived as a mercenary in his past life, he realized that for the common people, the only difference between bad aristocrats and good ones was who took more from them. Logan sighed heavily and said that even his father thought more of knights than men, as he considered them the strength of the nation. Logan knew that despite the budget shortfall, he had maintained a knightly order of 50 men, and he could guess what people thought of them. Logan said that he forced them to come and see for themselves how he treated them, so that they could be sure. Logan looked at the man with bewilderment and asked why he was looking at him so intently. Dwayne told the young gentleman with a joyful smile that he was simply surprised, as he never ceased to amaze him. Logan smiled and told his comrade not to be stupid, because as long as he trusted him, he would be able to move forward with the construction. Dwayne was taken aback, and the player, well, the gentleman should think it over again. He did not understand why the gentleman was spending a lot of money on such an undertaking. He didn't understand if it was even possible to finish it. Logan sighed heavily and said that he was now talking like those two. Clayton and Hamar were shouting and asking the master in a hurry if he was really going to drill a hole in the mountain. The men were puzzled and asked the gentleman if he really wanted to drain the water from the river and then build a sluice. Logan sighed heavily and said that it was entirely possible, and they should do as he said, since their territory was surrounded by mountains and wastelands on all sides, and they had barren lands. He knew that even the low mountains in the north blocked the river from entering, so they had to cut a huge hole in the northern wild mountains for the river water to pass through them. Hamar, looking at the gentleman, said that it would be more convincing to tell them to dig a tunnel under the mountain. Logan sighed heavily and told the man to listen to him carefully. Logan said they would make a tunnel 30 meters in diameter with an outlet directly to the river at ground level, which would serve as a sluice. This method was used in the West and was called a reservoir. Logan knew that this method of controlling the flow of water would actually become popular in the Empire many years later, but he didn't know how it worked. But looking at the man, he understood that he was with great masters. He understood that if they could cope, then they would manifest you. You would release him into the Western Territory, into the arable plain. Clayton, in turn, understood that this would all be very difficult, and Hamar, in turn, began to think about how to do something like this correctly. Hamar began to give details of what they needed to do and how. Clayton, in turn, asked in bewilderment if this was really possible to implement. Hamar was taken aback as he realized that he had spoken out loud. Logan looked at them intently and asked if it was possible. Hamar sighed heavily and said in a puzzled tone that he had a lot of work to do right now. Logan smiled and said that for that reason, he had prepared magic scrolls and mages. Looking at his comrade, he said that he should choose which mountain would suit them. Hamar was very irritated, as he guessed that something was wrong, since he treated him to delicious food for no reason. Clayton, for his part, wondered if they could handle it. Sometime later, they prepared to put the plan into reality. The men looked at the magician intently, as they did not know if they would be safe after his actions. But they knew that since the young master was next to them, everything would go smoothly. Hamar shouted to the man that if he was ready, he should begin. Clayton, in turn, prepared himself and used magic. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered. The fragments flew in all directions, and everyone present began to run away in different directions. Hamar hid behind the young gentleman, while Logan stood stubbornly without moving. Hamar shouted to his comrade that he asked him to be more careful. He did not understand why he demonstrated his strength in this way. Logan looked at the man intently, as he knew that, in addition to strength, humans could master such supernatural energy as mana. In his past life, he could only barely feel it, but now he felt it clearly. He knew that the power of the earth was coming from the circle of mana in his heart, time after time, drawing the same intricate patterns, stimulating the stone wall. Logan couldn't believe he was seeing this with his own eyes. He wondered if the power core had enhanced his senses. Clayton looked at the gentleman with a satisfied smile and told him to watch carefully. He smiled and said that he was not finished yet. Everyone was looking at him intently. Logan, in turn, was a little surprised as he saw that the man had used a different spell. Clayton looked into the distance and used his power. At that moment, he saw the stones coming together. Logan was taken aback and looked at the man in surprise, as he saw that he had used an unusual spell to gather all the stones together. A few seconds later, he saw a truly unusual sight. He was shocked as a golem loomed over him. Logan looked into the distance with a satisfied smile as he was amazed by what he saw. He didn't expect that it was possible to create a golem of such a size without tools. Logan knew that if they could make a few more golems, They would not only complete the construction faster, but would also increase their combat power. With lightning speed, Logan ran up to the man and called out to him. Clayton was puzzled because he did not expect such a thing from the young master. Logan looked at the man closely and with a satisfied smile and a predatory look asked how many more golems he could make. Logan asked if his students could do something like that. Clayton was taken aback and said that they could, because they had their own school for creating golems in the magic tower. Logan looked at the man with admiration and asked if this was true. He said that it was, but they had one problem. He said that the spell formula for creating a golem core was only available from the 5th circle. So the students would need mana stones, but even then, they would only get very small and weak golems. Logan thought for a moment about what the man said. Logan knew that the mana stone was imbued with natural energy, which made it rare. It could not be created artificially. It was quite expensive, as it was more often used to aid in spells or in the creation of artifacts. He was puzzled as he understood that these stones were not economically viable. But Logan knew that in war, money is not important, and if you can win it by spending a little money, then it will be good. Logan asked the man if his golem would become stronger with stones. Clayton said that it was true and his speed and strength would increase, and he would last longer. Logan looked at the man with a happy smile. Clayton said that since he had a high circle, they would need a high-quality mana stone. Logan was confused as he knew that this was a bad ending. Clayton said that even so, a low-level stone would be perfect for the spell to create a second circle golem. It could last for a day, being several times stronger than a normal person. Logan was a little confused because he knew that a low-level stone was worth as much as a piece of gold, but he knew that the cost-benefit ratio was too bad. But for a short war like the last one, it would be extremely useful. Logan looked at the man closely, already guessing what he would do. Dwayne was taken aback as he saw a monster in front of him. He was shocked because he saw that monsters were destroying their land. Logan, where he lived, sighed and said that he had already said earlier that he did not destroy, but dug a tunnel. Dwayne rushed to his master with lightning speed because he knew that he had to tell him everything. Logan sighed heavily and looked after him with a smile. Logan looked at the man closely and asked him to take all the workers to the water canal, as he knew there was no point in leaving them to make the tunnel. Hammer shouted to all the workers to gather their tools and follow him. They made several structures, a tunnel and a dam, a water channel that would bring water from the river to every corner of the wasteland. They also made a cave. There were already results there while he was in the capital, since the workers dealt with it first. Logan knew that he had been busy building the dam since returning from the capital, so he had not been able to follow the development of the cave, but he knew that he had to visit it soon. The next day, Logan came to see how the construction was going. Hamar, in turn, looked menacingly at the gentleman. Logan smiled and asked if they hadn't met before. Hamar looked at the gentleman in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. He was furious and asked the gentleman whose fault it was that he had to run from the mine to the water channel. He screamed furiously that he couldn't take it anymore, so the master should just kill him. He was furious because he just wanted to rest. He asked if the work would stop if he wasn't there. He didn't understand if he had to carry everything on his own. Logan froze in shock because he didn't expect this. A moment later, Logan walked up to the man and called out to him with tenderness in his voice. Logan smiled and told the man that he understood every word he said and that he was doing a great job of handling things, so he would be handling all the organizational work from now on. Logan smiled and told the man to use this opportunity to report back to him on the progress of the work. The man was furious and asked the gentleman if he was trying to dump all the responsibilities on him. Logan said with a smile that it was, but he wanted to promise that when everything was ready, he could rest as much as he wanted. Hamar was taken aback by the gentleman's behavior and said that the bit immediately moved away from him. Logan smiled and said that it was a pinky promise. Hamar was shocked and shouted that the gentleman would break his finger. Logan was glad that everything had gone smoothly, but he knew he had still been brazen. He was glad because he knew that the mine would now be developed faster than in his previous life, but he was not sure about the dam. But he was absolutely sure that he would succeed. Sometime later, he contacted his assistant, who informed him that the building materials would be delivered without any problems. Philip said that they had come to an agreement easily regarding the lumber. Logan smiled and said that was good news. Philip smiled and said that when they developed the mine and cleared the land, the area would be completely transformed. He said with a smile that he would come to them one day. Logan was silent for a moment, but after a few seconds said that he should come next year. Philip was a little surprised and wondered why he said that, but he still knew that the gentleman would not answer. Logan said he had heard earlier that the ruling family had a problem. Philip was surprised because he did not understand what problem was being discussed. Logan said that he heard about it in the Duke's house, but he did not know the details, but he knew that the matter was very serious. Logan asked his subordinate to try to scout out the situation while he was busy with business. According to his memories from his past life, the king would suddenly die next winter, and a civil war would begin. But he knew that the information he had as a low-grade mercenary might not be relevant. If the death was really sudden, then everything would happen like in his past life. Otherwise, the time frame would change. Like during his war with the Viscount, he couldn't change the timing of the Civil War because he didn't know the reason. He knew he just had to prepare in advance because his house would be taking part in a war that would turn the order of the kingdom upside down. Logan told his subordinate to put money into a reserve fund and buy a lot of weapons and armor for 1,500 soldiers. Philip was puzzled because he knew that this was not a trivial request. Philip was surprised by this figure because he thought that Logan had no more than 100 knights. Logan said that this was not for knights. Looking at his comrade, he said that all this was for the soldiers. Philip was shocked and asked the gentleman if he had really gone out of his mind. He shouted that in war no one equips soldiers fully. Logan knew that might seem strange, but unfortunately he knew that many of their people had died in the last war, and because of this, the productivity of the farmers had dropped greatly. He knew that he needed to minimize the warrior conscription and strengthen their knights and common soldiers. Logan asked his subordinate if he had ever been wrong. Philip sighed heavily and said that it was not so. Logan smiled and said that in that case he should do it. Philip was puzzled, but he still agreed. Logan was pleased as the main preparations for the push forward were slowly and surely progressing. Sometime later, Logan sat and looked at a whole mountain of documents in confusion as he had to read and sign everything. Logan was confused. He didn't realize how long he had been sitting over the documents. Dwayne thought for a moment and said that it would soon be a month. Dwayne asked the gentleman with a smile if he really thought that a lord's work took several days. Logan sighed heavily at his task, but said that he had never seen his father just work. Dwayne smiled and said that was true because he was the one who dealt with most of it. Logan was taken aback. He glared at the man and asked why he was dumping everything on him now. Dwayne Stala sighed and said that Logan as the heir should fully understand what issues needed attention. They discussed the matter for some time, but after a few minutes, Kaiselon entered and informed Logan that they had urgent business. Kaiselon was taken aback and, turning pale, called out to his master. He reported that Hamar was stuck in a collapsed mine. Logan at the table, better than a century in place. Logan was shocked by what he heard. Kaiselon informed the master that everything was exactly like that, and one of the tunnels collapsed. Logan was confused and wanted to know the extent of the damage, and he also wanted to know if they had found Hamar's location. Dwayne, in turn, was surprised and did not understand where they got the mine from. Kaiselon told the gentleman where the man was approximately, but unfortunately, due to the fact that the tunnel had collapsed, they could not determine his location with precision. At that very moment, the young men rushed into the mine. Dwayne tried to stop them, but it was all in vain. He was puzzled and did not understand where they got the mine from. The young people looked around hastily. They were surprised, but at the same time glad that the young gentleman had arrived. Logan looked at everyone present with alarm and asked where he had collapsed the tunnel. The man began to take off both of them and tell the gentleman where he needed to go. He was taken aback and looked at the young gentleman in surprise, as he knew that it was quite dark inside, but he still went. Logan was alarmed and confused by this situation, but he still hurriedly walked deeper into the tunnel, using his strength. He froze for a moment when he saw such a sight. The man turned around and called out to the young master. At that very moment, he shouted for everyone to immediately move towards me. He did not successfully approach the big dam. A few seconds later, he used his power and saw who was under the rubble. He was puzzled because he knew they had escaped the worst but were still hurt. He reported who was under the rubble. The man was shocked and at the same time surprised because he did not know how the gentleman knew about such a thing. Logan said it didn't matter and also asked how long it would take to rescue them. The man was taken aback and said it would take a few days to clear all the fallen rocks if all went well. Okay. Logan was confused and angry because he knew that even the strongest dwarf would not survive under the rubble with injuries for such a long time. He knew that the more time passed, the less chance there was of survival. He knew that he had to do everything possible and save them as soon as possible. He sighed heavily and said that he was their only hope. Those present looked at the gentleman in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Sometime later, Logan met with the magicians. Clayton looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why he had called them. Logan looked coldly at everyone present and said that he would like to get straight to the point. He asked them to save all the workers who were stuck in the mine. Logan looked at the man closely and said that he would compensate him generously. Clayton was surprised that there was a mine nearby and they were stuck there. Now he understood why the gnome was so busy, because he was scurrying between the cave and the dam. At the same moment, he agreed to help because people were in danger. Logan thanked the man with a smile and also said that he would definitely repay the favor. Clayton still couldn't understand why Logan brought the magical scrolls of destruction and didn't use them. But now he realized that it was in the mine. He understood that since the young master kept it a secret, it meant that it was quite a valuable place, but he still told about it. Clayton was surprised as the young master revealed his secret in order to save the Arab and a couple of workers. Sometime later, the man descended into the depths of the cave with him in order to save people. He used his power and shouted that he would hold the tunnel while his disciples used golems to clear the rocks. Logan looked closely at the young men, hoping they would help. A moment later, he froze in surprise as he saw the mana stones. After a few seconds, Logan clearly saw that the stones began to tremble. Everyone present was shocked as they saw that the rocks that fell on their comrades had turned into golems. Logan was shocked and couldn't believe that they had cleared several meters just by creating golems. Clayton shouted to everyone that they didn't know what condition the people under the rubble were in, so they had to hurry. After a few minutes, everyone started carrying stones. Clayton looked at the young gentleman in surprise, as he was amazed that the aristocrat himself was carrying stones to save those below him in rank. He knew he would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. However, he understood that there was nothing surprising in this, since Logan was different from the other aristocrats. After some time, the old man shouted that they had found them. Hammer, in turn, lying under the rubble, sighed heavily. Logan moved closer to his subordinate. Logan knew the dwarf had passed out from shock, but he knew he was very lucky that they hadn't been minimal before. He sighed heavily and looked closely at the man, as he was glad that he was okay. Sometime later, the golems took out people one by one. Logan looked closely at the man and asked if he had dozed off while using the scroll of destruction. Hamar sighed heavily and looked puzzled, saying that he had been working too much lately. Logan was a little upset by this information, as he understood that it was entirely his fault. Hamar looked closely at the gentleman and told him not to worry so much, as very soon he and everyone else would recover. Logan, looking at the old man, said that they were leading. He was just resting and not thinking about anything until he was completely recovered. Hamar said that the work was not difficult and he would be able to return to it in a few days. But a moment later, he was taken aback and froze for a moment. Hamar asked the gentleman in surprise if he really wanted him to rest. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked if he would be okay otherwise. Hamar shouted that in that case he would rest, no matter what it cost him. Logan slowly walked away from his comrade, but at the same time he was deep in thought, as he understood that magic was a good thing, because with the help of raw materials, they completed the rescue force's operation in a few hours. As he was leaving the room, he accidentally bumped into Clayton. Clayton looked at the young gentleman, shouting that his mind was amazing. Logan looked at him in bewilderment. Logan looked at the man closely and wondered if he had found out about the gold in the mine. He knew it was a possibility. Logan knew there would be a lot of trouble if this became known to others. He wondered if the man would keep a secret. Clayton sighed heavily and asked Mr. Yana why he had gone so far as to reveal the existence of the hidden mine to him and ask for help. Logan looked at the man in surprise, but in turn he knew that no one could replace his dwarf. He understood that he had to take a risk and save him. After all, if the gnome disappears, the development of the mine will slow down, and this will greatly affect future plans. Logan looked at the man closely and said that if he couldn't protect his people himself, then no one would stay by his side. Clayton looked at the young gentleman in surprise, but a moment later he asked Logan if he wanted to establish a magic tower on his territory. Logan was taken aback, as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. Clayton said it was time for him to open his own business, and this place seemed like it could support a small magic tower. He looked at the young gentleman intently and asked what he would say to such a thing. Logan was shocked, but he knew the man was not joking. At that very moment, he shouted with delight and shining eyes that this was simply an amazing idea. Logan was asking in a hurry how much support they would need, and he also wanted to know if his students would also be moving to the new tower. Clayton smiled and said that his students would stay with him. He also said that Logan should just provide them with everything they needed because he trusted him and his abilities. Logan looked at the man with admiration, as he knew that this was just the perfect opportunity. A week later, Hamar came to the young master and reported that he had fully recovered and was ready to restore the tunnel. Hamar informed the gentleman that he was going to make up for the delay, and Logan wished him luck with a smile. As soon as the man disappeared behind the door, Logan heard some noise. Dwayne crept up to the young gentleman and said that it was time for them to talk about the check. Logan was taken aback, as he thought that some kind of ghost had come to see him. Dwayne was shocked and asked the gentleman when he started secretly developing the mine. He was puzzled because he did not understand why he did not tell him. Logan smiled and asked for forgiveness, because such a thing had completely slipped his mind. The man was in shock. He did not understand how this was possible. He did not understand why the gentleman hid the mine so carefully. He wanted to know what was in there. Now Logan smiled and said that there was only gold in the mine. Dwayne sighed heavily and asked his master to do without jokes. Logan smiled and asked if such a thing was really impossible. He looked closely at his subordinate and told her how much she would bring in per year. He was taken aback and asked the gentleman if this was all true. They looked at each other in silence for a while. But after a few seconds, Logan was taken aback and reached for the man as he fell to the ground. Logan was shocked by his subordinate's behavior, so he yelled at him that he couldn't kick the bucket now. Apart from the small incident, the plan was going well and even faster than he had expected. The men walked slowly to the meeting and wondered why the meeting had been called. They did not know whether the dam was finished. They understood perfectly well that the construction was supposed to take 6 months, so they could not believe that it was finished in a few months. Dwayne, in turn, approached the young gentleman in an unfunny manner and announced that he had arrived. Logan looked at everyone present with a smile, as he was glad that everyone was there. He said that he understood perfectly well that they all had their own things to do, but they should stay until the end to see everything. The man sighed heavily, as he knew that this was just a useless and grandiose dig. He knew that this idea would lead to nothing, and wanted them to spend the money on repairing the south wall. Everyone present was puzzled, because they did not understand why it was necessary to do something like this. The man looked intently at his colleague and asked if he knew anything. Dwayne, in turn, froze in shock. He understood that this dam would not only irrigate the wastelands with water, it was directly connected to the underground part of the mountain. He was surprised and at the same time happy, because he knew that if the canals could be supplied with water constantly, the area under the shower could become a real fertile land. He looked sideways at everyone present. He understood perfectly well that everyone from workers to magicians participated in the construction. And even the managers came to him. Logan looked at the man sharply and asked if they were starting. Hamar sighed heavily and asked if they really needed to do this. He said that they had everything set up and the workers could open and close the dam themselves. Logan said with his satisfied smile that the first time should be grand and memorable. He said that they were all now on his family's territory, and they had to show what exactly they had created with their own hands. Everyone present was shocked when they saw such a sight. The man shouted to everyone that they should see that there were monsters in front of them, but the simple workers looked at him in bewilderment, since they had already seen similar ones. The man was taken aback and said that he had seen similar magic quite often. Clayton immediately shouted and ordered his subordinates to open the gate. A few seconds later, the golem reached for the gate to carry out the order. Logan watched everything that was happening intently. Everyone froze in surprise. They didn't expect anything like this. The workers looked at the golems in surprise because they did not understand why they were frozen. They were imprisoned. They did not understand what was happening at all. Clayton looked at his comrade with suppressed rage and asked what he was doing. Hamar was taken aback and said that he had definitely ordered them to open. He did not understand what was going on at all. Logan was furious because he knew things weren't going his way. In fact, the power of the golems is needed for the spectacle. In reality, about 100 workers are needed to cope with them. He was furious because he knew this was not part of the plan, and he didn't know what to do. Clayton looked at the dwarf intently and said that if the honor and reputation of his golems were to be tarnished, he would be very angry. Hammer said that they really were not able to lift the gates. A moment later, Logan ordered the man to simply break them. Clayton looked at the gentleman in surprise, as he did not expect such a thing. Logan shouted that they would build new ones later, but these ones had to be torn down. Clayton was puzzled by this order, but in turn gave the order to his naked man at the same moment. A few seconds later, the golem delivered a crushing blow to the gate. Everyone present was shocked, as they did not expect such a thing. After a few minutes of hard work, the gate was broken and water gushed out. Everyone was shocked because they didn't expect to see anything like this. The men in turn looked at each other in bewilderment. Logan looked at his creation with a satisfied smile. Everyone present shouted and rejoiced with tears in their eyes as they now had water. They couldn't believe what they saw, but now they had water. They were as happy as if they had made something like this with their own hands. Logan was very happy because he knew that now the food problem during the Civil War was solved. He knew that there was no need to rush into recovery, and he wanted to start farming the following spring. He was lost in his thoughts and didn't notice how someone came up to him and hugged him tightly. He was surprised and did not expect such a thing from a man. Dwayne, in turn, with tears in his eyes, shouted to the young master that he was wrong and therefore asked for forgiveness. Logan smiled and said it was nothing and asked the man why he was so big and crying. At the same time, Hamar was puzzledly calculating how long it would take to comfortably build a new gate. Clayton looked at his comrade with a smile and told him not to worry, since he would help. Logan smiled and said that they didn't need them urgently, so they could rest for a week or two, and after finishing work in the mine, they would have another long weekend. Hamar looked at the gentleman with joy and asked if this was true. Logan smiled and said that of course that was true, but in turn he knew that after all this, they had new things to do. Logan knew that many farmers would come to work the fertile lands, and it would be difficult for them to travel from the city every day. Therefore, they must build a new village in which the laborers will settle. Logan reached out to his subordinate and said that he had done a great job of arranging it, but at that very moment Logan stopped, because he realized that this was not the way he should ask. He looked at the man intently and called out to him. Logan's nose and told the man that he thought even he had trouble with construction. He said that made sense, since he had never heard of gnomes being good at it. Hamar was very angry with this statement and did not understand what the gentleman was talking about. He shouted that the building of weapons was supposed to prove to him that the gnomes are the best in this area. Logan looked at the man with a satisfied smile, since here he fell into his trap. He smiled and said that it was really impressive and he respected him for something like that. Hamar, with a satisfied smile, said that the master could praise him, but he would not give him anything. He was puzzled because he did not understand why his master suddenly started talking about construction. Logan smiled and said that he was just curious and that he shouldn't pay attention to such things. Logan knew that he could enjoy himself for now. Logan looked at his comrade with a predatory grin, knowing that he was about to have a frightening experience of building houses. After a few minutes, Logan looked at everyone present and shouted for them to pay attention to him. When they gathered to open the floodgates, he made several promises to the workers. Firstly, that anyone could work in the plains. Secondly, they will receive the right to rent land corresponding to their occupation, and the tax for them will be small. After saying all that, he looked at everyone present with a satisfied grin. He knew that if he announced this, even the vassals would object. After a few weeks, Logan was a little surprised, as they had almost finished planning the city and modeling the houses. He was happy, as he knew that he had chosen the right gnome to be his assistant. Rick smiled and said that it was really amazing. He said he hadn't expected the dwarf to take on the job when he came to him a couple of weeks ago. Logan paid the fee and said he was hesitant at first, but once he started, the job showed excellent results. Logan was very pleased, as he saw that the roads would cross each other in the future, and the distance between houses would remain the same. Each section would have common wells and toilets, and outside the city there would be sewers to get rid of garbage. He described the layout of the city he had seen in his past life with the utmost precision, and now he knew that they would be able to successfully establish the largest settlements. Logan sat and thought about his next steps when he suddenly smelled something. He looked at his subordinate in surprise, but he only shouted that it was all because of the master. Rick was puzzled and did not understand why the drugs were in such high demand. If things were different, he would not have to suffer so much. At that very moment, Dwayne ran into the office and hastily called the gentleman. Logan looked at him puzzled and asked if he would ever knock. The man shouted that it didn't matter now. He shouted that the gnome had just sent a message saying that it was time to start developing the gold mine. Sometime later, Hamar showed his master the rare gold nuggets from the cave. He said that usually they had to be extracted in small quantities from minerals, but they had already found similar specimens. Everyone present rejoiced with happiness because they knew that now everything would be different. Dwayne joyfully kissed the dwarf. Hamar sighed heavily and asked if he could now rest. Logan looked at the dwarf closely and asked how much gold they could buy back. Hamar sighed heavily and said that they could dig up about a ton a month, because even by a conservative estimate, the mine would last for 10 years. Logan smiled and said that they had just started building the city, and more crossbows would be needed, and the knights would also need new weapons. He asked the dwarf if he could organize everything. Hamar in turn was puzzled by what he heard. At that moment, he just fell to the ground. Logan knew that they still had a lot of work ahead of them, so they all needed to rest. He thought that he should still hire another gnome later. Logan looked at his comrade intently and said that as he had promised, he would give him some rest, but a whole month was a lot. At that very moment, the man rose up and ran away with lightning speed. He shouted to the master not to look for him, since he was going to sleep for a whole month. Logan looked at the man in surprise as he was carried out, not understanding what was wrong with him and wondering if his strength had awakened. He was amazed because, despite his short legs, he was very fast. At the same time, Dwayne was bursting into tears and shouting about how he had already calculated how much a ton of gold would cost. He shouted to the master that he was their savior, since they would no longer have to worry about anything. Logan sighed heavily, since he saw that the man was crying harder than when the dam was open. Logan looked at the man closely and asked if he realized that the mine belonged to him. He looked at him intently and said that of course he would give a few percent as tax. Dwayne sighed heavily and knelt down, telling the gentleman that he believed he could handle it all. After all, the dam project had been a success, and all his decisions had been right so far. He looked at the young gentleman intently and said that he had complete confidence in him. Logan was surprised as the young man readily accepted his statement. Logan said that they should already take care that the workers did not talk too much, because if the news about the mine spread, it would cause them a lot of trouble. Dwayne bowed and said that he would definitely take care of it. Logan looked closely at the man as he was acting unusually. Logan sighed heavily as he knew his father would be a problem, but he had done a lot of things on his own while his father was away training. A week later, Logan finally met his father and showed him the dam. Logan looked at his father closely, knowing that they were in for a difficult conversation. Looking at his father, he understood that he had nevertheless become a professional knight. This is what he expected when he handed over the technique to him, but he could not have imagined that his skill would improve in a few months, although there had been no progress for more than 10 years before this. Patrick, looking into the distance, told his son that he had done a lot during his absence. Logan was taken aback and began to mumble something in a hurry. Patrick was surprised, as he did not expect that he would ever be able to see water appear in the wasteland. He looked with joy at the beautiful and clear water, because he understood that this was the pure truth. Patrick looked at his son closely and said that his level advancement and the land transformation were all thanks to Logan. He looked at his son with a gentle smile, as he was very proud of him, and said that he was better than him. Logan froze for a moment, confused by his father's words. She sighed heavily and said that this was only a recent achievement. Patrick smiled and told his son that he had done a lot in a few months, and this exceeded his entire contribution in all the years of his reign. Patrick, with a smile, said that he was blessed to have a son like Logan, so he proudly thanked his son. Logan started to speak, but Patrick interrupted him and said that he could now trust him with the affairs of their home. Patrick smiled and said that he would train the knights for now. Logan was puzzled because he did not expect anything like this. He shouted to his father that he had not planned to become a lord. Patrick asked his son if he knew what he had learned during his training. Looking at his son, he said that he was already old. Although he managed to master the basics of the iron blood sword technique, the secret technique was completely beyond him. Patrick knew that if he had taken up studying it in his youth, when his power had just awakened, everything would have worked out. Patrick sighed heavily and said with sadness in his voice that, unfortunately, the son of the current force, which over so many years had formed its own specific flow, he would not be able to even create a core. Looking at Logan, he said that he had already given up, and so he thought it was time for his sons. Patrick smiled and said that thanks to this, he would finally be able to break through the barrier that had been holding him back for many years. He smiled and said that now it was time for him to let go and train those who would open the way for him. Logan sighed heavily and agreed with his father, because he knew that if he said something like that, he had no choice but to agree. Patrick turned and looked closely at his wife, knowing it was her turn now. He looked at her with a smile and said that she should help Logan to fully fulfill his role. The lady looked away from her husband in embarrassment. But at that very moment, Patrick hastily told his son to come to his mother at once. Logan walked slowly but confidently towards Madame. She sighed heavily and told Logan that his achievements were not enough to see him as a reliable heir. She said that before she only wanted success for her son, and then she fought with him. Logan sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness. She smiled and said that he had nothing to apologize for, since rather it was she who needed to apologize to him. She looked at him tenderly and said that he had already apologized before. Although she could not accept it, Mariani clearly understood that it was all her fault that she stubbornly ate. Mariani looked closely at the young master and said that she hoped that he would be generous and understanding. She also said that she heard that he was going to teach his brother the art of the sword. Logan smiled and said that it was possible. It was his genius. But in just a week, he had created the power core and had already mastered the first form. Mariani said with a satisfied smile that she had not seen him as happy as you were lately for many years. Mariani looked at Logan with a gentle smile and asked him to continue to take care of his brother because he would remain his younger brother in the future. A moment later, she said that it was time for her to leave. At that moment, Logan shouted that parents should not use respectful language towards children, and Madame froze for a moment in surprise. He looked at her with a smile and asked her to speak to him without formalities from now on, as she had in childhood. At this, Logan called her mother with a smile. Mariani froze in shock, and at that very moment, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Patrick looked at his wife with a tender smile. But a moment later, he looked at his son with the same tenderness. Logan looked at his parents with a tender smile. He stared after them for a while. Sometime later, Logan informed his father that once the city was completed, they would begin growing cheesecakes and restoring the land to plowing before the next spring. They also hoped that the harvest would greatly exceed that of their ancestral lands. Patrick was a little worried because he didn't know if the residents would agree to come. Logan smiled and said that they would come because they planned to give ownership rights to those who came, and also the new houses would be better than the broken ones that most of them currently lived in. And he also decided to place an advert for recruitment for knights. He asked his father if they would agree to join the regular army later. Would he be able to train them? Patrick said that he would train them, and they were future candidates for knighthood. He sighed heavily and told his son that he had done a great job. A moment later, he told his son that he was too hopeless. He didn't understand since when they had several orders of knighthood. Logan looked closely at everyone present, as he saw the knights and those who deserted after losing the war between the fiefs. They had been in the same order for some time, but still behaved as opponents. Patrick looked at everyone present and said that he understood perfectly well that it was difficult to get close to those with whom they had once fought to the death. But he believed that they would find their way by realizing that a knight's duty was to protect. He sighed heavily and said that he would train until he lost his pulse to become stronger, and his son worked tirelessly for the benefit of their territory. He said furiously that while they, the so-called knights, were fighting for their pride like little children, he shouted that he had been too indifferent to them, so now he was taking full responsibility for it. All the knights looked at the Lord intently, but later turned their gaze to the commander, as they hoped that he would do something. A moment later, the knight commander looked at his lord intently, as he had a great idea. He looked at the lord with admiration, as he knew that his condition had become much better. So he asked the lord if he was now an advanced knight. Patrick was embarrassed for a moment, but he looked intently at all those present and said that first he would put their behavior in order. He wanted them to taste and know the power and art of the sword. At that very moment, all the knights ran away from their master with a cry. He knew they wouldn't have time for stupid thoughts if he drove them like dogs. He wanted to discipline them and hand them over to Logan's hands to cancel the knightly order. Sometime later, Dwayne signed the documents with a happy smile and no worries about the budget. He just couldn't believe that something like this would make him happy. At the same time the men were talking to each other, they did not understand what was happening to their young master in recent days, since he almost monopolized the budget. Dwayne screamed with fury that he had his own reasons for this. Dwayne was puzzled and did not understand why they all doubted the young master so much. He asked if they were blinded by the glitter of money. As he signed the documents, he sighed heavily and asked where they thought they came from. Dwayne sighed heavily and told everyone present to just do what the young master told them. But a moment later, he was taken aback and looked at one document in surprise. A few minutes later, he ran up to the young gentleman and hurriedly asked him where he wanted to spend gold bars worth 10 million. Logan looked at the man intently and said that he was going to buy about 100 kilograms of mithril. Dwayne was shocked by such statements. Logan was yelling at the man to just sign the paper, since he had previously said that he believed him. Dwayne was confused by everything that was happening and was yelling that he couldn't do this. He didn't understand what the gentleman was going to do with something that was several thousand times more expensive than gold. Sometime later, Logan contacted his subordinate. Philip looked at his master in surprise and asked if he really wanted to buy mithril to equip the knights. He said with complete confidence that it was simply impossible. Logan was shocked by this statement. He did not understand why this was impossible. Philip said that this material could not be purchased simply by borrowing money. He said that this material contains mana, and it is several times stronger than steel and several times lighter, which is why it is often called the silver of the gods. He sighed heavily and said, "The gentleman cannot buy such a thing simply because he is rich, because even wealthy people cannot get it, especially such a large volume that the gentleman wanted to buy, because for such an order, he needs not only money but also influence." Logan listened to his subordinate and said with a smile that in that case he had an excellent idea. Sometime later, the young people sitting in the office looked at each other in bewilderment. The man looked at his comrade in surprise and asked what was the matter. His colleague said that he had just received a request from the countryside, from the McLean house. He was surprised because he did not know who they were. The man sighed heavily and said that they needed to report this to the Duke, although he had too much to do to answer such calls. Sometime later, the Duke burst into their office and asked if they had received a call from McLean. The young men ran away and shouted that it was so. The young man was puzzled as the Duke had come running very quickly. He wondered how important the call was. The Duke greeted Logan with a smile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Logan denounced and asked the Duke if he had chewed well. The Duke said with a smile that it was so, except for the lack of news from the one whom he personally taught, and otherwise everything was fine. The man looked at the Duke with puzzlement, but in turn wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Logan smiled and asked the Duke if he could send him personal messages. He was well aware of his place, the Duke of Nose, and told the young man something also good about flattery, but still his call came just in time. The Duke smiled and said that he just wanted to express his sincere gratitude to the young man. Logan was surprised, as he could not understand whether he really helped or whether it was sarcasm from the Duke. The Duke told Logan with a satisfied smile that his wife was pregnant. Logan was truly shocked by this news and happily shouted and congratulated the Duke. The Duke smiled and thanked the young man, as it was all thanks to him. Logan was puzzled as he did not understand why the Duke was thanking him, since he had managed completely on his own. But he was taken aback as he realized that his words were inappropriate. He blessed the Duke with a smile, as well as his family, and the Duke smiled and told the young man that he was still as impudent as ever. The Duke said that heaven had helped him, but his efforts had also helped. But he knew that Logan had helped him a great deal, and he was truly grateful to him. The Duke invited the young man to the capital with a smile when his child was born, as his wife also wanted to thank him personally. The Duke smiled and told Logan that while he was in the capital, he would teach him another technique. Logan was shocked by this statement. Felix smiled and asked Logan if he didn't want to. With their lightning speed, Logan stood up and with a bow thanked the Duke for such an opportunity. Felix smiled and told the young man that being reliable was a clear trait of his. He also said that he had no more news, and now Logan needed to tell the essence of his call. Logan smiled and asked the Duke if he could help him get some mithril, about 100 kilograms, to create knightly equipment. Felix, in turn, was surprised by this as the scale was truly enormous. The Duke sighed heavily and told the young man that he needed someone like him because he had strength. The Duke also asked Logan if he had enough money. He smiled and asked if the medicine was really selling that well. Logan was taken aback and said with a smile that it was. The Duke looked at the young man closely and said that he did not invest so much in his knights. He had underestimated his generosity. Felix, smiling, told the young man that he was quite extraordinary. Logan understood that the misunderstanding was growing. The Duke informed the young man that he would take care of it personally. Logan, with a joyful smile, thanked the Duke for such. The Duke smiled and said that it was not a difficult task, but he must definitely come when the child was born. Looking away from the young man, he sheepishly said that he wanted him to call him mentor instead of addressing him by his title. Finally, the Duke said that Logan should inform him when his side's son was ready. At that very moment, Logan cried out in joy, and his cries spread throughout the entire area. The maid was taken aback and shuddered, as she did not expect such a thing. Logan was very happy. He knew that he would be the Duke's apprentice. He was very pleased with what he heard, since he asked only for a small favor, and he was given such an honor. He knew he had to talk to the dwarf about equipment made of such metal. But a moment later he stopped, for he knew that his subordinate must first rest, for he would be of no use if he did not rest. Logan was pleased with himself, as he realized that he was a very generous employer. He knew that his subordinate was blessed by his generosity, but at the same time, Hamar was having nightmares involving his master. Dwayne looked closely at the young men and informed Logan that they had come to apply for service and had passed a simple test. He was puzzled and didn't know if they needed to hire that many men. Usually it was enough to have 10 times the number of knights. Logan said that he had already told him earlier that he would handle everything himself. He understood that no matter what anyone said, building up strength was necessary because he really wanted to make the selection, even if they went into a slight minus. The Order of Knights is a symbol of the power of the territory. Its rear was covered by elite forces, which were called the regular army or the Knights' apprentices. In most fiefdoms, boys were tested for their physical abilities before they came of age, and only those whose physical abilities exceeded certain standards were accepted and trained as soldiers. Talented people among the chosen ones, we went through brutal training, testing the limits of their human capabilities, after which we awakened the power and became knights. But the Empire had a new theory. It wanted to approach this issue differently. The sages said that physical fitness and awakening of power are two different things. The sense organs are much more important. Thanks to this theory, the Empire used the overwhelming power of the knights in the war to crush its neighboring countries many years later. He knew that they were gathering all the soldiers and doing a recut among them to formulate a squad of knight apprentices. All of this would have a hard time during the Civil War that would happen in a year. Logan knew that after many years they would gain a force that could resist the Empire. He knew he could take those over 20, but then he wouldn't have enough people for the upcoming rebuilding of the city. The man was furious and shouted at the young people to be quiet. Logan looked at the man in surprise and asked how they used to choose soldiers. The man looked at him in confusion but said that they simply told them to run and chose from those who came first to the finish line. Logan understood that the selection was based on physical strength alone. Logan told the man to accept those with keen eyesight and hearing, as well as quick reactions. The man looked at his master in confusion and asked if they really needed to include this in the test. In the first test, the young people were told to walk forward until they saw an image. Some of the boys saw the painting, while others only complimented the gentleman. Logan sighed heavily and said that he didn't need to compliment him in the first place. A moment later, one boy raised his hand and said that, judging by the comb, the drawing depicted a rooster. Logan was surprised because the boy was able to see the ridge from a great distance. In the second test, they said the same word. The young people had to walk forward until they heard it. The young people, unfortunately, did not hear what he was shouting and said that he was shouting at different volumes. At that very moment, one of the boys shouted that Dwayne had been screaming all this time. But also looking at the young gentleman, he said that a little. Earlier, the man called him a bastard. The boy asked if this was also part of the test. Dwayne was taken aback as he was talking to himself. He was surprised that the boy heard such a thing. Logan looked at his loyal subject with a grin and said that the boy had passed the selection, but he was in for a thrashing. Logan was pleased and simply could not believe that 250 people passed with excellent results for the vision and hearing tests. He knew that he needed to recruit, alas, 500 people, so that together with Tesron, it would be 1,000. Logan was a little upset as he knew there were a lot of obviously small and skinny children among them. He knew it was all due to lack of nutrition. He knew it would take a long time to make them into something like Victor, but they could feed them and train them until they were strong enough. Thinking about this, he remembered Victor and realized that he needed to visit him as soon as possible. At the same time, Victor was training on the court. The knights watched the young man closely as they saw that he was very diligent, but in turn they wondered if his style was too aggressive. Victor knew that Mr. Logan had previously told him that if he performed the technique perfectly, he could become a knight. But more importantly, he wanted to awaken his powers, because he knew that he had to become a knight faster. Victor did not know how long the gentleman would wait for him. Rhea slowly approached her brother and called him. A moment later, she turned around because she heard some noise. Rhea was taken aback and screamed because she did not expect to see the master. Logan looked at Victor closely, knowing that he definitely had talent. He saw a 16-year-old boy who had only been studying swordsmanship for a year, yet he maintained the correct basic stance even when swinging his sword sharply. Logan looked at the young man with a smile, as he knew that the speed of the sword with this swing was actually faster than when he used standard sword techniques. Logan knew that his martial arts still lived up to the nickname of the aristocratic killer, despite the fact that his character was completely different. He knew that Victor would not be able to hone this style of fencing by practicing alone. He understood that soon he would need to find him a partner. Victor looked around in surprise and looked at the gentleman, as he did not expect to see him. Logan said that tomorrow he plans to leave the castle and go train soldiers, and most likely everything will last until winter. Logan smiled and offered the young man to go with him while he discussed everything with his sister. Victor froze in place for a moment in surprise. But at that very moment he asked the gentleman if he could take his sister with him. Logan looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he really wanted to bring a girl to a training camp that was full of men. Logan asked if he was sure that this was a good idea, but Victor in turn shouted that he wanted to take his sister with him, and this was not discussed. Logan sighed heavily because he saw that the young man was an adult, but when it came to his sister, he was a little child. Logan sighed heavily, but still agreed with the young man. But in turn, he looked intently at the boy and said in a menacing tone that if something happened to the girl, he would take full responsibility. Victor thanked his master and immediately said that he would take care of his sister. Logan sighed heavily and said nothing. A moment later, he looked at the boy closely and asked if she was really that valuable to him. Victor looked at the gentleman in bewilderment, but said that he had no other family. Logan asked if that was the only reason. Victor sighed heavily and told Logan that their parents died because of him. He was puzzled because he knew that his sister had lost them because of him. For this reason, he had to protect her, his only family. Logan looked at the young man intently but said nothing. A moment later, he finally agreed with him and asked him to work harder. A few days later, Kaiselon was conducting a training session. He also informed everyone present that after the 100 finishers, the rest would run a few more laps. The young people were surprised by this statement. He shouted angrily and asked if they had come to play. He shouted for them to run away immediately. At that very moment, the young people ran as fast as they could. Logan looked at the young man with a smile and said that he was pleased to work with experienced people. As he saw that the young man had done a very good job as a training instructor, Kaiselon sheepishly told the master that he had treated him like a knight, and he had accepted his offer, so he knew that such a job was made for him. Kaiselon, looking at the gentleman, he said that he was surprised when he offered to renew the contract. Logan smiled at him and the other mercenaries and said that they should not allow information about the crossbows to leak. Kaiselon quietly asked the gentleman if he really planned to start a war within a few years. Logan smiled and said that he was not one to start a war, but in turn he knew that sometimes it was impossible to avoid. A moment later, the young people turned around as they heard a noise. At the same time, the boys were screaming because they saw Victor's incredible strength. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what he was made of. Since he was very fast, they also knew that he was the young master's slave. The young men were furious, as even a slave was capable of such a thing. The boy looked at Victor with fury, as he knew that he had to bypass him. At that very moment, he shouted that he would not lose to Victor and ran forward as fast as he could. Kaiselon looked at the young people with surprise, but said to the gentleman that the effect of Victor's presence was, as he had said earlier. Logan smiled and said that he did not expect that they already had outstanding physical abilities. He was surprised that they had the will to fight, but he knew it was enough. Looking at Victor, he realized that he was clearly absorbing power. Logan understood that he did not have much time left. Logan knew that if Victor awakened, he would become a powerful motivator for the soldiers. But contrary to his expectations, in the distant future, Victor will commit murder. After a grueling workout, the young men hurried to the canteen, smiling as they thanked for the treat. The boys chatted with each other and enjoyed such treats, since some put up with stupid training just for the sake of food. The boy said with a smile that after a few weeks of good nutrition, he had gained a little weight, and if he could always eat like that, he would have no other wishes. A moment later, the boy looked at Rhea in surprise, who, with a smile, wished them bon appetit. They beamed and thanked her. The boys looked at his trail with admiration, because today she was more beautiful. They said with joy that she was simply an angel. One boy wanted to talk to her later, but his friend quietly called him. At that very moment, they looked back and were horrified, for they saw the young lady's brother. Victor looked at everyone present with fury and told them to turn away immediately before he gouged out their eyes. They were taken aback, but nevertheless agreed at the same moment. At the same time, the young lady was hurriedly serving food to everyone and collecting dirty plates. Sometime later, Victor was looking for his sister in a hurry, as he wanted to feed her a little. Some time ago, he asked the girl where his sister was, and she said that she went out the back door to throw out the trash. Victor was worried. He did not know where his sister went in delight at such a late hour. But after a few seconds, he stopped because he heard some noise. He glanced around the corner as he realized where the noise was coming from. He ran in a hurry as he thought his sister might be there. But at that very moment, Victor stopped and froze in shock. He was shocked and angry at the same time, as he saw that the man grabbed his sister by the hand. Trembling with fear, the young lady called out to her brother. At that very moment, Victor threw everything onto the ground and rushed with fury at his sister's offender. The man hesitated, as if he wanted to explain himself, but Victor had no intention of listening to anything. He struck the man with cold fury, and he flew to the ground. This was not enough for him, and he ran hastily toward the man. At the same time, the man screamed as if his nose was broken. He looked at Victor with anger and called him, "Very nice words to me." He shouted that Victor was a slave and he should know his place. The man angrily asked the young man if he really thought that even if he beat him, he would be safe. But Victor was burning with anger and struck the man again. Victor did not spare the man and dealt blow after blow. The young lady in turn froze in shock. She was afraid to say anything. At the same time, the man turned his gaze to the young girl and asked her for help. But at that very moment, Victor shouted at the man that he must die. A little boy watched everything that was happening from around the corner. He looked at Victor with fear and realized that things were bad and immediately ran to call someone for help. At the same time, Victor did not spare his opponent, delivering blow after blow. He was burning with anger and fury because he knew that he had to take care of his sister. But a moment later he stopped because he heard someone's voice, someone asking him to pull himself together. He turned around and froze in place. Victor was shocked as he did not expect to see the gentleman. Logan looked at Victor intently and asked him to calm down and look around. Victor, in turn, did what his master told him. He froze for a moment and looked closely at his sister, who was shaking with fear. Logan looked at the girl and said that she should go and rest, because she seemed to be in great shock. Looking at everyone present, Logan said that the rest should take care of the dead guy's body. Victor froze, not knowing what to do. A few seconds later, Victor stood before his master, his head bowed. Victor sighed heavily and bitterly asked the gentleman for forgiveness. Logan looked at Victor intently and asked if he regretted what he had done. At that moment, Victor firmly replied that he did not regret it. Logan asked in bewilderment why he apologized then. Victor sighed heavily and, lowering his head, said that he had killed one of the master's soldiers without permission. Logan sighed heavily and said that it wasn't true, but he thought Victor was regretting something else. Looking at the boy, he said he assumed he regretted bringing his sister to such a place. Logan told Victor that his stubborn nature almost got her hurt. Logan knew that dragging her around and trying to protect her wasn't the best option for the guy. Looking at Victor, he asked if he was really going to take her to the battlefield. Victor froze in place, not knowing what to answer. Logan looked at the boy closely and told him to think about everything. And soon he himself would understand that it would be better to take her back to a potential place where she would be provided protection. Logan said that he allowed Victor to take his sister with him so that he would realize for himself how dangerous it would be. Logan, in turn, did not expect that it would be like this, but he felt guilty in front of Victor. Logan sighed heavily and asked the guy if he understood him. Logan assumed that this situation would help him stop being overly caring. At that very moment, Victor asked the gentleman how he would punish him. Logan asked the guy with a grin if he was afraid. Victor said that he was not, and he would accept any punishment anyway. He said that his sister was just a victim, so he asked him to spare her life. Logan looked at the guy closely and said that murder was a crime, but he had worked hard today. Logan said that next time he must ask his master's permission. Victor looked at Logan in surprise, but he in turn said with a smile, This situation influenced his development as a knight. Victor was shocked by what he heard, but at that very moment he shouted that he understood and remembered everything. Sometime later, Kaiselon met his master and asked if it was reasonable to forgive a slave for such an outburst. Since he killed a man, Logan sighed heavily and said that Victor was his slave, not his property. He sighed heavily and said that the other students had said that the murdered man had been a womanizer in his village, and that even before coming to them, he had made lustful comments about the girl. Kaiselon sighed heavily, as he had never seen anything like it. Logan said with a grin that it appeared his slave had killed a vile criminal. Kaiselon was puzzled by everything that was happening, but still said that Victor acted on his orders and they would inform everyone about it. He also informed the master that he would publicly shame him for his crime and hang him on the castle gate, as this would be a good warning to the soldiers. Kaiselon, looking at the master, asked what he was marking on the maps. Logan looked at the map with a smile and said that this secret was an event for the soldiers. The news that Victor had killed a man shocked the soldiers. But when the details of the soldiers' crimes were revealed, everyone was furious. They discussed the man for a while, as they always knew he was some kind of weird guy, and they assumed he would do something like that one day. Logan was pleased as the incident quickly died down. Time flew by very quickly, and after a few months, they saw a wonderful result. Kaiselon looked at his master with a smile and said that they had known each other for several years. The training period took several months. Looking at everyone present, Logan counted how many people had not been corrected and how many had completed basic training. Unfortunately, there were losses, but they were minimal. Kaiselon looked at everyone present with a satisfied and joyful smile because he knew that they were now coping. Kaiselon said that only those who had sufficient stamina and perseverance remained. Logan was glad because he knew that the basic training was almost complete. Earlier, he also asked the dwarf to make some additional crossbows. He knew there weren't enough for everyone, but that amount was enough to conduct a joint combat training session. Patrick looked at everyone present with a smile and told his son that he was right, because the forest at the foot of the mountains should be perfect for them to train. Patrick said that the time had come, and soon their knights would need practical training. Logan looked at his father in surprise and asked if he really meant to say that they had mastered the iron blood sword. Patrick looked at his son closely and said that they had learned the basics, but true skill came during real combat. Logan looked at his father with a fierce grin and said that he was right, because the abilities improved when they used them in battle. Kaiselon, in turn, looked at the father and son with bewilderment, as he was alarmed by their sinister grin. He sighed heavily as he realized that hard times were ahead for them. A few days later, in the forest at the foot of the southern mountains, Patrick shouted for everyone to raise their swords. He shouted and ordered them to control their breathing. A few seconds later, he gave the command to hit the target. At the same moment, the knights were cutting down the trees. Patrick stared at the young knights as they knocked down several trees with lightning speed. The knights looked into the distance with admiration, because they saw that their training was not in vain. They could not believe that with just one blow they had killed a tree. Now they were completely sure that all their training had paid off. They felt the true power of the iron blood sword. Logan and Patrick looked at the knights intently, as they were pleased. The boys looked at the knights with admiration, because they knew that they were still far behind them. They were amazed and could not believe that they had cut down a tree with one blow. Logan glared at everyone present and shouted at them not to relax. He looked menacingly at everyone and said that they were not in an ordinary forest. He shouted and informed everyone present that there were monsters in the forest. The knights were surprised, as it was the first time they had come to such a place, and monsters were waiting for them there. At that very moment, they began to fight with their opponents. They shouted with fury and asked the goblins if this was all they were capable of. One after another, the knights struck their opponents. At that very moment, Logan shouted that the goblins had scattered. He shouted to his subordinates to get your crossbows ready. Looking at his subordinates, Logan shouted that they had to kill every goblin that ran away. A few seconds after the master's cry, the knights launched a hail of arrows at their opponents. At that very moment, every goblin fell from the arrow intended for him. The knight, in turn, rejoiced as they easily killed the goblins. Now they did not understand why they were so afraid of them before, but at that very moment the knights were taken aback as they heard a terrible roar. A few seconds later, new monsters rushed at them. Everyone present was shocked as they saw horned wolves on their way. Logan shouted and told his subordinates to immediately group up. At that very moment, the wolf attacked the knight and squeezed his sword with its menacing teeth. The knights were not going to give up so easily. They fought off the enemies. Kaiselon shouted and ordered the cavalry to get ready with their crossbows. A few seconds later, he shouted for them to shoot immediately. The knights obeyed his order and immediately released their arrows. The wolves were furious, but the arrows flew away from them. The knights were shocked because the arrows worked. At that very moment, Logan shouted to the swordsmen to get into formation. He shouted that they must not let a single one pass by. At that very moment, Victor was the first to rush toward the formidable enemy. He struck his opponent with fury. A few seconds after his blow, the wolf recoiled. At that very moment, Victor saw his opponent fall to the ground with a crash. But after a few seconds, he turned around because he heard some noise behind him. Victor was taken aback when he saw that the wolf had bitten his comrade on the leg. At the same time, the boy was trembling with fear, looking at his formidable opponents. But at that very moment, a gentleman appeared before him who easily dealt with the formidable wolf. After Logan's blow, Wolf fell to the ground with a crash. Logan turned around and looked at the boy, telling him to get ready, and he also ordered him to take the wounded and retreat. Logan glared at everyone present, as expected. Most of them could do nothing when the unexpected skirmish happened. However, he noticed that some of the best boys who had shown good results in training were now honing all their senses. At that very moment, the boy turned around because he heard the sound of Grozny Moat behind him. He was furious as several opponents were attacking him at once. But after a few seconds, he saw that his comrade was flying furiously towards the wolf. With lightning speed, Victor dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. At that very moment, he looked at his sword with admiration, as he felt an unprecedented power. The young people looked at Victor with bewilderment, as they understood that he had simply colossal strength. Logan was pleased, as Victor had clearly already broken free from his cocoon. Logan knew that he would soon enter the realm of an aura user. After a short fight, Patrick sighed heavily, as he had killed the last one. The Titan Knights informed the Master that there was no one left on their side. Patrick sighed heavily and said that it had been several months since the training began. Heinkel smiled and said that they had found several cities where there were monsters. Heinkel. He stared at the monster, as the mere thought that they could have teamed up and attacked the castle gave him goosebumps, and he was glad that they had managed to find the monsters and neutralize them. Looking at the gentleman, he asked if everything that the young gentleman had predicted was really true. Patrick thought for a moment. At that very moment, Logan shouted to everyone present that they must hold out until the last century. There was still a little time left. He shouted that they just needed to cut down the trees and they should carefully carry the trunks to the building in the city. The knights, in turn, were a little dissatisfied since they had been chopping down trees and killing monsters for several months. They were a little puzzled since this was not why they had mastered the new technology. Logan looked at everyone with a happy grin, as he couldn't believe that there were so many trees left untouched by the monsters, which were beautiful. He looked at everyone present with a satisfied grin, since he had trained the soldiers and gotten wood for the city. He was glad that he had killed several birds with one shot. Patrick sighed heavily, since he realized that the trees were more important for his son. There were more monsters than they expected, so they were a little delayed, but Logan was glad that they were able to get a lot of information. Logan saw that some of the candidates, when testing their senses, absorbed the power, albeit weakly, and those who desperately swung the balls to survive in any situation, and those with a particularly strong survival instinct survived and fought to the last. Logan knew very well that awakening the power required personal work of the senses, instincts, survival, and even fighting spirit. He understood that if they achieved the expected result in the Civil War this winter, they would be able to rapidly improve their powers for the war with the Empire. Hamar looked at the gentleman with alarm and asked why he was laughing. Logan waved his hand but didn't really answer. He looked at his comrade with a smile and said that there was enough wood and they needed to finish building the city because there was only 1 month left until spring. He wanted to know if his comrade would be able to finish it by the sowing season. Hamar sighed heavily, but in turn said that he would do everything. Logan looked at the dwarf in surprise and asked if they were like that. Perhaps. He said that he just said it like that, but he hoped that there was some chance. He understood that the man would have a hard time. Hamar said that he would not act alone because there were magicians nearby and many fairly motivated workers after the construction of the dam. They had enough food so everything would go faster than they expected. Logan froze in place in surprise. And looking at his comrade, he wondered if he had always been so reliable. He really liked the man's condition after a long vacation. Logan also asked, by the way, if he would forget to build a magic tower in the center of the city, but the man did not answer. Sometime later, with the help of magic, they built a city. The young man was taken aback as a stone wall appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Clayton shouted at them to be less surprised and to get to work quickly. Logan looked at all the workers and thanked the man for agreeing to the additional conditions. Logan knew that he probably wouldn't be very pleased because the magic tower would be built in a small town. Clayton Gavriel told the gentleman that he was not at all offended by this, since he had previously stated that he would provide financial assistance, so it did not matter in which city it would be and what size the city was. He said with a smile that the tower would be located in the center of the city, which was the largest in the kingdom, and he was sure that the city would not be much different from other cities. Clayton said with a smile that everything was going according to his plan, and this city would become the center of the entire region. He also started talking about building a castle. Logan sighed heavily and asked with a smile if he was needed at all, because it was enough that people would have a place to live and where to grow food. Logan looked around and said that since the city would be a large gathering of people, it would also increase, which increased the risk of an uprising. Logan said with a satisfied grin that this would not happen unless the inhabitants were exploited. Clayton froze in shock as he saw an aristocrat who did not exploit others, but built a city for the people. He was shocked as he realized that in front of him was the most reliable young master. Clayton, with a satisfied smile, turned his gaze away from the gentleman and said that he was completely on his side. Logan looked at him in surprise, so they did not understand what he was talking about. Clayton asked the gentleman if he was sure the land wall was good enough. He was worried that they might be invaded. Logan smiled and said that it would cover it, because this place would never be a battlefield, because he did not want to allow that. Clayton looked at the gentleman intently but said nothing. Logan knew that they themselves were planning to invade the others. Sometime later, Logan was training in the forest. He concentrated on honing his technique. A moment later, he swung his sword with lightning speed. A few seconds after the swing, he delivered his blow, O stone. After a few seconds, Logan looked closely at the stone, as he had succeeded, and managed to make a small hole in the stone. He was surprised as not only did it pierce the boulder, but the tree behind it as well. He was glad that he had mastered the next form of the divine sword secrets, namely iron-piercing slash. He saw a small but powerful strike that could pierce even steel. Time flew by very quickly. Someone was busy building the city. Someone was busy with finance and all the management. But after a short time, people looked at the new city with admiration. Everyone was simply amazed as new houses were built for the residents. Ordinary people were very happy about this, as previously they lived in completely different conditions. Before they knew it, hot summer had arrived. Dwayne smiled happily and told his master that the development of the city land was going very smoothly. But still there was one drawback, that they had little male labor for such a large amount of land. Logan said that refugees started coming to them when they heard rumors, so they had to take everyone. Looking at his subordinate, he asked if there was any news about Hamar. Dwayne sighed heavily and said that there was no news because he was on vacation. This time he was gone for a long time, and it would be a long time before he returned. Logan sighed heavily and wondered if he had spoiled his subordinate too much. But he knew he had done an excellent job of building the city and creating more crossbows. Dwayne, looking at the gentleman, he said that he heard that the dwarf received a lot of mithril. Before leaving for vacation, he asked the gentleman if it was true. Logan said that everything was correct, and he gave it to the dwarf so that he could study during his vacation and make some weapons for the knights. Dwayne asked the gentleman in surprise if the dwarf hadn't been resting. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about, since getting a rare metal was the dwarf's dream. In any case, they were glad that the city's construction was completed, and there were no problems with its restoration, but he knew that there was only one problem left. At the same time, the Viscount was burning with rage, as the McLeans were reclaiming the wasteland in a harsh land where nothing grows. The man told his master that he was curious, and that was the only reason he went to look. But it seemed that they had cut through the mountain to bring water from the river. The Viscount was shocked as he realized that they had gone to such madness to revive the wasteland. He did not understand where they got the money from. The man told the gentleman that there were rumors that the first young gentleman had made a lot of money in business and had also found a gold mine. Max Pareda screamed with rage that he didn't care about the absurd rumors, and that his subordinate should focus on the facts. He looked closely at the man and asked what he thought the harvest would be on those lands. The man was taken aback, but still said that, according to his modest calculations, it would exceed their harvest several times. Max Pareda was shocked because the neighboring territory suddenly became rich. He knew that he could not sit idly by. Looking at his subordinate, he asked if he could find an excuse. The man said with a grin that there was no need for that. He informed the gentleman that some of the inhabitants of their lands had gone to the neighboring town, and they could use this as a pretext to enter there. He said that they could take this land or the neighboring plains as compensation. The Viscount knew it was too dangerous for them to do everything themselves. He was furious because he knew that Soto Sylvan would be a big hindrance. Looking at his assistant, he said that he should contact the Viscount because they had the same taxes as them, and surely some of the residents had already left there. He looked at his subordinate with a fierce grin and said that if they united, they could easily capture the McLeans. The man knelt down and told his master that he had made a wise decision. Sometime later, Logan reported how many talented recruits they had selected, and he also said that they trained them separately and did not burden them with tasks. Patrick looked at his son in surprise and asked if you really wanted to say that they would all become knights before the war. Logan said that it was true and he was very supportive of that. Everyone present was a little puzzled as they knew that there were a lot of them, and this was simply absurd. Heinkel told the gentleman that even if they trained soldiers like mad for several years in a row, only 1 in 100 would reach his strength. Heinkel was puzzled because he knew that these 10 knights were out of 1,000 soldiers. Dwayne was shocked by this information. Logan, in turn, said that they will maintain the current training. They must continue periodically, bringing more soldiers from year to year. Looking at everyone present, he said that in addition they would strengthen the horses and weapons. Dwayne was shocked and did not understand why he would spend money on this in such a peaceful time. Patrick said that their family is now at a stage of significant development and excessive expansion of the army could provoke neighboring territories. Logan, for his part, knew that they would provoke even if they didn't give them a reason. Patrick looked angrily at his son and asked what he was talking about. Logan said with a smile that their city had fallen to the point of being ready for exploitation. The wasteland had turned into plains. He asked his father if he thought that the greedy families would be left out. He managed, as he said, that they had plenty of excuses. The men were shocked because they knew they had done nothing wrong. Looking at the gentleman, they asked if this was all because of the refugees. Logan looked at them with a grin, but did not answer. A moment later, he said that they should remember how many refugees they had taken in since then. He said that many people had come from different viscounties, and in their place, he would have used that as an excuse. Dwayne was shocked by his master's words. He shouted that since he had foreseen this, then he should have prevented the disaster. Patrick looked at his son closely and asked if he had planned to start a war all along. Logan said in all seriousness that they would have had to deal with these enemies eventually anyway. Everyone present was shocked and could not believe such words from the young master. Patrick sighed heavily as he realized that he had handed over power to his son too early. At that very moment, a servant rushed towards them and called his master. The man, alarmed, shouted that the lady had sent ambassadors, several viscounts. Everyone present was shocked by this information. Logan, in turn, said with a grin that it looked like it had already started. He looked at everyone closely and said that they should immediately discuss how to deal with them, because they had to move on. Sometime later, the ambassadors walked slowly into the city. They looked around in surprise, as they had never seen cities like this before. They were shocked because they saw that the houses were neatly arranged along a wide road. The town did not have the sophisticated charm of the big cities, but it felt fresh. But more importantly, they saw ordinary people who were unusually pure and joyful. The men looked around with grins, knowing that they had to take the city no matter what it took. The man looked at the knight with a smile and said that this was a very nice place, and he didn't even know who came up with such a great idea, but he knew that such a city was simply wonderful. The knight, with a satisfied smile, told the messenger that he was right, and it was all thanks to the young master. The man asked in surprise what the knight was talking about, as he knew that the young master was very young for such a thing. He looked at the knight in surprise and asked if he really wanted to say that the city was designed by the young gentleman. The knight said with a satisfied smile that it was exactly like that. The knight in turn praised his master with admiration and a satisfied smile. The men were a little puzzled, as they did not expect to hear such a thing. The knight smiled and offered the men to tell them a wonderful joke on the way to the castle. They were puzzled and hoped that he would soon shut up. Sometime after they arrived at the castle. Patrick looked at them closely and thanked them for coming such a long way. He looked at them in surprise and said that they looked tired. He asked if they were okay. They said that they were okay, but also praised the young master, since he had excellent soldiers. Logan looked at them in bewilderment, but in turn thanked them. The man looked at everyone present and said that they couldn't keep them waiting for long, so they wanted to get down to business right away because they were demanding the return of the missing refugees and to avoid a repeat incident. So they were demanding that control of the plains be handed over. They also wanted to return the southwestern part of the restored wasteland adjacent to the territory of the Pere House. Patrick and Logan looked at the men with fury. Logan understood that, in other words, they wanted them to give up the entire castle and half of the developed lands. He was furious because he understood that they were clearly asking for war. Logan turned his gaze to his father as everything happened as he said earlier. Patrick sighed heavily as he now understood everything. At that very moment, he gave a sign to his faithful knight. Heinkel looked at the messengers with fury and asked if their houses really wanted to start a war immediately. Everyone present was screaming because they knew that the men were simply crazy. They did not understand how they dared to come to them. The men were puzzled as they did not expect to see such a thing. The man shouted that they could not simply intimidate with words. He shouted that if they did not wish to start a war, they should call off the knights. Patrick looked at the ambassadors with fury and said that they were the ones declaring war on them. But they, in turn, were not afraid to start a war. The man said with a grin that their house would be reduced to nothing but a pile of dust. He asked with a grin if they really wanted to be destroyed. Logan was momentarily taken aback by this. He was burning with rage and anger and did not understand how refugees who were fleeing tyranny could be bargaining chips. Logan looked at his father with fury and said that it seemed they had forgotten their obligations as aristocrats. At that very moment, he shouted that there was no need for negotiations, and a few seconds later, the knights surrounded the ambassadors. The men were surprised and at the same time excited, as they seriously wanted to start a war. The ambassadors shouted that it would be a total war. Logan walked down to them slowly and said that they were behaving very impudently. He was furious, not understanding how they dared to point fingers and use abuse toward the ruler of the lands. He said furiously that they seemed to be out of their minds. The man was taken aback because he did not understand what the young gentleman wanted to do. He froze in shock and trembled with fear. Turning around, he looked at his defenders, as he did not understand what they were doing. He shouted that they must immediately stop the young master, and at that very moment the knights rushed to meet the young Logan. Logan, in turn, looked intently at the approaching knights, but at the same moment he rushed towards them, striking blow after blow. The knight did not expect this from such a young man, as his blow was too powerful. The knights froze in place as their comrade fell to the ground with a crash at the same moment. With lightning speed, Logan struck blow after blow and dealt with all the knights. He easily overcame the human shield of knights and approached the men. He looked at them with fury and said that since they dared to draw swords on foreign territory, they should be sentenced to death immediately. The men were taken aback and at that very moment shouted at the young gentleman not to come near them. He screamed furiously and asked Logan if he really thought that their family would remain safe if he attacked them. The man was furious and shouted that he was an ambassador. But before he could finish speaking, Logan dealt him a crushing blow. The man froze in shock as his comrade fell to the ground dead. At that very moment, he knelt before the young master and said that if they were dismissed like that, he would hand everything over to his master. He prayed for forgiveness and salvation and also asked for forgiveness for his obvious rudeness. Logan glared at the man who was shaking like a leaf, but he still knew it was a wise decision on his part. A moment later, Logan turned his gaze to his father. Patrick looked closely at all his subordinates and shouted to the knights to immediately prepare for war. On the very day the ambassador was killed, the MacLeans sent a magical message to the two Viscounts. Viscount Soto Sylvan was burning with rage and anger as his opponents simply killed the ambassador. The man informed the gentleman that they insisted on compensation for the damage caused by the ambassador's insolence. He was puzzled and asked the gentleman what they should do. The Viscount, burning with rage, asked if the beggars had really begun to feel a little better and were now showing off fearlessly. He knew that they did not have the strength to win this war, and he intended to show mercy once. Logan was a little puzzled, as the Viscount ended up demanding the return of the runaway serfs, several million gold pieces in compensation, and the transfer of the plains to them. Logan was a little surprised because they gave an answer after a few days, and they in turn went to the fortress immediately after sending the ambassadors and sent the message on the same day. Patrick sighed heavily and asked why they were in such a hurry. He also said that their opponents might not know that they had enough strength to crush the Viscounts. Logan looked at his father intently and said that they needed to capture the Sylvans as soon as possible, because the more they showed their strength, the less of such petty taunts they would hear in the future. Logan looked at his father and said that there was no need to mobilize soldiers. If the Sylvanians were quickly captured by the regular force, the Perez would not dare to act rashly. Kaiselon. At that very moment, she knocked on the door and called the master. As he led them into the room, he asked for forgiveness for disturbing them. Kaiselon, looking at the gentleman with a grin, said that the soldiers of the regular army, as well as the mercenaries, were ready. He also specified the number of everyone. Logan, with a fierce grin, praised his comrade, and also asked what state of the soldiers' weapons were. Kaiselon said that they were given armor, a copy of a crossbow and horses, and he was sure that no force would surpass them. Logan knew that the crossbows had become several times more powerful than they had been during the war with the Tesserons, and Patrick and the Knights' levels had increased due to the mastery of the new technology. Logan knew that they were unlikely to lose to the Viscounts even if they united among themselves, but he knew that they should not provoke them at the same time just yet. Logan knew that once their territory was united, his family would have several strongholds, making their territory comparable to a Margraviate. And then the first and second princes who were vying for the throne would want to lure them over to their side. He understood that now they couldn't attract the attention of these factions, because he wanted to make the third prince king. In his past life, he became the first prince, but he took advantage of their family and abandoned them. His repressions greatly weakened the kingdom. The second prince was no different from the first. Dolgan knew that there was only one option left. The third prince, although he was the third, he was the son of the current queen. Despite his youth, the king considered him the heir to the throne and for his outstanding talent. But unfortunately, the prince was unlucky because the king suddenly died. But right now, he is the only one who has the power to avoid the tragedy that happened in his past life. For this reason, he wanted to win the civil war and make the prince king. But Logan knew that to do this, he had to remain inconspicuous, maintaining dignity and enough territory to hold several fortresses, making them similar in size to major viscounts. Logan looked at his comrade and asked if he had any good news, Kaiselon. At that moment, Sir shouted with a joyful smile that everything was exactly so. He was happy to say that Victor had awakened his power, and he was waiting to personally inform Logan about it. Logan looked at his comrade with a happy smile, who asked if he should call Victor to join them. Logan smiled and said to the delight of those that, of course, he should immediately call Victor. Sometime later, Victor came to Logan. Logan smiled and told Victor that he didn't need to listen to long explanations and that he should show everything. At that very moment, Victor began to demonstrate his strength. The men were taken aback and looked at the young man in surprise as his power was gray. Logan was pleased with what he saw, since it happened only a few years later. He knew that his talent as an aura user was the same as your past life. Logan praised the young man with a joyful smile. Victor beamed with happiness. But at that very moment, Victor was taken aback, as he saw in his master's hands his slave's ID. Logan looked at the young man with a smile and informed him that from now on he was a knight, so he would no longer need it. Patrick looked at his son in surprise and asked if he had really been keeping such a document with him all this time. Logan looked at the young man with a smile and said that he had a feeling that he would soon wake up, so he kept the document just in case. Logan looked at Victor sharply and informed him that his promotion to knight would be delayed until the end of the war. Victor was surprised and did not understand why this was so. Logan said that he could not allow the one who had just been freed from the status of a slave to join the other knights. Logan said that he would destroy this document immediately, but Victor still had to be patient a little longer. Logan looked at the young man closely and asked if he believed him. Victor was shocked and shouted that this was not the case at all. Logan looked at the boy with a smirk because he knew it didn't upset him. Logan knew he was just hungry for a fight, and he wanted to draw his sword as soon as possible in front of strong enemies. Logan, in turn, had already prepared a strong opponent for him. He knew that when the time came, Victor would fight him as much as he wanted. A moment later, Logan said that they should send a message to the Viscount. He said that they needed to question the legitimacy of their protest and inform him that the behavior of their sender had been unacceptably rude. Patrick looked at his son intently and said that he should drop the formalities and get straight to business. Logan looked at his father with a satisfied smile as he realized that his father wanted him to shut up and start fighting. After some time, the army advanced towards its opponents. Coming closer to the Viscount's domain, the army captain shouted for him to come out to battle. The knights were taken aback because they did not understand what was happening at all, because they saw burning flags. At that very moment, the Viscount reported that they were under attack. He was furious, and because he understood that they were just crazy and were making fun of him, the captain looked at his master and asked permission to lead the attack, and he would stop Patrick in this way. The Viscount knew that the enemy had greater numbers, but he still knew that they had the advantage. The Guardian looked at the man closely, as he knew that he had already become a high-ranking knight and now had the same strength as Patrick. He sighed heavily and asked if there was any response from the Pares. The knight shouted that they were silent for now, and most likely they were negotiating. The knight told his master that even if they sent reinforcements, they would arrive in half a day, so they did not need to wait for them. The Viscount said that this was not the case at all, since he assumed that they could win this war, but the Paredes could betray them. Everyone present was taken aback for a moment, as they did not expect such a thing. He looked at them all intently and asked if they found it strange. The Viscount said that they declared war as soon as they sent the message of protest and hurried to them as if they had been waiting for it, and the Paredes remained silent all this time. The Viscount looked at the captain sharply and asked if he thought this was normal. Kaiselon looked at his master puzzled and said that it probably wasn't. The Viscount looked at the man with fury and said that it seemed they were alone. Otherwise, what was happening simply would not make sense. The Viscount was burning with anger and fury, but at the same moment he was taken aback as he heard some noise. Patrick looked at the Viscount with fury and shouted that he could continue to hide in his lands like a cowardly dog, but Patrick promised him that he would personally cut off his head and shoulders. The Viscount was very angry and looked into the distance at his opponents with fury. A moment later, the Viscount told the captain to contact the Befros and inform him that once they had defeated their opponent, they would offer them half of what they had captured as a token of their gratitude. Kaiselon was surprised by this statement. Viscount Soto Silvanus shouted at the captain to do whatever was required of him immediately, so that the scoundrels from the House of Pare would not act, but at the same time he wanted his army to completely crush their enemy as well. He looked at everyone present with fury and shouted that they must immediately deal with the enemy before reinforcements arrived. Viscount Soto Silvan was burning with anger and fury as his comrade dared to stab him in the back. He knew that after the McLeans, he would be next in line. Meanwhile, Heinkel looked closely at his master and asked if it wouldn't be better to provide covering fire before heading into the castle. Patrick firmly said that they would not do this for now because they could not let the Viscount go, and Logan, in turn, supported his father. Logan said with a smirk that they thought they were superior in strength, so they would be out soon. Logan said with a grin that he knew the Viscount very well. He would not survive such an insult, so they needed to wait a little. Heinkel looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment, since he knew that he had lived his whole life on the estate. He did not know how he knew the Viscount's habits. A few minutes later, the castle gates opened, and the knights began to come out little by little. A moment later, an entire army was at the castle gates. The men looked at the army of knights with fury, as they knew that there were many more of them. Kaiselon looked at Patrick with a sharp, angry glare. At that very moment, he shouted that his enemies had neither shame nor conscience. Before he could finish speaking, Patrick ordered his soldiers to step forward. Kaiselon looked at his enemy with fury and wondered if they really couldn't count here. Besides, he noticed that their knights looked like a bunch of rabble in good armor. He realized that his opponent had earned a tidy sum. He knew that they had knights at the head and cavalry, and they were supported, all were in positions. But this position was a little strange, but it proved its effectiveness. Kaiselon looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, as he knew that today he would see for himself how powerful they were. Kaiselon looked at his comrades and shouted that they should get ready. At the same moment, the cavalry aimed their crossbows at their enemy. Kaiselon looked at the enemy's wedding in surprise, as he was lost in bewilderment because they aimed their crossbows. He sighed heavily as he realized that he was disappointed with Patrick. At that very moment, he shouted that their enemies were using arrows, so they should raise their shields. But at that very moment, the cavalry obeyed the order, and a hail of arrows flew at the enemy. Kaiselon, in turn, covered himself with a formidable shield. He felt the arrow flying towards him. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and froze in shock as the arrow pierced his shield and flew on. He was surprised because he realized that this was not an ordinary attack. Turning around, he shouted to his subordinates to group together and increase their strength. He shouted to them that they must protect their bodies with their strength and in the meantime attack. He was furious and didn't understand how the crossbows could be so powerful. Even the knights would have died if they had reacted a little later. At that very moment, he gave the signal to his knights to advance. He wondered with fury whether his enemy had hidden such power until now. Kaiselon was burning with anger and fury, as he knew that they would slowly kill everyone in their path. Kaiselon immediately shouted to his comrades to disperse. Kaiselon froze in surprise, not understanding what was going on at all. He was puzzled as he saw that his opponent had begun to threaten them little by little from all sides. Kaiselon. At that very moment, he shouted to the crossbowmen to ignore the enemy knights. But at that very moment, the soldiers had to take aim. The man was furious because he understood that they were simply being meanly circled. He was puzzled, not asking himself whether he should take the opportunity to go back. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he heard someone's painfully familiar voice. Patrick looked at the enemy knights with fury and shouted that if they had courage, they should fight. Kaiselon froze in shock when he saw the blade of power. At that very moment, Patrick directed his knee power at the enemy. Kaiselon, fortunately, managed to dodge and avoid death. He froze in shock as he saw the horrific sight of his comrades falling to the ground with a crash. He was shocked because Patrick had reached the advanced rank. Kaiselon was puzzled and did not understand when Patrick had managed to achieve this. At that very moment, Patrick shouted to his brave knights and ordered them to destroy the enemy. A few seconds later, the knights clashed in a fierce battle. Kaiselon was shocked and did not understand how this was possible. The knights fought to the death, sparing no one in their path. Heinkel Krusha knew on his way that all the knights were on the same level with them just half a year ago, but now they easily overpowered them. Moreover, some of them moved to a new level during the battle. Heinkel was pleased with the result. He looked at the gentleman with a satisfied smile and knew that his training had not been in vain. Looking at everyone present, he did not forget to fight with the enemy. The knight looked at his opponent with fury, as he wanted to see how long they would laugh at them. At that very moment, he slipped between several knights. The men were taken aback, as they did not expect such a thing, but at that very moment they screamed in pain. Heinkel, in turn, dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The young men were puzzled as their wrists trembled in pain. They knew that their commander had the same high rank, but he was not as fast. Heinkel looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, because thanks to the iron blood ball, he overcame the wall behind which he had been stuck for a long time and became a high-ranking knight. Now middle-ranking knights are not a problem for him. Heinkel knew that right now the only threat to them was a high-ranking knight. However, he knew that they would be able to deal with him. He understood perfectly well that he had no reason to worry at all. At that very moment, Logan was flying towards his opponent. Kaiselon was taken aback when he saw Logan running towards him at full speed, while he was enveloped in his incredible, powerful force. Having completed the second style of Divine Sword Secrets, he had almost risen to the level of a high-ranking knight. But the wall he had expected to easily pass over the last few months had been elusive to him. It was a period of anxiety when he thought he could see beyond her. But unfortunately, now he saw a high-ranking knight. He knew that he had not learned the steel bloodsword like his father. Logan was pleased as he had managed to get past that wall and was now racing towards his enemy with a grin. The man was taken aback by such pressure, but at that very moment they clashed in battle. Logan struck his opponent with lightning speed, blow after blow. Kaiselon was shocked by this, as he saw that his opponent attacked with pure brutal force without any techniques or tricks. Logan, in turn, looked at his enemy with fury. But at that very moment he dealt a very strong blow to the enemy. Kaiselon was taken aback by surprise, as he realized that the young man had begun to push him aside. He couldn't believe what was happening and wondered if a mere mid-ranking knight was capable of such a thing. Kaiselon looked at the attacks with fury and said that it seemed he had relaxed too much. At that very moment, he shouted to the lair that he was no longer willing to give in to him. Logan sighed heavily, as he knew that this was a lie on his part. But at that very moment, Logan looked at the man in surprise. He was shocked and wondered if his opponent had used multiple swords. A few seconds later, Kaiselon rushed into battle. Logan knew it didn't matter because the real sword was the one he had in his hand. Logan paused for a moment and wondered if this was all too obvious, but Kaiselon immediately charged at his opponent with fury. Logan was taken aback and froze in shock for a moment. He turned around and looked closely at his opponent as he realized that all of his swords were real. Kaiselon looked at his young opponent with a smirk, knowing that he was lucky since he was aiming for the neck. Logan looked at his opponent with a satisfied smile as he realized that all the swords were real, and this was a very entertaining and interesting trick. Kaiselon looked at his opponent with a smirk and then told him to enjoy them while he was alive. At that very moment, he rushed towards the Logan in order to deal him a crushing blow. Logan looked at the man closely as he saw another sword, but he was not about to give up. Logan looked at his opponent with a grin and immediately said that he also had a trick up his sleeve. Kaiselon was taken aback as Logan dealt him a crushing blow. He was shocked and did not understand what kind of suffering aura had washed over him. He was puzzled as he saw that his swords were shaking more and more the closer he got to the enemy. It seemed to him that Logan was frightening them. At that very moment, he angrily shouted at his opponent not to play with him. Logan, in turn, looked at the man with a smirk and informed him that he had created more swords despite being under the pressure of the force blade. The man did not want to listen to anything from his opponent, and at that very moment he struck him. Kaiselon looked at his opponent with a fierce grin because he knew that everything was excellent because his aura had trembled. Kaiselon dealt Logan blow after blow. Logan was taken aback because it felt like he was fighting several men. He knew he had to focus and calm down because he knew that if he could hold back even a few swords with the power blade, he could create a breach. He realized that he had to take a few steps back. At that very moment, he looked at his opponent with a grin and informed him that he was fighting very weakly and that he was bored. His words caught his opponent's attention, and he looked at the attacks with fury. At that very moment, he released all his anger and fury and attacked Logan. Logan froze in place for a moment and joked about how the energy enveloped his heart. He saw the man approaching him with his crushing force. But in order to win, once he was out, he closed his eyes and concentrated on his strength. This helped him concentrate, and at that very moment he struck his opponent, no matter what. Kaiselon was taken aback for a moment and froze in surprise as Logan easily dealt him a crushing blow. He was in shock. He didn't understand how it all happened because he was watching everything closely. Kaiselon was puzzled and shocked because at that moment his opponent's speed became much higher than his speed. Logan turned around with a smirk and looked at the man because he knew that he needed to reward the man for giving him experience. Kaiselon froze and looked at his opponent with fury. But at that very moment, Logan was enveloped in his own power. The man was shocked because he did not expect to see a high-ranking knight in front of him. Logan wasn't going to just stand there. He immediately rose up with lightning speed, and a few seconds later he directed all his strength at the enemy. Logan looked at the man with a smirk and thanked him for playing with him. The man froze in shock. He knew that you were simply impossible. It was a bold move on Logan's part, and after his maneuver the squad's morale rose, and the enemies fell into despair because they did not expect to see something like this, because they thought that their enemy was much weaker than them. At that moment, Logan showed the first style of the Divine Sword secrets. With lightning speed, Logan directed all of his energy, namely the burst of cleavage, at his opponent. The man was taken aback and froze in place from shock, but at the same moment he was puzzled since he could not cope with such force. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered, and all the knights froze in shock on the spot. They were puzzled because they saw that their commander had lost. At the same time, Logan was enveloped in his power, as well as the smoke and dust from the explosion. He quickly stood up and informed all the knights that he had killed the enemy commander. At that very moment, someone in the distance shouted that they had captured the Vic Count. Logan froze for a moment as he did not expect such a thing. Patrick looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and shouted that they would spare those who threw down their weapons and kneeled. He shouted that they must surrender immediately. Logan sighed heavily and looked at my father with a smile. He didn't understand when he managed to capture the Vic Count. After a quick count, Logan knew how many enemy soldiers had died, but at the same time, he knew that only a few knights had died from their squad, but the soldiers were all alive. The battle, which began in the afternoon, lasted only a few hours. It ended because they suppressed the rebellion. Logan knew that this victory could provoke a major war. Sometime later, the knight reported to his master that the Sylvans had lost to the MacLeans. The man looking at his master sighed heavily and said that perhaps he was crossing the line, but still he knew that it was time for his master to make a countermove. In turn, the Lord of the Southwest silently looked at his subordinate because he was thinking about how he should act in this situation. Patrick looked at the Viscount intently and said that he was giving him one more chance to apologize for his sins so he could take some of his property and leave the lands along with his family. The Viscount was furious because he knew that the government would not tolerate such an outrageous seizure of power. Looking at Patrick, the Viscount shouted that the ruler of the Southwest, the Earl, would not allow this. Patrick looked at the man with fury, but did not answer. Logan, in turn, looked at the Viscount with fury, for he knew that nothing more terrible could be said to his father, since at that time the downfall of his family was connected with the Earl's mismanagement. But the one who brought about the rebellion in order to profit from the chaos was the Count, one of the MacLean's vassals. The former rich lands of their family became the property of the Bethros, making them the rulers of the southwestern region. Logan, in turn, knew that due to the intervention of the government of Bethrosa, they did not force his family to serve them, and from this they did not really gain anything because their lands were barren. But he knew that the mere mention of this family was enough to anger his father. Patrick looked at the man with fury and asked if he really wanted to die. The Viscount was taken aback, didn't know what to answer, and looking at Patrick with tears in his eyes, he trembled. Before he could respond, Logan quickly dealt with him with fury. At that very moment, Patrick looked intently at his son. Logan looked at his father closely and said that he respected his wishes to die with honor and did so painlessly. Patrick had nothing but praise for his son. Logan looked closely at the Viscount's body as they were trying to give him a chance, so he hoped the other nobles would not use this as an excuse to attack. He understood that they had to be careful, as they would not strengthen the enemy in the person of the Earl yet. Weeks later, Logan informed his father that they were continuing to monitor, but the Perez had still done nothing. Patrick sighed heavily and asked if they had a reason to do so. Logan asked his father about the Tesron castle. Patrick said that Clayton was there now, and no matter what happened, he would be able to find out everything. Logan thought for a moment, as they hadn't defeated the Viscount with brute force alone. He knew that the Viscount had simply underestimated them, and they in turn led everyone as best they could. At that time, they had only one ace up their sleeve. They wanted to remain out of reach. He knew that several castles could not be held in this way, so they had to quickly reorganize everything. Looking at his father, Logan asked how about Togo moving the center of their domain, because he understood that if they built cities in the center, it would be easier for them to control the castles. The men looked at Patrick and shouted that his son was right, and they had already cut down the forest with monsters, so in MacLean it was enough to leave a minimum number of forces. They could place knights in the cities, then they would be ready to go to Tesron and Sylvan at the first call. Patrick looked at everyone present and said that this was a very wise decision. Logan looked at everyone with a smile, as he realized that now he wouldn't have to deal with this on his own. Looking at his son, Patrick asked how many knights they had captured. Logan reported the number of knights and also said that they were all in prison now, and he also said that among them were several knights of mid-rank. Patrick asked his son if he could convince them to serve them. Logan smiled and said that he would do it without any problem, because no one swore absolute loyalty to the Viscount. Logan was pleased and couldn't believe that they had gotten so many good knights in one fight. He knew it was a better deal than recruiting talented youths, but he knew that if the Viscount had acted a little more carefully, there would have been casualties. He knew that they had only managed to catch a quarter of his knights. Logan knew that he couldn't let something like this happen again in the future. He knew that they couldn't relax because of the victory, and he had to tell his father to stay vigilant. Patrick smiled and told his son that with such powers, even the Paredes did not seem scary to him. He looked at his son with a smile and said that it was all thanks to him. Logan was momentarily taken aback and froze in embarrassment. He sighed heavily as he wished that for one day they could let down their guard and enjoy the victory. But at that very moment a man burst in and hurriedly called the master, since they had received a letter from Bifrost. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, as they did not expect this. The man slowly opened the letter and told everyone that he would now read everything. The Earl wrote that as ruler of the Southwest he felt great discomfort because of the war they had started. Patrick was furious because he called himself ruler of the Southwest. The man read that at the request of Viscount Sylvan, Peretta and McLenna are obliged to immediately end the conflict. Patrick was furious, as they had started it noticeably, and now they were asking them to stop. He was shouting that the Viscount had no conscience. Logan sighed heavily and asked his father to calm down, as he wanted to hear the rest. The Count wrote that he recognized the reason for the constant conflicts as being due to the fact that he did not fulfill his duties as a ruler properly and did not achieve a peaceful existence for the houses in the region. So he invited everyone to his birthday party in a month to discuss the future goals of the entire region. Patrick was furious. Because of his rage, he was unable to contain his power. With this, he directed all of his power at the man, who ended up being left without clothes, as the wave of his power was so devastating that it tore apart everything in its path. Patrick was furious, wondering if the player really thought that his family served them. Logan was shocked by the sight as his father's energy simply and easily tore apart the clothes. The man was shaking with fear and shame and said that after all he had written, that not attending the party would be a sign of refusal to discuss. Patrick was furious as it was a gentle way of threatening them. He shouted that his family does not bow to threats, but at the same moment Logan said with a smirk that it sounded interesting. Patrick looked at his son in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Logan said with a smile that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to pay him a visit. Patrick froze in place for a moment in surprise, as he did not expect this. But a moment later he sighed heavily and told his son that they respected his will. But he was, however, very angry. Burning with rage, he shouted that they would not bow down to the Bifrost. He could not allow such a thing, even if he had to die. Enraged, Patrick again released his energy, which affected those around him. Logan, in turn, looked at his father with fury and asked with a grin if he really wanted to be buried right now. The man caught the gentleman and shouted that he must not allow any parricide. Patrick, in turn, sighed heavily, but told his son that he would listen to him. He didn't know what he was planning at all. Logan looked at his father closely and said that no matter what they did now, their opponent was very strong and they would not be able to defeat him. Patrick sighed heavily and said that it was true. He sighed heavily and counted their forces, because he knew that they did not have enough knights to go into battle. The men looked at each other because they were well informed. Logan looked at everyone present and said that they were doing well now, but they were crossing the line. He told his father that now that the Tesserons and the Sylvans had been defeated, the Bethros were watching them closely. Logan looked at his father hard and said that if they acted out while being so close to him, things could end badly for them. He understood perfectly well that they needed time to entice the Viscount's knights and force the Perets to serve them. They had to reorganize the troops. Logan also clearly understood that he needed to master the next style of divine sword secrets well. He knew that the other knights also needed training. Patrick sighed heavily and said that the Southwest was different from other regions. Unlike other rulers, the Bifrost cannot rely on the loyalty of other aristocrats. Patrick looked at his son closely and said that the reason was difficult to explain, but it was so, and their enemy would try to use his right as ruler, and in that case the others would undoubtedly turn away. Logan said that this was not so, because when he was in the capital, Percival and the Ruthmen, north of the Bethros, swore allegiance to them. Patrick froze in shock, as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. To be more precise, one could say that Logan knew about it from his past life. Patrick was shocked and did not understand when this happened. He shouted furiously that now he had to feel ashamed because their family had little strength. Looking at Logan, he sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness. Logan was pleased, as he understood that permission had been granted. Logan looked at his father closely and said that he knew what he was capable of, so everything would go smoothly, and he wanted to take this opportunity to see how the lands of their ancestors had changed. Sometime later, Logan went on a journey. Hamar hastily called his master and asked if it was true that he had been sold to the enemy. Logan sighed heavily and said that he had just returned to the city. He did not understand where such rumors came from. Hamar was very worried about the master and was worried that he could die. Logan looked at the man with a gentle smile, as he felt like they were close enough to care about each other. Hamar, with the speed of lightning, he shouted and asked the master, what about the promise concerning his freedom? He hastily asked the master whether he would keep his promise. Logan was puzzled as he understood why the man was worried. He shouted that he would not die and that he was not sold. And he also told the man to learn to ignore stupid gossip. Hamar shouted to his master that most of the rumors about him were true. Hamar sighed heavily and sheepishly told his master that he had to take something. He also said that he did not have time to decorate it properly, but he made something for his master. Hamar looked at the tax with a satisfied smile and said that he could assure of its excellent quality. Looking at the master, he said that he made him a beautiful sword, which was made of pure mithril. Logan was shocked by what he saw. The knight looked at the lord intently, or said that they were brought to the gates of the Bifrost castle and were told to wait until someone came to meet them. Flan Ferreira sighed heavily, but still agreed. But a moment later, he looked out the window in surprise. He was puzzled and stared at the man who was hiding his identity. The knight looked at the gentleman and asked him to wait a little. Flan Ferreira was surprised because he saw McLean. Flan Ferreira looked at the young man intently, as he could not believe that he had actually captured the Silvivans. Flan Ferreira looked at the young man with a fierce grin, since there was not even a guard next to him. He understood that his house had suffered great losses in the war. Flan Ferreira. Looking at the young master, he knew that if Bifrost had not intervened, the Ferrets would have grabbed them by the hand. A few minutes later, the young man got out of the carriage and asked the knight what was the matter. He did not understand why they were treating him the same way as someone who looked worthless. Flan Ferreira looked at Logan with a grin and said that he would hardly hear him, and if it were not for the Count, his family would fall to their knees before him, begging for mercy. Flan Ferreira looked at the young gentleman with a grin, since he couldn't even answer him. At that very moment, he introduced himself and told Logan that he had heard about him, since they had previously said that he had killed 6 knights in a row. Flan Ferreira. Looking at the young man, he noticed that he had a weapon under his robe, but the hilt of his sword was clean. He wondered if the rumors about him were just gossip. Flan Ferreira grinned and looked at the tax, and said that it seemed that the rumors about him were exaggerated. Since he was younger, Logan, in turn, shook his opponent's hand more firmly. Logan looked at the man with a smirk and squeezed his hand tighter. Flan Ferreira froze in shock and became angry, as he was in a lot of pain, and now he realized that his opponent was stronger than his rumors said. Logan looked at the young man with a smirk and apologized, because he thought he was trying to conduct a test of strength. Flan Ferreira looked at the young master with fury. At that moment, he pulled out his sword and looked angrily at Logan. Flan Ferreira shouted at Logan that he would teach him a lesson immediately. A few minutes later, the knight was taken aback and said that personal duels were prohibited in this area. Logan sighed heavily and told the young man that he continued to talk nonsense for which he could not answer. He looked at the young man with fury and asked if, as the heir to the house, he did not realize his place. Flan Ferreira looked at Logan with fury, but after a few seconds he shouted at Logan that he had dared to insult him and must pay for it. He ordered his knights to seize him immediately. The knights were shocked, but Logan was not about to give up so easily. With lightning speed, Logan passed through the knight's stream, but he also struck them. Flan Ferreira froze in place from the slag, because he understood that this spectacle was simply incredible. He just couldn't believe that all the swords and knights were cut in two. He looked at the young man with fear, as he did not feel any strength. He wondered if Logan had done it with just a sword. Flan Ferreira was taken aback, since he also did not feel any magical power, so he assumed that his opponent was using the artifact. The knight was taken aback and looked at the young gentleman in surprise, as he was amazed by his skillful sword. He asked for forgiveness for his rudeness, but still asked where Logan had bought such a sword. Logan said that this was rudeness. Flan Ferreira looked at the tax with fury, as he realized that he was simply lucky, as he found an excellent sword. But after a few minutes, a man approached them. Everyone present turned around and looked at the man in surprise. A moment later, the knights reported that the Moonlight Knight, Sir Franz, had arrived to them. Everyone present began to whisper among themselves, as they did not expect him to come in person. Everyone was surprised, as a knight of the highest rank personally came to meet someone. Logan looked closely at the man, knowing that he was one of the 2 highest-ranking knights of Bethros. Logan saw that the man had silver hair and eyes. Now he was sure that he really did stand out from the crowd. He was surprised that such a high-ranking knight had been sent to meet a few village boys. He knew that this meant that either the Count actually cared about their thoughts, or they wanted something from them. Flan Ferreira greeted the knight with lightning speed, and the knight in turn said that he was glad to meet him. But a moment later he turned his gaze to Logan. Looking at Logan, he asked if that was McLean. Logan looked at the man closely, knowing he was trying to put pressure on them. Logan said with a satisfied grin that it was exactly like that, and at the same moment he introduced himself. The man said that now that explained everything, but he was a little surprised. He looked at the young man in surprise, since Togo had a middle rank at such a young age. Everyone present was taken aback, because they did not expect to hear such a thing. They were surprised and at the same time puzzled, as they didn't expect him to be of average rank, since they all thought that he was strong due to his good sword. Logan, in turn, looked at everyone with a satisfied grin. After attaining a high rank, Knights would have a unique sharp energy that could not be hidden and could only be detected by knights of the same rank or higher, since he, having reached the rank and earned several stars for the power core, could control the power of the energy. He knew it would be better for him to demonstrate only a small amount of force while he was not on his own territory. Logan knew he had to lower their guard, which is why he didn't bring security with him. Logan smiled and looked at the man and thanked him for such words. Vidin was working hard to become like him in the near future. Sir Franz looked at Logan with a joyful smile and said that he should not stop at this personally because he had a huge talent, and by developing it, he could become at least a Superman. He said with a smile that he was very glad of such a meeting and therefore would take them all to the castle. A moment later, they were walking slowly into the castle. Sir Franz looked back and said that now in front of the young people was a building for important persons. Sir Franz looked at the young men and said that the heirs of the Ruthmans and Percivals had already arrived, so the young men could rest until the feast that would take place tomorrow evening. Logan smiled and said that he understood everything. A few minutes later, Sir Franz left the young men alone. Flan Ferreira looked at Logan with a grin and asked if he was embarrassed. Flan Ferreira with a fierce grin told Logan that it was unlikely that the one who came without servants had clothes for the holiday. He mockingly asked if he could borrow his pajamas. Logan, in turn, looked at the young man with puzzlement, but did not answer. A moment later, Logan approached the man and asked where his quarters were, as he was very tired. The servant was taken aback and told Logan that he should follow him. Logan glanced sideways at the young man, because when he allowed his knights to replicate in defiance of the ban, he already understood everything, but he did not realize what kind of situation he found himself in. Logan realized that if this was the level of the heir and his knights, it would not be difficult to capture them. Logan, in turn, had no intention of removing his armor. Logan stared into the distance, knowing that this was where the footage his ancestors had lost was located. He understood perfectly well that he could not relax his vigilance even for a moment. Sometime later, he met the Count. He looked at him intently and with a grin told him to take off his sword immediately. But Logan, in turn, looked menacingly at his opponent, since he had no intention of doing something like that. He understood perfectly well that he could not relax because it was unknown what could happen. He looked at the man intently and at that moment introduced himself. He bowed and said that it was a great honor for him to greet the ruler of the lands of the Count, and he congratulated him with a smile on his birthday. At that very moment, everyone started whispering. Because he came with armor, they didn't understand what was wrong with his armor, and at that very moment they said that he was a village boy who had no manners at all. Logan knew that he was facing a potential enemy, so he did not rule out the possibility that he would have to fight. So a few days before arriving in the Earl's domain, he inspected the neighboring castles and towns. He expected the people there to be as dissatisfied as in Sylvan or Tesron, but they turned out to be quite friendly. They spoke with a smile about the Count, since taxes were low on his lands. Logan understood that their wealth was not so great, and they had no need to extort from the people. The Count greeted the other man with a smile, and also asked if he could be sure that his family agreed to follow his will. Logan smiled a predatory smile and said that thanks to her, the peace would be maintained and his family would follow her in the front ranks. The Earl laughed as he expected more resistance, but he could see that the young man understood everything. He looked at the young man with a smile and asked him to enjoy the banquet. Logan looked at the Count intently, and at that very moment he was convinced that he had the fifth circle. In his past life, there was a rumor that the Count had shown incredible strength in battle. The Count was on the side of the second prince who lost, so he didn't pay attention to him, but the fact that Togo had the fifth circle is true. The fifth circle was equal in strength to the advanced rank, especially in war where this strength extended far beyond individual battles. It was considered even more impressive. Logan thought for a moment, as he knew that the Count had several knights of the advanced circle. He was puzzled and did not know what to do. But a moment later, everyone was informed that the Count would like to make a ceremonial speech. The Count looked at everyone present with a smile and said that first he wanted to thank those who came to his birthday, such an ordinary person like him. He looked at everyone present with a smile and said that the young man himself did not come, but he was obliged to thank His Highness the Second Prince for gifting him with tears of the sun, as he was infinitely glad about such a gift. The young ladies were surprised by this, as they did not know that they were so close. Logan looked at everyone present. The ladies said that for a long time the aristocrats of the Southwest were separated, unlike other regions. Logan wondered if the Earl was really going to repeat the same thing that was in the letter. The Count looked at everyone present and shouted that it was time to leave behind the meaningless traditions and customs and unite. He shouted that the prince who would most likely inherit the throne wished to support their region. Logan glared at the Earl, which was a fancy way of telling everyone to shut their mouths and go serve the prince. The Count looked at everyone with a fierce grin and said that they had started and would end the southwestern conflict, which had lasted for many years. Logan froze in shock for a moment. The Count said with a fierce grin that Logan was a great young man. He had stood out in time, as his family had recently held several victories. He said that Logan was a genius and he was very young, but he was already a knight of mid-rank. Looking at Logan, he said with a satisfied grin that even the advanced rank knights he knew were not such masters at his age. Logan continued to smile, but he did not know whether it was a compliment or the Count had something in mind. The Count looked at the young man intently and said that he had no intention of forcing or obliging such a talented fellow, because he only wanted to make him a lucrative offer. With a smile, he called Logan. The Count looked at the young man closely and said that the second prince's grandfather was looking for talented young men like him, so he would like to recommend Logan to him. Looking at the young man, he asked him with a smile what he would say. Everyone present was shocked, including Logan. He looked at the Count with a smile and said that this offer was a great honor for him, but he already had a mentor. The Count looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked if this was really his father. Logan smiled and said that it was not so, because he was lucky enough to train with a great man. For this reason, he was forced to refuse this offer. All those present froze for a moment, including the Count, as they did not expect such a refusal. The Count looked at the young man with a grin and mockingly said that he was quick on the uptake, but he also said that they would soon be visited in person by the sword of sweltering heat. So he asked Logan why he didn't learn a little from the man. The Earl told Logan that this offer was not only for him, because he intended to offer it to all the heirs who served him. The Earl also asked the young man to name his mentor. Logan got angry when the Earl said it furtively. Such words could seem to everyone that his family served the Earl. He was burning with rage, and since the Count wanted to bind them to himself at any cost, he knew that in such a situation it would be difficult to refuse him again, but fortunately he had prepared in advance. Logan thanked the Count with a smile for the flattering reviews, but he could not refuse if his desire was so strong. The Count, with a satisfied smile, thanked the young man for accepting the offer, because he knew that his choice would be the first step towards the unification of the Southwest. He looked at everyone present with a smile and said that his old friends had agreed to unite under the flag of his family. Looking at the young people, he said that as a token of gratitude for their loyalty, he would personally give gifts to their heirs. A moment later, several artifacts were brought into the room. Everyone present immediately began to whisper, as they realized that the artifacts were very valuable, and the Count had spent tens of millions of gold on them, a magical instrument that held or contained magical power, which almost always endowed them with magical properties. These artifacts were created by magicians from the magic department, more universal than what the Circle Masters did. Because of this, the artifacts were divided into classes based on the magic that permeated them. Logan was puzzled and at the same time surprised, because he knew that the prices for these artifacts were absurd. The cheapest materials used in their building were mithril, so as not to waste resources. They were usually enchanted with at least the magic of the third circle. To create a third-class artifact, a fifth circle mage was required, so no one was surprised that the prices were so high. Logan was surprised that the Earl would use something like that as a gift. At that moment, the Earl shouted and called several heirs. He looked at them intently and asked if they swear allegiance to him. The young men knelt before the Count and said that they swear allegiance on behalf of their house. The Count looked at them intently and with a satisfied grin, said that he accepted their promises. He also gave the sword and hammer to the young men. At the same time, Logan looked at them intently. The young people immediately thanked the Count for such an honor. The Count said with a satisfied smile that he is not stingy with gifts, and those who serve him receive appropriate gratitude. Logan looked at the Count intently, as he could see that he was staring at him. Flan Farida. Intoxicated with alcohol, he immediately asked if Logan's sword didn't look better. Logan froze in shock, as he didn't expect that. He looked at the man with fury, because he knew that he was a complete idiot. Flan Farida. Looking at the Count, he said that he was exaggerating, Looking around, he asked everyone present what they thought. Looking at everyone, he said with a smirk that he thought Logan's sword looked better. The Count looked at the young man with fury. Flan Ferretta began to say that the Count could not tell the real talent, but he, unfortunately, did not have time to finish, as someone suddenly closed his mouth. Logan glared at the young man, knowing he was a complete idiot because he had dug his own grave. The sword forged by Hamar was called Lux, which meant twilight in the ancient language. Its power is clearly comparable to most artifacts. The master blacksmith created it specifically for Logan, and it was precisely this kind of thing that was filled with soul. Getting a good item from a dwarf isn't that hard, but greedy aristocrats don't realize it. Logan knew that in the worst case, if his plan didn't work, the game would force him. He wanted to use it for negotiations or to buy time, but he saw that the young man, drunk with alcohol, interfered and ruined everything for him. At that very moment, the Count asked the young man if his sword was really that big. Logan was taken aback and said that he was lucky enough to receive it from the dwarf. The Count was surprised by such a statement and said that if this was true, then this sword was comparable to an artifact. The Count, looking at the young man, asked if he could examine the sword. Logan knew he would not get his treasured sword back. He smiled and said that even though he was young, as a knight it was difficult for him to hand over his comrade to someone else. The Count looked at the young man in surprise and said with a smile that he was so young, but spoke like an old man. He agreed with a smile but asked Logan how about demonstrating his knightly skills in an exhibition match. He smiled and said that it would be good to compare him with the lords who had previously received the artifacts. Looking at the young man, he said that he was also a mid-rank knight. Ronan said with a smile that it was true, and he had become one several years ago, although he still lacked the skill. The Count said with a smile that a normal match would not be so interesting, so he wanted to bet on something. The Count with a fierce grin said that if Ramon won, he would take the dwarf's sword. And if Logan wins, he will reward him with a suitable artifact. The Count looked at the young man with a fierce grin and asked how he felt about this proposal. Logan was taken aback for a moment and looked intently at the Count. But a moment later, the Agraf said that Logan should deliver his sword if he agreed. Logan looked at the man with a fierce grin, as he knew that everything turned out to be a big surprise. But he in turn understood that he had no reason to refuse this offer. At that very moment, he took out his sword and shouted that he agreed. A few minutes later, they stood in the middle of the hall ready to begin the fight. The man looked at Logan with a smirk and said that since he was older, he reserved the right to strike the first blow to him. Logan looked at the man with a smirk and said that there was no need to do that because he didn't want to hear later that he had the advantage. He knew that victory would be his. The man said with a grin that the recognition of his genius had made him arrogant, but for his own good he intended to show that there were clouds above the sky. At that very moment, the man concentrated and showed everyone his strength. Everyone present froze for a moment in surprise, as his power was truly beautiful. They wondered if such artifacts really all shone so beautifully. Logan sighed heavily and looked at the man intently, but at the same time he wondered if he really wanted to attract more attention to himself. Logan knew that the man was now the perfect target. Logan glared at the Count as he deliberately gave the man an artifact that was more of a throwaway than truly useful. He understood that the light from his sword was rather modest in comparison, but his sword was perfectly balanced, well-sharpened, and durable. The sword was needed only for its direct purpose, and not to be called beautiful. The man looked at the tax with a fierce grin and asked if his cute sword could withstand the artifact. Logan knew that the man lacked the brains to realize a truly obvious fact. At that very moment, the man attacked Logan. Logan noticed that Franz the Moonlight Knight was also present. He couldn't hide his full power from him, but he knew it was more important to hide his confidence. A few seconds later, the man dealt Logan a serious blow. Logan knew he had to back down a few times. He knew he had to let himself be scratched. And then he wanted to deliver a solid counterblow in an inconspicuous manner. He wanted to show off a little of his power and thus defeat his opponent, but in the end he said that he was very lucky in this fight, but he did it with a fierce grin. He knew he needed to boost his metabolism with his power core to make himself sweat and look more convincing. The man was taken aback and shouted to everyone present that it was a pure accident. In his haste, he shouted to the Count that he was simply not used to his new sword. The Count looked at the man with rage and shouted at him to shut up, as he had disappointed him. He angrily asked the man if he really wanted to say that his sincere gift was to blame for his loss. Ramon shouted that this was not so, and he sincerely apologized to the Count. The Count sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness for the pitiful sight of Logan. He said that his people had been unfair to him, but now he was determined to open his treasury, and he gave his permission. Logan managed to choose any artifact for himself. All those present were the shooter in place, as they did not expect such a thing. Logan wondered if the Earl intended to keep him here at any cost. Logan knew that the Earl was confident that whatever he chose would come back to him, but he knew he couldn't let him do as he wanted. At that very moment, the servant hurriedly informed the Count that the Duke of the Sword had contacted him on the occasion of his birthday. The Count was shocked by the statement, as he did not expect such a thing. The Duke smiled and congratulated the Count on his birthday, and also asked for forgiveness for not being able to come. The Duke said that he was sure that those who had come to this event were enjoying his kindness. The Count smiled and thanked the Duke for such pleasant words. He said with a smile that he had not expected him to get involved in this personally. Logan saw that the Count was sucking up to the Duke. At that very moment, the Duke noticed that Logan was in the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, as they did not expect to hear anything like this. Logan smiled, knowing that the Duke had noticed him in time. Logan knew he wasn't the best actor, but since he had asked the Duke for help, he had to follow the plan. He could see that the Earl was burning with rage. Logan told his mentor with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone present was taken aback by shock, because Logan called the Duke his mentor. They were shocked, as an ordinary boy from the village was being trained by the Duke. Now everyone understood why he refused the Count. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he was speechless when he suddenly saw his student who had never contacted him. The Duke asked Logan when he would come to the capital, because he said that he would throw a banquet in his honor. Everyone was shocked, because they did not expect that they would be so close. Logan asked the Duke for forgiveness, because due to problems between the houses, he might need a little time, since he wanted to stay in the Earl's castle. Logan said that the Earl had made him an offer he couldn't refuse. The Duke smiled and asked the Earl if that was true. At that moment, the Count was taken aback and said that this was not entirely true, and if the Duke was eager to meet the young man, he could postpone all his plans for later. Logan was pleased, and he was sure that he had done everything right when he asked for help from his mentor. Although Duke Yi was neutral and did not choose any of the princes, he was a superman who had power over the ruling family, and even a Count could not refuse to carry out the orders of such a person. The Duke winked at his student with a smile and said that in that case they would see each other soon in the capital. Logan thanked his mentor with a smile and from the bottom of his heart. In turn, the Count looked at the young man with fury, since everything was not going according to his plan. The next day, Logan managed to get into the Count's treasury. The knight told the young man that he had 1 hour to inspect it. Logan froze for a moment as his eyes wandered. He saw that there were still a lot of artifacts, but he wondered if the Count had removed the most important ones. He knew that any artifact was still worth many millions of gold, so he wanted to try to choose a good thing immediately. His senses, which had been strengthened after the development of the power core, allowed him to sense the differences in the energies contained in artifacts, by which he could judge their strength. He passed by the weapons, since he was not very interested in them. He knew that his sword would be enough for him, because even just looking at it, it was obvious that there was nothing there better than what was at the banquet. A few seconds later, he saw the armor, which was reinforced with fire magic and electricity. He knew that it would roast alive the one who put it on. He saw that all objects were ordinary, but a moment later he realized that all the power was converging in one place. He looked at the plain boots in surprise. He knew that there was no magic coming from them and wondered if they were artifacts. He saw that they were absorbing his power. A moment later he was taken aback, because he realized that his strength was flowing into his boots. He was puzzled because he understood that at this rate he would receive damage. Logan was furious because he wanted to see which one of them would win. He was very angry because the boots were taking away all his strength. A few seconds later he was enveloped in his own power. Logan was shocked as his powers returned to him. He was taken aback and looked closely at the artifact, as he realized what he would now choose. Some time later, the Count was informed that the young man had left his domain and taken the artifact with him. The Count understood that the young man, however, intended to harm him. He looked at his subordinate with fury and told him to drive after Logan and immediately return the artifact along with the sword to him. He told his subordinate that he could do whatever he wanted, but he shouldn't kill Logan. At the same time, Logan slowly walked towards his goal. Sometime later, he made a halt in the forest, but a few seconds after he started meditating, he heard some extraneous noise. He was a little wary because he felt that someone was planning to kill him. In turn, he wondered if the Count had sent the assassins after him. A moment later, a man approached him and said with a smirk that he had a heightened sense of smell. Logan heard a distorted voice and realized that the man was trying to hide his identity. A few seconds later, Logan saw several killers. Logan looked at everyone present with a grin and asked if they were hot walking around in that kind of radiation. He knew they must be. It wasn't easy getting to him from the county. The man looked at his comrades and said that they should not kill the young man. At that very moment, the mercenaries rushed towards Logan. He looked at them with a grin because he knew that there would be a good fight soon. At that very moment, he rushed towards the mercenary in order to deal with him as quickly as possible. All the men present were taken aback for a moment, as they did not expect such a turn of events. At that very moment, Logan delivered a crushing blow to his opponent with fury. The men were puzzled. They did not understand how a knight of average rank could be so fast and strong. They were shocked because he was incredibly fast and he fought them with ease. Logan looked at everyone present with a smirk, as he now realized that he had made the right choice when he took the boots. When the boots released the power that was embedded in them, he thought it was an accident, but when he put the boots on, their true value was revealed to him. They contained a quick reaction. Moreover, they were self-repairing and adjusted to size. He knew that the boots of the wind god were simply an excellent find for him. The man was taken aback, as it was difficult for him to keep up with his opponent's pace. He turned to his leader and asked for permission so that they could target their opponent's vital organs. Otherwise, they would not be able to overpower the enemy. The man sighed heavily and told his subordinates that it was a disgrace on their part. At that moment, the man released his power and rushed towards Logan. Logan was taken aback for a moment. He turned around and looked at the man in surprise as he saw his silver blade of power. He was shocked as the man easily released his power and directed it at him. At that very moment, Logan took the blow and was taken aback. Logan still managed to deflect his opponent's blow, but he had no intention of giving up. He looked at the man with fury and said that he had not previously known that he had earned the title of Knight of the Moonlight through cunning. He looked at his opponent intently and called his name, but he made no reply. Sir Franz, slowly removing his hood, told the young man that he was not the only one who hid his true strength. He looked at Logan with a grin and said that he had chosen an amazing artifact. Logan looked at the man with anger and caution, as he understood that he had decided to reveal his identity after all. Although he understood that after using the legendary silver power, there was no longer any point in hiding his identity any longer. Sir Franz looked at the young man intently and said that he would take the artifacts as payment for the lesson. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked me if it bothered him that he had the title of Moonlight. The man looked at the young man intently and said that for this reason, the lesson would be very harsh. He also thanked Logan for going this far. Logan looked at his opponent in bewilderment. As his posture was very strange, it seemed to him that he was holding a whip and not a sword. At that very moment, the man used his power and directed it at Logan. Logan was taken aback and froze in shock for a moment as his blade of power actually moved like a whip. He saw the man's power directed at him. Logan was puzzled as he was able to feel the merciless blows of the enemy on himself. He understood that his blade of power did not work against the enemy, and he could only reflect the blows. But Logan knew that if it came to this, he would have to use everything he had. Everyone present was taken aback by the shock, as they did not expect anything like this. But they knew that their mentor's strength was as strong as ever. Logan was furious because he didn't feel any effect even though he used the first and second forms. A moment later, he was taken aback and saw that his opponent was aiming the crushing force of his blade at him, but he managed to dodge the blow at the last minute. At that very moment, he jumped back, but where he was, a deafening explosion thundered. Sir Franz looked at the young man with a grin and said that this blow was very close, and if he had relaxed for a moment, he would have died already. He looked at Logan with admiration and asked how he managed to do something like this. He doubted that it was the artifact. Sir Franz asked the young man with admiration if this was the secret art of the sword. Logan was furious as he saw that his opponent was still on his feet and his blows had no effect on him. He knew that if it were not for the reinforced boots, he would not have been able to dodge the blow. Logan was furious because he knew he didn't have the strength to defeat his opponent, but he knew he had held his own against him. At that moment, he shouted that it wasn't so. Sir Franz looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Logan told his opponent that if he gave him a little time, he would show him the Duke's secret art of the sword. Logan said that he still had not fully mastered them. Sir Franz was taken aback, but at the same moment he agreed. He sincerely wanted Logan to show his abilities. Logan looked at the man closely because he knew that since he was inspired, it would be easier for him. He knew that he just needed to believe in himself. He learned that his secret arts, which he barely knew even after a month spent as a high-ranking knight, would help him, so he had to concentrate. Logan knew that if he lost here and now, he could lose his sword and boots, and the man would make sure that he would never be able to pick up a sword again. So he knew that he had to pull himself together and do everything possible to prevent this from happening. After concentrating, he slowly opened his eyes and looked intently at his opponent while giving him a command. At that very moment, Logan clearly saw his opponent in front of him, who was rushing towards him with fury in his eyes. Sir Franz shouted at the young man that he trusted his enemies too easily. At that very moment, he aimed straight at Logan's chest. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered. Sir Franz froze in place for a moment. The man was sure that after this, Logan would not remain unharmed. But after a few seconds, everyone present was taken aback as they saw Logan, safe and sound, and at the same time he was surrounded by his power. Logan looked at his opponent with a victorious grin. He was pleased with himself as he had managed to master the next form of the divine sword secrets, and at that very moment he directed all his strength at the enemy. Sir Franz was taken aback and stood frozen in shock, as he had not expected anything like this. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered. The young people were puzzled by everything that was happening. They understood that they had to find their mentor first. At the same time, the man was lying on the ground. He was surprised and at the same time puzzled, as he did not expect something like this. But with the last of his strength, he quietly said that he managed to dodge. He was puzzled because he knew that this was a serious defeat, and he quietly said that it would be better if he could instead of such a disgrace. At the same time, Logan was running away from his pursuers at full speed after his victory. He was very unhappy with himself. As he knew he had relaxed when the man attacked him, he saw a hole the size of a coin piercing the right side of his chest. He knew it was caused by the split, but then his agitation and facial expression and all this chatter were for show. Logan was furious because at that moment he could not recognize it. However, he knows for sure that with his abilities and treasures, he could definitely defeat a high-ranking knight. While thinking about all this, he, unfortunately, did not notice how bad he felt. And after a few seconds, he fell to the ground with a crash. Rick was taken aback and called out to the young gentleman in surprise when he saw him in such a state. He was puzzled and did not understand what had happened to him. Logan sighed heavily and said with a smile that he had fallen asleep while riding a horse. Unfortunately, upon his return, he had made a noise in the house. After all, the heir, who had arrived from the Earl a few weeks later, looked very shabby. This was not enough reason to formally complain about the Count, who might start a fight under the pretext of slander, so the incident was hushed up. Patrick told his son that he had to endure many hardships because their family had little strength. He sighed heavily and told his son that he simply couldn't look him in the eye. But Logan wasn't upset about it, and with a grin told his father that soon all the offenders would pay them. He knew that to do this, he would have to reorganize their forces as well, so they all trained hard and honed their skills. Ronan sighed heavily after all the exercises. He remembered his brother smilingly saying that the war would be over quickly, and he didn't need to be there, because he had to hone his skills. Ronan was puzzled and simply couldn't allow his brother to treat him like a child. Ronan was furious as his brother had previously faced humiliation from the Count. A moment later, he was taken aback as he heard his brother's voice. He turned around and looked at Tax in surprise as he didn't expect to see him on the training ground. Logan smiled and asked his brother to rest a little. He also said that he had decided to introduce his brother to the one with whom he would be training from now on. Victor looked closely at the young man and introduced himself, and also said that he was the new knight. Ronan saw that they were the same age and wondered if Victor could use the Force too. Logan smiled and said that Victor had just recently awakened his powers, and until this day he was getting used to the power. He also told his brother that they were the same age, and this could be a good motivation for him. Ronan looked at his brother in surprise and asked what he meant by training with us. Logan looked at the young men with a smile and said that he was talking about sparring now. Logan asked with a smile if they wanted to try it right now. A moment later, he shouted and gave them a command. At that very moment, Victor pounced on his opponent. Burning with anger, Ronan was taken aback, as he did not expect such pressure. Ronan was surprised because he saw the iron bloodsword. In his haste, he wondered if Victor had really only just woken up. Ronan was very angry and decided to immediately answer him for such a blow. Ronan opened up to his power with lightning speed. Victor was taken aback, as he did not expect this. But Victor was not going to give up, and he dodged his opponent's blow. At that very moment, he jumped up and towered over his opponent. A few seconds later, he delivered a very powerful blow, but his opponent managed to jump back in time. For a few seconds, they stared at each other, as they were both strong. Ronan looked at his opponent with anger and said that he was just a monster. Victor, in turn, looked intently at the young gentleman, but did not answer. A moment later, Logan, watching their fight, laughed wildly and asked his brother who he called a monster, because it was very cute. Ronan glared at his opponent, knowing he had to give it his all. Victor looked at the young gentleman with a gentle smile. Ronan looked at his opponent with a smirk, as he knew that the fight would be very entertaining. A moment later, Logan watched their coordinated fight and in turn was happy. He knew that Victor had not only mastered the iron blood sword perfectly, but had also adapted it to his fighting style. He saw that his brother, who would surpass a mid-rank knight, even with his limited abilities and knowledge of sword styles, moved freely without restricting himself. Logan was pleased with the sight, for he saw the brutal free blade and the pure, precise blade. He knew that they must reflect the quality that they both conveyed to each other during combat. He watched them with joy as they behaved in a childish, playful, but at the same time serious manner. He knew how much time was left before the war with the Empire began, and looking at the young people, he understood that they would be ready in a few years. He hoped that Victor would soon learn the secrets of the divine sword. But still he was puzzled and wondered if he could trust him so much. He wished he had some catalyst that would bind him to this place. After some time, he found a certain foothold. Clayton looked at the young master in surprise and asked if he really wanted to say that a young lady at such a young age could see mana. Logan looked at the man with a smile and said that that was exactly it. Some time ago, he looked at the girl with a smile, and when she tries to study something, she will be able to find something that will help her. She looked at him in surprise and asked if she could learn how to move the clay dolls. He smiled and said that of course she could do it, but a moment later he was taken aback with surprise and asked what she was talking about. He saw that she was very depressed, so he wanted to cheer her up. But now it was a surprise to Logan that she could see something like this. He had his suspicions when they first met, but he didn't think she actually saw mana. Clayton looked at the girl with a smile and said that he was now going to direct his mana in a certain direction. He asked if she could tell where exactly he directed it. The young lady looked closely at his hand and his flow of mana. A moment later, she pointed to where he had directed his power. A few seconds later, Clayton repeated his manipulation again, and she told him where his power was directed. Clayton was amazed, as he did not expect such a thing. He joyfully shouted that not all great magicians can see mana with their own eyes. Logan looked at the girl in surprise and wondered if this was such an amazing ability. He knew that there would be a big fuss if it became known that he could see her too. He looked at the young lady with a smile and asked if she was sure she wanted to study magic. Rhea looked at the young master with a puzzled expression and said that if she could control huge dolls with magic, then she would like to do it. Logan was surprised and didn't understand why she wanted to control them. She said that if she had a strong doll, she would be able to do great things. Logan said with a happy smile that it was a very good goal. A moment later, he handed it to Clayton, who in turn looked at the young lady with a sweet smile. Logan looked closely at the girl, as he understood that she definitely had talent, and she would soon become a great magician. He was amazed as the twins were geniuses. Now he had even more questions that concerned their real parents. Logan was glad because he knew that they were getting stronger, and now he knew that he needed to go to the capital. He knew that he could do it faster alone, and that he didn't need any assistance. But a few days later, a little surprise awaited him. The man shouted to his master that it was a great honor for him to serve him. His faithful knights shouted that they would serve him with all their hearts. Logan was puzzled by this situation, as he did not expect anything like this. He wanted them to leave immediately, but it was all in vain. Henderson looked closely at the young master and introduced himself, and also informed him of what detachment he was from, since he had come to serve the young master. Henderson knew that since he was accompanying the young master to the capital today, it meant that he was serving the future legend. He wanted to do everything in his power to become one of his confidants. Logan looked at the man closely and asked him to bring some wood. A few seconds later, Logan was watching the commander closely, who obediently carried out all his commands. Logan was puzzled, as he wanted to go alone, but his father insisted that he take at least a minimum number of assistants, since if he went alone, it would be disrespectful to the Duke. Logan looked at our subordinate in surprise and asked why he was here. Rick looked at the master in surprise and asked what kind of question he asked, since how could people think that the heir of a noble house walks around without personal servants? Logan looked closely at the young man and asked if he was sure it wasn't because he wanted to visit someone. The young man knew that piracy was pointless and immediately shouted that it was so, because no one in their estate wanted to talk to him because they thought he stank. He was very angry because he knew that he had to get married soon, so he wanted the master to take some responsibility for it. Logan was furious that everyone was slowing him down. He knew that it was not easy going to the meeting as the heir. His journey had several goals. First, he wanted to determine the social changes in the future, and then meet with the prince to establish contact. The current ruler, Samuel von Grandius, had no heirs until he was 40 years old, and therefore called several women from the ducal families to be his concubines and have several sons. But 10 years later, the queen gave birth to a third son when she was 40 years old. The third son, with a natural talent for swordsmanship and good manners, surpassed his fellow troublemakers in his prospects for the throne. The king also placed great hopes on him, but the families of the other princes did everything possible to stop the expansion of the king's favorite's influence. In Logan's past lives, in the winter just before the prince was to become an adult, a civil war broke out and the sudden death of the king was in the air. The first prince, Juan Douglas, a mage with the sixth circle, received support from his uncle. Like the second prince, Jordan Valtermim is a young superhuman. Since the third prince had no political power, some factions almost executed him and reported that this was the will of the king. The Duke looked at everyone present and announced that if they spared the prince, he would become the blade of the new king. The most prominent of the aristocrats took a neutral position, and by this phenomenon he saved the life of the prince. After that, the first prince gained the advantage, but within 5 years he had brought the country to ruins until the empire attacked. Logan knew that the king had used his brother as bait during the war with the empire. Logan was furious and knew he couldn't just let him become king. He knew that the second prince was a bird of a feather, and now he had to see with his own eyes whether the third prince was worthy of being king. The knight greeted the young man with joy. Logan walked slowly into his mentor's domain. His companions were amazed by the beauty of the estate. At that very moment, the young man saw a beautiful lady. He looked at the young master intently and quietly asked if he thought it would be a plus if he made contact with the Duke's maid. Or not. He asked if he could get closer to the maid. But after these questions, he received a scolding. After a few seconds, Logan looked at the man in surprise. The man looked closely at the young people and told them where they needed to go. Logan, in turn, looked at the man with distrust and asked his name. The man answered and said that he forgot to introduce himself. At that very moment, he informed Logan that his name was Louis Hayen and that he was the Duke's guardian. Logan was shocked by what he heard. After all, before him was Louis Hayen, commander of the Grandia Liberation Front. Organ knew that, unlike him, a man who was burning with revenge, the man was a man with ideals. Logan clearly remembered their last meeting, because then he told Logan that he needed his help, because he was the only one who could interpret the recordings. Then he told Logan that he must remember everything, even if he had to burn the book. He must remember its contents and pass it on to someone talented. Logan knew that the commander had given him something else besides a secret scripture then. He was taken aback and his head ached from all the memories. He was puzzled because he did not remember the most important memories. The man hurriedly asked the young Logan if he was okay. Logan thanked the commander in the old-fashioned way, but stopped short and called him a caretaker. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed he had not rested well the night before. Louis Hayen looked at Logan with a smile and said that one must take good care of one's health and youth, and even if he feels great, age will take its toll, so he must take care of himself. Logan looked at the man with a gentle smile, because in his past life he often repeated these words. He thought that this seemed to be his favorite topic. Fortunately, he managed to get himself under control. Logan knew that whatever the memories were, they were all in the past, and now he had to make sure that the future was not like his past life. Louis Hayen took the young man to the Duke, but after a few seconds, Logan was taken aback as he heard the Duke's voice, and he in turn asked Logan what he was waiting for. A few seconds later, Logan entered the room and greeted the Duke and Duchess with a smile, as he was glad that they were in perfect health. The lady looked at the young man with a smile and said that she had heard a lot about him from her husband. She looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and said that they were his great debtors. Logan greeted the Duchess with a smile and also congratulated her on the imminent birth of her heir. The Duchess looked at the young man intently and said that there was something she wanted to ask him about. She looked at him with a smile and asked if they could name their child Logan. Logan was taken aback with surprise, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. The Duke said that they had discussed this for a long time because thanks to the young man, they had managed to conceive a child and therefore they would like to call him by a similar name. The Duke looked at the young man with a smile and asked if he minded. Logan knew that a name defined and illuminated the path a child would take. He knew that the people of the city believed this since ancient times. Aristocrats looked for respected people to name their child after, and they even held festivals to celebrate the names of their children. He couldn't believe that they asked him for such an important thing. He was shocked, because they had only seen each other a few times and had not had much of an impact on each other's lives. Logan knew it was a big responsibility, but he had no reason to refuse, so he smiled and said he would take it as an honor. The couple happily thanked Logan. A moment later, the Duke sent his wife to rest, as he knew she did not need to overexert herself. The Duchess smiled and told her husband that he had probably forgotten his manners. The Duke smiled and told his wife that there was nothing wrong with it and that she should go and rest, and also said that it would be to Logan's advantage. At the same time, Logan was happy as he had received a good title, because the Grand Duke's child would be named after him. A moment later, the Duke looked at the young man and said that he had difficulty communicating with words, so they could go straight to body language. Logan looked at the Duke in surprise. The Duke, in turn, said with a grin that he was amazed at how quickly the young man's level had grown in such a short time. Logan looked at the Duke in surprise as he wanted to see how strong he was now. Some time later, they were already standing in the training hall. Logan immediately rushed to his mentor, but the Duke easily dodged his opponent. Logan was a little confused as his mentor was very fast. At that very moment, Logan struck his mentor, but he was able to parry it with ease. Logan looked at the Duke with a smirk as he easily blocked his blows. Logan knew that since this was a fight with a master, he could test his limits. A moment later, the Duke sighed heavily and asked his student to stop. He looked at Logan in surprise and asked what he was doing. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. The Duke looked at the young man intently, asking what he was doing. He wanted to know if this was all his power. Logan immediately said that it was not. The Duke asked if he wanted to give it his all. Logan knew that this was their first training since he became his mentor. He knew that he couldn't disappoint him now. At that very moment, he gathered his strength and directed all his power at his mentor. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered. Logan looked at his mentor intently as his pulse split, and at that very moment, he used the killing iron slash. But a few seconds later, he heard his mentor say with a smirk that it was nothing to him. Logan was taken aback as his mentor, a few seconds later, was next to him and put his sword to his throat. The Duke asked the young man if after a few blows he was planning to play. Felix punched the young man, sending him crashing to the ground. But a few seconds later, he told Logan to stop immediately. Duke asked Logan if all he could do was waste his strength. Logan was furious as his mentor called his divine sword combo idiotic. He was shocked as he even managed to injure the Moonlight Knight with it. Felix told the young man to immediately show everything he is capable of, namely his true art. Felix sighed heavily and asked the young man not to disappoint him anymore. Logan was burning with anger and fury, and at that very moment shouted that they would immediately show him everything properly. A few seconds later, he jumped off the ground and flew towards his mentor. Felix sighed heavily and told the young man that it seemed he still didn't understand anything. But at that very moment, Logan rushed past his mentor with the speed of lightning. Logan was a little confused, as his mentor simply disappeared, and he didn't even hear his footsteps. He didn't understand where he went. But at that very moment, the Duke appeared behind Logan, and looking at the young man with fury, said that he was right behind him. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He turned around hastily as he was stunned by its speed. But to his regret, at that very moment he received a blow to the face. Logan was furious because he realized he had not given it his all. Sometime later, their fight continued. But unfortunately, Logan only received from his mentor. Logan was furious because he couldn't hit his mentor. The Duke was a little disappointed with his student and asked if this was what he called swordsmanship. He wanted the young man to try at least a little. Logan was confused. He didn't understand how he was supposed to understand his mentor's words. He didn't understand what he wanted from him. The Duke told the young man that his strength had increased since their last meeting, but his skill hadn't changed. The Duke, blazing with rage, shouted at the young man that his skill had even worsened, which affected his fundamental metrics. Because they had fallen, Logan froze in place from shock, since he had not expected anything like this at all. Felix looked at his student and asked if he really thought that in order to master the sword, it was enough to put all his strength into one special move. He sighed heavily and said that fundamental indicators should be the basis for strengthening a person. Looking at the student, he said that even if Logan moved to a new level, thanks to luck or talent, it would only increase the height of the next step. Logan was a little puzzled because he now understood everything. He easily gained power because he went back in time and retained the memories of his past experiences. Unfortunately, he spent all his time on the secrets of the divine sword. And now he realized that he had acted very stupidly. Returning to the past, he misjudged himself since everything went according to his intended plan. Logan looked closely at the mentor and said that they should contact again. Felix looked at the young man in surprise since he did not expect this. At that very moment, Logan shouted to his mentor and asked him to give him another chance. He wanted to improve his fundamentals. But unfortunately, he suffered a crushing defeat. After some time, he was carried exhausted to the hospital urgently. Felix sighed heavily and told his comrade that one must master the sword through the body, and the more painful it is, the better the training goes. Louis Hayon smiled and told the Duke that he seemed to like Logan. Felix smiled and said that maybe that was true, but that would only happen if he didn't waste his talent. But at the same moment, he said with a smile that he liked his determination. A few minutes later, they were taken aback when they heard someone calling them. The men looked at Rick in surprise and asked who he was. The young man was taken aback and trembled with fear and said that he was Logan's servant. He told the men that he had brought a message from the Baron. The Duke was surprised to receive a letter from Logan's father since he could have delivered it virtually. Rick immediately trembled and said that the lair should not know about this. The Duke slowly began to read the letter. Patrick thanked the Duke for the service he had rendered them because he had given them secret techniques, and with their help they were able to overcome many difficulties. The Duke was a little puzzled because he did not understand what was being discussed. Patrick wrote that his son had been hurt a little last year. Patrick told the Duke that if he would fulfill one of his requests, their family would be forever grateful to him. The Duke smiled, for the request was very amusing. The Duke looked at the young man closely and asked if Logan knew anything about this. Rick smiled and said that the young master thought it was not the time to worry about such things. At that very moment, the Duke broke into a predatory grin and wondered if a 20-year-old man was not interested in women. He lived with a smile and said that he would do everything he could. A week later, Logan looked at his mentor in surprise and asked what date he was talking about. The Duke looked closely at the young man and asked how the heir of the house could be without a bride in such years, because he knew that it was simply a shame. Looking at Logan, he said that he intended to find him a worthy match. Logan was surprised and asked the Duke if he didn't want him to concentrate on training while he was in the capital. The Duke smiled and told Logan that a good heart needs to be trained properly, and he realized this only after meeting his wife. Logan knew that the war would start in a few months. He did not understand where he would get the time to arrange his marriage. He wanted to say these words to the Duke, but he knew that it was impossible. He smiled in confusion and said that it was all very sudden. He did not understand why the Duke was talking about such things now. The Duke smiled and said that he was asked. She said with a smile that they were very worried about the future of their favorite student. Logan looked at the Duke in surprise and asked if it was really his family who asked him about this. The Duke, looking at the student, said that his father's worries were not unfounded. He asked if it was normal that an adult heir had not married yet. Logan was puzzled because he knew it was all useless, and he just couldn't ignore his teacher's words. At that moment, he sighed heavily and said that he would meet this girl. He knew that if he spent one day, nothing would happen. Sometime later, he finally met the young lady. Eileen Floyd greeted him and introduced herself. Rick was taken aback by the beauty of the young lady, and Logan in turn also froze in surprise. The young man looked at his master intently, for he knew that she was too good for him, but he noticed that the master was surprised, although he usually showed no interest. Logan was shocked and didn't understand how it was possible that his potential bride was a force user. He saw that she was at the peak of low rank and almost reached the middle. He was shocked that she had achieved this at the age of 18. He knew that it was simply unbelievable. But a moment later he was taken aback and froze. As he was immersed in his memories, he remembered that the young lady was the talent of the kingdom, who died after several years of war. But she stood out from all the others, as she defended the entrance to the inner castle and killed 100 knights. She was called the Steel Rose that blossomed in a fallen family. He was shocked, because he knew that this was an unexpected meeting, and Logan knew that it would be good to get her into his house before the war started. He knew that if it were a wedding, and not just a wedding, he could take her under this pretext. He looked at her in a way he had never heard of aristocrats getting married within months of meeting. He was surprised and didn't know what to do. Eileen looked at Logan intently and said that it looked like he was also forced to come to the meeting. Logan was taken aback, and at that moment he threw all his thoughts away as he became lost in thought and ignored the girl. Eileen said that she had similar feelings, so she would prefer not to waste time. At the same moment, Logan apologized to the young lady because he was thinking about other things. Eileen walked closer to the young man and asked him how about spending some time with him usefully. Eileen looked at the Count in surprise and asked which groom he was talking about. She sighed heavily as she understood that he still had not given up, so she firmly said that he would not marry. The Count smiled and told the young lady that her beauty supported her reputation and popularity, and the Duke himself recommended the young man. She was surprised that the Duke of the Sword himself recommended the young man, and the information given interested her very much. The Count smiled and said that the young man was the Duke's apprentice, and few people knew about it, but he had heard that Logan would soon become famous. But he understood that he was far from the young lady who had received her strength at an early age. The young lady's first fiancé broke off their engagement when she overpowered him, after which she was banned from training, but only for a few years. Soon she defeated another suitor who was to become a knight and proved that she was superior to many knights. She was nicknamed the girl who defeated all the knights in her path. The Count knew that because of this nickname, combined with her desire to become a knight, marriage proposals stopped coming, so he had to take this chance. But he was also very interested in the young man, since the Duke called him talented. Logan froze in shock when he heard such words from the young lady. He was taken aback and asked in surprise what she was talking about. Eileen looked at Logan intently and said that she heard that he was the Duke's own apprentice, so she cordially asked him to cross blades with her in battle. Sometime later, their servants called out to their masters in bewilderment because they had not expected anything like this. The maid looked at her mistress and asked if she really wanted to fight with her potential groom. She shouted at her mistress that the Count had asked her not to do so. Eileen sighed heavily and said that this time it was different. She knew that the past and her fiancé despised her and were rude when she taught them a lesson. She knew that she should have beaten them even worse. She glanced sideways at the young man, for she knew that he was quite different. She was taken aback when she saw that he was warming up despite everyone. Rick called his master in a hurry because he knew that if the others admitted that he hit the girl, Patrick would grind him into dust after something like that. Logan smiled and told his subordinate not to worry, as no one would know what had happened since he had asked for the training field to be closed. Logan looked at the young Liga with a satisfied smirk as he was curious about how strong she was. He wanted to know if it was true that she had killed 100 knights. He looked at her intently, as if he wanted to immediately check everything. At that very moment, the maid shouted to her mistress that since all this was inevitable, she wanted her to win. After a few seconds, the young men began to quarrel among themselves, as each was sure that his master would win. Eileen looked at the tax closely and said that she had been training with the sword alone since she was 10 years old. Logan was taken aback by this statement and asked in surprise if she really did it all by herself. She said that she had defeated knights before, so she hoped that he would not underestimate her. He was taken aback and asked for forgiveness for being so surprised. Logan said with a smirk that he was underestimating her at all, and he didn't plan on giving in to her, so he hoped she would understand if he was a little rough with her. Eileen froze in surprise as she did not expect this. A few seconds later, they prepared for battle. A moment later, the young lady struck her opponent, but he managed to parry it. A few seconds later, Logan struck back at the young lady. She was taken aback, as the blow was truly powerful. Eileen hit the ground with a thud. Logan said he hit the flat side. Logan looked closely at the young lady and informed her that she was open to attack from the sides, so she should be more careful in the future. Eileen looked at the young man with fury because she knew that at least once she had to hit him. While hitting her, Logan said that she had a weak grip. He also noticed that she was moving too slowly. He struck her again and again as she was open again. The maid was taken aback and looked at her mistress with tears in her eyes. Rick was shocked because he did not expect that his master would beat an innocent young lady. Logan looked at the girl closely and said that it looked like she was already tired. He didn't have time to finish speaking when he suddenly saw a sword in front of him. She was furious because even the surprise attack didn't work. Logan looked at her with a smile and said that it was a good try on her part. She was surprised since he wasn't mad at her. She froze in shock as he didn't even mock her. But at that very moment, Logan said that the movements should be more precise, and unexpectedly for everyone, he hit her on the head with fury. Eileen looked at the young man with tears in her eyes. He looked at her with a smile because he knew that she had bad habits, because she really trained alone. He knew that she needed a few comments to improve, but he noticed that she had talent. At that very moment, her Naledi moved away from her fiancé and a few seconds later rushed back into battle. She was burning with anger and fury as she wanted to take revenge on him for her humiliation. Logan looked at the girl with a smirk as he noticed her interesting leg movements. He knew that this movement was different from the previous simple acceleration. At that very moment, she screamed with rage and swung her sword to deal him a crushing blow. But Logan did not want to give in to her, and at the same moment, he repelled her furious blow. She was furious because he parried her blow again. A few seconds later, Logan stabbed her in the stomach. Logan looked at the girl intently, as he knew that she had more than enough talent. He saw that she had good potential too. Eileen, in turn, did not despair after such blows. Breathing heavily, she said that they must fight again. He saw that she had enough fortitude. Logan extended his hand to her as he wanted to help her up, but she screamed that they had to fight. He smiled tenderly and said that they would have a chance next time. At that very moment, he pulled her towards him, and she was taken aback and looked at him in surprise, as she had not expected such a thing. After a few seconds, they looked at each other intently, as they were very close to each other. He quietly said in her ear with a smirk on his face that she really did have talent, and she should come to his estate immediately. He quietly said that she should do it, not as a girl, but as a knight, and at the same time she could freely train and spar there. Logan said that he would provide her with a battlefield where she could earn glory. He looked at her closely and said with a smile that of course they would have to be conditionally engaged. Logan asked if she agreed. At that very moment, the young lady beamed with happiness and with a contented smile shouted that she agreed. Logan looked at the young lady with a satisfied smile, as he knew that she had the same sense as his brother. Now he was convinced that the rumors were not lying. He understood that probably she could become a superhuman in the future. He looked closely at the young lady, who was beaming with happiness, and realized that if engagement was the price to pay for such talent, it was a very small one. But Logan was worried because he didn't understand why his mentor introduced him to the Floyds. Sometime later, he asked this question that tormented him to his mentor, but at that very moment, the Duke said that there were several reasons for this. He said that they had not yet sided with any of the princes, and that the Count's family retained authority and influence in the capital. The Duke informed the young man that the Earl's family could be his representative in the capital. Now Logan understood that the Earl would have to wait because he was a little worried about the impending civil war. The Duke looked at the young man closely and said that something else was more important right now. Logan froze for a moment. At that moment, the Duke laughed and said that he was curious how such a wild boy would get along with such a problematic girl. He shouted that Logan liked the young lady very much. Logan was taken aback for a moment and froze in embarrassment. Logan sighed heavily as he could see that his mentor was very strange at times, but he knew that everything was fine. The Duke smiled and told the young man that he had seen him blush when she arrived, and now he was sure that Logan lived up to his status. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he had no idea how heavy the burden on his shoulders was. He told Logan that a young man like him, with the weight of responsibility for the whole world reflected on his face, was not interesting to look at. The Duke immediately became serious and told his student that he could share his burden, so he should open his heart and trust the people around him, and thus relax. The Duke smiled and said that he might be in a hurry, but from what he knew, the young lady could help him with this. Logan froze for a moment. He didn't know what to answer his mentor, because he understood that only he could handle this. The Duke looked at his student intently, and in all seriousness told him not to delay having children, as he spoke from his own experience. At that very moment, Logan cried out in embarrassment and called his mentor, as this was a sensitive topic. Sometime later, Logan was fighting on the training ground. Logan was furious as the young man failed to block the blow. Several weeks had passed since he had arrived in the capital, and he had spent all the time except for that day with the date training. He also conducted sparring sessions with young people. Logan was confused as he felt more pressure from them in his capital. He wondered if maybe he shouldn't have hit them so hard. In turn, the captain looked intently at the young gentleman with sparkling eyes. The man was furious because he said the Duke demanded that his knights be of middle rank. He glanced sideways at everyone present and said that people like them should learn how to handle a sword. He noted that they had potential, but his buddies should turn to the knights who were undergoing training. As they were leaving, the men talked among themselves as they saw that the knights were very cheerful, since on the very first day they asked to fight. The man looked at his comrade intently and said that their opponents were still strong, but not as strong as when wielding the iron bloodsword. The young man said that he had also thought about it. Looking at the knights, he told his comrade that the young master said that he received this technique from the Duke himself. They did not understand why the knights used weaker blade styles. Henderson looked at the knights in surprise and gave in to the question of whether the Duke had not trained them. Now they understood that the young master had blessed them with abilities better than the Duke. Logan sighed heavily as their gazes were making him a little nervous. He wasn't sure what was going on at all, but they weren't causing any trouble and everything was fine. He could see that they were focused on training, so he wondered if he should teach them something too. At the same time, Philip was advertising his goods and informing everyone about a rare opportunity since he was selling the most important goods that took the breath away of the aristocrats. He shouted to the men that this product could solve all his problems. At that very moment, he looked at the young man with a smile and said that he looked very much like his young master. Logan glared at his subordinate. Sometime later, Philip, trembling with fear, informed his master that there were too many competitors. Logan sighed heavily and told the young man that he was losing his form, but he had to keep going. Philip was shaking and breathing heavily. Logan looked at the young man closely and assured him that he would make even more money, so he could stop resorting to such things for sales. Logan looked at the young man sharply and told him to stand up immediately, as he intended to give him another task. Logan looked at Philip intently, and with a smile introduced him to his knights, because they were supposed to be responsible for his safety. Philip looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression and asked why he was entrusting him with a matter that required protection. Logan smiled and said that he didn't need to worry because it was just an expanded version of the business that he was already running. He looked at his subordinate intently and said that by the end of the year he must obtain as many weapons, war horses, and lumber as possible. Philip was taken aback for a moment. At that very moment he screamed and asked the gentleman if he really wanted to start another war. Logan said with a smile that he was not a fan of war, and this was just a precaution. Philip was shocked and did not understand what the gentleman was talking about. He knew that after each of his orders a war would begin, but at that very moment he covered his mouth with his hand, because he knew that he could jinx it with such words. He sighed heavily and asked the gentleman what their budget was. Logan smiled and said that the budget was 30 million gold, so the young man had to get good ammunition for that amount. Philip was shocked, because he didn't expect the budget to be so huge. Logan learned this option against the Sylvans. He knew that if they increased the number of cavalry with crossbows, and the soldiers could take on the low-ranking knights, and as a group defeat the force user, he understood that if successful, it would change the norm of combat. In the Empire from his past life, the crossbows were different, but theirs turned out to be quite similar. Philip was shocked and shouted to the master what he was thinking. He did not understand how everything worked. He understood that they would not be able to get even half of what he was asking for. Logan asked in surprise why he was so sure of something like that. Philip shouted that if demand increased sharply, the price would skyrocket, especially for horses. Philip was sure that a large amount of money did not guarantee that the horses would start giving birth to triplets and the foals would grow faster. Logan sighed heavily and asked if he was really too late, because it seemed to him that it was the best time to buy before the war. Philip was shocked because he had just heard that he wanted to stock up on all the goods before the war. He asked the gentleman if he really wanted to start another war. Logan was taken aback and said that it was not so. Philip looked at the gentleman intently and said that they could talk simply. Philip said the price would likely triple. Philip looked at the young man closely, knowing that he had to stop this madness. Logan thought for a moment, as he understood that he could not do anything about his own. Philip looked at the gentleman with joy and understood that his plan had worked. Logan told Philip that it was not scary if he brought the market price up several times. Philip was shocked because he understood that the gentleman was not giving up, and besides, he said that the price would increase several times. Logan, with a smile, told the young man that if the Institute could buy it cheaper than double the price, then he would receive an equivalent bonus. Philip was taken aback, as he did not expect this, and asked how much he would receive. Logan smiled and said that he would get 3% of the difference in price. At that moment, Philip froze in shock at the mass, as he was amazed by what he heard. Philip joyfully shouted that he would try his best. The knights looked at the young man in surprise, as they did not know how much he would be able to earn, since unfortunately, they were having a hard time with their mathematics. Logan was happy because he knew that money solves any problem. He had previously received advice from his mentor on how to train. Now he has found a talented girl. Logan was sure that everything was going as he planned, but unfortunately, he got stuck at some points. He was puzzled as there had been no bad news about the king so far. He had not observed any signs of internal conflict, so he wondered if the king's death was sudden and unexpected for everyone. Logan knew perfectly well that he had to justify the trust of the mentor. He knew that it would be nice if he had a chance to meet the prince, but in turn, he understood that it would be strange if he started to rush things. Logan knew that his mentor would soon have a child, and once it was named, he would be able to return home with his bride. After a while, the Duke looked at the young man and said that His Majesty had called him and he must be with him. Logan looked at our mentor in surprise, as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. Sometime later, they came to the royal castle. Their identities were confirmed, and they slowly went to the audience. Logan was a little worried as the king suddenly wanted to meet him. He was very confused as he was just the son of a simple village baron, and normally he would not have a chance to meet the king. The Duke glanced sideways at his student and asked if he was worried. A moment later, he said with a smile that he shouldn't do that, as the king just wanted to see his student and nothing more. The Duke smiled and said that the king valued talent highly, so it would be to Logan's advantage. He assured his student that he had no need to worry, since nothing bad would happen to him. Logan sighed heavily and agreed with his mentor. Logan knew that even the Empire did not dare to destroy it and decided to preserve the beauty of Granfia. After the war with the Empire, it was designated as the headquarters. The symbol of the kingdom led to many troubles. Logan sighed heavily, knowing that this future should not be repeated. A moment later, they leisurely entered the hall. After some time, they knelt down and greeted the ruler of the nations. The king looked at the Duke with a smile and said that he had always told him that he had no need to observe manners in his presence. And the Duke, in turn, said that respect must be shown. The king smiled and told the Duke that he had not changed at all, and his unwavering gaze convinced him. He smiled and asked his old friend to raise his head, and also said that he also wanted to see the face of his pupil. Logan was alarmed because he actually met the king. He was taken aback and froze for a moment when he saw the king in all his glory. He looked at the king intently, for he knew that he would eventually be known as a useless ruler. Logan saw that the man sitting before him was very healthy, but still an old man. And now he understood that it was not surprising that no one expected him to die. Logan understood that if he showed any sign of weakness, the struggle for power would have been immediately settled and the civil war would not have started. He knew that while all had gone as he remembered, the king had looked at the young man with a smile and said that he seemed to have courage enough to be trained by the Duke. He smiled and said that this was the first time the young man had looked at him so intently. Logan was taken aback and asked the king for forgiveness. The king smiled and told the young man that he should not imitate his mentor in excessive mannerisms because he liked energetic young people. The Duke smiled and said that his skill was as strong as his will, for he had the courage and wisdom that had led his fief to victory, despite the small odds. He was confident that Logan would be a good foundation for the development of the kingdom. The king said with a smile that Logan was worthy of being his student, so the king asked them how they met. The Duke hesitated and said that the king knew his traumatic past. After a long story, the king smiled because he realized that this was a very curious coincidence, and he did not expect anything like this. The king looked at Logan with a smile and asked his name again, but a moment later he told the young man that he was very grateful to him. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like this from the king. The king grew gloomy at the same moment and said that he felt himself a great debtor to his old friend because of this injury. His regret was great, and he did not even have the strength to raise such a difficult topic. Logan glanced sideways at the Duke, not expecting this at all. The king breathed a sigh of relief as the resolution of this problem helped him to calm his heart, so he was very grateful to the young man. The Duke looked at the king with a joyful smile and said that he thought too highly of him. The king said that this was nonsense, as if it were not for the Duke, he would not be king. He smiled and said that since he was the king, he had to somehow show his gratitude to him. For this reason, he wanted to reward him properly and asked Logan to come closer. At that very moment, the king began to slowly remove the small bracelet from his hand. The Duke was shocked by all the actions of the king as he wanted to hand over the treasure of the ruling family. In turn, he shouted and said that he would take care of rewarding the young man himself. Logan was taken aback for a moment as he saw the bracelet, which was filled with mana. He was puzzled and surprised as he saw an artifact that was at least of the 5th grade. The Hare King in turn smiled and handed a small bracelet to the young man and told them that they should consider it as compensation for him settling their troubles. The king looked at the young man intently and told him to come to him at once before he could come up with an idea. Logan knew he didn't have to refuse, and at that very moment, he accepted the bracelet with a smile and told the king that he would wear this gratitude in his heart. The Duke was shocked, and at the same moment he shouted to his student that he could not so easily accept this gift. The king looked at Logan and asked if he really considered his gift unnecessary. Logan immediately looked at the king and said that he was as superfluous as his mind would make use of it. The king laughed at the young man's words and said that he had more ambition than his mentor. Logan smiled but did not answer, but he quickly hid the bracelet. The king looked at the young man with a smile and said that it was very good that they met at this meeting, and he dressed that this gift would only strengthen their connection in the future. The king asked Logan with a smile to serve his mentor as the heavens, and to try for the people, like his teacher. Logan was not sure that he tried for the people. Rather, he tried for himself. But he could say with confidence that he would certainly stop the empire at any cost. At that very moment, he knelt before the king and said that he would gladly serve everyone. Sometime later, they left the king's company and slowly returned to the duchy. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the king had become much softer because he had never talked like that, and his desire to meet Logan was also unusual, so it was done that the king did not hide his worries in his soul. Logan sighed heavily and told his mentor that he didn't need to be afraid. Logan said with a smile that the meeting was short, but he could tell that if he had a problem, he would have told the Duke right away. But since he didn't say anything, maybe the Duke didn't need to know about it. The Duke, in turn, looked at his student with a soft smile as he was glad of his support. A moment later, the Duke told Logan that he was right. Wind had become more restless with age, and his heart trembled already at how easily his student accepted the treasure of the ruling family. Logan was taken aback for a moment and looked away, puzzled. The Duke looked at his student with a smile and informed him that he now had the restoration bracelet with him. He said that the artifact was imbued with 5th-class magic, and at the same time, it could quickly heal wounds since it only had one spell. It was quite powerful, and most likely its power was at the level of a high-ranking priest's spell. Logan was shocked by everything he heard. He understood that this bracelet could turn a serious wound into a scratch. The Duke smiled and said that he would feel better, and since his student had received such a great item, Logan looked at his mentor with a smile and said that it was all thanks to him. At that very moment, the Duke turned around and said with a grin that now he could drive him half to death, and the bracelet would still mend him. With burning eyes, he told his student to take heart. Logan was taken aback and froze in shock, as he realized that this gift only made his life more difficult. He sighed heavily as he hoped that this bracelet would help him grow. So he told the mentor with a smile that he would try his best to live up to his expectations. He knew that the harder he worked, the more progress he would make. Unfortunately, sometime later, Logan was beaten very badly by his mentor. He was puzzled because something like this had happened before. The Duke looked closely at his student and asked how long he planned to lie there. But at that very moment, a man burst into the training room and called the Duke. He looked intently at his master as he wanted to tell him the good news. A week after the meeting with the king, an event occurred that everyone had been waiting for with impatience. Sometime later, everyone was informed that the Duke had finally had a child. For this reason, he called all the guests and arranged a luxurious banquet. But all the guests' attention was focused on Logan. The young man approached Logan and said with a smile that he was very glad that he had managed to meet him. Logan was very pleased as he received the title of Duke's Apprentice and received a lot of attention along the way. He knew that the days when he sold medicine at banquets seemed like a long time ago. A moment later, he turned around because he heard some noise. At that very moment, he saw his mentor, who was happily looking at us and his son. Logan was glad that his mentor was happy. At that very moment, the servant informed everyone that the bishop of the Holy Order had arrived. At that very moment, the bishop entered the hall. The bishop greeted the Duke with a smile and congratulated him on the birth of his heir. The Duke, with a smile, thanked the man for such words and said that it was a great honor for him that he had personally come to their celebration. The bishop smiled and asked how he could send a servant in his place if the Duke of their country had a child. Everyone was surprised because they did not expect to see a bishop. Logan knew that many aristocrats received a blessing at birth, among them the blessing of the fifth of the 9 gods, Agna, the goddess of trees and life, from whom all parents wished for the child to be healthy. Moreover, the bishop himself would bless, so it was no wonder that the Duke was so beaming with happiness. Some time later, everyone was watching the ceremony closely. The bishop slowly lifted the child up into the air, and he cried out while he uttered solemn words. Everyone froze for a moment as they saw the holy power with their own eyes. Logan was amazed because he knew that holy power was closer to the source than ordinary power and less noticeable than mana. He understood why people did not feel it at all, but only saw a bright light. At that very moment, the bishop blessed the newborn. Everyone was taken aback for a moment as they saw a bright and beautiful light. Everyone present was shocked because they had never seen anything like it. At that very moment, they congratulated the Duke and Duchess, for they knew that the child was destined to grow up healthy since the light was so bright. But Logan knew that this was not so, and at that very moment, the bishop turned pale and froze in shock. The bishop looked at the boy with horror, because the baby's body rejected the holy power. The Duke looked at the bishop in surprise and asked if something was wrong. The bishop smiled and said that nothing had happened and that he seemed tired, since it had been a long time since he had performed a blessing. Ask for forgiveness. He said he would have to leave. Logan knew that given the nature of the sacred force as one of many forces, perhaps the child had a special organism that rejected it, but he still felt an uneasy feeling. A few seconds later, Logan turned around as the Count called him. He looked at the young man with a grin and asked if he really wasn't feeling well here. Logan looked at the Count with a smile and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he also said that he was fine. The Count looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was as impudent as always. Logan said with a smile that it was part of his charm. The Count could not stand it and angrily squeezed the glass of wine, and it broke in his hands. The Count smiled and said that he had made a mistake, because at his age his hands were already weak. He looked closely at the young man and said that the only reason he was still alive was because he had somehow managed to become the Duke's apprentice. The Count said with a grin that this had attracted the attention of many high-ranking aristocrats. He asked with a fierce grin if Logan did not find this fortunate. Logan looked at the man closely, as he could see that he was acting too childishly for an earl. He smiled and said that of course he understood how lucky he was. The earl looked at the tax closely and said that he hoped he would maintain this attitude even after meeting the high-ranking aristocrat. Logan looked at the earl in surprise and asked what he was talking about. At that very moment, the Count said that the second prince wished to see him, and of course, he should not refuse this offer. Logan realized that the Count was hinting to him that it would be worse for him if he did not side with the prince. He said with a smile that it would be an honor for him, but he still needed to think carefully about his offer. The Count was seething with rage and asked the young man if he really thought the prince's order was a proposal. Logan smiled and said that it was. Logan looked at his opponent with a smirk and asked if he really wanted him and his teacher to join the other side. The man backed away, not expecting anything like this at all. Clenching his fists, he said that he would tell him the date soon. As he was leaving, the Count said that if he deceived him again, he would have to pay off the debt for much longer than he could imagine. Logan smiled and said goodbye, looking forward to seeing him. Logan knew that now he could say whatever he wanted. He understood perfectly well that when the Civil War began, he would not even have time to think about him. Logan knew perfectly well that there were only a few months left, and he could simply postpone the meeting until a certain moment. Logan sighed heavily, for he saw that the Count's power was like that of a margrave. and he was behaving like the prince's envoy. He understood that the Count had become a laughing stock. But looking at the Count, he understood that this was his destiny. At that moment, he saw Jordan Valtermim's sword of scorching heat. It was one of the 5 dukes of the superhuman kingdom, who could easily use aura. He was also the grandfather of the second prince on his mother's side. Logan sighed heavily as the man openly ignored him, but he understood that the duke did not think about someone like him at all, because he did not need him, but his teacher. At the same moment, a man approached Logan and said with a grin that he had better be careful in making decisions. Logan was surprised to see Lord Varon Kiros. The Lord greeted his nephew with a smile. Varon Kiros looked at Logan with a happy smile and said that seeing him so grown up, he even felt proud of such an older member of the family. Logan looked at the man in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Varon Kiros was his mother's elder brother and heir to the House of Kiros, who was related to his family by marriage. However, Logan knew that the Lord had never acted like his uncle. Varon Kiros mocked Logan and said that they shouldn't cross the line. Varon Kiros said with a smile that although they had no blood ties, everyone knew that their families were connected by marriage. Logan was surprised since this was after he was thrown out when the battle for the succession began. He looked closely at the Lord and asked if their bonds were not broken. The man was taken aback and smiled and told Logan not to say such vile things because they had had their differences in the past, but they were still relatives. He told Logan that he should remember the financial support that their house had provided over the years. Varon Kiros looked at Logan intently and asked if it was impossible to close his eyes to one mistake. Looked at the Lord and said that he did not close his eyes to the mistake when his relatives were in hard times, and now he wanted the same from him. Varon Kiros looked at the tax with anger, because he saw that he had grown impudent, because he had secured a little fame. But he saw that Logan had not outgrown his thoughtlessness. Varon Kiros understood that it would not be difficult to deceive such a fool. Varon Kiros sighed heavily and said that it was true. His house had made a terrible mistake, although it was late, but he would like to formally apologize on behalf of his house. Logan looked at the man and said that it seemed like he knew he was late. Varon Kiros looked at the young man with fury. The Lord looked at Logan with a smile and said that since he needed an apology, he should give it. He smiled and asked if it wasn't better for them to make peace as relatives than to never see each other again. At that very moment, Logan received a blank check. He asked the Lord with a satisfied smile if he was really apologizing like that. He was surprised because he said nothing and gave him compensation. At that moment, the Lord bowed and asked for help from the young man because he intended to do everything he said, and he hoped that from now on they could look to the future without looking back at the past. Logan was taken aback for a moment. Logan was shocked and simply could not believe that the Lord, who never thought about his behavior, acted in such a way. A moment later, he turned his gaze towards me, thinking that he had probably been pressured. He knew that it was most likely the first prince's paternal grandfather, Duke Juan Douglas. The man was in fierce opposition, and he was also the only mage with the 6th circle in the kingdom. He saw that many people had knelt before the Duke's plans. Looking at his uncle, he smiled and told him to raise his head. Logan asked with a smile if he could fulfill a small request from his relative. The Lord was taken aback and at the same moment thanked his nephew with a smile. But a moment later his face changed after Logan whispered something in his ear. At that moment, Logan laughed and told the man that if he did this, then meeting the first prince would not be difficult at all. The man sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. A moment later, Logan turned around as he heard a noise behind him. The man looked at everyone present and announced that the most important part of the banquet was about to begin, as they now wanted to greet the person who would name the child. A moment later, the man was taken aback and looked at the dukes in surprise. Moments later, he announced that the child would now be named by the Duke's apprentice, young Master Logan. The man was shocked and did not understand why the young man had to give a name to the child. Logan walked slowly towards the girl with a smile. Logan looked closely at the young lady as he realized that she had received an aura soul from his teacher immediately after birth. He could see that she was glowing with health. He was surprised when the young lady looked at him with a smile. The girl slowly reached out to him. Logan looked at the girl with a smile, as he had already thought of a lot of suitable names, but unfortunately, he couldn't remember any of them. At that very moment, he said with a smile that he was naming the young lady Stella. He smiled and informed everyone present that from the ancient language this name translates as star. He hoped that the girl would become a ray of light that would illuminate the night sky. He looked at his teacher and his wife with a tender smile. At that very moment, the Duke smiled and said that they agreed. Logan looked at the girl closely, as he found it strange that she rejected the sacred power. But now he was sure that it was a mere trifle. Sometime later, the young man ran to his master and informed him that a lot of letters were waiting for him, and he should look at them, since the aristocrats had sent them because they wanted to meet him after the banquet. Logan told his man to leave all the letters as he wanted to refuse them all at once. Rick was shocked as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. Logan said that they needed to get home as soon as possible because he knew that a civil war would break out soon. He knew it was a shame he hadn't been able to meet the prince, but he knew it was time for him to go back and start preparing. Some time ago, Dwayne had told the master with a happy smile that they had harvested the crop, and it was excellent and several times larger than in previous years. The Duke slowly approached his student and asked with a smile if he was really going to go home. The Duke asked the young man to stop training with a smile. He looked at him intently and said that he would like to teach him the final secret art. Logan was surprised as he did not expect such a thing. Sometime later, Logan told his mentor that he was surprised that the Duke would suddenly decide to do something like this. The Duke smiled and told the young man that he knew he had something even greater. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. He looked at his mentor in surprise, but he only smiled. The Duke said he wanted to talk about that ancient secret art, because he once spoke badly of it, but if used correctly it would be stronger. The Duke said that he should not forget what was more important than him. Logan immediately said that the basics were more important now. The Duke said that it was all so, and now he wanted to impart to him an art that could strengthen his foundations. Logan looked at the teacher in confusion. The Duke said that the martial arts style he developed prevented the enemy from moving, and thus he could increase his speed, allowing him to take control of the combat zone. The Duke said that it was the heavy sword that affected it, so he was going to teach him right now. His martial art that allowed him to become an aura user. Logan was taken aback because he didn't expect this. The Duke looked closely at his student and told him to watch him carefully. At that moment, Logan was taken aback and looked at the Duke in surprise, but he was not there. He was puzzled because he didn't even see when he managed to take a step. But after a few seconds, Logan was taken aback as he felt his teacher behind him. And at that very moment, the Duke grabbed his student by the neck. Logan was puzzled as he had not expected anything like this at all. He was surprised since he couldn't follow such strange movements with his own eyes. He remembered the Duke from their previous sparring, but now everything was different. The Duke asked his student with a grin what he thought about this. Logan was taken aback as his teacher's skill had impressed him greatly, and so he wondered if this was the only thing that could make an aura user out of a human. The Duke smiled and told his student that his thoughts were written all over his face. The Duke asked his student what was the basis of all martial arts. At that moment, Logan firmly answered that it was the legs and the gait. The Duke said with a smile that this only applied to those who did not use force. The Duke said that the reason he was ranked above other aura users in the kingdom was because of the spirit shadow. Logan was taken aback for a moment as he heard a strange name, but he understood that since the Duke was so proud, it was worth mastering. At that very moment, the Duke told his disciple that he had previously heard that he had had difficulties with a knight named Franz. The Duke said that such a thing would not happen again if he learned this technique. He looked at his student intently and asked if he wanted this. And at that moment, Logan, with a furious, predatory grin, said that of course he wanted it. Sometime later, the Duke told all the tricks of this technique and explained everything to his student. He was amazed because he saw his amazing talent. The Duke looked at his student with joy as he realized that he had not been mistaken in him, since Logan not only copied it in just a few hours, he mastered it so well that he could fully master it in the future. He knew that he had been looking for a long time for the one to whom he could transfer his power, and now he realized that his expectations had finally paid off. But in turn, he screamed with fury and demanded more from Logan. Logan did not resist and agreed with his teacher. The Duke knew that excessive praise was poison to a genius, since his self-esteem was still inadequate. So he knew that a little humiliation would do him good. After a long time of training, the Duke smiled and told his disciple to continue training to master the movement, but in turn, he praised his disciple. The Duke looked at the young man and asked what was wrong with his face. Logan sighed heavily and informed his mentor that the movement was truly amazing, and he felt that he had become several times faster. Logan looked closely at his mentor, as he knew that such a method was not created by an ordinary knight, and he assumed that it was all done by an assassin. He looked intently at his mentor but said nothing. But he, in turn, told the students with a smile that there was some truth in his assumptions. Felix said that when their king was a prince, he made his novice knight his personal guard. Felix, if he sighed and said that the prince was always full of enemies, even when he ascended the throne, unfortunately, he experienced many horrors that are difficult to talk about. The youth who was thrilled to be knighted faced more bloodshed than knights on the battlefield to protect a man from the mob rushing towards him. That young man continued to kill more than the murderers. He had to try to be faster and more agile. He needed a martial art that would allow him to control space so that he could resolve everything with one blow. The Duke sighed heavily and said that when he studied the spirit shadow, Topa felt that he had achieved his goal. And then he was finally able to awaken the aura. The Duke looked at his student closely and told him not to get too cocky just because he understood the theory. He should have trained with the sword his whole life. At that very moment, Logan bowed low to his mentor and shouted that he understood everything. He was proud of his mentor as he knew that this was the path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom had chosen to become a superhuman. The Duke looked at his student and informed him that there was another reason why he had come to him before leaving. He said that the third prince wanted to meet him. Logan was shocked because he did not expect such a thing. Sometime later, Logan and the Duke were on their way to meet the prince. Logan looked at his mentor in surprise and asked if he really taught him the spirit shadow so that they could move like this. The Duke said with a satisfied smile that it was partly true. Sometime later, they arrived at the meeting place. Logan was a little surprised as he saw a small but spacious house. Logan was a little surprised and puzzled as he saw an abandoned house on the outskirts of the outer castle. He wondered if the prince really lived in such a place. A few seconds later, the Duke opened the secret door, and Logan clearly saw the underground staircase. At that very moment, he asked the mentor if it was worth risking so much to meet him. The Duke said that many were watching the prince. He said that the prince wished to meet the Duke's disciple. The Duke also asked his student if he had heard about the prince. The moment Logan said that there were rumors that he was well suited to be the new king, the Duke told his student not to say such things in public, as it could lead to trouble. A few minutes later, the Duke knocked on the door and informed the prince that they had arrived. Entering the room, he greeted the prince, as they had not seen each other for a long time. The prince smiled and greeted them back. He looked at Logan intently and asked if he was really the famous disciple of the Grand Duke. At that very moment, Logan rushed towards the prince and, kneeling, greeted him. He was glad because he was finally able to see him in person. Now he wanted to make sure that the prince was fit for the title of the new king. The prince looked at Logan with a smile and said that he was very impressed by his skills, since at a young age he had already managed to achieve a high rank. Logan said that this had little merit on his part, since he had achieved everything with the help of his teacher. The prince said with a smile that he was destined to do great things, unlike a mediocre person like him. The prince said that he had heard stories about Logan. Not only was he a fighter, but he had saved his family from decline and even increased its influence. Looking at the young man, the prince said that he was worthy of being called a hero. Logan thanked the prince for such flattering words. He knew what was going on in the outskirts, but he also knew that most of the aristocrats didn't think it was important. The prince told the young man that since the Duke valued him so highly, he had conducted his own investigation. He hoped that this would not offend him. Logan smiled and said that it was not an insult, and on the contrary, he was grateful for such interest in his person. Logan thought he would be little better than the other princes, but he far exceeded his expectations. The prince looked at the young man with a smile and said that he was now ready to get straight to business. The prince said that perhaps he didn't know, but the fate of their country was now in danger. The aristocrats divided it into several parts and fought, trying to absorb each other. He knew there were no obvious physical conflicts now, but the situation was like a ticking bomb. The prince was furious and shouted that they were idiots who did not have an ounce of care for the common people. He said that they were a poison that was destroying the country, so he needed a force that would pull out the leeches that were drying up their country. The Duke was shocked by such words from the young prince. The prince sighed heavily and said that he knew everything perfectly well himself, and asked if he, a prince without strength, could ask the Duke's people to help him in his goal. The Duke sighed heavily and said that this was not what he wanted to say at all. The prince told Logan that he was the genius of their century and the treasure of the kingdom. Logan was confused by such words. The prince said that he very much hoped that a talented man like Logan would fight by his side when the time came. The prince asked Logan if he could do it for him. Logan was very happy about this circumstance, as he wanted it. At the same moment, he said with a smile that he completely shared his opinion, and having met him personally, he was convinced that the rumors that he was the only suitable candidate for the title of king were true. The prince was delighted with this statement. At that very moment, Logan said that there were some obstacles that prevented him from serving the prince. The prince sighed and said that he understood, because he didn't have a chance for something like that. Logan said that was not true, and his potential was more than enough. At that very moment, Logan said that everyone could clearly see that his brothers were displaying disgusting behavior. All those present were on the spot, as they did not expect anything like that. The Duke shouted at Logan that he was in no position to say such a thing, but the prince stopped him, as he knew that everything was fine, and asked the young man to continue his conversation. Logan said that his family is currently having some disagreements with the Earl. He is cruel, and it is very difficult for him to resist with their current capabilities. So before answering the prince's call, he had to deal with his own problems. Recognized thought for a moment, since he knew whose side the Count was on. Logan looked at the prince intently, and with a predatory grin said that, if it gave him time, he would deal with the Count. He also said that he would help the prince after he restored his family's strength. He knew that in return the prince would become his sword. At that very moment, the Prince of Decor burst out laughing. He was surprised that the young man was acting so confidently, but he expected nothing else from the Duke's apprentice. Logan looked at the prince with a smile as he agreed with him. The prince said that he would prepare a gift for him when he joined him. Logan smiled and said he would look forward to it. Sometime later, they left the prince's domain. The Duke sighed heavily and asked his student what he was thinking when he swore allegiance to the prince. Logan smiled and asked if he had been too blunt. He smiled and said that he had specified that it would happen when he had dealt with the Count. The Duke, gritting his teeth, told his student that he was very cunning, and it seemed like he knew what he was doing. Logan smiled and told the Duke that he did so because he trusted him. The Duke was surprised and told his student that he had warned him earlier that he would not guarantee anything. The Duke looked at his student and said that he did not know everything, but he could tell him about his experiences because he wanted to help him. Logan was taken aback for a moment, as he had not expected to hear anything like that. But in turn he asked, in addition to the third prince, if he trusted the king. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the decision would not be his, but the king's. Logan knew there had been talk of this before. He said that the first prince would become a tyrant who would destroy the ruling family, the second a terrible king who would destroy the country. The Duke was taken aback, as he did not understand who dared to say such a thing. Logan sighed heavily, as he knew that everything had already happened in his past life, but he did not dare to say such a thing. He looked at his mentor intently and said that he believed it, and thought that the last prince was better than the others. Looking at his mentor, he asked what he thought. The Duke sighed heavily and said that they could not decide this. But at that very moment, Logan said that he would like to hear his personal opinion. The Duke looked closely at the student and said that they agreed. Logan was pleased with this answer, as he realized that he now had his mentor's full approval. He knew that even though it was just a seed in his thoughts, when something unexpected happened, it would grow. Logan told his mentor to protect the prince until he came of age. He knew that House would catch up with them before then. The Duke sighed heavily and told the young man that he had always felt that he was rather amusing, and unfortunately, he still did not understand what his student was thinking. After a short conversation, they decided to return back to the Duke's estate. Over the past few months, he had accomplished many things. Namely, he had visited the king and met the prince. He also received railroad tracks and networks from a relative and secured a promise of cooperation, knowing that this would make it easier for them to obtain supplies during the Civil War. Logan knew it was time to go home now. The man told his companion that during their stay in the capital, they had devoted themselves to training. They were surprised and could not even think that they would have the chance to cross their swords with the Duke's knights. Now they realized that it was not in vain that they accompanied the young master on the trip. But they knew that the greatest benefit was the young master's engagement. They looked with joy at the young gentleman and his companion. They were surprised and couldn't believe that he would find a companion in the capital. And they heard that he had decided to do something like that after the first date, so they didn't wonder if he really liked her hair. At the same time, Logan heard everything perfectly and knew that he liked her strength and fighting abilities. A moment later, he turned his gaze to the young lady. After all, he brought her to use her as a knight, but they were conditionally engaged. Unfortunately, he had trouble convincing her father, as he was seething with anger and fury over Logan wanting to make her a knight, yelling at Logan that if he touched her before the wedding, he would personally chop off his head. She looked intently at her companion and asked him to keep his promise. Logan in turn looked at the young lady in surprise. She remembered her father looking at her tenderly and asking her to take care of herself. She said she couldn't come back without results after a difficult journey, so he had to keep his promise. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect this. He understood how she felt, because she left the house in which she had lived her whole life. He understood her perfectly, as he had been in a similar situation. And at that very moment he said in all seriousness that he would keep his promise. The young lady beamed with happiness and said with a smile that she hoped they would come soon. He looked at her with a tender smile, just as he had hoped. Sometime later they arrived at the estate. Logan looked at his family with a satisfied smile and told them that he was back. But all those present were surprised and at the same time puzzled, as they saw a beautiful young girl next to him. Patrick was shocked because his son returned home with a girl. He was puzzled as he knew that this simply could not be, but at that very moment he collected his thoughts and greeted his son, and also asked who was next to him. Logan introduced the young lady with a smile, and also informed everyone present that she was his fiancée. Everyone was shocked by this statement, as they did not expect anything like this from the young master. Patrick was shocked, but at the same time he was glad. He expected that they might be at the courtship stage, but it turned out that they were already engaged. He was glad because he realized that it was not in vain that he turned to the Duke. Patrick greeted them with a smile at that very moment, but Logan did not let them speak from here and said that the young lady would become part of the knightly order. Eileen looked at everyone present and said that she would serve them as a daughter-in-law and as a knight, while calling Patrick her father. Patrick was shocked by the young lady's words. The news of the young lady's desire to become a knight spread very quickly, to which everyone reacted differently. Patrick was furious, as his son wished for the fate of a knight for his bride. Heinkel was surprised, as this had never happened before, but he knew that no one could stop the gentleman. Ronan greeted his sister with a joyful smile, but at that very moment his mother pulled him away from the young people. Eileen was taken aback and looked at the man in surprise, as he seriously told her to run. Hamar looked at the girl intently and said that he didn't know what was going on at all, but he knew that she had been fooled. Logan was puzzled and asked his subordinate what he was even saying. After a short time, everyone in the estate began to discuss that the master had brought a girl who would be both a knight and his bride. The man sighed heavily and said that he thought they would have to level another mountain, but the news she gave him did not surprise him at all. Sometime later, her young lady was surrounded by knights. Patrick sighed heavily, as his son was not joking about such things. Logan said that such things are not to be joked about. Patrick was furious and shouted at his son that his bride, the girl and he, in the history of their kingdom, had never been with a woman knight. Logan said that she can use force, and in their situation, they need to hire as many useful people as possible. Patrick said that their training was more intense than others, and even though she was talented, she was still a woman, and a noble lady couldn't stand that. At that very moment, they were taken aback, as the young lady cried out very loudly that she could endure everything. She looked at them intently and shouted that she would erase all their doubts about her abilities as a woman. Eileen, in turn, looked at them with a smile, as she was sure that she could prove them wrong. But sometime later, she regretted her words. She was furious because she knew they were just crazy. She wondered if all knights trained like this. She knew it wasn't just training, it was pure hell. She knew some powers had less aura than hers. Eileen was burning with anger and fury because she was weak. Logan looked at the girl intently and asked if she regretted it. Logan knew they had a few months to complete their preparations for war. He was going to let her join them, but he couldn't wait any longer. She sighed heavily and said she was sorry. She screamed that she regretted not being prepared for such training. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing, but at that very moment she said that he promised her glory on the battlefield. But she knew he couldn't keep his promise unless she tried. They looked at each other for a moment. She said that she needed to realize that knightly glory would have to be earned herself. Logan looked at his bride with a satisfied smile, as he was glad that she understood everything correctly. But a moment later he said with a smile that, as he had promised, he would give her a fight in which she could earn glory for herself. Looking at the girl, he understood that the rest of the rose would stop at nothing. Because of some trifle, He smiled and said that she should eat the apple and go to the end. She smiled and agreed with him. A week later, they were training, only in a different direction. The man rushed towards his opponent, who was on a high mountain. At that very moment, his opponent dealt him a crushing blow. The man flew down the mountain with a roar, but Patrick managed to catch him cleverly. But at that very moment, he informed the young man that he was expelled. The knights whispered among themselves, for they knew that their training had always been brutal, but they understood that this was simply madness. They were puzzled and did not understand who had come up with this idea. But at that very moment, the young man with a smile told his comrade to think carefully about it, since they had no options. And they knew that it was the young gentleman. Logan looked at everyone present and said to get ready for the next one. Patrick smiled and praised his son, as he had come up with a good drill for the siege, and it was also suitable for practicing defense. He knew that although it was a little dangerous, it was also excellent. At that very moment, the young lady prepared to attack. Concentrating, she easily pushed off the ground and flew towards her opponent. And the knights looked at the young lady in surprise, because they saw that she was very fast, but they were skeptical about her victory. They saw that her exercises favored the defender. They knew she wouldn't succeed, but she had no intention of giving up just like that. For a minute, she spat loudly in the face of her opponent. The man was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like that at all. Eileen, in turn, managed to land on the mountain. And at that very moment, she rushed towards the enemy. A few seconds later, she defeated her opponent. Logan shouted happily as his companion had won. Patrick was a little confused by everything that was happening. At the same time, the young lady was screaming with joy because she had done it. Patrick was taken aback and looked at his son in surprise. But at that very moment, he asked if she was an aristocrat. Logan smiled and said that she probably was. Patrick smiled and said that she was okay. He smiled at Logan and asked his father if he had really recognized her. Patrick said with a smile that the young lady was trying her best to cope with the training and her ball skills were excellent, so he just couldn't help but recognize her. At that moment, the knights were screaming and wondering if they could play so dirty. After all, they knew that they could win in that case. Logan and Patrick looked at their subordinates with satisfied smiles. Logan knew that he should discuss this incident with his bride, since she was setting a bad example for the others. Logan could see that the knights were getting used to training and that Philip was handling the logistics, but he knew there were still a few things left to be decided. He looked at his father and called him. But in all seriousness, Logan looked at his father and said that they needed to discuss something. Philip looked at the man closely and said that he had checked the storage and they had a lot of empty space. Thanks to this, they could reduce costs and increase the shelf life of their products. The young man thanked Philip for such comments. A moment later, Philip told the man that something was wrong with the city's maintenance and the payment of wages, as he had found some kind of mistake in the documents. Philip looked at the man closely and told him about all the unresolved issues. At the same time, he was being closely watched, as he was very active, and it could not be said that he had just arrived at the estate yesterday. Dwayne smiled and told his companion that he knew that the young master had ordered Philip to help with the management of the castle, but his methods were different. Dwayne said that he had heard earlier that it was Philip who was in charge of purchasing all the weapons and the wood that had recently arrived to them. They were puzzled because they did not know what the young master was planning to do with everything. At the same time, Patrick was shouting at his son with rage and asking if they were preparing for war. Patrick sighed heavily, as his son had said earlier that he wanted to talk in person. He asked his son if this was really what was being discussed. Logan looked at his father intently but said nothing. Patrick asked his son how soon the Count would come to visit them. Logan said that it was not like that at all. Logan told his father that they were the ones who would provoke the war. Patrick was shocked. At that very moment, holding back his rage, Patrick told his son to first state the reason. Logan saw that his father was holding back, and he was already expecting a blow from him. Logan told his father that, as far as he knew, the Earl had not attacked them yet because of the Duke. He asked his father how long he would wait. Patrick said that until then, they would be able to continue to build up their strength. Compared to him, they were still lacking a lot. Logan looked at his father and said that if he were his father, he would make sure that it continued like that. Logan told his father that they needed to attack now. Patrick was shocked by his son's statement. He asked his son if he knew something he didn't know. He begged his son to tell the pure truth about everything. Logan sighed heavily and said that he knew that the king would die, and it would happen very soon. He asked his father if he would believe his words. Patrick was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like that. At that very moment, Patrick asked his son if he was planning to commit treason. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a conclusion, and at that very moment he shouted that it was not so. Logan shouted to his father, something he had to imagine was true. He asked his father how he thought things would turn out next. Patrick thought for a moment and said that first there would be problems with the struggle for the throne. But that's exactly it. The fight between the first and second princes intensified, and the Count, one of the key supporters of the second prince, asked his father what he thought would happen if they started a war at this time. Patrick said that in essence, they would turn their blades against the second prince. Logan said that was correct, and if they wanted to fight the Count without being pressured from the outside, now was their only chance while the king lived. Logan knew that when the scales fell, the earl would tip, and then he wanted to immediately put another prince into the war. Patrick told his son that he understood his motive. However, he asked his son if they could not wait until one of the princes was crowned, as he wanted to delay a little until then. Logan knew that after the Civil War, the Empire would immediately absorb them, but he couldn't answer like that now. He sighed heavily and said that then it would be too late. He knew that if the second prince won, Bifrost would become his most trusted ally. If the first prince wins, the Count's territory will no longer belong to him. Logan said that they could never take possession of his lands, and thus they would not be able to occupy what was rightfully theirs. Patrick sighed heavily and said that he understood, but to be honest, he still had a lot of questions. He asked his son how he knew about the king's imminent death. Logan hesitated, not knowing what to answer. But a moment later, Patrick told his son that he believed him. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. Patrick said that everything he had done so far was also questionable. Patrick thought his son knew the future. Looking at his son, he said that he understood that perhaps he was in a situation that he could not tell others about. So he wanted to ask one last question, and then he didn't want to know anything else. He looked closely at his son and said that he had done a lot for them. Patrick wondered why his son was doing all this. Logan froze for a moment at the question. But at that very moment, he said that his goal had always been prosperity and their families nothing more. Patrick was pleased with this answer and told his son that he believed him. Patrick told his son that he would convince the advisors himself. Logan quickly asked his father if he was sure he could handle it alone. Patrick asked if his son didn't believe in his old man. Logan screamed that it wasn't that at all. Patrick smiled and told his son not to worry and just rely on him, because as his father, he could handle it himself. A few days later, Patrick called his family together and told everyone that they would go to war on New Year's Eve. Everyone jumped as if they had been electrocuted. The reaction was expected, considering that their domain had only recently become habitable. But Patrick didn't give up. He reminded everyone of the shameful loss of their lands. He recalled the Count's assassination attempt. He reminded them of the danger that was inevitable. The blood of those present now boiled, now froze, and soon they realized the necessity of war. Patrick couldn't mention the king's death, so he decided to play on emotions. Logan knew they had to move on, no matter the cost. A few weeks later, they all set out. They recruited a powerful cavalry. Patrick looked at everyone present and gave the command. At that very moment, father and son rushed to meet the war. A while ago, Patrick asked he wanted to know if his son had thought through a strategy before declaring his son's war. If he had a plan, Logan said that of course he had thought it all through. He informed his father that for now they had no choice but to launch a full frontal attack on the enemy. Looking at his father, he said that for this reason they will not declare war on him. Patrick was shocked by his son's statement, but he looked at him with a grin and said that he had another plan. Sometime later, the servant ran to his master in a hurry and in fear. He shouted that the McLeans had declared war on them, and they wanted to take revenge for the shame of 6 months ago they were being punished. Max Peretta Lord at home was taken aback by the shock. He was puzzled and did not understand what nonsense his servant had said. The Count looked closely at his subordinate and asked, "Have the McLeans declared war on the Pares?" The knight reported that everything was exactly like that, and the Pares asked for help. He asked the master what he would do. The Count said with a grin that they were just fools since he had barely restrained himself because of the Duke. But it seemed that they themselves had given them an excuse. He knew that their military strength, roughly calculated, was several times greater than that of the enemy. Although this depended on the veracity of the rumors about crossbows, At that very moment, the Count called his loyal subjects and asked if the preparations were complete. At that very moment, the man said with a grin that everything was ready. The Count said with a grin that then they should go to war. He knew that they would crush the Parisians when they were intoxicated with their victory. They would bring them down to earth. At the same time, Patrick drove the horse forward. Heinkel looked at the gentleman and said that at the same pace they would reach the castle within a day. Patrick shouted that this was very good news, and in that case they could change direction. At the same time, the man was shaking with fear. He was puzzled and did not understand why they were walking towards them. At that very moment, the knight burst into his master's office and anxiously reported that the army of their enemies had disappeared. He told the gentleman that they were not on his territory but at Bufros. They walked around their first castle and headed towards the second castle. Sometime later, they arrived at the place. They could clearly see another castle, where there was a huge granary. Heinkel informed the gentleman that it contained most of the supplies, and if they occupied it, they would suffer long-term consequences. However, he asked the master if they could win by simply occupying the castle. Logan sighed heavily and said that they would leave it at that for now. Patrick looked closely at his son. Logan previously stated that they would declare war on the Paredes, but his true and real target is the Bifrost Castle, Tomoto. Patrick looked at his son in surprise as he didn't understand what he was talking about. He asked his son if he really wanted to lure Bifrost out. Using the Paredes, Logan said that this was exactly the case and that they would be able to do everything possible to avoid a clash with their main forces and capture this castle. Patrick said that, however, they would ultimately not have even a few days before meeting them. Logan said with a smile that it was not scary to live. They just needed to hold out until His Majesty died. Patrick was taken aback by his son's words. Logan said that once this happens, all the aristocrats of the kingdom will be forced to drop everything and come to the funeral. This will be a direct order from the royal family, which has enormous power. He knew that this would be a good enough reason to stop the war. Patrick agreed with his son because he knew that if Bethros meant a crime against the royal family, then he would immediately be accused of treason. Patrick sighed heavily because he knew that even though his son said that he knew the day of his death, he still could not believe that his son had thought of such a thing. Patrick asked his son if he was absolutely sure that the king would die on this day. Logan smiled and said that he was sure because he could never forget that day, because the king's death would be announced on New Year's Eve. He knew that they had a few days left, and until then, they had to occupy the castle. Jerome was burning with rage and anger because he did not understand where the whole army came from. Jericho looked at his brother and asked him to calm down because they had already borrowed the main castle and they just needed to hold out for one day. Jerome was puzzled by the whole situation as he saw how many of them there actually were. He didn't understand how they would be able to hold out against such pressure. Jerome shouted furiously that if it was the main castle, they would have won long ago. Jericho sighed heavily and said that they just needed to guard the fortress and hold out until the last, and if they acted in a coordinated manner, it would hold out. They looked at the high-ranking knights as they had to justify their maintenance. But a moment later, the young people were taken aback as they heard Patrick shout to them. Everyone present in the fortress was in shock as they saw the enemy rushing towards them headlong. At that very moment, the man shouted to his subordinates to immediately aim at the enemy. Logan ordered his knights to aim their crossbows. For a few seconds, all the arrows were aimed at the fortress. Jerome was taken aback as he did not expect this. He saw that they were very fast. But the arrows broke because they were aimed at the wall. Jerome looked at his enemy with bewilderment since they couldn't even get past the fortress. At that very moment, he shouted to his subordinates to respond to the arrows immediately. A few seconds later, they released a hail of arrows. A moment later, the young men saw the limit of the bow's range. Logan realized that their crossbows had a limit too, because no matter how much effort they put into it, the arrows barely reached the walls of the fortress. Logan knew better than to keep them under control, and besides, when it came to the number of arrows, Hamar-made arrows had more than enough, so his subordinate asked his master for a leave of absence for the dwarf. Logan looked at everyone present with a satisfied smile, and after a few seconds he turned to his faithful magician. He sighed heavily and said that he could not even imagine that they would have to participate in the war. A few seconds later, he called his disciples. Jerome was burning with rage and anger because he did not understand what his enemy was doing. He knew that they were not succeeding, and he saw that they were simply wasting arrows in vain. He was excited because he didn't understand what they were planning, but after a few seconds he heard a crash. He was alarmed and did not understand what kind of sound he had just heard. The brothers were puzzled as they saw that even the earth shook. At that very moment they were taken aback, as they saw before them a truly terrible sight. They were shocked because they saw a golem that was destroying everything in its path. The golem did not stop and went straight ahead towards its goal. Jerome was surprised, as their enemy even had mages on their side. The brothers were puzzled and stared at the golem, as they did not understand what he was doing. Clayton looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he really wanted to use golems in the war. Logan said that was exactly it, and they could protect all the knights from arrows or simply remove the enemy from the road. Logan smiled and told the man that if he needed monastones, they could provide them. The man was taken aback and asked in surprise if this fight would really be that important. But after a few seconds, he told the gentleman that what he was asking for was simply impossible. Logan was shocked because he didn't understand why he rejected the offer. He said that if it was about the stones, then he would provide everything. Clayton said it wasn't about them, it was about their lives. Logan looked at the man in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. He said that this is true and few people know that after the golems receive a certain amount of damage, it will then move to the caster. Clayton said that, of course, they were looking for a way to fix it. He showed his master all the research papers so that he could understand. But Logan didn't listen to anything and just burst into tears as his dream of an army of golems disappeared into thin air. Clayton sighed heavily and looked intently at his master. But after a few seconds, he said he had a small suggestion. Fortunately, they came to a consensus and were therefore able to use the golems in the war. Clayton was a master of his creations. The brothers were alarmed as they had not seen the golems and wondered if they had gone underground with the magicians. Jericho was a little worried as he saw that they were no longer shooting, so he wondered what they were really planning. His brother was very worried and wondered if they were planning to dig a tunnel under the wall. Jericho told his brother to calm down and look carefully into the distance, since they had started digging in the morning, and it was already getting dark, and at this rate reinforcements would arrive before the golems were on their territory. The young man immediately rejoiced at this news and said that they just needed to wait for reinforcements. But after a few seconds they were taken aback. As their wall began to shake, they were in shock. They did not understand what was happening at all. Jericho was puzzled because he saw that the walls were collapsing. At that very moment he shouted to his brother and asked what the chances were that the walls might collapse. The man said that it was simply impossible. Jericho anxiously asked his brother what he was saying, because he himself felt how everything was shaking. The young man sighed heavily and said that they still shouldn't leave the wall. Jericho was furious because he was worried that the wall might collapse, but his brother said that their enemies were up to something. Jericho sighed heavily and said that they needed to attack the enemy, so he intended to go down personally. His brother sighed heavily as he did not want this to happen. He looked closely at his brother and said that now he was the commander and he couldn't go anywhere, so he would sort out this issue himself. The young man looked at his brother intently, as he was unable to object to him in any way, and he, in turn, agreed with him. He sighed heavily as his brother finally calmed down. The knight looked closely at his commander and reported that the sun was already setting. The man knew that there was nothing they could do. He sighed heavily and said that they were surrounded by forest from the south and west, so it would be safer to go around them on the south side of the forest and attack. Sometime later, they reached their enemies and noticed that there were only a few ordinary knights at this point. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback as he sensed a level of power coming from the knight that was completely different. Jerome realized that this was a high-ranking knight in front of him. He was shocked because he knew that their enemy couldn't have that many high-ranking knights. He knew that if he killed his opponent now, the situation would turn in their favor. The knight worriedly told his commander that this was another trap and he should not attack the enemy. Jerome said that they had no choice and they would not turn back. He knew that they had to deal with the enemies first and then return to the western walls. The knight looked closely at his commander, as they were all worried about him, as he had been worried since the invasion began. Jerome was burning with anger and fury because he knew that he and his brother were special. They came from families of ordinary people, but at the same time, they were knights of high rank. Such a combination was a great rarity, even within the entire country. Thanks to this, they were awarded honorary titles and guards of the second castle. He supposed it might have been because of their past, but his brother had always been worried about being stripped of his command position, and he knew that unnecessary mistakes and loss of composure were the least of his problems. Unfortunately, his reputation among the knights was falling, and even his attempts to help had their limits. He understood that this fight could be their last chance, and therefore he was obliged to win at any cost. A few seconds later, he rushed into battle. The knight was taken aback when he heard the sound of footsteps. Turning around, he realized that they were under attack. Jerome looked intently at the knights. He was puzzled to wonder if they had escaped into the tunnel. He knew that their numbers were greater, but they also had high-ranking knights. He knew that it was very strange, because they had undoubtedly escaped. Now he realized that it was a trap, and he became very angry. But in turn, he had no intention of giving up and shouted to his knights. And at that very moment, he rushed forward after the enemy. But after a few seconds, he saw an arrow rushing towards him, but he managed to dodge it. He was furious and wondered if they really had gone into the tunnel. He wondered if they had wanted to shoot at them from the darkness. Jerome was burning with anger and fury, as he knew that such pitiful arrows would not kill such a high-ranking knight as him. At that very moment, he rushed to meet his opponent, but unfortunately, a small surprise from the enemy awaited him. He looked into the distance with a smirk, as everything was fine, and he had to continue to dodge the arrows. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as an arrow hit his horse. A few seconds later, the horse fell dead to the ground with a crash, but the man managed to jump away. He was taken aback when he saw a whole hail of arrows and his subordinates who were killed. Jerome was furious as arrows flew at him. He understood that he could not help ordinary knights who were not able to deflect arrows themselves. He shouted that those who could fight off the arrows by force should do so. He knew that if they could only defeat a high-ranking knight, then the rest of the mages would be easier to defeat in close combat. He understood that at this rate, they would have a chance. But after a few seconds, he was taken aback, as he saw that the wall was collapsing. He was shocked because he saw that their way back was blocked. He was furious and did not understand what kind of magic was being used on them, because at that very moment, the earth became a swamp. Heinkel looked at his opponent and said that their horses were killed by arrows. The young man looked at his opponent with fury because he knew that he was right. Heinkel said with a grin that there was no way back for them. Heinkel suggested that everyone present should have a little fun. Heinkel looked at his enemy with a fierce grin as he was looking forward to the fight. The young man was furious because he realized that they had fallen into a serious trap. He knew that it was a complete failure on their part, and he had to save his people. But at that very moment, he heard some kind of crash and was taken aback. He raised his head and saw that the stones were falling from above. At that very moment, Logan and his loyal subjects were advancing on their enemy above. Logan spurred his horse on with a satisfied grin, knowing that a great fight was about to take place. The man was taken aback because he realized that he was now in a serious situation. He was furious because he realized that he had left his brother alone against an entire army. Some time ago, Clayton informed Logan that he had a small proposition. Clayton said that the golems could dig a hole to bring down the castle walls. It would not be difficult to destroy the supports that are located under the walls. Logan thought about that suggestion for a moment, knowing that they needed to keep safe distances from the arrows and they would need to stay back. He knew that in that case, even if he were naked, it would take him some time to reach the castle walls. After some thought, Logan looked closely at his comrade and said that they would do it differently, as he wanted to lure the enemy into the tunnel. Clayton looked at the gentleman closely and reported that it seemed he simply wanted to redirect their forces. He asked the young gentleman if he was sure they would fall for this trick. Logan, with a predatory grin of a fairy tale, that of course one tunnel would not be enough. He looked at the man intently and said that for this reason, he should cause an earthquake along with his disciples. The man was taken aback with surprise as he did not expect anything like this. He was a little surprised, but still told the master that magic was capable of this. But at the present time, unfortunately, he would not be able to cause an earthquake. Logan smiled and said that it was not scary. Jericho was very strong, excited and puzzled, because he knew that something was happening underground. But he knew that his brother was there now, and now he realized that the enemy was counting on something like this. He remembered his brother telling him with a gentle smile that he panicked too easily. At that very moment, he shouted furiously and gave the command to his knights. He shouted that they all must not let the enemy pass. At that very moment, the young men were surrounded by a hail of arrows. They looked closely at the flying arrows, but at the same moment, they managed to deflect them. After some time, they rushed into battle. The young men jumped off their horses with ease and rushed towards the wall. Eileen easily pulled back and reached for the wall, as she saw that the height was approximately the same as the rock she had been training on for months. She soared upward with ease. The soldiers were taken aback as they did not expect to see anything like this. She looked at all the soldiers present with a smirk, as she knew that the mountain was significantly higher than these walls. At that very moment, she rushed towards the soldier, and he froze in surprise, as he saw in front of him none other than a woman. Eileen knew that she would definitely gain glory in this war, and she rushed into battle that very moment. She easily dealt a crushing blow to her opponent. Eileen sighed heavily as she killed her opponent. But at that very moment, another opponent appeared behind her, Eileen. She was taken aback as she felt his presence. The young lady turned around hastily, but at that very moment she froze for a moment as she saw that the sword was right in front of her face. But luckily the knight didn't hit her, as her new brother saved her. Ronan shouted to his sister to get ready and not to go far alone, as it was dangerous. The young lady was taken aback and froze in place, as she was frightened. Eileen was puzzled as she had only fully realized what it was like to be on the battlefield the first time she killed a man. At that very moment she hit herself in the face. The young man looked at his sister in surprise as he did not expect such a thing. She sighed heavily and, looking into the distance, asked him for forgiveness, which showed her unsightly side. And at that very moment she thanked him. He was surprised. But at that very moment the young lady looked into the distance with fury. He smiled and said that he heard she was eager to gain glory in this fight. He said with a grin that he wanted the same. Ronan said he wanted to contribute to their victory and become stronger. He knew he had to get stronger to keep up with someone who was growing in power very quickly. Eileen looked closely at her new brother as they were on the same wavelength. Sometime later they stood covering each other's backs, surrounded by enemies. Ronan immediately shouted to his sister that she must advance. The young lady in turn attacked the others with fury. The young men dispersed and each hurried towards his opponent. Logan stared into the distance as he realized they were being overly enthusiastic. He was puzzled because he didn't know when his brother had become a mid-rank knight. He also noticed that his brother had a new sword. He was happy about this and proud of his brother. But unfortunately, Logan knew that now was not the time for this. He understood that it was too dangerous to continue to rage like this, because at this rate, high-ranking knights would come to deal with them. At that very moment, Logan recoiled and rushed to the rescue of his comrades. The knights were taken aback, as they did not expect to see anything like this. At that very moment, Logan landed on the ground with ease. After a few seconds, he released his power and directed it at his enemies. The knights trembled with fear as they looked at the young master. Logan swung his sword with ease, sweeping away all the enemies in his path. He knew perfectly well that he needed to continue to attract the attention of the enemies. He knew that he had to defeat the commander of the castle guards, but suddenly at that very moment his thoughts disappeared as he heard his father. Patrick shouted furiously at his opponents that they could try to escape. At that very moment he rushed into battle and with ease dealt blow after blow to the knights. But a moment later he was taken aback. A few seconds later he was already fighting off the knight's commander. Jericho shouted at Patrick that he would immediately cut off his head. Patrick, in turn, only laughed when he heard such words. Now he understood who was in front of him, and it was the commander of the guard. Jericho knew that Patrick was now an advanced rank, but until recently he was a high rank and they were on equal terms. Jericho knew perfectly well that he could deal with him, but Patrick in turn was not going to give up. He struck his opponent with fury. But unfortunately, the young man was out of luck, as Patrick with all his might easily dealt with his opponent. Patrick sighed heavily after cutting off his opponent's head. Jerome, however, managed to escape from the trap. The knight ran hurriedly to his commander and asked what that golden flash had just been. But at that very moment, the knight fell silent. The young man was shocked because he now realized that he had lost his brother. He was burning with rage and anger, but at that very moment they were informed that reinforcements were already on the way. The knights rushed after them to inspect everything, since they heard about reinforcements. The young man was burning with rage and anger and shouted that he would immediately take command. He shouted at everyone to fight to the end. He shouted that they must fight and not let the deaths of their comrades be in vain, since there were no reinforcements. At that moment, everyone saw a golden flash and Logan towering over all his enemies. Logan glared at his opponent as he realized that anger was clouding his vision. The young man was filled with anger and fury and shouted that he would kill him and his family. Logan rushed towards his opponent with lightning speed, blazing with rage. Logan struck his opponent with a very powerful blow, and the latter recoiled, not realizing when he had managed to do something like that. Logan looked at the young man with fury and said that he was the only one who would die here. A moment later, Logan turned around as he heard someone calling him. At that very moment, he saw his joyful comrades. He looked at them with a smile and said that he was very glad to see them unharmed. Clayton said with a smile that it was all thanks to Heinkel. Heinkel said that 2 enemy knights had still struck through the wall. Logan smiled and told his comrade not to worry about it. The man looked at Vic in bewilderment. Logan reported that they had dealt with the enemy knights and the castle had been successfully captured. The men were surprised by such a statement, as everything had happened very quickly. Logan looked at the men and smiled and said that they won without much effort thanks to them. Heinkel smiled and said that they didn't do anything special. Clayton looked at the gentleman in surprise, and he, in turn, said that on that note, he would like to ask him for one more favor. The man was taken aback, as he could see that Logan was excited. At that very moment, Logan asked him to create a large reservoir around the castle. He said with a predatory grin that Clayton should do it before the enemies arrived. Sometime later, all the magicians fell to the ground, exhausted, as they had done everything the master had asked. Logan looked at everyone present with a smile and said that they not only surrounded the castle with a moat, but also patched it up with truth. He said with a satisfied smile that earth magic really couldn't be compared to other types of magic. Clayton sighed heavily and said, "Lord, he's just overpraising him." Clayton sighed heavily, as he had a strange feeling that their magic was starting to specialize in buildings. He hoped that he was wrong in his judgment. Logan looked at this creation with a joyful smile, because he knew that the ditch was very large and deep, and he understood that if he fell into it in heavy armor, even a knight would have a hard time getting out. A few seconds later, he shouted to the orgy kings not to spare the oil, because they had to fire so much of it that the knight could slip and fall. Logan knew that an army would soon descend upon them. He looked into the distance with a predatory grin, as he knew that they had arrived just in time. At the same time, the men were closely watching everything that was happening. The Count and his retinue looked at Logan with fury. Logan glared at his enemy, knowing that the king would die at midnight, so he just had to hold out until evening. The man was furious that Logan dared to plant his flag in his castle. He was shocked that they surrounded the area like that and ruined it. The Count glanced sideways at his faithful companion and asked what had become of the brothers. Sir Franz informed his master of the unfortunate news that they had been killed. The Count sighed heavily as he now understood how they had managed to dig the moat. He was furious, as the brothers had not even been able to hold the castle. A moment later, the Count called Aslan. He looked closely at the knight and asked what the enemy's strength was. Aslan told him how many men their enemy had. The Count asked the young man what else he knew. Aslan said that their lord was a knight of advanced rank, and they had about 10 people who were earth mages. The Count looked into the distance with a grin, as he realized that they had prepared a secret weapon. He looked at the knight closely and asked what the expected outcome was. Aslan thought for a moment, but after a few seconds said that they would have a crushing victory. At the same time, Patrick kept his eyes on the enemy that surrounded them, as he knew that they were outnumbered. He saw that there were magicians from the Wind Magic Tower with them. Patrick thought for a moment. After a few seconds, he saw Aslan. He was a knight who had super speed. They also saw the Knight of Moonlight. Logan looked at his father closely, the difference in strength unnerving him. A moment later, Logan was taken aback as he heard some kind of incredible noise. He was furious as he realized that the Count had amplified his voice with magic. At that moment, Logan shouted to all his knights to get ready. The Count looked intently at his enemy and said that he would kill them with his own hands. At that very moment, the knights rushed into battle. Logan was surprised as they were attacking them without shields. He wondered if they were that confident in themselves. Logan knew they were about to find out. At that very moment, he gave the command, and his men fired their crossbows. They were all taken aback when they saw that the arrows bounced off the knights with ease, as they were under some kind of protective dome. At that very moment, Logan saw that the magicians had used their power and protected all the knights. The Count looked at his enemy with a fierce grin, as he knew that no matter how good his specific weapon was, it would not cope with magic. Logan was furious as he realized that his crossbows were weakened by magic, so they could do nothing to the knight. At that very moment, he shouted to his subordinates to aim at the soldiers. Logan screamed that they had to smash their heads in before they got to them. At that very moment, the Knight of Moonlight looked at Logan with intense and furious eyes. Logan was puzzled and wondered when they would attack. At that very moment, Aslan rushed into battle. The young lady looked at the knight with disdain and asked if he was going to become a knight, since he was only a dwarf. They all said he looked like a monkey. He was short, had long arms, and a distinctive appearance. He always attracted attention wherever he went, but he knew that now everything was different. He didn't listen to everyone around him and made unimaginable efforts to become an advanced knight. He was burning with anger and fury because he knew that he was no longer the victim. After a few seconds, he noticed that his enemy had done something to the walls, but he knew that this would not stop him, and at that very moment he rushed toward the wall. A few seconds later, he noticed a young lady on the wall. Eileen looked at Aslan in surprise and called him a monkey. Aslan was taken aback because he did not expect to see her at all. Taken by surprise, he slipped and fell to the ground with a crash. The young lady was taken aback, as she was shocked because she did not expect to see him at all. At that moment, the knight shouted to everyone else that they should be careful with the walls. As even an advanced knight could not climb it, Aslan shouted furiously at the knight and told him to shut his mouth. He turned around and looked at the young lady with a predatory grin. He looked at her with fury and said that he should amuse her properly. Patrick looked at the man closely and said that he had heard about him. Patrick looked at his opponent with fury, for he had heard that his son had displeased him. Some time later, the young lady fought with her opponent, but unfortunately, she was slightly injured. Aslan looked at the girl mockingly and said that she had fought well after all. He looked at her with fury and mockery and asked if all the McLeans were so impudent. Eileen was furious because she saw that the knight was only aiming at her, but she knew that it would have been more correct to say that he was only having fun with her. Aslan looked at her closely and asked with a grin if something was wrong. He asked if she was really mad that she had to deal with a monkey. She sighed heavily as she correctly understood his intention. Eileen stood up straight as she knew she had to keep the advanced knight in place. He looked at her with a smirk and said that he would take his time, and so they could have some fun. The knight was taken aback as he felt pain after the blow. Logan glared at his opponents. The knights were puzzled as they did not understand what had happened at all, since they had heard that Logan was a high-ranking knight. He was puzzled and did not understand why several people of similar rank could not push him back even a step. The man trembled and wondered if the rumors about Logan wounding Moon Knight were true. Logan looked at his opponents with a smirk and asked what they were whispering so furiously about. He mockingly asked if all the Count's knights fought with their tongues. The man was furious, and at the same time he called the fire an arrogant fool, for he knew that soon they would see how long he could hold out. At that very moment, the knights rushed towards Logan. But Logan didn't flinch and simply waited for them to come closer. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and with his ease struck everyone. The knights were shocked because he was very fast. They turned around and looked at the tax in surprise, not understanding how he managed to end up behind them, because they didn't even have time to notice how he started moving. They wondered if Logan had increased his speed by force. Logan sighed heavily and said that their thoughts were obvious. The men backed away, not knowing what to answer. He asked with a grin what the matter was. Logan looked at them intently and asked mockingly if their legs were buckling from fear. The men were furious, but they knew they had to calm down. They knew they had to be careful with him. Logan knew that the knights were given a high rank for a reason, and he knew that they wouldn't fall for such a trick again. Logan looked closely at the men, knowing that they had protected their vital organs with precision and maximum use of force. He knew that he shouldn't think about the Knight of the Moonlight, whom his father had taken up, and now he was more worried about Aslan, who was famous for his speed. Logan was furious because he knew he couldn't waste time on weak opponents, so he rushed into battle at that very moment. The knights were puzzled as he advanced on them. At that very moment, Logan found himself behind the knight, and he backed away in surprise. He was shocked as Logan suddenly appeared behind him, and he repeated the same trick. The young man rushed towards Logan and asked him angrily if he really thought such a trick would work again. But Logan at that very moment stepped on the man's face and, pushing off, rushed towards the young man. They were shocked as Doug fell to the ground with a thud. At the same moment, Logan rushed towards his opponent. The man was furious and understood that Logan was just a scoundrel. At that very moment, he rushed towards him in order to avenge his friend. But Logan noticed this in time, and at that very moment, he released his power. The man was shocked because Logan used force. A few seconds later, there was a loud roar and explosion, and at that very moment, the young man stealthily pointed his blade at Logan. With the last of his strength, he struck his opponent. He was pleased with himself since his opponent had been caught, but after a few seconds, he backed away as Logan was already behind him. Logan sighed heavily, and at that moment, the young man fell to the ground with a crash. The man was confused and did not understand who was in front of him. He didn't understand what kind of move Logan was using. He was puzzled as he thought he saw a ghost in front of him, but at that very moment he was wounded by a sword. Logan was shocked because he didn't expect this. Ronan looked at his brother with a satisfied smile and asked if he was okay. Logan rushed to his brother in a hurry and called her. Ronan told his brother that he immediately came running when he saw that he was fighting with a huge number of high-ranking knights. Ronan said with a smile that it seemed like he had pierced the enemy's heart just in time. But at the same moment, Victor said that this was not so because he had cut off his hand first. Ronan turned around and hastily told his comrade that his blow was faster. Victor shouted that this was not so because he had lost his arm first. Logan froze in shock as he saw the young men arguing with each other. They hurriedly shouted to Logan that he had seen everything and had to tell which of them was faster. Logan sighed heavily and looked at them with a gentle smile. But at that very moment, they both received a blow to the head from him. Logan said with a satisfied smile that he saw that the blows were delivered simultaneously. He sighed heavily and said that they were maintaining the tension on the battlefield. The young men unanimously asked Logan for forgiveness. Logan knew that thanks to them, he was able to free himself earlier and understood that he needed to hurry. At the same time, the young lady was fighting with her opponent with all her might. Eileen sighed heavily and was taken aback, as she was wounded. Aslan looked at her with a predatory grin and laughed. Looking at the lady, he said that she was built to match a man's since she still hadn't cried from the pain. He said with a smirk that she was doing well and that the game would become even more interesting. Eileen was furious as the hand she held her sword in weakened. She knew it was arrogant of her to think she could stand up to an advanced knight. She understood that if he wanted to kill her, he would be able to do it. At that very moment, the knight rushed toward the young lady with a fierce grin on his face. A moment later, he grabbed her by the neck. He looked at her mockingly and said that she looked scared. He said with a grin that she should decide because he intended to treat her well. At that very moment, the young lady spat loudly in his face, thus refusing him. Eileen sent him away in a rage and said that she would rather kill herself. He laughed and asked angrily if she thought she had a choice. He squeezed her throat even harder and said that if she did, he would show her hell. He mocked her and enjoyed her pain, but at that very moment he backed away as he felt something strange. At the same time, Logan released his power and pointed his sword towards the enemy. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion thundered. After a strong blow, the knight recoiled. Aslan looked at his opponents with fury. Logan looked at the girl closely and asked if she could stand. Eileen gritted her teeth and sighed heavily, but said that she was fine. Logan told the young lady that she must go to the military doctor at once, and she agreed with him at once. Aslan sighed heavily and told the young man that he was interfering with his fun. He looked at the tax closely and asked if he really wanted to replace her. Logan winced but didn't answer. He was confused because he had attacked him, but his hand had gone numb. He understood that everything would not be as it was during the battle with high-ranking knights. At the same time, the knights looked at the battle in surprise. They were alarmed and did not understand who their comrade was fighting. They saw that his opponent was fast and skillful, and, unfortunately, they could not even keep track of him. They couldn't understand how Logan kept up with his opponent. Aslan looked at his opponent with a mocking look and said that he had good speed, and it seemed that he had a good artifact in his hands. Logan looked at his opponent intently but did not answer, because he knew that he was right, because his master gave him the artifact. At that very moment, he rushed towards his opponent, striking him. Aslan managed to parry the blow and recoiled at the same moment. Logan looked at him closely, as he knew he also had an artifact. After fighting him, he realized that he had fast movements that were due to the artifact. Logan was taken aback when he heard his opponent tell him that he could hear his thoughts. Aslan said mockingly that all young lords were the same, for he knew that his enemy was before him, and he doubted and was lost in his thoughts. Aslan told the young master that as soon as he could no longer keep up with him, he would immediately lose. With the speed of lightning, he rushed towards Logan as he wanted to strike him. He looked at the taxman with a sneer and said that he would not be an exception. But Logan managed to block the powerful blow, and at that very moment he dealt the enemy a blow of crushing force. Aslan backed away as he did not expect this. Logan looked at his opponent intently, but a moment later he was coughing up blood. Aslan looked closely at his opponent as he realized that he had used a strange technique. Logan pushed off the ground with lightning speed and headed towards his opponent, releasing his power in the process, but Aslan managed to block the blow. A few seconds later, Logan was taken aback as the enemy's sword was already near him. He froze for a moment and turned around as if realizing that his opponent had missed. Logan was taken aback and wondered if it was luck. Aslan was puzzled as he did not expect such a thing. He looked at his opponent in surprise and wondered if he hadn't intended to dodge. Aslan was furious and shouted at his opponent that he was simply mad. He shouted and asked Logan if he really wanted them to be able to do it together. At that very moment, Logan rushed towards his opponent and asked if he was scared. Aslan was furious, but he did not answer. But at that very moment, he pointed his sword at Logan and asked him angrily if he really thought he would just give up. A few seconds later, they pierced each other with their swords. Aslan was taken aback and froze for a moment in shock when he saw his opponent falling to the ground. He cried out as he felt the pain of the wound. But at the same moment, he burst out laughing as his opponent lay on the ground with a sword in his belly. Aslan knew that the young man was ready to kill him, but he could barely scratch him. He taunted his opponent, knowing that victory was his, but a moment later he ran away, hearing a cry. At the same time, the young lady ran in a hurry to the Logan. Aslan looked at her mockingly and said that she was just in time. He said that he would take care of her right away. Eileen froze in shock when she saw the young master on the ground. Aslan mockingly said that he had killed him, but at that very moment he was taken aback as he saw some bright light. He turned around hastily. Aslan was puzzled because he saw the light that came from the bracelet. He knew that only priests could emit such light. He understood that he needed to quickly destroy the bracelet. But after he rushed towards his opponent, the young lady managed to stop him. She struck him with a blow, but he managed to parry it. She looked at her opponent with fury and shouted that, without knowing what was going on, he should not interfere with her master. Aslan understood that her blow would have been insignificant if not for his wound. At that very moment, he shouted and pushed her away. She sighed heavily and was taken aback as her wound reopened. Aslan froze in shock when he heard his nickname. At that very moment, he saw a bright light and heard a roar. He was taken aback and looked at his opponent in surprise. Logan looked at his opponent with a smile and said that they could start the next round, but with different weapons. Aslan was furious because he realized that he had lost his sword. At that very moment, he saw his opponent's sword, which was on the ground. He quickly rushed towards him, but after a few minutes, he was taken aback when he picked up the sword. Logan channeled the power into the sword. The mana inside him strengthened his senses. He had the feeling that everything around him slowed down. Logan looked closely at the sword, knowing that this artifact had made him a super speed knight. Logan looked at his enemy with a fierce grin and announced that the sword was now his. Aslan looked at Logan with fury, but did not answer. At that very moment, Logan rushed towards his opponent in order to strike him. Aslan shouted to his opponent that this was his weapon and he could not handle it. But Logan had no intention of listening to him. A few seconds later, Logan delivered a crushing blow to his opponent. Aslan was taken aback and froze in shock as he saw a hole in his body. At that very moment, he began coughing up blood. Logan stopped, a little confused since he was aiming for the heart. He turned around and looked at his opponent with a grin, knowing he was out of luck. At the same time, Aslan was burning with rage. He did not understand how Logan managed to heal the hole in his stomach. He did not understand how Logan was able to master such an artifact. Logan knew that the restoration bracelet the king had given him had magic that could turn any fatal wound into a mere scratch. Logan knew that if no one killed him instantly, he would be able to recover. He took a big risk when he bet on it because he could die. He looked at his opponent intently as he knew he needed to deal with him quickly. Logan knew he would deal with him soon. At that very moment, he pointed his sword at the enemy. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect this. But a moment later, Logan heard knights advancing behind him. He turned around and glared at them. And at that very moment, he managed to fight them back and stop them. Logan was furious because they arrived at the wrong time. Aslan had no intention of stopping and taking advantage of the fact that Logan was attacked. He wanted to quickly strike him. He knew that he had to kill his enemy right now, but he was taken aback and turned around when he heard a noise behind him. He was shocked as a young lady was heading towards him. At that very moment, Eileen, with the last of her strength, dealt a furious blow to her opponent. She looked at him with cold fury and shouted at him not to even dare attack her from behind. Aslan was taken aback as his wound opened up and caused him a lot of pain. Logan was taken aback when he heard his fiance's voice. A few seconds later, he saw that their enemy was running. At that very moment, Aslan jumped off the wall. Logan was burning with rage as he wanted to deal with him. Eileen looked at her fiancé and asked if she should go after him. Logan sighed heavily and said that there were strong opponents below, and chasing him would cost them more than he was worth. Logan was furious because he wanted to deal with him. At that very moment, he shouted and informed everyone that he had defeated the super speed knight. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not expect such a thing. The Count was surprised and knew that this was simply a pitiful sight. The man came closer to his master and asked if they should interfere. The Count said that it was not worth doing, because even if they attacked now, he would be able to fight back. Besides, he knew that their enemy had trampled the fighting spirit of their squad. He turned around and asked the knight what had happened to Aslan. The knight said that they had been told that his life was not in danger. The knight also said that unfortunately they didn't bring the universal enhanced potion with them, so he couldn't continue fighting. At the same moment, the Count said with fury that it seemed that their enemy was well prepared. He was burning with anger and fury because he knew that the longer this went on, the more difficult it would be for them. At that very moment, he shouted to all his subordinates that they were retreating. The knights were surprised as their enemy ran away. Patrick, breathing heavily, approached his opponent. Sir Franz was surprised and at the same time puzzled, for he heard that his detachment was retreating. As he left, he told Patrick that he was lucky today. He looked at Patrick intently and reported that this fight was over quickly. He looked at Patrick with a grin and said that he had already found out that even an advanced knight was nothing special. At that very moment, Logan rushed to his father and called him. Patrick asked his son about the zeolites. Logan said that he was fine. Patrick sighed heavily and asked his son for forgiveness, because he was the only one who could hold the man back. Logan sighed heavily, as he knew that they were both advanced knights, but the difference between them was great, because his father had just recently received a new rank. Logan asked his father to rest for a while, because the enemies were exhausted, so they had time until they returned. Patrick agreed and told his son that he should also rest. Sometime later, the young people bandaged each other's wounds and also rested. At the same time, the young master was talking with the captain of the knights. Logan and his father sat quietly, thinking about what to do next. Logan hoped that it would continue like this until midnight. Sometime later, late at night, the knight saw something. He was alarmed because he saw a flag with an eagle. At that very moment, he shouted that the Perets were advancing on them. Logan and his father were taken aback, as they did not expect this. The Count looked at the man with a grin. The Count grinned and told the man that he seemed to have brought the army for battle himself. He asked the man if he wanted to help. The Lord sighed heavily and said that he knew it was a trifle for the Count, but they were in a great hurry, and now they hoped that they would be of use to him. The Lord knew that together with the Count's army they would crush the enemy, so he wanted to try to gain his favor. Logan looked closely at his potential enemies, now realizing what the Lord had come for. Patrick looked at his son intently and said that they simply had no choice, and they would have to do this. Logan agreed with his father. At that very moment, the magicians were preparing a backup plan. The girl was scared, looked at her mother and asked how long they should stay at home. The woman, reassuring her daughter, said that they needed to stay in the house a little longer since it was still dangerous outside. The man looked closely at his family and said that they should pray together. They hoped that tomorrow, when the new year came, the war would end well. The Count looked at the soldiers with fury and shouted that they must bring the heads of the MacLeans. A few seconds later, the knights rushed into battle. At the same time, archers aimed their crossbows at them, and after a few seconds they fired. The arrows pierced the enemies. The young men were furious because they saw that only the Perret soldiers had been killed by the crossbows, but they knew that it did not matter, and they had to keep shooting. Sir Franz was fighting off the arrows at the same time. At the same moment, he shouted that the enemy was prepared for a siege, but they must not relax until they reached the wall. At that very moment, he prepared to jump onto the wall. A few seconds later, he was rushing up the wall. At the same time, Logan shouted to the knights that enemies were climbing the wall, and they had to throw them down. Sir Franz looked at his enemy with fury and prepared to strike. At that very moment, he directed his power at Logan. Logan was taken aback as he saw that his opponent's strength was great, and with its help, he was able to hook the wall. At that moment, Logan saw that his opponent was towering over him. Sir Franz, with the help of his trusty ball and his strength, managed to climb the wall with ease and land on the ground. Sir Franz looked at the tax with fury and said that this time he would definitely kill him. At the same moment, Patrick's power was directed at him. The man was taken aback, and at that very moment, a deafening explosion thundered. He still managed to block the blow. He looked closely at Patrick and said that he was still very fast and with a great sword. Patrick said with a grin that the sword had the name Speed engraved on it. Patrick remembered his son saying that the sword didn't suit him very well, and so he should use it. He wondered how he could have ever doubted his son's kindness before. Patrick looked at his son and said he could go. Patrick knew that even though he was weaker than the Moon Knight, he still had a big advantage now. Logan looked at his father intently but didn't answer. Sir Franz, looking at his opponent, said that it looked like he had Aslan's sword. At that very moment, he rushed into battle and shouted that he would immediately return the sword to him. Using his power, Logan rushed further into the battlefield. He believed in his father, so there was no need for him to stay there. He turned around as he heard the crash. A few seconds later, he saw Victor, who was furiously dealing with his enemies. But at that very moment, Logan saw that the knights were running towards Victor. He jumped on one of the knights and thus interfered with him. Victor looked at Logan in surprise as he did not expect to see him. Logan parried his opponent's blow, but asked Victor if he could still fight. Without thinking, Victor shouted that he could fight. He also said that he could handle them alone. Logan smiled and said that it was very good, and also asked Victor to knock as many people off the walls as he could. Victor was taken aback for a moment and looked intently at his master. Logan sighed heavily and said that if he couldn't do that, they could launch the enemy onto the wall. At the same time, more knights were heading towards them. The Count looked intently into the distance, as everything seemed very strange to him. He saw that their people were able to climb the walls much easier than before. He saw that no one really opposed them. He was a little alarmed, as he understood that they were up to something. Logan looked around carefully after the protracted fight. Looking down, he realized that there were no enemies left there. At that very moment, he enveloped himself in his power, and after a few minutes, he shouted to everyone to retreat. Everyone present was taken aback as they saw a flash of light. The Count was in shock as they retreated. At that very moment, everyone was taken aback as they felt an earthquake. The Count was shocked as he realized that they had fallen into a trap. At the same time, the Earth Mages used their magic. Clayton was furious because he knew Logan's requests were just ridiculous. At that very moment, the knights were screaming and running away in all directions. The men were puzzled and did not understand why the enemies were jumping down. A few seconds later, Clayton Moore used his power. He saw that with the help of his power, a loud explosion erupted. At the same time, the knights fell from the wall. Everyone was in shock as they saw the walls collapsing. The Count, in turn, was burning with rage. The Lord, trembling with fear, asked the Count what was the matter. A moment later, everyone clearly saw that the wall had been destroyed. Clayton sighed heavily after everything that had happened. At that very moment, Logan ran up to the man and called him. Clayton sighed heavily and used his last strength to tell Logan that as he had ordered, he and the students had used the rest of their energy to destroy all the walls. Logan looked at them closely and said that they had done well, and a significant portion of their enemies were buried under the ruins. Clayton looked at the gentleman and said that considering the knights' physical abilities, they were most likely fine. Logan smiled and said that it was okay because it would all be over soon. The Count sighed heavily. He did not understand what had happened at all. After all, Logan had destroyed his last line of defense with his own hands. He screamed that by doing so, he had brought his death closer. At the same time, he released his power with fury. Logan told his subordinate to take his men and leave immediately. A moment later, Patrick walked up to his son and said he wanted to ask him one last question. He asked Logan if he was sure he was right. Logan sighed heavily and told his father not to worry. At the same time, the Count directed his force with fury at the enemy. But after a few seconds, he was taken aback and stopped. He was puzzled because he didn't understand what was going on at all. Everyone froze in place in shock, but Logan was transported into his memories, as he clearly remembered this day from his past life. Now he was happy with a grin because everything went the way he wanted. Knew she would refuse that country's tower, a red light appeared, which notified people of the news. Everyone froze in shock. The Count, in turn, froze in rage, realizing that things were bad. All those present looked at the tower as if spellbound. Patrick was taken aback because he knew that something had happened to the ruling family. He glanced sideways at his son because he was right. A moment later, Logan looked at everyone present and asked if they knew what the light meant, because something had happened in the palace. He shouted to everyone that they must immediately stop military and fighting actions and immediately contact the king. The Count was furious and did not understand why this happened now, because he had a chance to wipe them all into dust. The man looked at his master and asked what he was going to do here. Sir Franz was taken aback, for he saw that his master was prepared for battle. At that very moment, the Count shouted to everyone as he wanted them to immediately return to combat operations. Sir Franz stood frozen in shock, but at that very moment, everyone prepared for battle. Patrick was surprised and asked the Count if he had really gone mad, since he wanted to continue the fight after the light signal. Patrick shouted at the Count that this was against the order of the ruling family. The Count asked with a grin what they were talking about, since he had no idea what order they were talking about, since he saw only them in front of him. Logan was furious as he knew his opponent was furious. He didn't expect his opponent to attack. At the risk of becoming a traitor, he knew they only had one choice now, and that was to fight. The Count shouted to everyone that they must fight to the very end. He shouted that they must execute their enemies. At that very moment, the man asked with a grin if he had really just heard the Count's voice. The Count was taken aback and froze in place from shock. Clayton, in turn, ran towards the young gentleman, along with the communication ball. Clayton, breathing heavily, told the Minister of Defense that they were in the castle, and the Count refused to end the fight. The man asked the Count with a grin if he really wanted to commit treason. The Count was furious, as he had not expected such a thing. At that very moment, the Minister of Defense announced to everyone that the king was dead, and therefore all aristocrats were obliged to attend the funeral, and this took precedence over all other obligations. Looking at the Count, he said that they should postpone the war. Sir Franz looked hard at his master. At that very moment, the Count shouted furiously that they accepted the will of the ruling family. The Minister of Defense was pleased with the announcement. Clayton stared at the ball. A moment later, they all turned their gaze to the Count, for he was burning with rage. As he left, the Count looked at them and shouted that they should not even for a moment suppose that this would be the end of it. He looked at all his subordinates with fury and shouted that they should return immediately. Everyone was surprised but at the same time happy as they emerged victorious from this fight. The knights breathed a sigh of relief as they managed to survive. Patrick looked at his son and said with a smile that they had won. Logan was puzzled as he knew that it was very risky at the end, and if his comrade had not brought the communication sphere, the Count would have tried to destroy them with magic. He knew that he had to rely not only on knowledge and from the past. He looked at the man in surprise and asked how he knew they would need the sphere. Clayton said he was in hiding, but brought it because they were contacted through it from the palace. Looking at the gentleman, he said that he didn't know that the situation was so urgent. Logan thanked the man with a smile and also said that his tower's contribution to this war was the greatest. Clayton looked at the gentleman with a happy smile and asked if he could ask for additional funding. Logan smiled and said that of course he could do that. He sighed heavily, knowing he had to check on the others. At the same time, the young lady stood silently surrounded by the rest of the knights. She sighed heavily as she saw that it was all over. At that moment, Logan called her name and she turned around. Eileen looked at the tax with joy and called him. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a reaction. He asked in surprise if she was really happy to see him, because he thought that she would be angry. Eileen looked at him in surprise, still not understanding why she was suddenly angry with him. Logan asked her in a hurry if she was scared since she almost died in her first fight against an advanced knight. Eileen looked away from Logan and said that every knight has to go through such rain. But Logan saw that she was shaking. She sighed heavily as she realized that he noticed her shaking. Logan looked at the young lady with a gentle smile and immediately said that she was amazing. He said that in his first fight, he could only restrain himself and not run away. Eileen was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing, and at the same moment asked for forgiveness, as he did not want to offend him. Logan said that it was exactly like that, and few people knew what his first fight was like. He sighed heavily and said that he was simply frozen and could not move. For this reason, he was very worried about her. Logan smiled and said that, however, she did much better than he expected. Eileen asked with a smile if he really thought so. He looked at her with a gentle smile and said that he very much hoped that he would be able to continue to watch her progress. Eileen froze for a moment in embarrassment, as she did not expect to hear anything like that from him, but she was very happy with such words. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Patrick ordered the soldiers who could move to inform the inhabitants that the castle belonged to them. The question of the need to immediately go to the capital for the funeral arose. Logan sighed heavily and asked who cared if the unknown baron was a little late. Heinkel knew that Logan was not exactly wrong, but he was waiting for an answer from his master. Patrick sighed heavily and said that now it was important to compensate for the losses in the war, and yet it would be good not to be too late, so they had to quickly pack their things and go. Sometime later, Logan informed his loyal mages that they must rebuild the castle walls. The young men were puzzled and unsure whether they were mages or simple workers. They understood that such a load could kill. Clayton looked at his student with a smile and said that he should hold on a little longer, because later they would go on a long vacation. Clayton shouted and stopped his student as he noticed Manu in his heart. The young man was confused and did not understand what was going on at all. He froze in shock when he saw the circle. At that very moment, he joyfully shouted that he had received the fourth circle. Everyone surrounded him attentively and began to congratulate him. Clayton looked at his student with joy, for he supposed that through this work he had raised his circle. What happened later became the basis for the mages to begin following the path of military engineering. At the same time, in the capital, the Duke was excited and was waiting for his student. After some time, he was informed that Logan and Patrick had come to visit him. The man looked at the guests closely and asked if they had come in immediately after arriving in the capital. He assumed that they were probably tired. Patrick asked what knight who was engaged in training would be tired of something like that. Sometime later, they followed their companion. Logan looked at the man and asked how the gentleman had been doing all this time. The man hesitated and said with a smile that it turned out he was very surprised, because no one expected the king to die so suddenly. Logan asked what they knew. The man said that the king lost consciousness when he was engaged in state affairs, and they went to church and said that he had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage from overwork. Logan froze in shock, as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. He knew that in his past life he had a heart attack due to old age. He wondered if the cause of his death now was a cerebral hemorrhage. He understood that in these cases it was a matter of age, but he knew that something was wrong with this situation. After some time, the Duke finally met with his guests. They sat in silence for a while. Logan looked at his teacher intently, as they hadn't seen each other for only a few months. He was puzzled because he saw that his teacher had aged greatly. The Duke asked the student if he really looked bad, and he crossed to Logan and immediately shouted that it was not so. The Duke smiled and said that his decrepit body was now befitting his age. Louis Hayen looked at his master closely and informed everyone that the Duke had overdone it while conducting his investigation into the king. Logan looked at his teacher in particular, as the king's death had hurt him deeply. At that moment, the Duke was taken aback, as he was thinking about something completely different. Looking at Patrick, he apologized for keeping them waiting. He said that Logan had talked a lot about him. Patrick said that he heard his incompetent son owed the Duke, and he also said that it was a great honor for him to meet him, since he was his idol. The Duke sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness for not being able to meet them in a good mood, since circumstances did not allow him to do so, because last week he felt weaker than ever. Logan asked excitedly if the situation in the capital was really that bad. The Duke sighed heavily and said that she could not be called good. He was full of rage and anger and shouted that Juan and Jordan were just scoundrels. Patrick and Logan were taken aback, as they didn't expect to hear something like that. Logan knew that Juan Douglas was an influential figure in the first Prince's faction, and Jordan Valtermem was in the second Prince's faction. The Duke sighed heavily, as he knew that at this rate the country would be divided, since both Dukes forgot that it was necessary to maintain a balance between the factions and went into open confrontation. He was in the tier and shouted that they dared to press, but they in their help the life of the third prince. Patrick was furious. He knew it was just shameless, but Logan remained calm. He looked at the teacher intently and said that it was all because he was the patron of a prince who had not reached adulthood. The Duke said that this was so, and in order to save him, he must join one of the factions. Logan said that if he continued to refuse their demands, the prince's life would be in danger. The Duke was burning with rage, as he did not know what to do in this situation. Logan knew that in reality, neither faction would risk drawing attention to themselves with the sudden death of the prince at a time like this, but he knew it would happen. He knew that, alas, in his past life there had been many attempts on the poor prince's life. Now he understood that there was no point in allowing those incidents to happen again. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he could not do that. The Duke looked at his assistant and told him to bring the prince to his estate immediately. At that moment, Logan said that this could not be done. Logan told the teacher that as much as he wanted to keep the prince close, he couldn't be with him all the time. Logan told the teacher to announce instead that they would be participating in a faction showdown. Logan told the Duke that what they feared most was not that the Duke would not be on their side, but that he would become their enemy. Patrick quietly told his son that he thought he had come to the Duke to ask for his help. After what happened to the Earl, Logan told his father that they could solve their problems themselves. Patrick was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear something like that. But at that very moment, he asked the Duke for forgiveness, since he had shown himself in an unsightly light. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he understood everything perfectly. The Duke smiled and said that he had been too stubborn and had failed to see the whole picture. So he now thanked his student. He told Logan that if he could fulfill his duty with just words, then there was nothing more to discuss. The Duke stood up and sighed heavily, walking over to the large window. He knew that the destiny of their nation would be as the heavens willed it. For a while he looked silently out the larger, more spacious window. Logan knew that unlike his past life, instead of giving in to pressure to become neutral, he had chosen his own place. He knew it would be of practical use to him. The Duke told Logan that he couldn't help his family right now. But if they were afraid something would go wrong, they should come to him. Logan looked at his teacher with a smirk and asked if you were really saying that he would fulfill any request he made. The Duke looked at his student in surprise, as he had changed very quickly. But the Duke said that he would fulfill any request if he could. Logan was just joking and didn't expect to receive such a gift. And yet at that very moment he said that he had nothing to ask the Duke for yet. The Duke looked at his student in surprise. Logan smiled and said that if a request ever came up, he would be glad if the Duke could consider it. Logan knew that he had to save that opportunity for a bigger deal. The Duke smiled and said that he understood everything. At that very moment, they were disturbed by a servant. He informed everyone present that 2 superhumans had come to the estate. Vic looked at the man intently and said irritably that he did not expect to meet him here, while he called his opponent a muscle man, while he himself was a representative of the First Prince's faction. Marquis Luther Kale looked at his opponent and said irritably, he also didn't expect to see him, and at the same time he called him a weakling. He was also a representative of the Second Prince's faction. Kaiselon mockingly asked the man if he had come to receive a beating from the Duke, since he was overcome by doubts that the Duke was interested in their faction. The man looked at his opponent with fury and told him to take better care of himself. They looked at each other with fury for a moment. At the same time, the servants were trembling with fear. After some time, the Duke entered their room and asked why they were spoiling the atmosphere with their thirst for killing. He asked angrily if they were really looking for a fight. At that very moment, the men bowed low to the Duke and shouted that this was not so. Marquis Luther Kale was taken aback and told the Duke that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Duke looked at them with irritation and asked if they were abandoning their duties to play at choosing sides, but now they showed him respect. Marquis Luther Kale smiled and told the Duke that the lessons he had taught him he would never forget. He told the Duke that this time he had come not to him, but to his guests. The Duke looked at him in surprise, as he had not expected such a thing. Vic immediately shouted that he had also come to his guests, and he did not want to displease the Duke. The Duke thought for a moment, as he had not expected this. The Duke wondered if they could speak to him directly. At that very moment, Logan entered the office and said with a smile that it would be a great honor for him, and he also introduced himself. He said with a sly smile that it would be a great honor for him to meet his idols. The men froze in shock, as they did not expect this. At that very moment, they looked at each other in surprise because they did not know what to do. They both said that they had heard about the Duke's apprentice. Logan looked at them in surprise, as he did not understand their reaction. At that very moment, the Marquis said that he was very glad to meet such a talented young man, but he came to talk to his father. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like that at all. He asked in surprise if they really wanted to meet his father. At that very moment, Patrick was very taken aback and surprised, as he did not expect such a thing. Patrick walked slowly into the hall. He looked at the men intently and said that it was a great honor for him to meet 2 superhumans in their kingdom. The men were puzzled, as they did not understand why they entered one by one. At that very moment, Patrick said with a smile that at the moment his son was handling the affairs of his home, so they could turn to him. Marquis Luther Kale looked at the young man with a grin and asked if he really cared for an entire house at his age. He said that the young man was only strong. Vic and Kaylee saw that it was always exciting to talk with the young talent. Logan smiled and asked what business they had come to see them about. The men looked at each other. They liked Logan because he was very straightforward, and they understood that, given how busy they were, it was best to get straight to the point. Vic and Kalium told Logan that he had recently fought the Count. He asked Logan why he did not take this opportunity to bring a loyalty dinner to the First Prince, for if he agreed, they would support his house. He said with a smile that his uncle was also on the First Prince's side, so it would be good to join them. Marquis Luther Kale smiled and asked Logan why he needed to be at odds with the neighboring territory. He wanted Logan to swear allegiance to the Second Prince, and then they would achieve a favorable outcome in the situation with the Count. Marquis Luther Kale looked closely at the young man and said that he had to make the right choice. He asked with a grin whether it wouldn't be better for neighbors to live in peace. Logan looked at the man closely and wondered if he was really that intimidated. However, Logan saw that he was saying everything correctly, because the captured castle bordered the trading city of Marquis Luther Kale. He understood that if he thought about it a little, everything was obvious. If he chose the first prince, the second would use his battles as a pretext to start a civil war. If he chooses the second prince, then at least he and the count will be forced to make peace, but afterwards the Marquis will invade his territory, claiming that his warning was ignored. He knew it was best to turn them all down, so Logan apologized and said he was having a hard time making a decision right now. At that very moment, the Duke looked furiously at everyone present and asked what they were allowing themselves to do. The men were taken aback, as they did not expect such pressure. The Duke looked at them with fury and said that it was simply a pitiful sight, because they had stopped pretending and decided to directly establish the border. He was furious because they were involving his student in all this. The men were taken aback and said in unison that it was not at all about him being his student, since they had made the offer to them, but to his house they said that they did not want to go against his will at all, and simply wanted to discuss the future of the house. The Duke asked angrily if they were saying that it was none of his business. He asked angrily if they were absolutely sure of that. At that very moment, the men shouted in one voice that they swear to this. The Duke looked at them intently with a menacing gaze. "We went after me," he turned around and sighed heavily, because he understood everything. As he left, he said that he did not intend to get involved in factional disputes. The men were taken aback because they did not know how to understand his words. As he left, the Duke said that today he had decided that he would not take part in the factional conflict. The Duke sighed heavily and said that they would not be able to get him for this reason, either through him or through anyone else, and they should forget about it. The men were a little surprised, yes, but the information was there, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Logan sighed heavily, glad that everything was resolved. Viscount, leaving quietly, told Logan with a fierce grin that he should think carefully about the decision. He knew that they would see each other soon. The Marquis looked at the tax closely and said that this was a great success for his house. He said with a fierce grin that if Logan and his house had attacked the Earl after the funeral, His Highness would not have bothered with negotiations. Logan knew this perfectly well, and for this reason he had arranged the attack in advance. But in turn he smiled and said that this was good news. Logan sighed heavily as they left, as even the small conversation had tired him out. The Duke looked at his student and asked if he planned to participate in the faction confrontation. Logan sighed heavily and said that most likely so, because he did not refuse them. He sighed heavily and said that if it was necessary, he would do it. He looked at the Duke intently and said that he was sorry to say such a thing, but he did not yet have enough strength to stick to his ideals. He smiled and said that whatever path he chose, he would do everything possible to maintain his honor. The Duke was surprised by such words from his student, but a moment later he smiled and said that this was all he needed to know. The Duke knew that his beliefs were his alone, and he could not force them on others, even if they were his only disciple. A moment later, he told the student to go and rest. The Duke sighed heavily and informed his student that the king's funeral would soon begin. Sometime later, the funeral began. The knights carried the king into the great hall. The high priest looked intently at everyone present. He slowly opened the book to begin the ceremony. But at that very moment, he was taken aback. Everyone started whispering. Logan was puzzled as he realized that instead of mentioning the deceased, they had split up and were watching each other. The archbishop, seeing this, began to tremble. Logan looked closely at the high priest. He didn't know how long the ceremony would take. Suddenly, he was taken aback and turned around as he heard someone's familiar voice. The count looked at the taxman with a fierce grin and said that he had only a week left, and he could enjoy it while he could, while counting off his last days. Logan was furious because his sworn enemy sat next to him, and he didn't know who came up with the seating chart. A moment later, Logan told the Earl with a fierce grin that he seemed not to have heard the latest news. He said with a satisfied smile that he was invited to their faction. The Count was shocked by this statement. At that moment, Logan looked at him with a fierce grin and said that perhaps they could become allies. He asked the Count for this reason to watch his words. The Count was shocked by this statement, as he did not expect anything like this. At that very moment, Logan loudly told the Count that if he thought he was lying, he could ask the Marquis himself. The Count looked at the young man with fury, but at the same moment Logan smiled and said that he was just joking. The Count was furious. He could not understand how the young man dared to say such a thing. He knew that he had to control himself, and as soon as the funeral was over, he would go and see the Marquis. He was furious because he saw before him just an arrogant boy. He understood that no one would leave unharmed after touching what belonged to him. Some representatives of the faction sat in their seats with all their might, as they were bored at this event. The prince burst into bitter tears, for he loved his father very much, and he was sorry that he had left too soon. The duke restrained himself. The archbishop looked closely at everyone present and announced that the first day of the funeral was over. Logan walked slowly into the room and sighed heavily, as he did not expect the ceremony to start in the morning and last until the evening. As he thought, after the ceremony, vassals from both factions began to approach them. He was puzzled as they did not lag behind until the very end. He was furious as he had become accustomed to rejecting their offers. Patrick looked at the hay and asked if he really didn't want to join any of the factions. Logan sighed heavily, looking at his father, and asked if he was worried. Patrick said that if things continued like this, and their home was in a precarious position. However, Patrick knew that the strength of any of the factions would help them stop the count. Logan smiled and said that if needed, they had an option and they could rely on the mentor. Looking at his father, he said that everything would resolve itself. Patrick was surprised by his son's answer. In a hurry, he asked if his son already had a plan. At that very moment, Philip entered their office and greeted them. Patrick looked at the young man in surprise and asked why he came. Logan smiled and told his father that during the funeral ceremony, he would see what he had come up with. Sometime later, everyone was announced that the funeral ceremony was over. Logan was confused, but at the same time glad that the ceremony was over, since it lasted for almost a week. He sighed heavily and looked into the distance. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he heard a painfully familiar voice. The man looked askance at the taxman and said that he was a political rat and the game was right about him. Logan sighed heavily as he kept wondering why the faction ambassadors hadn't approached him today, and it seemed like he hadn't been ranting about him for nothing. Logan knew he had no intention of joining anyone anyway. A moment later, he turned around as he heard his father-in-law's voice. He looked at the man with a smile and greeted him. The man looked at the young man in surprise, asking why he came alone as he wanted to see his father. Logan smiled and said that his father had already returned to his place. He looked at Logan intently and asked if he had decided on a wedding date, Logan writes, as he did not expect such a question. Looking at his father-in-law, he said with a smile that he knew there was constant unrest in their territory. The man said that making the connection between their houses public would help him keep the count under control. He sighed heavily and said that he would wait a little, as he knew that his daughter might scold him again. Logan was glad that his fiancée had talked to her father. The man asked Logan if this was his first time. He said that he would not be so calm if this was not his first marriage. Logan smiled and said that of course it was. The man sighed heavily and said that he was talking about the aristocratic meeting now. At the same time, the men whispered to each other because they did not know how much time had passed since the last meeting, because they said that even those who were dead were allowed in. They said it was to show how much the ruling family was surprised by the king's death. At that very moment, Logan collided with the man, and he fell to the ground with a crash. Logan was taken aback and asked for forgiveness. The man angrily asked Logan what he was doing and shouted that he should watch where he was going. Logan apologized to the man because he really felt sorry and wanted to help him up, but the man refused and pushed the young man away. As he left, he shouted angrily that Logan was a fool. Patrick looked at his son and said that the man seemed irritated and that his son should not take his words to heart. Logan agreed and looked closely after the man. This time the meeting was held several weeks earlier than it had been in his previous life. With his mentor declaring his neutral stance, the factions no longer had anything to hide. The aristocrat's meeting in his past life ended in chaos. The instigator was a Vic Count from the first prince's faction. During the meeting, he succumbed to the growing tension, and he began to curse Jordan Balterman. The man was burning with rage and anger, but he controlled himself. As a result, the middle-class aristocrats started a fight that got out of control, and even superhumans joined in. What happened was called a slip of the tongue that led to the fall of the country, after which a civil war began, and the Vic Count, who had started everything for a long time, was criticized. Now there were the same debates. They were arguing because they were arguing over who would be the next king. The princes sat and watched everything that was happening intently. Logan knew it wouldn't be surprising if someone lost their temper in a situation like this. In his past life, after the fight at the meeting, everyone prepared for some time, and a few months later, the first battle of the Civil War took place. He knew that it was too long. He understood that the Count would have time to crush them during the preparation time. He knew that the civil war had to start earlier. Looking at the man, he understood that they had no time to wait. The man looked at everyone present and asked how long it had been since they had abandoned the tradition of the eldest son succeeding to the throne. He shouted that the right to the throne was determined by the candidate's abilities. Considering how His Highness Prince Ronan resolved the trade issue with the Empire, he was more suitable than others to take the throne. The aristocrats with the prince's faction supported him actively. The man shouted angrily at the Duke that he was now speaking complete nonsense. The Duke said with a grin that the prince was more interested in the affairs of the country than anyone else, but he was taken aback when he saw blood on his face. Everyone present was shocked because something happened, and very suddenly, the Duke was puzzled as he did not understand what was going on at all. At that very moment, he felt sick and his head began to spin. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone present was shocked and ran quickly to the Duke. Logan froze in shock and surprise, as he didn't expect anything like this. At that very moment, they shouted that the Duke was not breathing. Logan looked at him intently and understood that everything had worked. The herb of oblivion, after introducing the force into it and listening for several days, its properties were greatly improved and it became a deadly poison that caused hemorrhage in the brain. This property will only be revealed many years later. It is this plant that the Liberation Front is using to assassinate the supreme echelon that controls the Empire. Logan asked Philip to get him the necessary herbs in a couple of days. With the help of a small needle attached to the ring before the meeting, he was able to administer poison to the Duke. Logan knew that the poison would not work on a knight and a magician, but the poison worked against a simple aristocrat. This time Logan cut him off about how he sold out his country. Now he had to keep a close eye on everyone. The prince looked at his brother with fury as he understood that he was involved in this incident. He was furious because he didn't know how to proceed. Sometime later, the lifeless body began to be carried out of the hall. The prince looked at his brother with anger and asked how he dared to poison his follower. Reuter looked at his brother in bewilderment and asked what he would gain if he killed the traitor. Reuter asked his brother with a grin, "What about him?" wondering who he thought would fall for this farce. The prince was burning with anger and fury. A moment later, the man shouted that the accusations were unfounded, asking if they didn't know why the Duke had fallen unconscious. Everyone looked at the man intently and asked why he was so angry. The man asked with a grin, "Wasn't it His Highness who accused his brother of poisoning the victim?" He asked with a grin if the word traitor had provoked them. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect this. And at that very moment, he shouted at his opponent to shut his mouth immediately. Logan looked closely at the men as they ended up in a big fight. He could see that they were similar to him and the Count. After all, they both came from enemy families in the north. He saw that another similarity was that the heads of the families, the knight and the mage. Hoy angrily asked his opponent if he was really asking for his life here. Roxon shouted that he wanted to ask him the same question. At that very moment, the judge shouted at them to calm down and sit down in their seats. He was in shock as he did not understand what they had done at the meeting. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he saw angry faces. He was puzzled because he saw that neither side was making any concessions. The man was trembling with fear, not knowing what to do. At that very moment, the Duke shouted for everyone to calm down immediately. The Duke looked at everyone present and shouted for them to calm down, as they needed to investigate what had happened and find out what had really happened. He shouted that emotions would not help matters. Logan, looking at his mentor, knew that he had intervened in time. However, he knew that the mentor would have a hard time this time. The prince shouted furiously that everything was clear as daylight and there was no need for an investigation. Reuter, in turn, said with a grin that he agreed with the Duke and an investigation needed to be carried out. He told his brother that he had no real reason for this, so he decided to get rid of the useless puppet by staging such a farce. Ronan looked at his brother with fury and asked how he dared to speak like that after such a treacherous murder. The prince looked at his brother with a grin and told him not to interfere with the investigation if he was clean. The Duke rushed to the princes and asked them to calm down, but at that very moment his path was blocked. The Duke looked at the men with fury. The man looked closely at the jet ski and told him not to interfere. They stopped, looked at him, and said that even he would have a hard time resisting them. He looked at them with fury and asked if they realized what they were doing. Patrick was shocked and didn't understand how this was possible. He was shocked as the three dukes of their kingdom were in conflict with each other. The man sighed heavily and told his opponent that he was sure even he understood how pointless this meeting was. The Duke said it wouldn't be such a bad thing to come to a conclusion. The princes looked at everyone present with fury. At that very moment, Roman shouted to the prince that he was no longer his brother. Romain shouted that they must prove their right to the throne by force. Reuter looked at his brother with a fierce grin. And at that very moment, he shouted to his followers to call their people. The prince was furious and shouted that they would not tolerate this any longer, so they must take up arms. The duke froze in shock and rage as he looked at everyone. The duke sighed heavily and looked intently at his companion. He asked the count if he was really asking him to give him time so that he could deal with the MacLeans. The count said with a satisfied smile that everything was exactly so. The duke looked at him intently and said that war could start at any moment, and the count now asked him about the time. The count stood still for a moment, not knowing what to do. He knew that the duke was incredibly strong, but in reality he was an incredibly cold and calculating man. He understood that one wrong answer and everything would end. The count bowed his head to the duke and said that he would not delay, since he only needed a few days. The duke sighed heavily and said that this was unwise, and that it would be wise to bring them into their own faction. Looking at the count, he said that then their forces would be added to theirs. He was shocked. The count was burning with rage. But at that very moment, he bowed his head and apologized to the duke, as he was consumed by greed. The duke sighed heavily but said nothing. Looking at the count, he told him to give up greed for a while, because when the war was won, he would deliver people straight to his house. The duke said that he would give them a little warning, so the count should not worry and should gather his best men. He knew they needed to think bigger now. The man looked closely at Patrick and Logan and said that he respected their wishes to remain neutral. However, he said that if they go back on their words and do something provocative, they will give them severe punishment. Patrick sighed heavily and said that he would accept his lordship's words. Patrick was a little puzzled, as the ambassador did not even say goodbye, thus showing himself to be disrespectful. Logan smiled and said that he was from the duchy after all. Looking at his father, he said that they should not worry too much. Patrick thought about it and said that if everything was as they were told, then instead of attacking them, the count was gathering forces to send to the capital. The Baron said that with the current state of affairs, it looked like they would be able to take a break for a while. Logan smiled and said that was true and they should concentrate on what they could do. Logan knew that the civil war had started after the death of a noble and had led to physical conflict. Just a week later, at first both sides had planned to kill the enemy prince, but something important had happened. While the summoned forces of both factions were traveling to the capital, they happened to meet by chance. Eventually, a long line was formed from the original established point in the north to the territory under crown control, and both armies began spontaneous battles throughout the kingdom. This meant that the war would drag on for a long time. As events unfolded, the heads of both factions began to use the last forces they could muster, and eventually the count was forced to move to the central front. He left only a few people in his main castle. The count knew that if they were not crazy, they would not disobey the duke's order. He knew that they were not crazy at all. At that very moment, Logan informed everyone that they should take advantage of the situation to seize the count's territory. Everyone present was shocked and wondered if he had finally gone mad. For a moment, there was dead silence in the office. Dwayne shouted in a hurry, "Master, the Duke warned them." He asked the gentleman in surprise if he was really going to ignore the words of the Superman. Logan firmly replied that that was exactly what he was going to do. Dwayne was taken aback by such words and simply fainted. The captain said that the count could not fight them off while the civil war was going on. He asked the gentleman if their actions would be regarded as a challenge to the prince. They knew that in the end, those who remained neutral would take control. But at that very moment, Logan shouted that the captain was wrong. Logan said that they were at war before the Civil War, so to consider their fight between the families as the challenge to the prince would be going too far. The captain consoled the gentleman and asked him if he had really foreseen everything, and that was why he had captured the castle. He screamed that this simply couldn't be happening unless he could see the future. Logan smiled but didn't answer. Patrick zowed that the Duke is such a man that sooner or later he can make them bear responsibility for the action. He asked his son, "Have you thought about the consequences?" Logan answered truthfully that he hadn't thought about it. He smiled and said that it was all because he couldn't hold them accountable. Logan looked at everyone and said if they captured the Count's castle and became strong enough to be the trump card of both factions, nothing would happen to them. Patrick looked at his subordinates and asked them to leave. The men left in a hurry and wondered if the son and father would fight. Patrick looked at his son and called him. He asked Logan if he realized that there was a fatal error in his judgment. Logan switched because he did not expect this. Patrick said that the civil war might not last long until they captured the castle and became strong enough to carry out their planned life. Patrick told his son that he seemed quite confident that the war would drag on. He knew that, if you look at history, civil wars very rarely lasted longer than a year. He knew that the fact that the civil war in the city would last for several years made it special. Patrick told his son that he had already said before the attack on the castle that he had no intention of getting into his son's head. He said he believed his son was doing everything for the good of their family. However, he wanted his son to take such weaknesses into account. Logan sighed heavily and agreed with his father. Now they wanted to take back the lands of their ancestors. There was confusion in the main castle because the knights saw something in the distance. They were taken aback when they saw the enemy attack on the castle. The knight looked at his subordinates and shouted that they had sent a message, so reinforcements would be coming soon, and they just needed to hold out. Logan sighed heavily as he saw that they were not going to surrender peacefully. Patrick said that there was no point in dragging things out like that now, and so they had to capture them now. A moment later, Logan looked up as he heard something. The man looked at the tax closely and said that she had heard of him, so he wanted to give him what he deserved for recklessly taking the castle. He shouted that he was a high-ranking knight, so he challenged him to a duel right now. He shouted that if Logan was a knight, he would answer him. Otherwise, he would be disgraced. Logan was taken aback, as he saw that he was the only one who was disgraced here. After some time, they dueled, but the man received strong blows from Logan. Logan showed no mercy to his opponent and used his strength to the fullest extent. He sighed heavily as he ended up fighting fists. Looking at his captain, he asked how his enemy was. The man sighed heavily and said that it seemed like his enemy had passed out. Logan was surprised that a high-ranking knight had fainted from a small blow. Heinkel sighed heavily and said that it seemed that things were bad in the Count's domain. He did not understand how he could leave such a chatterbox in charge of the defense. Logan told his father that they had sorted everything out. A moment later, he looked at his father in surprise as he saw his surprise. Logan walked slowly towards his father and paused for a moment. At that very moment, he saw the lands of their sellers, from which they had been driven out several hundred years ago. Patrick said with a smile that he couldn't have imagined that the land would return to them so easily. Logan smiled tenderly at his father, but as he left, he sighed heavily and said that it was not so simple. A moment later, they looked closely at their knights, who were just as happy as they were. Patrick sighed heavily and looked at everyone with a smile. Moments later, he said they had all done a good job. He smiled and said that they got their lands back thanks to their efforts. He smiled and said that he was blessed to have them as his vassals. Patrick said that this place was a recognition of their efforts, but it was also a monument to the fallen. He said that he would never forget the knights whose lives brought them here. A moment later, he began to list everyone by name. The young people froze in grief, and tears of loss welled up in their eyes. Logan looked intently at his father as he continued to list all the names of the dead. He wanted to engrave all the names on his heart so that he could remember them forever. At that very moment, Patrick said with a smile that it would be better to ask Logan about the upcoming events that awaited them. Logan was a little confused as he didn't expect this. Logan sighed heavily and said that he knew, and he himself assumed that the era of chaos had already arrived. He looked at them closely and said that this chaos had taken over their house so that they could climb even higher. He looked at everyone intently and asked them to become his wings for takeoff. At that very moment, everyone greeted the McLeans. At the same time, the Count was burning with rage. He did not believe that his castle had been captured. He was furious because he had been fooled. He shouted that he needed to return immediately because he wanted to deal with the invaders. At that very moment, the Duke firmly refused him. The Count was in shock. He screamed that his house had been attacked by savages. He did not understand why he was forbidden to return. The Duke said that the forces were concentrated and almost equal on the central front. He asked the Count what he thought would happen if his people were not with them. He looked at the Count with fury and asked if he really meant to say that his lands were more important than their mission. The Count was taken aback. I didn't know what to answer, but at that very moment he said that he didn't mean that at all. He shouted that his enemies had ignored his warning. The Duke, leaving, said that he would personally deal with them when they had completed their task. The Duke said that he would first offer them to join their faction. The Count was shocked. The Duke, with a fierce grin, said that he would lead them to the front lines and use them as cannon fodder, because they would have no right to refuse. Sometime later, the Duke contacted Logan, and Logan, in his playful manner, with a smile told the Duke that if he was threatening him, then he had no choice but to join the first prince. The Count and the Duke were burning with anger and fury. The Count was furious because he understood that the young man had simply gone out of his mind. He was shocked and didn't understand how he could threaten the Duke. The Duke told the young man that not only had he dared to ignore his warning, but he was now rejecting his advice. He asked him angrily if he realized that his actions were in direct contradiction to the will of His Highness. At that very moment, the Duke could not bear it any longer and released all his strength. The Count was shocked as he felt a monstrous energy. Logan sighed heavily and said that he was well aware that he was crossing a line, but he knew that their feud had been going on for generations. Looking at the Duke, he said that it was not a question of opposing him or the prince. The Duke said that since it was so, he had to prove it. The Duke said that if the young man would lead his men to the front and distinguish himself, then his and the prince's anger would dissipate. Logan smiled and said that unfortunately he could not do that. The Duke was burning with rage. He could not contain himself and began to destroy everything in his path. Logan smiled and said he would follow his mentor's wishes and remain neutral. He said that therefore his loyalty to the ruling family would not change, and he hoped that they would not doubt his intentions. The Duke was burning with rage as the young man was arrogant. At that very moment, the knight informed his master that the prince's men were approaching. The Duke was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He looked at his subordinate with fury, and he was taken aback by fear. Logan smiled and told the Duke that he had a lot of things to do, and he had to deal with them first. The Duke looked at the young man with fury and said that no matter what it cost him, he would put an end to him, and that this would be the best way to raise the spirit of the knights. Logan grinned and said that he was very interested to see something like that, since he had heard that things were pretty tense on the front lines. He said with a grin that he was sure the Duke was not one to get angry easily. The Duke shouted furiously at Logan and said that he would soon realize what he had done. At that very moment, he threw the ball at his subordinate. The Count looked intently at the Duke. As he left, the Duke said that he would assign him a few men. He wanted the Count to deal with their fool as soon as possible. The Count was very happy about this news, because he knew that his enemy had dug his own grave. Juan Douglas laughed a wild smile after hearing that Logan had captured the Earl's castle. He said that he had not heard such a heroic story for a long time. Logan was surprised and couldn't believe that the man contacted him right after he ended the call from the Duke. He said with a smile that it was a great honor for him to receive a personal call from him. Juan Douglas smiled and told Logan that since he had attacked the Count's castle, it meant that he would like to join their faction. Logan smiled and said that the Count was an old enemy of his family. The man was taken aback and his face changed. At that moment, Logan asked for forgiveness with a smile, but said that he was not ready to join anyone. He was puzzled as his cheek muscles were twisted. Juan Douglas said with a grin that knowing what an evil man the Duke was, he would try to devour his entire family. He asked Logan what he planned to do next. Logan froze for a moment and looked at the ball with a smirk. He smiled and said that he had just called him and he had asked for forgiveness and the Duke had given it to him. The man was taken aback as he had not expected such a thing. Logan smiled and said that his family was weak and they could only remain neutral, and all he could do was give them all moral support. He smiled and said that at least ask him to defeat the remaining forces of the Count. The man smiled and told Logan that he really says whatever he wants. Juan Douglas told Logan that he wanted to make one thing clear just in case. He told Logan that if he was going to deceive him, he wouldn't let it go. Logan wondered if the man was trying to scare him. Max Pareda was shocked when he heard that the Count's castle had been captured. He was puzzled since they didn't even have time to send reinforcements, and now he didn't know what to do in this situation. The young man asked the gentleman to calm down because he knew that the Duke would not let the Baron get away with something like this. The man said with a grin that this was exactly the case, and he would certainly punish the fools. The knight said that they would not pursue them since they were neutral. The men were shocked because they did not expect this. The man shouted to the master that this simply could not be, and if so, they would not go against them. Max asked his subordinate if he was sure of this. At that very moment, a man burst into their office and shouted that they had received a message. They looked closely at the letter, as if they wanted to know what it was about. They were shocked, and so they received demands from the Baron, so they had to pay a monthly tribute of food and supplies worth 10 gold times the night price. They had to reduce the share of the ownership by a third. They had to allow the Baron to conduct monthly inspections, and they also had to allow the Baron to freely recruit their soldiers as needed. Given the current situation, They couldn't directly attack. But no matter who became the next king, they would be the owners of this land. And if they wanted to avoid death in the near future, they had to disobey. Dwayne looked at the master intently and said that the Lord had agreed to their demands. Logan was happy with this news, as he wanted to level everyone up and take everything for himself. Dwayne smiled and told the gentleman that they had already achieved a lot. Logan looked at everyone with a smile and shouted that now it was time to celebrate the victory. Everyone was shouting and rejoicing, as their victory was deserved. Logan smiled and shouted that the war was over and they could eat and drink to their heart's content. The men chatted happily with each other. At the same time, Victor fiercely defended his sister from all men. Patrick looked at his son and asked if they were starting. Logan agreed with a smile. A moment later, he called the captain of the knights to him. Patrick looked at the man and said with a grin that his master was addressing him, and he did not even greet him. Madame was taken aback and told her husband that he was already drunk. Logan looked at the man closely and said that he had brought in the order of the knights, and they had managed to win the war, so he wanted to reward him with 1,000,000 gold pieces. At the same time, he also wanted to give him lands with a similar value. The man froze best in place. Everyone present was shocked, as they did not expect anything like this, because they knew that their lands had been devastated. They did not understand where such a large sum came from. Logan looked at everyone present, and after a few seconds he called Clayton. The man was taken aback. Logan looked at him closely and said that the magic tower had achieved a lot during the battle in the castle. His reward will be a portion of the land in the city, transferred for lifelong use without taxation, as well as a reward of 1,000,000 gold. At that very moment, the man fell to his knees and happily thanked his master. He burst into tears and thanked his master. Everyone was shocked, as he was laughing and crying at the same time. Logan looked at everyone present with a smile and said that the others would also receive cash rewards, so they could drink to the end today. Patrick and his wife looked tenderly at their son. Logan was happy because he knew that showing off with other people's money was very enjoyable. A moment later, he turned his gaze to the young lady. He smiled and asked if she was happy with the award, since her home was not poor. She looked at him intently and said that this was not just money, because it was the first time she had earned it herself. Eileen asked what opportunities there were for women to earn money in this country. She said with a smile that she had managed to fulfill one of her dreams. A moment later, Logan turned around as he heard his brother calling him. Ronan looked at his brother with a smile and asked if he had prepared something for their blacksmith. Logan looked at his brother with a smile, for he was a scoundrel, for he had brought the blacksmith only because he had made him a sword. But Logan smiled and said that of course he had everything prepared. He looked at the man intently and said that he had prepared the perfect gift for him. The knight looked closely at the dwarf and informed him that he should leave the way. They had already arrived at the place. The man was puzzled and did not understand what kind of person would lead a slave in a carriage, and not together for luggage. He was interested in what his new wonderful master would be like. The man entered the city and was taken aback by the cheerful bustle that reigned around him. He wondered in surprise whether he would really work in their city. The men were puzzled, for they saw that there were too many people, and their skin crawled just from the sight of them. They understood that their master was very strange, because they did not know who was driving the gnomes in a good carriage. Usually they were treated like cattle. They knew that he was still an ordinary aristocrat, and he probably just wanted to show off his wealth, showing that he could even give slaves a whole carriage. The man looked at his comrades and told them to watch their words, because someone would hear them. A moment later, they heard a scream. Tamer understood that his comrades were stupid, since now they clung to pride, and thus could bring trouble upon themselves. Unfortunately, after losing his hand, he renounced all pride, and only in this way, even though he couldn't forge properly, he managed to survive until now. A moment later, they were all following the knight. Tamar stopped and wondered if he should just die. The man looked at his new comrades with a smile and greeted them. After a few seconds, he counted everyone present. At that very moment, he shouted to Hamar that reinforcements had arrived. Everyone present froze in shock as they heard a painfully familiar name. They looked at the man in surprise and asked if he was really a man and called the Gnome Lord. The man smiled and said that it was exactly like that, and he also asked if they knew each other. He said with a smile that Hammer was their best blacksmith, and his invention had changed their lives very much. He looked at everyone present with a smile and said that they expected a lot from them. Tamar was shocked and could not even imagine that people would recognize the dwarf and call him Lord. He wondered how great he was. A few minutes later, he survived and greeted his brothers. Hamar said he was very glad to see them in good health. The man looked at them with a satisfied smile. At that very moment, he said with a satisfied grin that now they could be driven like dogs. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not expect anything like this. At that very moment, he shouted for them to immediately go inside, as a lot of orders were waiting for them. The gnomes were taken aback as their dreams had just been shattered into pieces. A few days later, Logan came to his precious blacksmith and asked if he had received his gift. Hamar smiled and said that of course he received everything, and now the production of crossbows has accelerated. He also thanked the master. Logan said with a smile that he was glad to hear it, and also asked where his subordinates were. Hamar said that they are now working in good faith, like one well-oiled machine. Logan looked at everyone present, knowing that with such a system, everyone was responsible for their own business. He knew that it was suitable for mass production, but he couldn't imagine how much resistance there was because of their pride. When the man showed them how many orders needed to be made in a day, they didn't go quiet. Hamar said that among them, there was a lazy man who wanted to be the manager. Logan was glad that everything had settled down peacefully. He praised his faithful comrade with a smile, as he had arranged everything perfectly. Hamar, with a satisfied smile, told the master that he had learned from him. The dwarves looked at them intently, as they realized that these were demons incarnate. Timur looked at them intently, as he knew that if they worked for a certain amount of time, they would be released. He knew that this was so because the master had promised this to all of them. He knew that he would never get such a chance again in his miserable life, so he wanted to try his best. Hamar kept a close eye on his subordinates as they worked for the greater good. Hamar, looking at the master, he asked why he needed so many crossbows again. Hamar asked the gentleman if he really wanted to stock up for several decades ahead. Logan smiled and said that it was not so, and he was going to make an army of several thousand soldiers, and he had already started recruiting. Hamar was shocked by what he heard and wondered if the master was planning to start a war again. Logan told him that he already saw what he wanted to say. Logan knew the Civil War had just begun, but no one knew it would last for years, and no one knew the Empire would invade at the very end of the war. He learned that this war was fought by elite soldiers, but unfortunately, you will have to resort to the help of mercenaries later. And eventually the situation will become so tense that civilians will be forced to arm themselves with pitchforks and go to war. He knew that it was a very terrible sight that would become poison on the earth, so he wanted to prepare for that time. Hamar sighed heavily and said that there was little that could be done, but he didn't understand if it was normal for Logan to want to arm so many people. Logan said he just needed to provide them with a livelihood, and then even if he gives them bombs, there will be no uprising. Logan looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he would like to ask him and Clayton to do something very secret for him. The man sighed heavily and said that he had a bad feeling right now. Clayton looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he really wanted to get a bomb that explodes after a while. Logan smiled and said that was exactly it, but that wasn't all, because he wanted the condition for the explosion to be a blow with a force that exceeded a certain level, like a punch. Logan spent some time telling his loyal subject what conditions there should be in this bomb structure. Logan said with a smile that the cost to produce one piece should not exceed 5 gold. Clayton was taken aback, as he didn't know if such a thing even existed. Logan said with a smile that it did exist, and he had used it. The man was shocked, as he didn't understand when this had happened. The blacksmith looked closely at everyone present, and sighing heavily, said that he had déjà vu. Logan said that he had roughly explained what materials would be needed. Clayton was taken aback and asked the gentleman if he really meant to say that he was not 100% sure about them. Clayton said that the properties of compounds can vary depending on the different materials. He looked intently at the gentleman and began to tell him about such things. Sometime later, they contacted the Duke's assistant and asked if he had a familiar who was able to create a new item. The man sighed heavily and said that he had not been very close to magicians. Logan was furious, since he also did not know anything. Now he was planning to create the Liberatio, the bomb, which was nicknamed, in a word, freedom in the ancient language, which the Liberation Front successfully used against the Empire. However, only a few people knew the method of its production. Alas, he was not one of them. It seemed to him that the commander might know something about it. But now he realized that the bomb was created by an earth mage, and they said that he was inspired to do it by the ancient dwarves, so he hoped that men could handle such a task. Hamar sighed heavily and asked the gentleman if he had dreamed it, but he was taken aback. since the gentleman remembered in detail how he had used it, which meant it had not been so. He sighed heavily as his memories of the bomb were indeed clear. He realized that this was very unusual since he had some vague memories of a past life. He sighed heavily because he knew that there was nothing strange about this after all. It was she who had destroyed him. At the same time, men were sitting in the bar, getting drunk and talking about everything. They quarreled because they knew that the aristocrats were waging wars among themselves. The man stood up and supported one of the drunks. He shouted that they should have fought themselves instead of dragging everyone into the war. And it was he who was dragged into the war because his great-grandmother was the second daughter of the Marquise. He was furious because it was his family that suffered first. He escaped, but did not even have time to take the bodies of his family members. Damien Natal was taken aback as a young man approached him from behind and called him. At that very moment, he turned around and angrily asked the man who he was, since he had not seen him before. Damien Natalie furiously asked the man how he knew him. The young man said that he was from the Information Guild and his client sent him a letter. Damien Natal was puzzled because he knew that this could not be, but at that very moment he saw the seal of fire on the letter. Rick looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he was doing. He was surprised and asked the gentleman if he was planning to have a banquet. Logan looked at him in bewilderment and asked what kind of banquet he was talking about in such circumstances. He said that he was writing to talented people who had lost their masters during the Civil War. The young man asked the master in surprise if he really wanted to hire them. Rick was puzzled, as you heard that there were famous knights left in the destroyed territories. Logan said that they were either heirs or soldiers of small and medium fiefs. Rick was puzzled and didn't understand why they would hire such people. But he smiled and asked his subordinate if he had heard about the rough diamond. Of course, his knowledge was based on information from a past life. He learned that most people would become power users, but they didn't know how to use it right now. He knew one of them was especially important. Logan knew it would be very good if he gave an answer. He wrote to the young man that the work he had mastered at the academy, entitled Poem of the Month Drunkenness, had made a deep impression on him, and he considered him a very gifted man, so he wrote to him to get in touch. After all, Logan knew that misfortunes had recently befallen him. Logan wrote that his house continued to grow despite difficult circumstances, and he needed talented people like him. And if he was now looking for a place to settle down, he could consider living in their city. A few months later, a flood of people rushed into the city. The knights were in shock and did not understand where they all came from. The knights whispered among themselves, as each claimed to have received a letter from the young master. Damien Natal approached the knight and said that he had come at the invitation of the young master. The man was taken aback when he saw the seal of the house. The knight looked closely at the young man, as he was very modest in appearance. He looked at him with a grin, as he did not understand how such a person could receive a letter from the young master. But still he would not hurry to the castle in order to conduct it. Damien Natal looked around and wondered if the young master was attracting refugees who had suffered from the war to expand his territory. He was puzzled because he did not understand why he was invited. He looked at the city closely, as he saw that it was clean and peaceful, so he wondered if he had made a mistake in receiving the letter. But when he met the young master, he was taken aback, as Logan happily thanked him for coming all the way. Damien Natal was taken aback by surprise, but Logan smiled and asked him to sit down so they could talk. Logan smiled and handed his guest a cup of tea, knowing it was quite chilly outside. Damien Natal looked at Logan in surprise, as he didn't understand why he was looking at him so intently, and with a gentle smile he wondered if they knew each other. But he knew that he had never met someone with red hair and such piercing eyes. But he saw that the young master was clearly glad to see him. Damien Natal silently sipped his tea. Logan looked at the young man with a smile. He knew that he was a genius of the Liberation Front, but he was once very naive. Logan knew the man was behind the development of cryptography algorithms. He knew he was looking at a genius of information management. Many years ago, he managed to protect the identities of members of the Liberation Front. Logan knew there was much to be said for his talents, but what interested him most was the young man's sense of righteousness. Having lost his entire family in the Civil War, he had fought for the good of his country for many years, with little hope of a future. Logan knew that if he could get him to come along, he could trust him. He walked like a fish and said that he had heard that he had once been a graduate of the Faculty of Management. Logan asked the young man with a smile if he would like to become an assistant to the Senior Chief Administrative Officer. He said that if he showed his abilities, he was ready to entrust him with the entire castle. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He was shocked and did not understand why the gentleman wanted to appoint him to such a position. Logan smiled and asked if he didn't like her. He immediately shouted that it was not so. Logan smiled and said that, as the letter had said, his poem had left him deeply impressed. Logan said with a smile that given his writing talent, he had the ability to understand the text of any work, and he was also familiar with connotations, and this would greatly help him in managing administrative affairs. The man was in shock and did not understand what kind of heresy was happening. Logan knew he said it himself, but it was complete bullshit. He knew he had to pretend everything was okay because he wanted to do whatever it took to get him. The man thought for a moment, as he knew that his house was very small, but when the young master came to power, everything would change dramatically. A week later, the man was shouting with joy that he had gotten the best assistant. Dwayne shouted with joy that the young man had worked for several at once. He did not understand where the gentleman had dug up such a treasure. Logan smiled and said that he was very glad to hear such words. Dwayne Gospodin said there was one more thing. Dwayne said that they were getting refugees from the Civil War, and now the city was being populated with new residents faster than expected. He told the gentleman that they might have to speed up the construction of the next city. Logan asked his subordinate if their finances allowed it. Dwayne thought for a moment and said that he had estimated a little earlier, but because of the war, the timber was now a canopy of gold. He sighed heavily and said that until they completed the city and harvested this year's crops, their finances would be limited. Philip immediately asked why they thought so, since their lands were full of export opportunities. They looked at him in surprise because they did not understand what he was talking about. He said with a smile that he was talking about food now. Dwayne was puzzled and didn't understand why they would suddenly sell food to him. Logan asked in surprise if they really had that much surplus. Philip said that in preparation for war with the Duke, he began selling off his surplus. Philip said the battle ended quickly and the Civil War sent food prices through the roof. He said that even if they sell half as much, they won't have to worry about money. Looking at the gentleman, he said that they could invest the remaining money in logging. Logan thought for a moment it was a worthy idea. Philip smiled and said that he knew the gentleman would say so. Logan delegated the matter to Philip and Dwayne, saying that he should be busy preparing for the construction of the next city. Dwayne sighed heavily and handed the gentleman the documents that had mistakenly arrived at their office. Logan was a little surprised but thanked the man. He saw a letter from the Information Guild. He smiled and told the men to get back to work. Logan was informed that he had previously asked to find some people, so they managed to find one of them. Logan thought for a moment because he had actually made a similar request before. It was on that day that he first mastered the Blade of Power. Then he asked to find independent superhumans who participated in the Imperial War. He knew that it took a lot of time, but still someone was able to find them. From the letter he learned one name of the Superman. He knew that he was not simple because he succeeded in supplying a large number of low-quality artifacts and was one of the leading merchants of the Empire. His entire body was hung with artifacts of his own production. Unlike the magicians, he was actively acting on the front lines. He knew that the sorcerer had destroyed the forces of the capital. Everyone called him the sorcerer of bloodshed. Logan knew that because of the low-level artifacts he supplied the Empire with, the kingdom's capital had fallen several times faster than they could have imagined. Logan knew that he was an extremely dangerous enemy. He knew he had to recruit him, but if that failed, he had to kill him. Sometime later, the young man went to the Empire to a border post. The knight looked intently at the unexpected guest and asked him to stay for a minute. He asked the young man, "Dear, would he be pleased?" He said that it was so and that he himself was from Grandia. The knight sighed heavily and said that this territory had been talked about a lot lately. He sighed heavily and, looking away from his young companion, said that he must have been through a lot. At that very moment, the young man said that everything was exactly like that and put a small gold coin in the hands of the guard. The guard smiled and told his young companion that now he didn't have to worry too much because he was in the Empire. The young man looked intently into the distance at the vast territory. He sighed heavily as he had not been in the Empire for a long time. According to the Information Guild, that person did not live in a large city, but in a border area. He did not know what the future Superman forgot in such a place, but he knew that the fewer people around, the better. To avoid attracting attention, he deliberately disguised himself and used magic to change his eye color, as red hair and red eyes would make him stand out. After a while, he sighed heavily as he did not understand where he was and wondered if he had lost his way. But after some time, he heard someone calling him. The man and his comrades looked at the tax with anger and asked what he was doing there. He yelled at Logan that he had red hair. At that very moment, he shouted to Logan to immediately throw his backpack on the ground. He said with a predatory grin that otherwise he would make it so that his entire body would match the color of his hair. Sometime later, the young men informed Logan that they had already arrived, but they were confused and beaten. The young man sighed heavily and asked Logan if they could now be free. Logan said that he was not free and also thanked them for seeing him off. He sighed heavily and looked after them intently. Sometime later, he entered the city. He saw people spending their leisure time peacefully. Logan slowly watched all the residents, but in turn he understood that he could not relax since he had a set goal. He saw the border area, but it was very clean, and the infrastructure was so developed that it could be compared with many cities in the kingdom. Logan was told that the man's house was located far from the fort. He looked intently at the small house, and he wondered if he had come to the right place, since the house was not in very good condition. He sighed heavily but knew he had to go. He knocked on the door and wondered if the man was superhuman. After all, everyone around knew about his hot temper, so there was a chance that they would come to blows if he refused to cooperate. He knew that he had a slow magic activation speed, which meant that he had the opportunity to kill him. Logan hit himself as if he wanted to throw away all thoughts of murder. He understood that he had to try and recruit him to himself. While he cast aside all the grievances and from his past life, he knocked, but no one answered him. After some time, the man came down and opened the door. He looked at the young man with anger and said that he had told the Lord earlier that no one should disturb him. He looked at her with anger and said that he had never seen him before. The man sighed heavily and asked Logan why he came to him. Logan looked at him closely and noticed that he had 5 laps so far. Logan smiled and said that he had come a long way to meet him, so he asked if the man would spare him some of his time, but he was in no mood for conversation and yelled at Logan to get lost immediately. At that very moment, the man closed his front door in front of Logan. Logan was furious and wondered if he should just kill the man. In turn, he was not going to give up and knocked because he wanted to talk to him. But after a few minutes of continuous knocking, Logan was taken aback because he felt the magic of lightning. He was in shock as he knew that such a quantity of lightning would be enough to kill any ordinary person. He was burning with rage and anger. Logan knew that if he didn't want to talk to him, he would make him do it. At that moment, he angrily kicked down the door and shouted at the man that he wanted to talk to him. Crow looked closely at the uninvited guest and said that he seemed to be a difficult person. Logan was taken aback as he saw the killing spheres. They constantly protected the man and also automatically repelled enemies, which was the perfect balance between attack and defense. Logan knew that although he was weaker than any other superhuman, but his killing spheres, especially when they would have the power of fire, were considered an incomparable weapon for killing civilians. Logan knew that the man had not yet reached the required level. Logan asked the man if he had been too harsh with his guest who had come from afar. Crow asked angrily if the guest would have knocked down the door to talk to him. Logan sighed heavily and asked what he should do since he refused to communicate with him. A moment later, he pulled out a small bag and threw it at the man. The man looked at the small bag at his feet in bewilderment. Logan said with a smile that the bag he gave would be enough for the repairs. Now he thought they could have a quick talk. Crow looked intently at the young man and asked why he had come to him. Logan smiled and said that he had heard rumors about the man and had come to him to hire him. Crow looked closely at the young man and asked what rumors he had heard about him. Logan glared at the man, seeing that he had no conscience at all. Logan smiled and told the man that he had heard. He was a master of artifacts, and now he was convinced of it, looking at the artifacts behind him. Crow looked at the young man with a joyful smile and asked where he heard this. Logan said with a smile that he heard this from the Information Guild, as they were looking for capable mages for him. The man's expression changed and he asked Logan what Information Guild he was talking about. Logan, in turn, said that, unfortunately, he could not tell him about it. He said that he came because he heard about his greatness, but it seemed that he carried a burden of sin. The man angrily asked the young man what he had just said, because he had lived a perfectly normal, law-abiding life. Logan knew that no matter what abilities he had, if there was any trouble with him, he had to kill him, because he could not predict when a person might betray. If you look closely, the killing spheres seemed weaker than they had been in his past life. He knew that he definitely wouldn't have any difficulties with them. Logan looked at the man closely, not knowing how to confirm this. Logan asked with a smile if the name Crownit was familiar to him. The man was taken aback when he heard this name. He looked at the tax intently, answering his question. Logan paused, wanting to see what he would do next. But at that very moment, the man directed all his anger at the young man, as she wanted to deal with him quickly. At that very moment, a deafening explosion thundered in the house. The man looked at the large hole in the wall with anger. After the blow, he sighed heavily, as he had spent a lot of energy. But a moment later, he was taken aback. As a bright light poured down on him, it stunned him. The man was shocked as his opponent dodged. He looked at him with a grin, as he realized that he was lucky, but something like this would not happen again. Chernkraus shouted at the young man that he should not expect to cope with his fears. Logan raised his sword as he prepared to strike. Chernkraus shouted at the man that he was just pathetic, but at that very moment a loud explosion thundered. Chernkraus looked at Logan with a grin and said that his efforts were commendable, but a few seconds later he was taken aback as Logan used his power on him. Chernkraus was shocked as the room was filled with the power of his opponents. At that very moment, Logan cut through all the spheres with ease. Chernkraus was taken aback and froze in shock when he saw his spheres falling. He was puzzled because his artifacts were destroyed. Logan glared at the man and asked how badly his conscience bothered him to react like that. Chernkraus looked angrily at the young master, but did not answer. He was shocked because he did not understand how the young man knew his name, because he had destroyed all traces of himself. Logan knew that there were virtually no records of the man before he became superhuman, but looking at him now, he saw nothing but a fugitive. Logan wondered if he should try to dig into his past. Logan looked at him and asked where he thought he came from. Chernkraus looked at his opponent with fury, but did not answer. He was very angry because he did not want Logan to play with him. Logan was taken aback and looked at him intently. At that very moment, the man clicked that he was usually the one doing this. So at that very moment, he directed the power of his sphere at Logan. A moment later, a deafening explosion thundered. Logan was surprised because he didn't understand what happened and how. He looked in surprise at the large hole in the floor and wondered if the man had fallen into the basement. Logan was furious and realized that the man was hiding another artifact. He knew he couldn't let him go, so he just rushed towards him. At that very moment, he found himself on the lower floor. He looked around in surprise as he saw an entire laboratory. A few seconds later, he heard a man's voice. Chernkraus looked at the young guest with fury and surrounded himself with a new artifact and new power. Chernkraus looked at the young man with a fierce grin and shouted that he would die right now. At the same time, he directed all his strength at him. Logan was shocked as the man used several different spells very quickly. He wondered if he had gotten his rank information wrong. Logan saw that his strength was hardly average. Chernkraus was taken aback, as he did not understand what kind of energy surrounded him. He was in shock as all his magic was dispelled. At that very moment, the Loga dealt a crushing blow. The man was furious and did not understand who the young man really was. Logan looked at the man intently, preparing to strike him. At that very moment, he rushed towards his opponent and dealt him a crushing blow. The man screamed and fell to the ground with a crash. Logan looked at her intently and informed her that he had brought himself to this state. Chernkraus was seething with rage and shouted that he would kill him immediately. At that very moment, he rushed towards Logan in order to deal him a crushing blow. Logan was not going to retreat. He stood his ground, firm and confident, as his opponent raced towards him. Logan glared at his opponent and shouted that he was moving too slowly. At that very moment, he dealt a very strong blow to his opponent. The man was taken aback, as he was unable to fight off the attack. He screamed and at the same moment began to cough up blood. Logan sighed heavily and looked closely at his opponent, who was lying on the ground. He raised his head up because he saw that the ceiling was about to collapse. Logan looked closely at the lab that belonged to the man known as the Artifact Master, but he sighed heavily and looked around with anger because he wanted to study everything in the laboratory. But he understood that he could not do anything. He wanted to quickly look around and leave. At that very moment, a small book caught his attention. Logan saw the research notes. In his past life, the man invented a method to place magic not only into precious materials and into ordinary ones, which allowed the mass production of low-level artifacts to begin. He looked at the book with a smile, as he assumed that the method might be described there. He picked up a few books because he knew he needed to read them. Logan looked around as if he wanted to know if there was anything useful for him in the lab. But a moment later he was taken aback, as he saw something very attractive in the distance. He approached the small artifacts in surprise. He didn't feel any special energy coming from them. He regretted that this was not the case, but he still wanted to accept them with gratitude. But a moment later, Logan was taken aback as he felt a familiar energy. He was shocked as he felt the gloves absorbing his power. He was shocked and could not believe that something like this was possible, since he had already had a similar artifact before. He looked at the glove with a smile, knowing he needed to try it out. At that very moment, he poured his power into the glove. Logan was shocked as his strength increased several times, and even his stamina and body strength increased significantly. He realized that the gloves were very similar to those boots of the wind god. Logan did not expect to find something like that. He understood that they were created by the same person. He understood that he, a man, was clearly not capable of doing something like that, so he wondered who had already invented something like that. But at that very moment, all his thoughts disappeared as he heard some kind of rumble. Logan was furious because he knew that people would soon come to the house, and now he needed to take what he could carry and leave. Logan got what he wanted. He knew that even though the man was dead, he was still worthless. He knew that now he had to go home. He hoped that his bag was still upstairs, since he had a lot of things in his hands. He hoped that nothing had happened in his house yet, since he was absent. The young men looked at the knights and asked if they really wanted to join the knightly order. The man smiled and said that it was true because he had heard that the great young master hired talented people. Ronan looked at them intently and said that he understood everything, so they should take out their swords and start fighting them. The men were taken aback as they had not expected anything like this. Dwayne looked at everyone present and reported that the young gentleman was currently absent. The knights were furious, and since they came to him as he was recruiting knights, he did not understand why the young master was absent now. He screamed furiously that it just didn't make sense. They were unhappy because they were hard to get to. Dwayne glared at them and wondered if this was how people who wanted to be hired should behave. Dwayne was holding back with all his might. A moment later, the captain saw that they had guests, for they were dressed as knights. Dwayne looked at his friend with a smile and said that he had come just in time. Dwayne told the captain that the knights had come from the front and they wanted to meet with the young master to discuss terms. The man realized that they had all lost their masters in the war. He looked at them intently and introduced himself. The men beamed with happiness, for the fame of the great captain preceded him. The man looked intently at the captain and said that his name was Dylan. And everyone also knows him as Dylan the Fast Sword. Dwayne looked at the man in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The man introduced himself with a smile and also said that in his homeland, he was called a powerful sword. Heinkel said with a smile that he understood everything. He smiled and said that it seemed like they had gotten great nicknames for themselves, and he envied them because he didn't have a nickname. The man smiled and said that they acquired these nicknames in the backwoods. Heinkel looked at everyone present and told them to calm down and throw all the chatter away. As he wanted to tell them one thing, the men backed away as they did not expect such a thing. Heinkel said that the young master treats people according to their abilities. He said that if they want to be treated well, they must prove that they deserve it. He looked at them intently and said that now he wanted them to back up their words with actions. He asked if they could handle the task, and the men with joyful grins said that they could. Sometime later, the man lay motionless on the ground. He was puzzled and did not understand why he was lying on the ground. He did not understand what had happened at all. The commander said they needed to win to be hired, but he didn't see why they had to be put up against the Hardy Boys. His opponent was a young man whom everyone knew and called Young Master. He just wanted to score a few points, but the young gentleman had a different opinion. A moment later, he stood up abruptly as the young master called him. Ronan looked at the man closely and said that he had only swung his sword, but he could see that the man was already giving up. Ronan looked at him with fury and asked if he had given in to him. The man was taken aback as he did not expect this. His friends said he couldn't just give in to it. The young men told the young gentleman that he was worrying in vain, because it was he who always gave in to them. The man was puzzled and did not understand what was wrong with them. He wondered if they were sucking up to him. Ronan looked at everyone present and asked with fury if he really looked like a weakling. He said angrily that it was quite possible because he was not that strong. Ronan looked at everyone present with anger and said that if he was weak, he would only hinder his older brother. The young people were taken aback because the young gentleman had again started talking about something similar. They already had goosebumps from his conversation. The man shouted at the newcomer and asked what he was doing. He demanded that he immediately grab his sword and go train. The young man was angry with the newcomer because it was because of him that the gentleman mentioned his older brother. At that very moment, Ronan took out his sword and pointed it at the newcomer. The young man was taken aback and trembled with fear. Ronan looked at him intently and told him to get up and fight immediately. At that very moment, a bloody scream was heard, and everyone present saw the roar. They were in shock, as they understood that the young master would soon reach them. Heinkel watched everything that was happening closely. He sighed heavily and looked at them with a smile, because he was happy. Eileen said with a smile that the newcomer moved quite well. Victor confirmed her words as he saw that he was fast. Heinkel looked at the young men with a smile and asked what they thought of the others. The young lady smiled and said that they were not bad, but not promising. Victor sighed heavily and said that he would agree with his young lady, and he didn't know if he was strong enough to be called a powerful swordsman, but it was clear that he had trained. Heinkel sighed heavily and said that he thought they were worth accepting. He looked at the young men with a smile and said that he knew who to turn to test the newcomers. At that moment they were taken aback as they heard a loud noise. The young lady looked closely at the younger young gentleman, as he had been a little upset lately. Victor said that he was worried about that one not growing. The captain sighed heavily and said that the problem was much deeper. He looked at everyone present and said that the young master had been absent for more than a week. He was puzzled because he did not know where the master had gone. The lady sighed heavily and said that she was also interested, because she knew nothing. But she was sure that he would return soon. She knew that he was doing something incredible now. Sometime later, Logan returned to the estate and gave all his findings to his loyal subordinate. Kaiselon froze for a moment in surprise when he saw a whole mountain of goodness. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked what he had brought. Logan smiled and said that the books and scrolls he had given were from a mage's laboratory. He also said that he thought they might contain research notes, so he took the books with him just in case. The man looked at the young gentleman in surprise and wondered if he really wanted him to watch all the recordings. He was taken aback and asked the gentleman if he had really stolen these books from the magic tower. Logan was taken aback and at the same moment said that this was not so. He said that they belonged to the man who died after the fight with him. Kaiselon said that if that was the case, they wouldn't have any problems. He smiled and said that he would definitely read everything. Logan looked at the man intently. He didn't answer. Kaiselon took the scrolls and hurried off to his business. Kaiselon looked at Logan with bewilderment, and a moment later he asked if he had any other business. Logan hesitated, not knowing how to answer, but asked if the man wanted to check everything now. At that very moment he shouted and called Mr. Loganov, who was taken aback because his reaction was strange. He shouted that he had a lot of work to do because Logan had already given him so much to do. He was working like crazy, developing those bombs that he had mentioned earlier. Kaiselon told Logan that he would do his reading a little later. He asked the master if he didn't mind. Logan saw his tear for the first time since they met in the magic tower. However, Logan knew there was nothing he could do about it. Logan told the man to look at the documents because there might be something useful there, and he should do that first. Kaiselon wondered in surprise if the documents were really so important that the gentleman decided to ignore other matters. He sighed heavily and said that if that was the case, then he would do everything. Logan beamed with happiness. Kaiselon looking at the books, she said that it would take several hours. He told the gentleman that he could take a bath and rest a little, but a moment later he was taken aback. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked what was the matter. Logan looked at the man in surprise as he didn't answer. Kaiselon told Logan to answer him honestly. He asked if it was true that the master did not take the books from the magic tower. Logan said that it was so. He looked at his comrade in bewilderment, as he did not understand what was going on at all. Kaiselon shouted with joy that there were many useful things there. He said that this study was described there on the topic of how to place magic on ordinary objects. Logan looked at the man with joy, because he knew that he had succeeded. Kaiselon said that there were many flaws in these records, but the basis was written, and if it was completed, the whole world would be turned upside down. Kaiselon looked at the gentleman intently and said that in that case, they could create the bombs he was talking about. Logan asked his comrade with a satisfied smile if this was true. Sometime later, the city was in turmoil. The young man looked intently at everyone present. He sighed heavily, but a moment later looked in surprise at who sat down next to him. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really drinking in broad daylight. He sighed heavily and said that he had no sense of discipline. The young man smiled and said that he didn't get very drunk. He said that if he didn't get drunk, he wouldn't cause any problems. The man asked him in surprise if he was sure about that. For some time, they told each other about the number of nights. The man asked his companion when this would happen. The young man smiled and said that tonight, in a residence in the north of the city, everything would happen. The man was surprised that everything would happen so quickly. The young man smiled and asked if there was any reason to delay. He said that only a high-ranking lord himself could stop them. The man shouted that they should gather more information first. After all, judging by what he heard, the local young gentleman had defeated several of the Count's swordsmen. The young man smiled and asked his comrade if he really believed such rumors, since the young master was too young. The man said that he knew about it, but despite the fact that he was young, he had a high rank. Everyone said that with each fight he became stronger. The young man said with a grin that the rumors sounded like he was a character from some heroic epic. And yet he was puzzled, because the rumors might not be lying. He knew that if it was all true, then he would like to fight him. That same evening, Logan sat in his office sorting through paperwork. He sat and worked without looking up from his documents. But at that very moment, his loyal subject said with a smile that the city had grown greatly in recent times. He smiled and said that even the market had opened. Rick said with a smile that many noble things had been delivered to them, and now they could look at them. Rick smiled and said he planned to check out what the market was selling his next weekend. Logan sighed heavily and said he thought he preferred to sleep around the clock. Rick looked at his master with a smile, and a moment later, with a satisfied grin, he said that even if he wanted to sleep, his girlfriend would be sad after such a choice. Logan sighed heavily and told his victim that he understood everything and that he could have fun. Rick sighed heavily and asked the gentleman if he could have said these words with even a drop of warmth in his voice. He said that he did not expect anything else from the gentleman. Logan said it was a joke and immediately threw the bag at his subordinate. Logan smiled and told his loyal servant to buy clothes for his girlfriend with the money, and he also said that Rick could go somewhere and eat something tasty. The young man was very happy. At that very moment, he rushed at the young master and shouted that he loved him. Lot was shocked and shouted at his subject to leave him, as his actions were vile. Rick smiled and asked the gentleman to rest at least a little, because he would soon have a date with his son and mistress. Logan said that in that case, he should return the money, as he had to go on a date. But at that very moment, the young man disappeared from sight and with a smile, leaving, thanked the gentleman, and also complained about such dreams. Logan sighed heavily and asked what a date meant. He knew that this was such an important time that he had no time to think about dates and holidays. He knew he had a lot to take care of without that, and he just didn't have time to go on dates. He thought for a moment and then thought about their time together. But after a few seconds, he hit himself and threw all his thoughts away, as he knew that now was not the time for this. He knew that after the war with the Count, Eileen had taken up her own realization, and she spent every day training. Logan knew that the Civil War was reaching its critical point. According to the Information Guild, the balance of power maintained by several forces was broken faster than she expected. Rather, ending the Civil War is important to avoid wasting the country's resources. But he is not yet ready for something like this, of course. Because of the armed groups and reactions hired from outside, his current youthful power already exceeds what it was during the attack on Tomoto. He knew that while this was not enough to face any Margrave, it should be enough for any other purpose. But he was not satisfied with this way of life. He understood that he needed more time, because he needed to complete the work he had started. At that moment, Logan was taken aback, as he felt someone's presence. He quickly grabbed the sword and stood in a stance. He felt the thirst for murder. Logan knew the source was somewhere nearby. He wondered if it was the robber. He looked out the window warily as he felt an enemy approaching. He stared for a moment, expecting an attack. A few seconds later, he heard a terrible roar and saw the blow that was bearing down on him. Logan was shocked as he felt the blade of power. A moment later, he saw his potential enemy, but he managed to repel his enemy's attack. His opponent bounced away from him. He looked closely at the tax, but he didn't expect it to reflect his blade of power. At the same moment, Logan dealt him a corresponding blow. The man was puzzled as he did not expect such a thing, but still managed to block the adversary's attack. Logan looked at his enemy intently, as he knew that the attacker was careless, and this was very ridiculous. He knew he had to gather his energy and defeat him immediately, and at that moment Logan saw his enemy towering over him. Logan was shocked as he saw another enemy. After a loud roar, the young men stopped and looked closely at the tax. The young man told his comrade to take the enemy seriously. Logan looked at them closely as he felt like they were both advanced rank pissers. They were both wearing masks and trying to pin him down. He looked at them with anger and asked if they had no honor. The man looked at Logan with anger and said that he shouldn't have crossed that man. At that very moment, he shouted at Logan to surrender and die with honor, and a few seconds later he rushed towards him. Logan looked at them in bewilderment, as he didn't understand who he had managed to cross. But in turn, he had no intention of giving up, and at that very moment rushed into battle. The young people were taken aback as they had not expected such a thing, because he was very fast. Logan directed all his energy at his enemies with fury. At that very moment, he released all his power. The man was taken aback, but still repelled the attack. He looked at his opponent with fury and said that his attacks were too dull. He looked at Logan intently, not taking his eyes off him. Logan looked at him with fierce rage. Logan sighed heavily and said that their techniques were at such a level that they almost imitated the blade of power, so he guessed that they were close to a high rank. The man looked at the attacks with a grin and said that unless a miracle happened, they would complete the task as planned. Logan was furious that no one had been able to set at least a few advanced rank cheeses on him. He knew that this man hated him enough to try to kill him. He understood that there was only one option, and it was none other than the Duke. Logan was sure that there were more than a few attackers. He understood that if the rest came from different parts of the residence, and among them there was at least one with an advanced rank, then the situation would be very dire. At the same time, Madame was trembling with fear and bursting into tears. She was very scared because she was worried about her husband, who was injured after the night attack. Patrick looked at his opponent with fury. The man looked at Logan with fury and at the same moment rushed towards him as he wanted to deal a crushing blow. Logan was furious as he saw his opponent advancing. He froze for a moment as he saw the wave of power coming towards him. But he quickly managed to dodge this attack. And at that very moment he recoiled from a strong explosion. He was furious, as his skill was normal. But the problem was how freely he set the distance with his power blade. Logan was furious because he knew he had multiple opponents, making his fight difficult. A moment later he turned around as he felt something behind him. But unfortunately, at that very moment he was wounded. Logan recoiled and managed to dodge the next blow. The man looked at his opponent with a smirk. Logan was furious as he appeared and attacked. And from the shadows, like a ghost before retreating and disappearing, he reminded him of the ghost of the Empire that was only rumored. That man was known as the greatest power user among the assassins in his past life. At that very moment, he was taken aback and froze in shock for a moment. Logan was shocked because at that very moment, someone injured him. Logan was furious because he knew that now was not the time to lose consciousness, because he was in danger. A few seconds later, the enemy rushed at him and struck. If you think about it, Logan only had a high rank. He would never be able to face off against several advanced users at once. But he froze with a look of confusion on his face, because he didn't understand why he didn't feel like he could lose. The young men sighed heavily and looked intently at their opponent. The young man was furious because his opponent was very stubborn, but at that very moment they rushed towards him, as they wanted to crush him once and for all. Logan knew he had to hold on for dear life. He easily darted closer to them and managed to get around them. Logan knew that whether it was artifacts or techniques, he used all the possibilities and concentrated on defense. He was sure that his chance would come his way. Logan turned around and realized he was right. He knew it would happen now. He saw that his opponent was overheated. They squeezed out power beyond their capabilities and did not care about the consequences. Logan knew that something was putting pressure on them too. At the same moment, he furiously repelled the blows of his enemy. Logan knew that if he took a direct hit, he would die on the spot. He understood that each blow was very heavy and his body would not withstand all the blows. He saw that his opponent noticed this. Logan was puzzled when his opponent furiously aimed at him. The man looked at him intently and said that this was the end for him. But at that very moment he froze and began to tremble. Logan wasn't going to give up. He blocked his opponent's blows with the last of his strength. The man sighed heavily and looked closely at Logan as he looked at him with an evil grin. He understood that Logan was very tenacious. He sighed heavily, but he was not going to give up so easily. At that very moment he struck Logan with fury. Logan recoiled and the wound in his side opened up. At that very moment the young man shouted that they should stop playing at this point. The man looked at Logan with a fierce grin and wondered if it was really him who had defeated the Count's knights. But now he knew that was a complete lie. He had seen many newcomers who had perished under the weight of rumors that had extolled them too much. He understood that since Logan had managed to resist him, he would immediately join their ranks. But Logan, in turn, was not going to give up so easily. The young man managed to do so, as he did not expect to see anything like this go. He thought that he would soon deal with his young master. He froze for a moment as he felt that his sword was moving on its own. He now realized that he had overcome his conscious part, and unconsciously he began to move not by desire, but instinctively. At that moment, Logan furiously released all his strength and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. The young man was puzzled because he now realized that the rumors were not lying, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. He saw that his rival had no intention of giving up and dying. Logan looked at the man intently, and in the same minute said that it was now his turn to strike. The next day, they all gathered as they wanted to find out what happened. Logan now knew the exact number of people who had invaded them, but he knew that they were all dead. He looked closely at the captain and asked if there were any casualties among them. The captain said that several soldiers were dead and several were wounded. Logan sighed heavily. He knew that his father had been seriously wounded in battle while he was protecting his mother. Now the lady was next to her husband. The captain looked at the young master intently and said that considering the strength of the invaders, they got off easy. Logan said that was true because there were advanced knights among them. However, Logan knew that no one could be identified. He was puzzled and asked everyone present who could have done this, but unfortunately, no one knew the answer to the question. Logan sighed heavily and said that he believed the Duke was behind all of this. Everyone present was puzzled because they knew that this was not possible. They shouted to the master that he was a Duke, and given the current situation, the young master would have to fight against the entire faction and the prince. Logan sighed heavily and asked them what they thought he was going to attack the Duke. The man was taken aback, as he was sure of it. Logan said that he had not yet lost his mind. Looking at everyone present, he said that they would die if they attacked the duchy. He looked at them aimlessly and said that no matter what tragedies they were about to endure, they had to restrain themselves. He shouted that they were weak and that said it all because they had no strength. He angrily asked everyone present if this was not a disgrace. Logan looked at the captain closely and called him over, asking how the knight's training was going. The captain sighed heavily and said that they were now in excellent condition. Logan smiled and said that it was very good, because thanks to the captain, they still had hope. He said that one day they would have enough strength to take revenge for the insults they had suffered. Everyone froze in shock for a moment. They shouted and called for the master. They were shocked because the gentleman bowed his head before them. Logan sighed heavily and bowed his head, asking everyone present to work a little longer. He said that then all the glory of his family would be with him. All those present were taken aback, but still agreed with the master. After the night attack orchestrated by the Duke, Logan and his allies reinforced their speech to him about the need to develop their own fief. As a result, everyone worked themselves to the point of exhaustion. They trained without sparing themselves, and this even affected the civilians living on the estate's territory. They saw that the knights' training looked very complicated. They did not understand what the big deal was. The men either went among themselves as they had heard that they had been attacked the previous night and that the lord had almost died, and they knew that a war could break out in Tempami. His comrades shouted that this was just madness. He did not know where they would accept refugees and their kind. The men looked in surprise at the knights who were training to the point of exhaustion. As a result of the attack, the number of people wishing to join the squad increased, and several months have passed since then. Fortunately, the Duke no longer tried to stop them. Logan knew that half a year had already passed since the beginning of the Civil War, and it was said that the elites of the faction were now directly involved in battles against each other. He knew they couldn't afford to send someone to kill them. Patrick said it was logical, considering the second prince's faction was being pushed back. Logan sighed heavily and said that since she was constantly being pushed towards the central front, it meant that she would be forced to return to the westernmost edge of the territory. Logan knew that one of the twin castles, standing on the border and with the royal lands, had also been taken away. Moreover, one of the main forces of the prince's faction has lost its territory and supply. Due to this, in order to maintain its strength, the prince's faction is forced to provide for the count. Logan knew that this was making the side that was going to lose move even faster towards its end. He was glad because everything was going exactly according to plan. Patrick said that as a knight he shouldn't say that, but their territory had increased due to the Civil War. Logan knew his father had spoken the right words. After all, thanks to the fact that they picked up the Knights of the Fallen Houses, their number grew, which is much more than what they had before the attack on the castle. The number of their cavalry with crossbows and ordinary soldiers also exceeded the previous number. They captured many castles along the way, and thus the number of recruits in the squad reached 10,000. Logan was incredibly happy about this. Logan was glad that he had finally managed to master the Blade of Power. He gained a great ability of the strongest, because with it, strength became both a weapon and armor. Patrick smiled and told his son that he was similarly superior to him. Logan smiled and said that he was not at that level yet. Logan hasn't even figured out yet how you secretly keep track of the new form. However, he was glad that everything was going according to his plan. Logan informed his father that it was time for them to get started. Patrick was taken aback and asked his son what he was talking about. Logan smiled, knowing that his father understood everything. At that very moment, he said that he would end the Civil War. At the same time, there was turmoil in the southern mountains. The monsters were taken aback because they saw something suspicious. But at that very moment, they laughed because they saw a small golem. At that very moment, the golem threw a small bomb at them. The monsters were taken aback, but looked at the small bomb with surprise. After a few seconds, they burst into wild laughter. But unfortunately, their laughter did not last long, as a loud explosion thundered. The little golem looked intently at the explosion and its aftermath. And Logan came closer to the naked man and said that he had done a great job. He was very happy because he had seen great power. He looked at his comrade and said that it seemed they had managed to reduce the activation time. Hamar came closer to them and called the master. He said that they had used up all the new products. He asked the master if he wanted to go back. Logan was shocked because he asked them to prepare more. The man promised and said that he thought the box would be enough. Logan looked into the distance with joy and said that they had defeated an entire village of goblins, and it only took them an hour. He knew it was very promising, but suddenly he was taken aback because he heard some strange hum. They were shocked because they heard some kind of terrible scream coming from the forest. At that very moment, they dropped everything and rushed out of the forest. After some time, after a long rush, they stopped and sighed heavily. The men were confused, not knowing what had happened or what they had heard. Logan said he didn't know what it was, but it seemed the noise from the explosions had awakened some kind of predator. He looked at the men closely, as he knew that the depths of the southern forest were known throughout the continent as the home of the demon. Logan sighed heavily and said that they had worked very hard today. He looked at the men closely and said, they lacked information, but they had done a great job. Clayton reported that the bomb's power was on par with that of a second-round mage, but the production cost was comparable to several first-class scrolls. He knew that this was a revolutionary level of efficiency. He said with a smile that it was all thanks to the documents that the young gentleman brought. Logan smiled and said that the weapon given to him could not be created without the blueprint. Therefore, he expected that the method of consciousness would be kept in the strictest confidence. He looked at them intently and said that only they would know about it. The man returned and said that if you don't know the material ratio and mana settings, you won't be able to make copies, even if you see the creation method. Logan smiled and said that was very good. He looked at the men intently and said that as thanks he would increase the tower's financial support. Looking at the dwarf, he said that he would deduct a few years from the duration of the contract. The blacksmith was shocked, but at the same time happy. Logan gnat and said that of course it will still happen if the creation method falls into the wrong hands. Everything will be canceled. They shouted that everything will be kept in the strictest confidence. Logan looked at the men in surprise as they whispered animatedly about something. Clayton said they tried something while they were developing the bomb. He showed a new version of the automatic crossbow. Logan was shocked as he didn't expect to see something like this, since the crossbow was an artifact version. The golem stood in place and watched the young master closely. Logan in turn took aim. A few seconds later, he released the arrow, and there was a loud roar. Logan was pleased and surprised that such a crossbow had such a powerful fire attack. Clayton asked the gentleman with a smile if he liked the result. Since they designed it so that the destructive power would match the new bomb, he smiled and was happy, since they did everything as it should be. Clayton, looking at the gentleman, told him about all the benefits of this invention. However, he said that if you fire multiple shells at a time, it is essentially a consumable item since it cannot be used after 10 shots. They had to work hand in hand to create such a miracle. Logan knew that if they made one a day, within a year they would have a good number of crossbows. Logan said that for now he would be handing them out mostly to high-ranking knights, and asked them to make as many as they could in a few months. Clayton agreed with the gentleman. The blacksmith looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why he had spoken of such a period. Logan sighed heavily and looked into the distance, not answering the question. A moment later he smiled and said that they would have no need of them after that. Sometime later, the young people saw new advertisements. The men were puzzled because they did not understand what was written there. The man informed everyone that the second castle had been finished and that anyone who wanted to live there could simply come there. They were puzzled because they did not know why another city was needed, since they were fine here and did not want to change anything. The man said that whoever came would get a new house and land to work on. The man thought about this proposal for a moment. The man sighed heavily and said that he still didn't want to. He sighed heavily and said that after the change of lord, they had become better off in this place. He did not understand who would want to leave their home and go to meet difficulties. At that very moment, someone shouted out from the pillars that they wanted to do it. After some time, more people gathered who wanted to leave this territory and go to meet difficulties. They shouted that their homeland had already been destroyed, but now they could get a house and free land. The man looked intently at his comrades and at that very moment shouted that they must go. Logan was glad that the next city was built. He looked at the man closely and asked if he wanted to know why he had done what he had done. Dwayne told the gentleman that the castles were far from each other. Logan smiled and said that it was correct. Logan said that the road to the city would take a very long time, and if someone invaded the city, they would have problems. For this reason, the city's residents would have to undergo training. The man was puzzled because he did not know who would invade them. The man knew that he was a new city located on the plains. Logan smiled and said that it would become a solid wall that would protect the plain. He was puzzled because his master still had not answered who was supposed to invade them. The man's doubts were dispelled with the onset of summer, as the gentleman announced that they would take part in the Civil War. Everyone present was in shock as they wondered what would happen. They hastily asked the master if he was really ready for such a thing. They were furious because they knew that everything was fine in their house. Logan knew that if they stood up for their lands, everything would be fine. But he knew that was wrong. He said that if they continued to remain neutral, regardless of the winner, they would decline. The men were puzzled because they knew that this was a bit too much. They were arguing, but at that very moment, Patrick shouted for everyone to be quiet. The lady looked at her husband with fear. Patrick told his son to explain everything immediately. Logan knew that the first prince's faction would not be satisfied with defeating the second prince's faction. In his past life, the prince's faction had little victory and attacked those who remained neutral. However, he now understood that explanations would not work. He knew that he had to explain everything. In other words, he said that in the first prince's faction, there were two families known to them. He knew that even though they were relatives in difficult times for them due to the war for territory, the relatives cold-bloodedly refused to support them. Madame shuddered as it was unpleasant for her to hear such a thing. Logan said that not only they, but other families also disrespected them and broke off the engagement. He knew that they were the prince's support. Logan said that when the war was over, they wouldn't be allowed to stay in power. To be honest, no one knew. They could only guess what would happen next, but unfortunately, they couldn't ask directly. He knew that it didn't matter at all, and what mattered was what feelings they themselves had for them. Philip shouted that in that case they could join the prince's faction now. Logan was glad because he had fallen into his trap. At that very moment, he said that they would not do this. He said that they would definitely join the second prince. Everyone present froze in shock as they did not expect this. They pounced on Logan because they didn't understand what he was even saying. He tried to calm them down as he understood them well. He said they should think it over carefully and asked how grateful they would be if they helped to win. He said they should join the losing side and move the tide of the war. Everyone thought for a moment and wondered if he had any plan for the war. Dwayne sighed heavily and said he was afraid they might be left with nothing. Logan said that the beautiful one understands him. However, at the same moment he shouted that victory was possible. Everyone was taken aback as they did not expect this. Patrick looked at his son intently, knowing that victory was impossible. The captain was puzzled because he understood that here the young gentleman was wrong. Logan looked at them with a smirk and asked if they had ever lost under his leadership. Everyone froze in shock as they realized that he had truly gone mad. Dwayne called the gentleman in a hurry. He asked the gentleman excitedly if the Duke was involved in what he had said earlier about the attack. He was alarmed and did not understand why they should join him now. Logan told the man not to worry with fury and a wicked grin. Dwayne was taken aback as he could see that his master was angry. Logan was furious because he knew that the Duke would definitely pay for what he had done. The Duke sighed heavily and asked the young man if he was really now saying that he wanted to join them. The Duke angrily asked Logan if he had really gone mad. Logan smiled sheepishly and said he thought it was a little weird. He sighed heavily and said that since the Duke refused the heights, they could join the faction of the other prince. He asked the Duke if he really wanted this. The Duke was furious. The Duke asked the young man if he really wanted to join the first prince's faction. He was very angry and did not understand how he dared to say such things in front of him. The servants were taken aback as they saw that their master was burning with anger. He flipped the table over in rage as he was burning with anger and did not understand how Logan dared to play games with him. He was burning with anger. At that very moment, the servant presented the master with a communication ball. Logan sighed heavily as he saw that the Duke was making a lot of noise. However, since he expressed his anger in this way, it meant that his situation was actually quite gloomy. Logan asked the Duke if he would be rude to him. Logan smiled and said that he had recently received a very frightening gift from him. The Duke was taken aback as he did not expect such a thing. Looking at the young man, he said that he did not understand at all what he was talking about. The Duke said he was sure Logan wouldn't just join him. He asked Logan angrily what he wanted. Logan smiled and said his request was simple. He said that they only needed official recognition of the Count's occupied territories, and also half of the Marquis's lands, which bordered his home. And he also wanted to receive the Count's title, which had been lost by his ancestors. He smiled and said that he wished to receive a positive answer from the Duke to these conditions. He asked the Duke what he would say. The Duke was taken aback and asked the young man in surprise if he was really talking seriously now. Logan smiled and said that compared to the dangers that awaited them, he thought these conditions were insignificant. The Duke furiously told the young man that he was not worthy of negotiation. Logan was taken aback for a moment, not expecting this. The Duke said that if he could repeat all this again to his face, he would recognize him. Logan froze for a moment, looking at the Duke. But a moment later he smiled and said that he agreed and would visit him soon. After some time, everyone was ready. Logan was taken aback as someone called him. Patrick asked his son if he thought his conditions were excessive, since for them they were just empty cannon fodder. Logan smiled and said that he was exactly what they needed. He smiled and said that he gave his consent when he saw the power of their new weapon. Patrick knew that it was an incredible weapon. Logan said with a smile that their vassals also admitted that they could turn the tide of the war. Patrick said he was worried because he didn't know if they would be able to handle it all. He asked his son if he really wanted to make the prince king. He recalled the incident that led to civil war among the aristocrats. Then he witnessed the death of a man. But then he saw that Logan was smiling with a predatory smile, looking at everything that had happened. He didn't know why everything was like this, but he understood that his son was somehow connected to this incident. Logan said that now is total anarchy, and today's enemy could be tomorrow's ally, and tomorrow's ally could be tomorrow's enemy. He looked at his father with a smile and said that these were the times, and they could only take home as much loot as they could. Patrick sighed heavily but said nothing. He knew he must be getting old, and he was worrying for no reason. He wanted to pray that there would be glory waiting for them at the end of their journey. After some time, he shouted to his subordinates to open the gate. They walked out slowly. He knew that even if the darkness would hinder their path, he hoped that everything would be fine. He wanted the highest to illuminate his son's future with the light of glory. At the same time, everything was calm in the twins' castle. But after a few seconds, the knight was taken aback as he saw the coat of arms. At that very moment, he informed everyone about the approach of the knights. The Duke was shocked because Logan had arrived after all. He was surprised because he saw a huge army with him. He saw the cavalry with spare crossbows. And he also saw many magicians. The Count said that they were still nothing more than a temptation. He told the Duke that they had not had time to rebuild even half their army, destroyed by his men, and probably they replenished their ranks. The Duke looked closely at his subordinate and asked what he was thinking. The Count backed away. Roger said with a grin that their movements showed good training, and they seemed armed. He asked if their judgments were too biased. The Count was furious. He asked the man if he was overestimating the group's capabilities. The Duke asked his subordinate what he thought about this. Roger said that if the young man told the truth, they would be of great help to them. He looked at the Count with a grin and asked if these were the same people who had defeated him. The Count was furious because he saw before him only a lazy parasite. Once again, he strengthened his position by slandering others. He understood that if the man had not been the Duke's nephew, he would have already run to maintain neutrality. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he would pass on all the information to the prince. Looking at the Count, he told him to accept them immediately. The Count was shocked as he did not expect such a thing. But the Duke gave his subordinate only an angry look. He looked at the Count and told him to look at the bigger picture because they were using them to deal with the prince's faction because it was all part of their plan. He told the Count to think only about this. The man looked at the Count with a fierce grin. A moment later, the Duke ordered the gates to be opened. At that very moment, the gates opened in front of Logan and his retinue. Logan was taken aback for a moment when he saw an entire army in front of him. He looked at them with a grin as he realized that they were greeting them quite solemnly. The Duke looked at the tax closely and said that he had finally arrived. At that very moment, the prince shouted to the young man that he had rejected his friendly offer of cooperation. He was furious because Logan had now shown up with his disorderly army. He asked Logan angrily if he had expected a warm welcome. Patrick and Logan were frozen in shock as they didn't expect this. They were puzzled and wondered what was wrong with the prince. Unfortunately, Logan knew little about the prince, but he had no doubt that although the first prince had ascended to the throne and led the nation to ruin as a future tyrant, the second prince was no better. Now that they had met, he was sure of it. Logan was puzzled, as he could see that the prince was such a neophyte to the million that he did not know what position he was in now. But there was still something that made him happy. He saw that his assistants were not so far removed as not to feel ashamed of his behavior. The Duke told the prince that he was sure that the defender understood him. The Duke said that he would explain the rest himself, and the prince thanked him with a smile as he was tired and wanted to rest. The Duke looked at Patrick, and a moment later he came closer to him. He immediately thanked Patrick for all of them joining them. Patrick said that it was a great honor for him. The Duke told Patrick with a smile that, unlike his son, he was a very polite man. Patrick smiled and said that he himself was quite polite. The Duke asked if this was true. He sighed heavily and said that it didn't seem that way to him. At the same time, Logan greeted the Count with a smile and also asked how he was doing. The Count looked at the young man with fury and at the same moment pushed him away. Logan smiled and asked the Count if things hadn't gotten better for him. Logan said that they had always dreamed of uniting the Southwest region, and finally it happened. The Count was burning with rage and anger. He didn't understand how Logan dared to say such a thing, but at the same time, Logan was watching him with a satisfied smile. He only wanted to tease him a little, but the reaction was excellent. Logan knew that if the enraged Count was right here, it would be a very good thing, because then he could kill him, pretending to be self-defense. The Moon Knight looked at the Count intently and asked him to restrain his emotions. Sir Franz said that when he was near manure, he could involuntarily inhale its smell. Logan sighed heavily as his intended plan didn't work out. The Count turned around, but he knew he would not forget this. He walked away from the young man in anger. Now Arlune Castle and the castle next to it, the Twin Castles, are located in the county. Their name is a reference to the two moons that disappeared into the Arabs millennia ago, and it was said that the castles were built at that time to protect the human lands from the Great Orc army that had invaded the plains to the south. However, alas, the will of their ancestors had long since died out, and now the castles were used as a base for waging a terrible civil war. Wars were not for land, but for the throne. So Logan knew that it didn't matter how it was fought. Until the enemy prince is destroyed, it will continue. However, none of the crown princes will sacrifice themselves to end the war. He knew that if things were left like this, then, as in his past life, the nation would be exterminated during the war. Logan knew that such meetings were absolutely useless. He knew that the only thing that mattered was to quickly kill those who were needed and end the war. The Duke, looking at Logan, said that he had to outflank the enemy. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He looked at the Duke with fury, but the Duke and his henchmen only looked at them with fury and anger. He froze for a moment with a look of bewilderment on his face. He saw that everyone was looking at him strangely, including the Duke's nephew. He saw that he looked at him with hostility and curiosity. Logan wondered what happened to the man in his past life. The Duke told Logan angrily that he had not answered, and asked him again whether he intended to obey the order. The Duke asked if they should call his father, who had given him all powers. Logan smiled and said that there was no need to do that. Logan asked the Duke if they really wanted him to flank them, and the Duke said that was exactly it. He reported that both sides had information about each other's core strengths. Looking at Logan, he reported that he was the only variable. The Duke asked if he would open a similar opportunity for them. Logan looked closely at the crest, which when he realized that he really was trying to finish him off quickly. He saw that the Count's smile was about to reach his ears. Logan knew it was a crazy proposition, but he said he understood and agreed. The Duke was shocked because he didn't expect that. The Marquis stood frozen in shock, just like everyone else. Logan smiled and asked if he could figure out what to do himself. The Duke froze for a moment, not understanding what the young man was planning. but he agreed with him after some thought. The Duke told the Count that if the young man refused, he planned to split his army into several parts in order to gain access to the crossbows and recreate them, and if he was against this, he would send him to fight on the front lines. The Duke was puzzled and knew that the young man had a plan. He looked at the Count and asked him what he thought Logan was up to. The Count was taken aback for a moment, as he knew that Logan had come to his aid many times and taken away his lands. He could not simply give an answer. The man told the Duke that he should not think about it, because those who follow orders without resistance when they are told to commit suicide are either fools or arrogant. He looked at the Duke with a grin and offered him a glass of wine. He said that even his knights would have a hard time, but Logan agreed. He said with a grin that the thing is that the Duke is not so easy to stop and defeat. He told his uncle that Logan wouldn't do that. At the same moment, he said with a grin that everything was very simple, because it seemed to him that Logan was either stupid or he would cope, but it didn't matter, since he would simply die and disappear. He shouted with a fierce grin that they had nothing to lose in either case. Juan Douglas asked furiously if Logan had gone mad for joining the Second Prince's faction. The man looked at the Duke intently and said that it didn't matter, because it only meant that they needed to kill more people. The Duke laughed and asked Kieran if he was being too cold. After all, when their children were married, the man clenched his teeth in anger, because he knew that everything was in the past. For some time now, both sides have been focusing on something other than killing, and it seemed like they would soon come to a ceasefire agreement, but the Second Prince's faction, which was in a losing position, resumed the war. Patrick froze for a moment as he saw that the army had become truly enormous. Logan sighed heavily and said that their opponent was in the same situation. After all, under the command of an ice mage, the power of the mages was 1,000 times more powerful. Patrick looked at his son intently. He sighed heavily and said that they would have to face such an enemy, but the soldiers that the prince's faction provided them kept their distance. Patrick knew that there was a situation where they would make even one mistake and they could be completely destroyed. Logan sighed heavily and said that the situation had changed and they were ready to send them first because they didn't trust them. Logan knew they needed to kill the enemy as quickly as possible and end the war. He knew what was wrong with his first step towards his goal, but at the same time, he knew that everyone was very relaxed. After some time, the man shouted and gave his men the command to attack. Patrick was taken aback for a moment, and at that very moment, he shouted that they should also move out. The men knew they had been humiliated at the meeting and given impossible tasks, but they acted without hesitation. The Duke knew they had to keep an eye on their new companions. They understood that they would soon see whether they had been honest with them or not. At that very moment, the enemy knights mocked them, because they knew that they would lose. They knew that the Count had asked to be trusted with intercepting them. The Duke said with a grin that he was sure he would achieve good results, considering what they had been promised. The man looked into the distance as he prepared for the attack. The Duke told his subordinate that if their bonds were preserved, they would have to side with them. The man sighed heavily but did not answer. He saw before him the shining golden hair and bright blue eyes, were proof of the presence of royal blood in him. But in this magic cycle and the blood of his mother, which is thicker than his father's blood, he broke through the limit that he should not have surpassed and tried to take the place that he could never claim. He knew that if Logan had brushed him off once, he was already a target for destruction. He sighed heavily and said that if that were the case, he would have lost contact with the Duke. He said that he had gained something more valuable, so he did not want to get attached to such trifles. The Duke smiled and said that he still considered it a loss. The man said that Logan was a fool and he would take care of him during the next fight. The Duke asked if he was so sure, since Logan had defeated the Earl. He sighed heavily and said that Logan had only done it with a pathetic trick. At that very moment, he announced that his secret weapon was already in their hands. Sometime later, he looked intently at the beautiful crossbow, but at that very moment he was taken aback, because he heard some noise. The knight reported to him about the enemy who was advancing on them. At that very moment, Logan and his comrades were rushing towards the enemy. At that very moment, the man shouted to everyone to attack the enemy. They wanted to defeat their enemy with the help of their new weapons. Looking at the enemy, he realized that it was too early to shoot until their crossbows reached them. He knew that Logan would fall to the weapon he himself had created. He grinned and asked Patrick for forgiveness, but he had no other choice. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, because he heard the cry of Logan, who ordered everyone to load their crossbows. He was shocked as they were preparing to shoot. From such a distance, at that very moment, the arrow flew past them, The knights were furious as they knew that this was simply impossible, since they were still out of reach. But at that very moment, a deafening explosion thundered. The knights realized that magic was being directed at them, and they fell from their horses with a crash. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like this. He was burning with anger and fury because he did not understand what Logan had done. Logan was glad because he saw that their army was gradually being destroyed. At that very moment, he looked at his subordinate and called him. The man looked intently at his minions and shouted a command. His disciples prepared for the attack. He looked closely at his new student because he didn't know if she could do it, but she screamed that she could do it. The young lady wanted to show what she had achieved. Kaiselon was shocked as he noticed that the enemy had automatic crossbows. He sighed heavily and said that since they were holding weapons similar to theirs, then that was probably true. Logan realized that he had previously met his ex-fiancée, and soon she was the one who was involved in the enemy having crossbows. At that very moment, Logan shouted to everyone that those with explosive crossbows should come forward. He shouted that they must attack before the enemy used his crossbow. They were intent on destroying the enemy. At that very moment, the golems were preparing to attack. Clayton shouted that they had plenty of bombs and they could use as many as they wanted. His disciples looked at him intently and shouted that they understood everything and would do everything. The young lady knew what circle of magic she had already mastered, so she was confident that she could handle something like this. She knew she had to cope for her brother's safety. At that very moment, on command, the golems began to throw bombs. The knights were taken aback, as they did not understand what was flying at them. But at that very moment, a deafening explosion thundered. The man was taken aback, as he had never seen anything like this before. Everyone was in shock. They didn't understand how the enemy managed to do something like that. They saw that their enemy was much stronger. At that very moment, he shouted to the cavalry and sent everyone forward. He understood that if he mixed them with the soldiers, the stores would be able to fire across the area. Kaiselon ordered the soldiers to reload their weapons. A moment later, the knights opened fire on their enemy. At that very moment, arrows flew at the enemy. The knights defended themselves as best they could. Kaiselon knew that once a man reached the level of a knight, arrows stopped working against him. Victor shouted to the cavalry with crossbows to disperse. At that very moment, they carried out his order. The knights were furious because they knew that if they had not fallen from their horses, there would have been no shooting. The knight was taken aback when he saw an arrow rushing towards him. At that very moment, the knights fell to the ground as the arrows pierced them. Victor looked at his enemy with fury, as he was now leading the common soldiers. Some time ago, Logan told his subordinate that he was sure he was wondering why this was necessary, since he had just become a knight. But Victor immediately said without hesitation that he would do it. They looked at him in surprise as they did not expect this. At that very moment, he asked to protect his sister, no matter what happened. He looked at everyone present with fury and said that he simply did not know what he would do if something happened to her. At that very moment, Logan hit him on the head and told him to calm down. He said that his sister would be taken care of, so he shouldn't worry about her. Logan said that Victor should take care of himself. Since this was also necessary for the good of his sister, Victor sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. He was taken aback for a moment because he felt the warmth. In his master's voice, he heard plans for the future. He knew that all this was possible thanks to the master. At the same time, he was marking his meeting with his enemy and knew that his sister was in no danger. But he knew he had to do everything he could to get her back home. He was very worried about the gentleman, but he knew he had to do everything he could. At that very moment, he threw out all his worries and shouted to the knights to raise the enemy to the ground. Logan looked into the distance and noticed that Victor and a detachment of crossbowmen and cavalry were heading towards the rear. At that very moment, Patrick shouted to the knights to follow him. The knights were a little agitated. They didn't understand what they were doing on the battlefield at all. Kaiselon looked at everyone present and stopped firing. Nick Marcel was fighting the enemy at the same time. Nick Marcel looked into the distance as his ravine stopped the shelling. He was puzzled and did not understand why they suddenly stopped. But at that very moment, he saw Logan heading towards him. Nick Marcel was taken aback and wondered if they had really attacked head-on. Nick Marcel was well aware of the fact that the war was controlled by knights and magicians, so he charged into battle with fury. Nick Marcel understood that it didn't matter what kind of weapons the soldiers carried. As long as the opposing order of knights could be held back, the chance of victory could be restored. At that very moment, he rushed into battle with a furious cry. He dealt a very strong blow to his opponent. Logan saw that he had broken his sword on purpose and used the force on its fragments. Now he understood why he had been so careful with it. But Logan had no intention of retreating. He easily pushed off the horse and jumped up. He looked at his opponent with a grin and said that crossbows were not all he had. At that very moment, he released all his power and directed it at the enemy. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing, but he managed to deflect the blow. He was glad that he was able to block his opponent's attack, but he was taken aback and froze in shock when he saw such a sight. His sword shattered into pieces at that very moment, and Logan's power was directed towards him. Unfortunately for him, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Logan's power. At that very moment, Logan rushed towards his opponent to finish him off once and for all. A moment later, he struck his opponent with a furious force strike. His opponent fell to the ground with a thud after receiving powerful blows. At that very moment, everyone reported that Logan had defeated the commander of the enemy knights. The man froze in shock as he realized that Logan had defeated a high-ranked knight. He was shocked and did not understand what was happening and how something like this could happen. He saw a killing machine in front of him. He understood that in a short period of time they had more losses than in 6 months of civil war. At that very moment, he shouted to his knights that they must retreat back immediately. Logan saw the knights retreating in haste. He was furious and knew that he did not need to weaken his own strength just to hold back the enemy. But then he took out a crossbow, but unfortunately dropped it. Logan looked around and shouted that there was no need for pursuit. He sighed heavily and looked into the distance with a grin, as he did not expect them to retreat immediately as their commander walked. Looking back, he realized that his father had defeated several high-ranking knights. Heinkel told Logan how many losses they had. He looked at the gentleman with joy and said that it was a complete victory. He saw something. It was an incredible victory with a great result. Logan knew that he needed to calm down because it was too early to rejoice. But a moment later, they were taken aback as they heard some noise. Logan looked into the distance at the Duke and his retinue, because he knew that they could see everything well from there. He looked into the distance with fury because he wanted to show him a lot. He wanted the Duke to understand that he needed to treat him well in the future. The Duke and everyone else stood frozen in shock as they saw the entire fight. He saw that on this battlefield, which had turned out to be very cruel, only weak and insignificant nobles had perished. They, who had nothing to lose, could only watch from a safe distance those who had pretended to be loyal and had betrayed them. It is for this reason that this particular battle began in principle. At that very moment, he said that if you just look at the result, and not everyone was at the level of the Marquis, the men were taken aback as they did not expect such a thing. He asked with a grin what was the matter, as he knew that the data on the force would soon become theirs. The men backed away and said that everything was correct. They told the Duke that if they really betrayed them, it would be very unpleasant. The Duke knew that it was not just unpleasant, but deadly. Now he was thinking about Logan's conditions. Now he realized that Logan had made such high demands for a reason. He wanted to think about it and not attach importance to Logan's hurtful actions, but he knew that soon this one would pay for his arrogant trick. The Duke told them to signal every unit that Logan would soon attack the enemy rear. He understood that this was a full-scale war. The prince was furious and shouted at the Duke as their army retreated. The Duke sighed heavily and asked the prince for forgiveness, as their enemy was hiding a lot of power. But the prince was not convinced by these words. He asked with fury whether they would really just look at something like this. The Duke said that he now needed to go on the defensive, because their enemy attacked from the rear and the main army attacked from the front. The prince was furious and did not understand how to understand all this. The Duke was angry because he saw that his opponent was like a rat, but at the same time Logan and his retinue were heading straight towards them. The Duke prepared to attack. Logan stared into the distance, knowing he had no other choice. At that very moment, the Duke was taken aback. The man was angry, as he did not understand what his comrades were doing. He was furious as they moved further away from the rear. Patrick asked his son if he was sure of his actions. Logan said that everyone was planning on just killing them, but instead of just dying, they would do something more. Patrick looked in surprise at the small piece of paper his son handed him. Logan smiled and said they would destroy the empty houses. A week later, the prince listened to his subordinate's report. He knew that there had been no news from their enemies for a long time. But at that very moment, a knight burst in and shouted that they had bad news. The Duke was furious because the knight showed no respect to the prince. The knight asked for forgiveness, as the news was very urgent. The prince looked at them in surprise and asked what was the matter. The Duke began to list all the castles. Sweating, he said that their enemies had left their supply bases without food, thus setting them on fire. The prince was shocked because he did not expect anything like this. At the same time, Logan stood in front of the castle and watched as it burned. He saw that it burned well. He was glad that he had trusted the note after all. He learned about the trade route from his uncle during the ceremony. He looked into the distance with a grin, as he realized that they had lost several castles in a week. He understood that the prince's faction had relaxed and now suffered losses. He was happy because he had made a good living thanks to his uncle. Sometime later, everyone was relaxing at the reception. The men whispered about the banquet because they had heard that the prince himself had allowed this to happen. Although they were under martial law, they were forbidden to carry weapons or drink. And now they saw that all the main forces of the faction were present at the banquet. They were puzzled, as they had not seen the Count anywhere. The man sighed heavily and looked at everything intently, because it really seemed to him that their main forces had been replenished. They saw a happy Logan, who was having happy conversations. Logan, looking at the Duke, said that he would like to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize for breaking the treaty and not attacking from the rear. The Duke smiled and said that everything was fine. He didn't need to worry, because he had done a great job after all. Logan looked at the Duke with a smile. The more he got to know him, the more corrupt he seemed to him. He wondered if it was possible to move a cold-blooded snake at all. Logan smiled and thanked him for his understanding. The Duke said great achievements should be rewarded accordingly. Logan looked at the Duke with a smirk, as this was his chance. He asked if he accepted his conditions. The Duke looked at Logan with a joyful smile, which, of course, he had thought through all the conditions. However, the Duke hesitated and did not give a clear answer. Logan said that if that was the case, he would like to be recognized as the Earl's territory. He wanted to take away half of the Margrave's territory, and he wanted to get the title of Count. He smiled and asked if it would all be his. The Duke froze in place for a moment. He said that he only informed him that he wanted to take into account all his conditions, since he could not decide such issues himself. He walked up to Logan and put his hand on his shoulder. Logan consoled him, as he did not understand what strange feeling pierced him. The Duke smiled and said that he liked his youthful energy. But the Duke said that it would be good if he took into account the circumstances of those above him. Logan froze in place from shock. At that moment, he realized that the Duke was limiting the power of his target, while at the same time he was exerting psychological pressure. Logan backed away and said that he seemed to have moved too quickly, but he apologized. Logan sighed heavily. He let the matter go, knowing that he had already achieved his goal. The Duke smiled and told the young man that the weapon he used was impressive. He asked Logan if he wanted to share his secret technique. Logan was taken aback, as he didn't expect that. The Duke said that with this weapon they would easily win the war. Logan said that, unfortunately, he had no supplies left, so fulfilling his request would be very difficult. The Duke looked at the young man closely and asked if this was true. Logan said with all his might that he was truly sorry. The Duke looked at him with a satisfied grin and said that it seemed he was pushing him too hard. As he left, the Duke told Logan that he could lie down and rest properly. The Duke smiled and said that he was sure the next fight would not be long in coming. Logan looked at him dully but said nothing. He was glad that the core of power protected his psyche. Otherwise, he would have been completely at its mercy. He sighed heavily because he didn't understand why superhumans would engage in such nonsense. But suddenly he turned around as he heard a familiar voice. The man said with a grin that if they suddenly didn't have supplies, they could at least share samples or drawings. Logan sighed heavily and wondered if the key members of the faction would take turns nagging him. He told the Count that he would provide the drawings without any problem. But even if he himself were to take up production now, it would take a lot of time. He smiled and said that if they applied all their talents to this matter, they would cope in a short period of time. Logan smiled and said that since he was so confident, he wouldn't interfere. Of course, he wanted to completely fabricate the drawings, and he was not going to give them anything. But he smiled and said that he would give him everything, since they were now in the same boat. Sometime later, they came across a detachment. Logan was taken aback when he saw such a sight, as he did not expect such a thing. They looked at this detachment with bewilderment. The knights were not going to give up the development of the territory so easily, so they rushed into battle. They knew that this order was composed entirely of mercenaries, so they knew it would be easy to defeat them. At the same moment, the knights turned their noses up at their opponents. The man was taken aback, as their order had to stand at the forefront to prove their innocence. He looked at the Lord in surprise and asked if they really needed to be at the front. The man hesitated and trembled with fear, and he reported that the Kimros had revealed the supply routes to the McLeans, and we froze in shock when we heard this information. His master shouted that their only chance to avoid suspicion was to take such a step. He shouted that he was fully responsible for their house. He shouted that they must therefore risk their lives without regret. The man was puzzled as he understood that he would soon die from the decision he had made. The young man flew at his enemy with a fierce grin as he wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. At that very moment, he dealt him a crushing blow. But unfortunately, his opponent had a trump card up his sleeve. Logan froze in shock as he looked at this sight, as he had not expected anything like this. The knights gradually began to be covered in ice. Unfortunately, their opponent used freezing scroll. The Duke froze in shock, as did everyone else. Logan stared into the distance, not prepared for this. But he knew that one of the weapons that defeated the prince's faction in his past life was the freezing scroll. This scroll may have been made by a great circle mage. Who is capable of such a thing? And the materials themselves were priceless. Logan saw the damage that had been done to them. At the same time, the Duke shouted furiously and asked what they were doing. He ordered the knights to immediately come forward. Patrick told his son that they should attack too, but at that very moment they heard a loud roar. They were shocked as they saw the half-giant advancing towards them. They were scared and wanted to get away from the path as soon as possible. Stormblade stepped forward to face his opponent, but Luther had no intention of stopping. He rushed towards his opponent and wanted to destroy him as quickly as possible. But the Stormblade had no intention of stopping and immediately rushed into battle. Logan shouted for everyone to step back as the clash of auras would shock their minds. He was furious because he knew that even with his senses, he could barely track their movements. He saw them fighting each other fiercely. He watched them with admiration, knowing that he could learn a lot, but Patrick called him. At that very moment, Logan called Victor. A moment later, all the cavalry with crossbows came forward. The Count's knight knew that they would be able to withstand the crossbows. They prepared their weapons in advance. At that very moment, Victor shouted and ordered the soldiers to surround the enemy. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like this, because they simply rushed past them. He shouted to his knights to destroy the archers immediately, but he was taken aback and froze when he saw the hail of arrows. He couldn't believe what was happening, as the arrows were flying towards him at incredible speed. The captain managed to put up a block and thus avoided being hit by arrows. But unfortunately, he saw that they were destroying his shield. Kaiselon ordered his subordinates to shoot. The captain was taken aback as he saw his subordinates falling from a hail of arrows. He shouted that they must block the enemy. Kaiselon shouted to the knights to remember the battle in the castle. He said that they should not panic, and only in this way would they be able to defeat the enemy. The knights listened to their mentor and calmly attacked the enemy. The captain was taken aback as he heard a loud explosion behind him. He was shocked because he realized that there was a magician among the enemy. He was furious because the enemy's strength was incredible. Victor shouted to the knights to finish off the survivors. The captain was in shock. He didn't understand what was happening because it was the first time he had seen anything like this. But he didn't have time to understand their tactics before he was suddenly pierced by a sword. Heinkel dealt with his opponent with ease. Heinkel shouted that they had killed the weakened knights. Logan looked into the distance, knowing that this was how they minimized their own losses. He told his father that he might have thought it was cowardice. Patrick smiled and said that there were no idiots in their unit who could think that. He knew that something else was more important right now. He knew that since the Count had fallen, one side of the prince's front was crushed, and as soon as the army brought this to its senses, it would begin to retreat. Logan knew that they had already gained enough of an advantage that they didn't need to waste their energy. A few seconds later, they saw the order to retreat. As he left, Victor finished off the knights. Logan saw that Victor's squad was already returning. He looked at his father but was suddenly taken aback. He was furious because he saw another explosion at the front. He didn't realize how many scrolls they had. Looking at the captain, he asked if the advanced detachments were intact. The man shouted that fortunately everyone was safe and sound, and Victor was not hurt, and they were lucky that the troops were called back. Logan was pleased with this statement. The Duke was furious that they had escaped with such dirty tactics. The knights ran and shouted in a hurry. Logan watched everything that was happening with a smirk. He saw that they were strong, but disorganized. But suddenly he was taken aback as he felt a very terrible energy. Unfortunately, he was not the only one who felt it. Victor was in shock as something big flew over him. Everyone else was shocked because they didn't expect this. But Logan wasn't about to watch that. He jumped up and rose into the air. He understood that if he left things like this, trouble would be inevitable. He knew he had to stop what was coming. At that very moment, he released all his power. He screamed in rage and struck. At that very moment, he heard a loud roar. Loganov recoiled as he managed to cut through a large bomb. But he was taken aback when he saw that everything did not go as he had expected. A moment later, a terrible explosion thundered in the sky. Everyone was shocked as they heard a loud explosion and felt a strong cold. At that very moment, the captain rushed to the Lord. Logan was puzzled because he was very cold. Logan was confused as he knew he had a grudge against them. None other than an ice mage, and he couldn't even melt the ice with his power. Not only did he use a rare scroll, but he also mastered dangerous magic himself, all because he was a superhuman. Logan was taken aback as he saw the ice he had used his power on begin to crumble. He was shocked because he didn't expect this. Meanwhile, the knights were whispering among themselves as they could not believe that their enemies had simply fled. They were glad that everything had been going well since Logan and his squad had followed them. At the same time, the Count listened to everyone. He was furious at what he heard. At the same time, the dwarves were working on new products. The man shouted at his friend to move, but he sighed heavily and said he was tired. Hamar shouted that they could arrive at any moment, so they must hurry. Ronan slowly walked closer to them. He smiled and asked for forgiveness. The gnomes were taken aback at that very moment. He said with a smile that he came to greet them. He said he understood that they might be uncomfortable, but he hoped for understanding. Ronan said that their victory depended on their hard work. The men were taken aback and said that they were comfortable with him and that he did not need to worry. And he also said that they would try their best to earn their freedom and make as many guns as possible. The young gentleman smiled and said that he was very glad to hear that. They stood looking at each other for a while. Ronan smiled and said that the war had slowed down and they could afford to rest, so he suggested that they go to the market. They looked at the young gentleman with admiration as they realized that he was an angel. He looked at them closely and remembered his brother, as he had asked him to stay. Logan said that the civil war is not theirs, so there is no need for all family members to take part in this war. Ronan sighed heavily and said that if anything bad happened, someone would have to run the house. Logan said he was confident it wouldn't come to that, but there was a risk. Ronan looked at his brother and said that he was no longer a child. Ronan looked at his brother with a smile and told him to return to them safe and sound, while he would protect their lands in the meantime. Logan looked at his brother with a smile, as he was glad to hear such words. Logan also asked his brother to pay attention to their blacksmith, as they would draw attention to their side in the war, so the blacksmith could become a target. For this reason, Ronan decided to protect him in any situation. Ronan asked the blacksmith if he wanted to finish exploring the market and return. He was taken aback and said that the fun would only last for a few days. Ronan sighed heavily as he realized that he would not be able to convince the man. But at that very moment, he felt a power user nearby. Ronan, he shouted to the blacksmith, but saw that he was not there. He was shocked because he realized that the blacksmith was far away from him. At that very moment, the young gentleman saw that an attack was being prepared and stopped it. He easily dealt with one of the mercenaries. He smiled and told the man that he seemed to have confused who he was supposed to attack. He turned around and gave orders to his knights. Ronan, looking at the blacksmith, he realized that his brother was right. At that very moment, the man looked at the gnome with a smile and said that his shashlik was ready. The man happily reached for the tasty treat. The young gentleman was taken aback when a wall rose up in front of him. He was shocked because his opponent was very large in size. He was furious because he couldn't see anything. At the same time, the man looked at the gnome with a smile. Hamar, not noticing anything, reached for the money, but at that very moment a skewer was pointed at him. The young master was furious because he realized that they were acting in concert. He used his power and directed it at his opponent. He killed several birds with one stone with just his strength. He looked at the attacked blacksmith with a glare and fury when he realized that he was safe and sound. He was glad that no one died. Hamar looked at the gentleman, not understanding what was happening. But at the same time, another attack was being prepared for him. The young master managed to prevent the attack and struck the mercenary with fury. Ronan shouted to the knights to immediately seize and tie up the mercenaries. But at that very moment, he was taken aback as he heard an explosion and a scream. He was in shock because someone had blown up their property. He was furious because he knew that the workshop was in that direction. Logan informed his brother that crossbows were a weapon that would soon be available to others. But he said that this would never happen with a bomb. The city's residents were shocked because they did not expect anything like this. They were shocked because they didn't expect anything like this. Ronan immediately shouted to the blacksmith that they urgently needed to open the workshop. The knight ran up to the young gentleman and called him. He shouted that an urgent message had arrived at military headquarters. Ronan was alarmed and didn't know what had happened. The knight quietly informed the master that the forces of the first prince were heading towards their castle. Ronan was taken aback by the guy, as he didn't expect something like that. Looking at the blacksmith, he said that they should go to the workshop immediately. He was furious because he knew he would immediately kill everyone in his path. At the same time, Logan was walking around the room excitedly. After some time, he finally received a call from his brother. Logan shouted to his brother that he was very worried because he had not been in touch for several days. Ronan told his brother that they had destroyed the faction's forces and the prince. He reported that the enemy was the Vic Count's army. Therefore, the Avenger squad, equipped with automatic crossbows and bombs, was able to win with a small number of knights lost. Logan was glad to hear that. Ronan sighed heavily and said that her workshop had been attacked and several dwarves had been kidnapped. Logan was taken aback, as he did not expect this. He sighed heavily and said it was entirely his fault, but Logan didn't think so. Ronan was puzzled because he knew that if everything had been in place, this would not have happened. But he knew that the mercenaries did not know how exactly the bomb was made. He also told his brother that all the prisoners had committed suicide and none of them had survived. Logan was pleased with this news. Ronan said, "Screw the knights that stopped them. There was something strange." Ronan looked at the knights in surprise and asked if this was true. The man was taken aback and said that he was not sure that he had even caught a glimpse, but the fugitive's face was familiar to him. Logan was shocked because he didn't expect to hear anything like that. Ronan said that it was exactly like that, and he was tall and very agile, and it looked like he had at least an advanced level. Logan thought for a moment, not knowing who they were talking about. Ronan sighed heavily and said that he understood that it was impossible to determine the culprit from such a description. Logan saw that his brother looked completely broken. Logan told his brother that these were just his assumptions, but they should prepare for the worst. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. Logan sighed heavily and said that it was possible. He knew that leaving his brother was the right decision, since thanks to his brother, it was possible to minimize losses. He understood that the target was their weapon. He was furious because he knew the war had been going on for too long. And the reason for this is that the First Prince's faction remained stable no matter how they were attacked. They hid behind the castle walls. After they burned down all the supply points, they were forced to go back. Now the castle was their base. Since the prince's faction could no longer retreat, they concentrated all their forces on defending their castle. He knew that at any moment a breach would appear in the castle's defenses, and the war could quickly end. A few days later, a command meeting was held. The Count shouting furiously that they must immediately reveal the production methods and provide weapons to the entire faction. The Duke saw that even after all this time he was wasting his energy on such nonsense. Logan asked the Count if he really wanted to try all the methods, even considering the situation they were in now. He asked the Count where he got the necessary materials to create explosives, since there was simply no supplier available right now. The Count shouted that he personally collected materials for these attempts, but nothing came of it. Logan asked if he was sure he hadn't made a mistake. The Count was burning with rage. He shouted at Logan to watch his language immediately. The Duke looked closely at his subordinate and asked him to calm down. However, he said the Count was not one to make accusations without basis. The Duke asked Logan if he could prove that the production method he had given was correct. Logan was surprised by such a question. The Duke said that given that his bomb production had not stopped, he still had plenty of material, so he could easily prove it. Logan was taken aback and froze for a moment. At that very moment, the Count angrily asked him why he was not answering. He shouted that Logan was deceiving everyone. The Duke asked the Count to calm down and adhere to the rules of etiquette. At that very moment, the Count calmed down and sat down in his place. He was furious and didn't understand why Logan was acting so confident. At the same time, Logan was taken aback and froze in shock as he realized that the familiar face and short stature reminded him of an advanced level knight. He looked closely at the Count, and since he realized that it was he who was behind the kidnapping, he understood that if Aslan was the king of those Mari, it was logical that his knights would recognize him. They would interrogate the kidnapped dwarves and find out what the problem was with the production method he proposed. Logan knew that he could take advantage of this situation for himself. He said that it would not be difficult for him to find proof, and he himself would prepare the place as soon as possible. He wanted to lie to them first. The men were shocked because they did not expect this. Logan said that instead of questioning the method of making the weapon, It would be better if they first resolved the situation they were in. He knew they didn't really care. He said everyone knew that the faction had recently attacked his house. Logan said that fortunately it had not caused any problems, but it was obvious that they were not the only ones who suffered from these attacks from now on. The Duke said that it would be too difficult to launch an attack against the Prince's faction now, since they were well hidden, and if they thoughtlessly fired their weapons against them, there could be serious losses. Logan knew that everyone was fine. They knew about it, but no one wanted to take on this burden. At the same moment he said that they would attack the castle, he wanted to take on this burden himself. Everyone froze in shock as no one expected to hear anything like that. Logan was pleased with himself, knowing how he would end the slow war.